Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. In a world where one lawyer watches trial after trial and finds out his sleep schedule doesn't exist, his circadian rhythm was broken long ago. He goes on a quest to take it back. This is Law Splaining the Interwebs. How's it going, guys? Woo-wee! Soo-wee! I don't know if I can take it. Oh, there's my favorite comment already. I'm going to go ahead and pin this. This will be the message right there. Thank you, Vegan Goddess, for that perfect pinned message this morning. This channel is a joke. Thank you for that. That's how I needed to start my day. Okay, guys, how are you doing? Let me send out some invites to people. Let's see. Some invites going out. Wednesday? I don't even know what day it is. Okay, we got that one. We got this one. Almost there. Almost there. Send these out while I'm thinking about it. We have a day of jury watch. Hopefully we don't, actually. Hopefully we don't have a full day of jury watch today. Hopefully we have a reasonably short day of jury watch. What do you guys think? Should we finish this damn thing? Should this thing end at some point? Should we finally have Johnny Depp and Amber Heard resolved? I mean, to me, I think that's what should happen. This thing needs to stop at some point here. What's up, Wayne Munsell? How you doing? Okay. I'm almost set. Gonna get. Whew. Get a couple different windows open here, and once I get them all running, then we're good. Then we'll be all set. Just got to make sure I have these things ready to go for the stream. All right, and now for the first disappointed chatter of the day. As they said, please do not bring on legal vices. Hey, what's up, man?
Hi. Yeah, there was a little bit of that last night. Haters gonna hate, but
dude, that's the way of the internet. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah,
I just happened to see the comment scrolling past a minute ago, and then you popped in. I'm like, yes. Oh, that's the best.
When I smell a controversy, I come. But yeah, I'm supposed to.
Wow, that's an interesting erogenous zone you have there, sir.
Phrasing. Objection. I'm supposed to pass along a message from Avery Johnson, who is listening to you. He left a message on my stream to have you call him a bitch because he's working out.
Oh, wait. So he needs some motivation?
Yes, Avery Johnson said call him a bitch for lifting for motivation.
Oh, Avery Johnson. Well, have I got some words for you, you bitch. And I know you're listening to him because you're one of those Jim Bros, who's oh so cool. Oh, I'm lifting, but I got my headphones in, so you're not actually that into it. You know you're down like 15 pounds from your normal reps because you're like, well, I'll have a podcast on while I lift. Oh, good. Why don't you try lifting a tampon into your vagina, you bitch?
And give Johnny Depp the applicator. He needs it.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Let a real man use cocaine on it while you use it for its appropriate purpose. Yeah, we could do some links today, see Goody.
How you doing today, buddy? You doing okay?
No. Today's a disaster.
Today's an off day. It's not getting any harder than this for me tonight.
I am so tired. It's great. But that's fine. That's the way it goes. Took last night off for me, my night, your daytime or whatever. And which was nice. I still had problems going to sleep, which is rare for me. I usually don't have any trouble going to sleep at all because I have narcolepsy. But the trial, just the schedule and stuff is wonky and it messes with you. But even though I wasn't asleep the whole time, the rest was nice.
Yeah, but I didn't even make it out of the comfy chair. I clicked off and I don't remember anything until I woke up with a pained back at 10 a.m. So
I know that exact feeling.
I didn't even get out of the chair.
Very, very good. When you like, I guess I clicked the button.
Yeah. I did. I went back to see how it ended because I was that out of it by the time I'm like, holy shit, did I fall asleep and he just booted me, or did I actually eject on my own? I was really happy to see that.
Well, if you do fully pass out, I will kick you.
I don't know if I can stay the whole time because I actually do have 2 more work days to go, so they have to come back this morning. They've got to come back this morning.
They really should. I'm not sure what the holdup is. But we do have some stuff to discuss today. Some actual subject matter, not a ton of specifically Johnny Depp related subject matter, but there was a matter of emotion yesterday that we didn't have the dosh on, but now we do.
And I know I've heard about it, but I know nothing about it. I've just heard there was some sort of motion.
And so we will talk about. I've been trying to find the whole thing, and I can only find this first page and a quarter. Maybe it's only a page and a quarter long motion. But they objected to something in the closing arguments. Speaking of objectionable things, welcome to the show,
gentlemen. Good morning,
Mr. Bronco.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, chat.
How are you doing in the lovely mountains?
It's cold here today.
Really?
Cold and rainy. Yeah, not common for this part of Colorado. But I will point out to the chat that that big gray area behind me here, that's where the big reflective painting print of Washington crossing the Delaware normally is. And I took it down because of all you damn people in the chat telling me 80 times a day that you can see the reflection of my monitor. So I hope you're all happy.
You see what you did, chat? I hope you're happy too. I hope you're happy. It's gone. Now there's this big gray space on the wall. It looks terrible.
Well, at least they want him on the stream. Jeez.
But I have a non-reflective version on order, so it will be replaced soon.
Very, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, that's great. I'm actually really appreciative that you did that, because I would get several emails and direct messages per day when you were on, making sure I have to let you know. I'm like, guys, he knows. he can see it too in it. But of course, it's people who are very politely just concerned that that something might pop up on a screen unbeknownst to the screen user. So which has happened to the best of us.
Well, to some of us.
Only the best. Only the best of us.
Well, it's happened to me. I've had with like screen sharing and stuff. You close a window before you undo the screen share, and then there's like a list of text messages, and you're like, "Oh, damn it!" that's the worst, man. Because somebody notices, and if you go and cut it, you can't do that. Because if you go and like cut the screen, someone notices that something was cut, and then they somehow find a version from prior to you cutting it, and then they're like, well, this is what he cut out.
He cut
Here,
out.
let's post it online to make sure everybody knows what was cut out, just in case anybody was wondering.
It's
what was
tentacle
cut out.
porn.
Like if he cut those private text messages out, I mean, he probably doesn't, he probably wants people to notice that those were cut, and so let me put those online. It's like, so you end up. I've learned that if you make those like little brief mistakes for just a second or whatever, you let them go. Unless it's like terms of service violating, right? If there's porn or something, you want to definitely remove that for YouTube purposes. But
of course,
yeah, that's only happened to me once, but that wasn't my fault. That wasn't my fault. It was my first Halloween show, and I was covering spooky topics, and the spooky topics included that ghost house we talked about yesterday a little bit, and then. The other one was Allison Mack, the actress. Do you guys know who Allison Mack is? She got wrapped up in that whole Nexium alleged sex cult with Keith Rainier.
Oh, that thing. Right. Okay.
Yeah. So this is when that first broke. So this would have been October of 2018. That thing broke. And so I was very smart. And on stream, I Googled Allison Mack. To show people, I was like, "Oh, you guys remember? She's this one pretty chick from Smallville." So here we go. Here, let's pull up Allison Mack on Google. Breasts just pop up in the search results. I was like, "Well, damn it!" So that's when I had to learn how to edit very quickly. I didn't even know how to edit video, so I used the venerable editing software of Windows Movie Maker to go in and cut out this 30-second segment of Allison Mack's. I don't think they were even hers. I think they were fake. I think it was a fake picture of Allison Mack, but it didn't matter. I don't think YouTube cares if the
it could have been hers and fake too.
Well, it could have been, but I don't think so. These looked au natural, but they were. I don't think they were. I think it was a deep fake of her, or just a Photoshop or something. But yeah, so I had
it's not every day you start the day off with porn on Ricada Law.
But it should be. It should be every day. In a sane and just future, every day will be you starting off with porn on Ricada Law. So.
Become a member today.
Subscribe to my new OnlyFans. Okay, so we do have that motion to address today. I was just talking about that, Andrew, before you popped in. There was that motion yesterday that we didn't know exactly what that was, but that has been revealed through the magic of Twitter. And so I thought we'd go through that. It was an objection to something Rottenborn said in his closing argument. An inappropriate comment. Let me see if I've got, but again, I've only got part of the document, which drives me nuts. Post the whole thing. I'll try later. Okay, here we go. Where is it? Judge Ascarati, why are you're on every screen I have. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to find the actual document. Of course not. Of course not. Well, we'll do, I think this one has the tweet at least. So I can pull that. Nope. Oh my gosh. Where is it? I hate
Everybody was
everything.
discussing it last night.
Yeah. Yeah. Were they just going off of the tweet, or did they somehow have the document?
I thought I saw it someplace. I mean, I haven't read it, but I thought I saw like an image, the little thumbnail of the PDF posted up somewhere. So it must have been out.
Oh, wait. The Ricada Law in-person correspondent, Chanley Painter, has the document? Oh, she is the best hire we have ever had on this network. Let me see.
And attractive.
Yep, she's a lovely young woman who's producing fantastic work. Yeah, here it is. Here's the whole thing. This will be perfect. Chanley Painter on scene and with the goods, if you know what I mean. And by goods, I mean documents. All right, here we go. So let's start with this today. Here is the first page of the document. So it's only a 2-pager. It's very quick. Plaintiff Johnny Depp's memorandum in support of objection to improper argument and motion for a curative instruction and revised special verdict form. Plaintiff John C. Depp II, by and through his undersigned counsel, hereby moves this honorable court to strike defendants' inappropriate argument made during closing argument on May 27, 2022, and instruct the jury to disregard the appropriate argument. You don't want to be in this position. Let's just say that after a hefty amount of jury deliberation has already occurred and you are 4 days removed from the closing argument in question, you don't want to be filing a motion to strike that which is already done and sent to the jury.
Wouldn't it suck if this is why we're still here? Because some juror grabbed onto this and said, hey, we have this broader societal issue we need to address?
Yeah. Yep. And legitimately could be the issue. Someone saying, hey, I'm really uncomfortable about this idea. So, and 2, revise the special, we'll get to that statement in a minute, revise the special verdict form with respect to Mr. Depp's affirmative claims against Ms. Heard to conform to the language adopted by the court in the jury instructions. 1, the court should provide a curative jury instruction during closing arguments on May 27th. Notice this is filed on May 31st. Counsel for Ms. Heard told the jury that their decision in this case would send a message to, quote, every victim of domestic abuse everywhere, which is, by the way, a completely inappropriate closing argument.
Yeah.
There are no, you can make a public policy argument in front of a judge or in front of a panel of judges on appeal that you could say that public policy dictates that this legal conclusion should be a conclusion drawn from the language of the statute or an interpretation of precedent set by a prior court. That's an argument you can make there. But for a jury, they're not answering legal policy questions. We discussed yesterday, or I discussed yesterday, or I don't even know where anymore. But the jury is the finder of fact, not the determiner of law. The determiner of law is the judge. And when they put together those jury instructions, that is law. That is the roadmap for a jury to apply facts that they learned into an existing structure of law. That's those yes/no questions. It's broken down into a simple binary process. No genderism in a court document here. It's yes, no. That's it. It's 2 options. And so the broader questions of societal impact are inappropriate for a jury to be determining. It's unjust to either party to be able to raise the specter of society, because if Johnny Depp's team had raised the specter that not finding for Johnny Depp would tell abused men everywhere that they need to shut up and take their lesson and never question a woman again, and live in the shelter of abuse, then that would be also inappropriate. I don't believe they did that. But they didn't object to this during the argument. And that's the problem. So counsel for Ms. Heard also stated that, quote, a ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you Chanley, where the hell's the rest of the document?
You're fired.
Here's the link to the memorandum. Okay. Here we go. This is a 23-page document. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's see. You always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you have to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message. That's what Mr. Depp wants you to send. Okay, there's the the rest of the statement. So that's that's what was said, and maybe we can check out some of the arguments to this in a minute. But the remarks made by Ms. Heard's counsel to the jury improperly invite the jury to focus on a larger social objective beyond the case.
And then they quote a criminal.
Yeah, good
precedent.
job.
Yeah.
Good job. Prosecutors violate this edict when they stray beyond the defendant's crimes and ask the jury to convict in order to send a message to the community, quoting United States versus Runyon. Although Plymale versus Morandi may be a civil case quoting US v. Runyon, which would be the criminal case.
Well, still.
Yeah.
Seems a little sloppy. But I noted this when he made that argument, and I thought, well, I guess the Depp team just wants to let it go, doesn't want to object for strategic reasons or something. But if you were going to find it objectionable in front of the jury, that's the time to do it.
Yes. Yep. No, this would also be this is also ultimately a criminal case as well. Let's see. This is a habeas petition.
The prosecutor. I mean,
yeah.
Federal court.
Yep. So this is a federal habeas petition, Plymale versus Morandi.
Yep.
So yeah, I think it would be the prosecutor or the. I guess that's it. Yeah, that's probably who they sued. But anyway, so the judge yesterday, basically, her quote was a pretty good quote actually to to Team Depp. She said, "I'm not ignoring you, but I'm kind of ignoring you on this issue because it's already before the jury. It's already there. So I'm just kind of letting it go." But the judge really needs to rule on this. If she's going to deny the motion, just deny the motion, right? Don't say I'm not ignoring you, but I'm kind of ignoring you. Get a definitive ruling on the record for him at least. But it's a question. It's a big question as to what should happen there, because you know that you have two things going. You should have objected. Now the facts are before the jury, and calling out this improper argument could, in theory, prejudice the jury against Amber. Maybe it should, though. I mean, if it was an improper argument, but the other portion that you have of that is if she doesn't rule on this thing, and he's found liable, or more appropriately, they find against him based on those statements, which we'd never know. You've got an appeal issue, I guess, that she didn't offer a corrective instruction. So she needs to just rule on the issue.
Yeah, I mean, if properly instructing the jury on the law of prejudice is the party, that's too bad. That's the law.
I agree. I agree. But I do think that this case has considerations coming in. And this is, judges are not immune to this. To quote Andrew Branca, folks. That's the end quote. Folks, quote, folks, end quote. The judges are not immune to the social awareness of a trial that's being broadcast to the world. They pretend like they are. They can go out and read media. We saw this with Kyle Rittenhouse. Judge Schrader was reading articles about his own trial constantly, and it specifically impacted his rulings in court. That was manifestly apparent by his statements. Judge Ascarati may be attempting to mitigate the public impact, and so she may be not wanting to raise a specter of prejudice on this issue because she knows that it'll play in the court of public opinion. But I think that is a consideration that she needs to put aside, and she needs to make a ruling on the propriety of the law. That's what needs to happen. That's her job. So, but anyway, so that's fun. That's the motion from yesterday that was not ruled on, but rather ignored. I don't know if the judge has actually ruled on it. Let me check. Well, I guess I could have checked to see what Chanley actually tweeted about it, if there was a specific ruling. Johnny Depp's objection to improper argument. No, it's just linking that it was posted. The judge addressed this filing in court today. This is yesterday. The attorney, she would not entertain the motion because the case is in the hands of the jury now. I guess that's a denial of the motion. It's not completely unambiguous language. So I hate when judges do that.
But the Depp team opened the door to this by not objecting at the time.
Yep.
I mean, there is a timeliness issue unless they objected out of the presence of the jury after.
Well, I mean, they
feel like it.
They did 4 days after. Out of the presence of the jury, they objected and filed a motion.
That's what I was wondering, though, is if they could have just said after it was over, like, we don't want to bring this up now, but we object to that. We'd like you to do this. And she said, brief it for me. And then it took them 4 days, which would be really odd.
Doesn't have that feel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
it
they
feels
would
like
actually
they moved all the furniture into the house and then decided they wanted to paint the walls.
Yeah.
That's
I've done
too much
that, by the
trouble.
way. I've done that. That's awful. Then you move all the furniture to the middle of the room and then cover it in a bunch of tarps and you hate life.
Judge doesn't want to do that.
Yeah.
Judge doesn't want to do that bullshit. Too bad.
I would think at your the first words out of your mouth was, at your honor's request, Mr. Depp files this memorandum in support of his objection lodged just after closing arguments.
Yep.
True.
And briefed. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh, I need to call attention to something. There are 37,000 people watching out there, and it's very important that they all know that there is a fat, lonely, boring lawyer out there by the name of T. Greg Doucette. And T. Greg Doucette is a constant source of bitterness and sadness, and failed social media endeavors. He is very, very not happy with Camille's cross-examination of Amber Heard, with Camille Vasquez's cross-examination. He thought it was just garbage, and he's shocked that there are so many people out there under the false impression that Camille Vasquez did a good job. I'm not even kidding. This guy,
on behalf of all sad, boring people, boring people out there, I disavow his comments.
If you ever want a wrong take, that's T. Greg Doucette. He will not the bodybuilder, by the way. That's Greg Doucette.
Yeah, I was like, wow, that was weird.
No, you have to have a T. Greg Doucette. He doesn't have a YouTube channel. He has a Twitter. If you follow me on Twitter, though,
he's got a YouTube channel.
Oh, he does.
He's got 2,000 subscribers.
Ooh.
2,000. Oh my God, that's.
I'm happy for him.
I used to have 2,000.
I don't.
One of his videos is ending taillight policing. 1.7 thousand views 5 years ago. Yeah. Oh yeah, so it's not a very active channel. 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 5 years ago, 1 year ago. So every few years he pops up a video on YouTube. So that's good.
He has a Twitch channel, which probably has even less success to it. That none of this matters. His Twitter is his main addiction. The man tweets a lot. In fact, he ran for the Republican Congress in North Carolina, but lost largely in part because of his overuse of Twitter, which the Republican Party told him, please stop tweeting. But you may be blocked. If you follow me on Twitter, there's a strong possibility that you are presumptively blocked in advance, because he got tired of getting ratioed on every tweet that he made that involved me. So him and a bunch of other, you'll learn this about me on Twitter, that there are a bunch of lawyers on Twitter who do not like me specifically. And what the problem that they have was they would call something out, and then a bunch of people would ask them questions like, where did Nick say that? Or that's not what Nick said. And then they would get so ratioed on all of their tweets that they implemented block bots so that stopped happening. So if you ever go and you're like, oh, why am I blocked by this person I've never spoken to? It's probably me. And I'm sorry for that. Yeah, that's how it goes. But these are strong lawyers, people. very, very mad about words. But that's that. So I just wanted to get that out there because, for the blocked, hashtag for the blocked, we now have, almost 39,000 people. We'll be at 40 soon. And I just want those people to know that since you can't see it, T. Greg Doucette is disappointed in Camille Vasquez's performance, not because he supports Johnny Depp, but because he thinks the performance was inherently bad. And he's mad that people thought it was good.
His avatar is a kitten. I mean,
it's better than his face.
Than pronouns in the bio. What more of a red flag can you hope for?
Well, I can tell you stories. I can give you red flags. I've got them. But this isn't a T. Well, I call it. To be fair, I'm leaving. I said you have to have the initial T. Greg Doucette, but it's actually low T. Greg Doucette. So I don't want to leave off too much of his name, his full name, the full legal Christian name that he has. Low T. Greg Doucette.
In his bio, it says cat's dad. He's a cat's dad.
Well, it's probably because he abandoned his child. So he got to be dad to a cat, I guess.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I could tell you stories. So,
but we've got a lot of time to kill.
Well, this is not the T. Greg Doucette story hour. Life and God have made fun of him enough. We don't need to do it all day today. So anyway, but I wanted to get that out there while I was thinking about it in the open. There's some lawyers on Twitter who took umbrage with my criticism of the ACLU when I called it a garbage organization. Apparently, that meant that I thought 100% they wouldn't be awarded any fees that they were requesting from Johnny Depp. Now, of course, they didn't watch like us going through the law on it and asking questions and not coming to any conclusion, as we all admitted. We're not experts on this field, but checking out the potential paths to argument based on what was requested. But that's independent of my assessment of the ACLU as a garbage organization that deserves to be put down like a stray dog with one leg.
Well, the real problem here, well, first of all, you're correct about the ACLU. Second of all, right. The real problem here, Nick, is you're a victim of your own success. So at this point in the trial, when there's really nothing to talk about, there's no news coming from the court. All these people have been doing all this YouTubing and getting large audiences, live streaming the court. They need something to talk about now. And one thing they can always turn to talk about is you, because you're on the air like 23 hours a day. So there's always plenty of content for them to pick from.
Content.
So that's what's happening here. They're like, oh my God, I have to YouTube. I mean, I got to get those super chats. What am I going to talk about today? Bing! There's always Nick. Let's criticize Nick.
Well, I wouldn't want to accuse anybody of being guilty of giving T. Greg a super chat. So I don't want to defame anyone. But no, it's that's how some of these things tend to go. And it pops up from time to time. If anybody, the main reason I bring it up other than comedy is because I always find it hilarious. But the reason I bring it up is because if people are ever curious and they indicate on Twitter that they, like, what the heck is going on? I can't see things. Why am I blocked? This is the backstory behind it. Yeah, there are people who don't like what I say. There's a large contingent of lawyers on Twitter specifically who don't. And you'll notice all of them have he, him, or she, her in the bio. All of them. Only all of them. So it's amazing how that will happen. But anyway, just to clear up any mysteries that are out there. All right. Let me grab the super chats that came in before the show.
Yeah, I'm going to grab some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Sounds great. And then, and we can go really wherever today. I mean, we're just here. We're just here waiting for this to go. Also, a shout out is in order to Meme Copium. Meme Copium is he's the guy who did the video on how much the law tubers were making in super chats. It's a really interesting video, and a lot of people are watching it, and some, most people are happy or whatever, and some people are confused, or and some people are even upset that people are giving large amounts of money through super chats. If you do watch that video, and it's a good video, it's really interesting and informative, and trust me, as someone on the receiving end of it, the numbers blow your mind. They do. I left a comment on that video, and I encourage people to read it, because I try and add a little bit more information to it, because there's he's able to get one set of information from a public resource called Playboard, which is a really cool app, which can give you lots of information about live streaming in particular on YouTube. But Playboard only captures a part of the story, and so I tried to add a little bit to him to that in my comment. I think he pinned the comment, so you can check that out if you want. But it's an interesting watch. It's an interesting watch, and a peer behind the curtain of YouTube and monetization. So if any of you out there are aspiring YouTubers or social media professionals, there's some information that may be interesting to you in the video and in the comments. And if anybody ever has questions about that, I'm pretty open on all this stuff. I'll tell you how YouTube business works, how all of that stuff works. I should probably write a book about it, honestly, because it's something that I got into this business drinking whiskey and telling jokes about a lawsuit as an accident. I was just trying to post a video to a Facebook group, but I couldn't figure out how to upload 40 minutes of video to Facebook, so I did it on YouTube. And that was the happiest accident of my entire life, because it is turned into a full-time profession. But yeah, if people are ever interested in the social media business aspect of it, I'm not closed down about it, and I'll tell you what I know, because for me, it's been all learning, and it is a shockingly weird business.
Hey, I jumped in the middle of that, but what video were you referring to where you had a pinned comment?
This is how much LawTube makes in super chats from Meme Copium, is the guy who did it. And I don't know if there's anybody mad that he made the video. I don't really care. Like, people can, if you really wanted to, you could sit with a calculator and tally up super chats. They're public, but like I said, Playboard collects them, so you don't have to.
Cool.
But yeah, just putting it out there that if people have questions about that, if you want to get into the business, do it. And if you think I should write a book, maybe I should put up a poll. Should Nick write a book about social media as business?
Can we make it a graphic novel?
Yes. We literally could hire an artist to do that. Make it a graphic novel, or the fourth option, make it a hentai. No, I can't put that on there, because people they'll always pick the joke option. So I'm not going to do that.
Oh, that was a joke?
Yeah. So there you go. You guys can fill out the poll if you want. If that's something, a bunch of people have asked me to write books, and I'm always like, what the hell would I write? And Andrew's over there. I have the book.
You're feeling sleepy.
The power of
orderly.
But that's when I think I could maybe actually write with a little bit of competence. Let's see. Is this no, these are from yesterday. Hold on. I got to make sure I get today's. All right. Why the hell? YouTube? Oh, YouTube's dates are off today. Gosh, I hate them. Now I got to go to my spreadsheet. Sorry, it'll be 1 second till I get these things pulled up. Here we go. All right, almost there. Almost there. Sometimes YouTube does this thing where it doesn't change the date on the super chat repository. So I can't tell the difference between today's chats and yesterday's. Because I use the same thumbnail. That's my fault. For all the Depp streams have just the same generic thumbnail. But that's okay. I got it here. Here we go. Sambahom says, I've been watching your stream on and off for the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, and I prefer yours to, quote, those other people. Thanks for your coverage. Well, thank you. Thank you. I do try to make a stream that people will want to watch. So I appreciate that. And one of the best ways I do that is through having terrific guests. So one thing I would appreciate is if you like my stream, a good portion of it is probably because you like my panelists and their contributions to the stream. So I'm putting their names in the description next to panelists. And when you click on their names, Legal Vices and Law of Self-Defense, it'll take you straight to their YouTube pages, and you can then click subscribe to their content as well. Because if you like these, specifically these trial shows where I've got a panel of I try to bring, people with varying levels of expertise in different areas of law, but all of them with expertise in law to explore these issues and to explore the people that we're watching. If you like what's happening here, you'll probably like what's happening on their channels as well. So give them a check. Kekatron says maybe the jury is debating the implications of forcing Amber to go to Olive Garden with Russell Greer as part of the verdict. Bring lots of napkins, Amber. I wouldn't even wish that on Amber Heard. Poor Russ. Russell Greer is a special character. If you guys need to know the story, just go to my channel and search Ricada Law Russell Greer. There's a playlist of me creating an audiobook for him, How I Sued Taylor Swift. And you should definitely check it out. It is some of the most fun I've had on YouTube ever. Nora Vanguard, Johnny Depp's next ad campaign can be try Maker's Mark, put it in your glass, not your snatch. Very straightforward ad campaign. Andrew Hansen ran across my first Amber Heard supporter this morning. Shockingly, it was my abusive ex-girlfriend who said Amber Heard is not the abuser. Oh no. Alan Mellon says, I love that we can never start on time, yet we still wait. Oh man, guys, that alarm went off this morning and I went, it was not good. I laid down for a considerable amount of time, but it was well after 1 a.m. when I fell asleep. Tall Skinny Geek, nose late. And I think that's a gay emoji. So thank you for that one. Jeffrey Smith watched every stream since Daily Wire linked you in Rittenhouse. No hopes to be a lawyer, but nice to not be another renob. Can chat find that uncensored Mickey Dane Douglas shooting in our downtime? Who's Mickey Dane Douglas?
Never heard of it.
Let me take a peek.
A shooting feels like it might be in my wheelhouse.
Mickey Dane Douglas. Suspect. This is from 2020. The suspect, 25-year-old Mickey Dane Douglas, an ex-con, is still on parole for robbery. Ex-con to be arraigned in triple murder sparked by comments over his gym shoes.
Well, naturally.
Well, some people just need killing, I guess.
On surveillance video that is circulating on social media, no one appears to be threatening the shooter before he pulls out a handgun and with his left hand still in his pocket, shoots the first victim in the head at close range. Oh. My brain is broken. I immediately go to that Alanis Morissette song. It's like, I got one hand in my pocket and the other one is capping some mofos. no, not good. Within a matter of seconds, 4 men have been shot, 3 of them killed. Very tragic. The third man killed was Brian Jackson. Brian's first cousin is Reverend Charles Williams II, an activist for racial and social justice, and the president of the Michigan chapter of the National Action Network, or NAN.
Isn't that just boilerplate at this point? Just insert that in every one of these stories.
Yeah. So I don't know what if is his trial coming up. He was charged. I mean, that seems obvious based on the write-up that he would be charged. Whether or not he's guilty is always a different question. So
I guess there's surveillance video. It looks like it's inside some kind of food joint. And all I'm seeing are still shots, but the still shots must come from surveillance video. I'll have to look that up. The still shots do not look great for this defendant. It looks like he's just shooting some dude in the head for no particularly good reason. But
they're making fun of his shoes.
Well,
was he wearing Crocs or what was he wearing?
To the does he have like thigh-high boots on? To the chat, if anybody has that surveillance video, the uncensored one that was mentioned in the super chat, if you can send that to me either on like Twitter or on an email or something, send me a link to that video wherever you find it. That would be helpful. I mean, some of you are really good at finding stuff online. But yeah, so that was the request of Jeffrey Smith, and I would echo the sentiment. If someone's got it, that would be very cool. Abyssal Structure says, here's another 20 Aussie dollary dues. Thank you for shilling me yesterday. It got me way more engagement than I expected. Had to upload a trailer for my Twitch stream today to keep the content coming for the new subs. Very cool, man. I wish you nothing but success. Steph Dev, more late than Pride Month being gay, you can always pledge to be on time. I always do. I'm never late because I pledge to be here actually 5 minutes early. So there's that. Martin Pine, the nose will arrive 3 minutes before Nick. Thank you, Martin.
Solid.
Feels
what's
good.
life without friends?
And people accuse me of body shaming. Rakion RQL. Did you see the 2016 TMZ video circulating the web where they say directly they got the video from Amber Heard? Just saw it on Twitter last night. Wish they had that in court. I do. Yes. Short answer. Yes, I've seen it. However, I believe I've also seen another section of that video. And while in the section that was circulating, he definitely says that Amber Heard or her team distributed that video. In another section of the same video, to be fair, it's more of a speculative question that of course it came from her, but it wasn't directly confirmed. So I don't know if there's some bridging comment in there where he goes, we now have confirmation or something like that, but it might have just been a continuation of the more speculative, seemingly obvious hypothetical that Amber Heard could be the only person who would provide this thing. And which is what he says in that first one, where it's like, of course it was Amber Heard, because I don't know, what, did it just magically leave her phone and fall into our laps? Is how he words it, something along those lines. But to give full deference, and I fully believe that Amber Heard sold that video or gave that video to TMZ. Either
There's nothing wrong with circumstantial evidence.
Yeah. It's murders have been solved with less. How's that? Yeah. People have gone to the death penalty with less evidence than there is that Amber Heard distributed that video to TMZ. So just Smooth the DJ, welcome to Paralegal Status. Blue Tiger, hopefully this trial ends soon so you can paint with Az and Sargon. I hope it ends today. I mean, we've got to get to a jury verdict today. What the hell is taking so long? Do you guys
hopefully this morning? I got stuff to do, man.
Yeah.
Got sleep to do. Jesus.
Yeah, there's all of those good things. Sleep and stuff are both great things to do.
They're just not taking us into consideration enough.
Well, I just can't imagine being in that jury room going, you know what, guys, we need to talk about this even more. That's what I've thought about it, and what we need is more discussion on this subject. They've been sitting there for 6 weeks. Like, how do you not go into that jury room with your mind pretty much completely made up? And I have trouble thinking that their mind would be made up in favor of Amber Heard after the 6 weeks of trial. I know I'm biased, but even trying to account for and adjust my predisposition towards Johnny Depp, I think my bias towards Johnny Depp comes mostly from what I've seen in the trial. I mean, going into it, I was like, I don't know if I trust these allegations, but I was willing to hear some bit of evidence that he was actually abusive, and what they presented was just not there for me. So I'm like, what am I missing something? That's what I keep wondering with this jury. Like, did I miss something, or are they just really arguing over damages at this point? But I can't imagine wanting to stay. Like,
I mean, other than one hardcore entrenched holdout, taking the whole idea of damages maybe too seriously is the only logical explanation. I mean, there could be any reason, but those are the only two that make remotely any sense.
Oh, we did. I think this might have been after you left, Andrew, yesterday. We did find out some unfortunate news about the on-air talent, as it were, at Law and Crime. They're all lawyers, like that anchor guy.
Impressed me in the slightest.
No, I know, but it's actually a stunning condemnation of the American legal system. That the one lawyer asking the really dumb questions yesterday. I mean, he's not only
guy on the left.
Yeah, he's not only a lawyer. This guy, he's here right now. This guy right here.
Yeah.
Not only is he a lawyer, graduated top of his, I think, cum laude in his class.
Oh dear
and
God.
Went on to be a business and commercial litigator at the largest law firm in the entire planet for something like 11 years or something.
And maybe he was really good at that.
Yeah. his questions yesterday were not good. That's what I do know. But finding that out, I was like, man, it just goes to show you a degree don't make you right. Ryan says, not sure if you've seen the new Thor movie trailer, but I think it should be renamed Murphy Cucked and Thundered. They're doing Thor dirty. I mean, what? Okay.
How long before he's gay? I mean, he's got to be gay for this month, right?
Well, he's not
happy festive month.
It's Lady Thor. Lady Thor is the Jane becomes Thorina or whatever, and she gets to wield Mjolnir. Jane the human, not the Asgardian, gets the powers of Thor imbued into her. Which I'm actually sure that Jane probably got the power of Thor imbued into her at some point, to be fair. But yeah, that's the
subtitled Bloat and Thunder.
Yeah, I'm not
the God.
I'm not interested in seeing, like, I stopped being interested in Marvel movies after the Avengers arc ended. And and the new ones that come, I just like, I don't care. They've lost my attention. It's really too bad. Okay, next. Fancy Prancer. Per court order, the touchdown on paper unbreaded king is required to wear the Pope hat during verdict reading and don't say anything or make any references towards it. So says the Honorable Rick Moranis. I think I know where that is. I'm going to message my wife because I think it's in my room.
Well, my wife has been guiding our kids through the whole Marvel story arc from beginning movie all the way through. I think they just watched Infinity Wars.
Yeah,
and I saw a bit of that, and it was not great.
Well, no, they're not great. These are not great pieces of film, but some of them are really fun. But actually, there are some gems in there that I think were legitimately great, and one of those is Captain America: Winter Soldier. Was really good, and not just in the this is a fun, exciting Marvel movie sense. It was you should distrust your government heavily, and this is the reason why, because this is what it always will do if you give it the ability. Given the power and technology, government will become this every time. And to see Captain America standing up for liberty, not for the institutional American government, is what you want, right? Like that's Captain America, and it was really well done. So that one is good. A very good movie.
Yeah, I mean, the first Iron Man was great. I really enjoyed that. Guardians of the Galaxy was great. That was a lot of fun. This whole Thanos thing where he just snaps his fingers, that's everyone sitting in New York City or LA traffic wants that power.
Okay, so two things. First, I think Guardians of the Galaxy #1 was the pinnacle achievement of Marvel Cinematic Universe emulating a comic book on screen. Whatever else it was, it did that movie so damn well at making a comic book come to life that deserves laud and admiration to the whole crew of that. That movie was excellently executed form. That being said, the best thing that Thanos did was when he showed up at the beginning of one of those movies and he finds Hulk on a ship and he just beats the shit out of him.
Yeah, that was Infinity Wars. Yeah.
Yeah. He just pieces up Hulk, and then Hulk is gone. He's like crying inside of Bruce Banner for the next entire movie. He's like, no, I don't want to come out. I'm beaten. I got my ass beat. It's like a kid who drank the last Yoo-hoo and his dad got home. Like, what? Get that switch. Like, I don't want to come out of my room.
That's how you end up with Amber Heard.
Yeah.
Okay, someone asked about that TMZ video. Here we go. This Court TV here is going to help us out with that TMZ video. So
the inside of the commentary.
Wow.
Cabinet video and who allegedly leaked it. Take a look.
All right, here we go.
The first thing I notice in this video is that Amber Heard, it's in this, I think she thinks helps her case, that this has happened enough to her that she puts this camera down on the table and starts filming because she knows the way this argument's going to go and wants to get whatever he says or does on tape. If you notice, halfway through the video, she moves the camera so that it gets the angle of Johnny Depp so that he's on camera. Now, the other thing that I have to say Amber thinks by leaking this video is going to go a long way for her is that she's been alleging a lot of bad things about Johnny Depp, about domestic violence, about hitting her, breaking bottles, and overall acting a certain way and being intoxicated. She thinks this video proves that. The video to her proves, number one, you can tell Johnny Depp's intoxicated. Number two, he breaks a glass and a bottle on tape. And three, at the end of it, he grabs the camera in a menacing enough way where you think maybe something happens after that. We are told this video was taken months before the alleged assault took place. Amber's, I think, hope, and she hasn't said she didn't put this tape out, but come on, she taped the video.
And by the way, and her side, we should say, her side says there was no domestic violence here. This is, and we know that they are also saying that this was heavy.
This is, by the way, this is a cute trick that people do, not just in the context of defamation, but they leak a video that has a defamatory implication, and then they deny the implication, right? Like, oh, well, there's no domestic violence here, but look what they did in court. I mean, they presented this video over and over as evidence. Like what they should have done, what Chu's team should have done was had this TMZ clip to say, and here's what they were saying at the time about this thing. There's no domestic violence here. There's no domestic violence. Like, just play that on repeat. Get like a nice little beat going behind it. No domestic violence here. No domestic violence here. No domestic. Like, just play that. Yeah. That's what should have happened at trial. And again, these post-trial criticisms are just that. It's something to talk about that could have maybe made the case a little bit more clear in hindsight. Who knows if they knew that this video clip existed? Who knows if once the internet and millions of people get a hold of something, the amount of stuff that is available suddenly broadens dramatically. So it's not like a criticism. Oh, they didn't do this, now they're going to lose. But it would have been nice to have this guy's clip about that, talking about Amber Heard's team or Amber Heard's statements on it. And I think you could maybe say that that's a prior inconsistent statement from Amber Heard. And that would be admissible over a hearsay objection, potentially. Or is just a completeness for the video. But at least on this issue, they could have done that.
I like that in this clip. She has the cocaine cup in her hand.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She does that. She has that tumbler or whatever in her hand in so many of the videos. It's all over the place. And she brought it to court as well. Several of the days. So that was a nice.
This guy on the right, his expression, it's like, what the F is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
It's like, I'm wearing a V-neck. By the way, hashtag me too. I'm wearing a V-neck. I don't do that normally.
They say, and that's their position, but it is.
All right, Matt, let me ask you the number one question. Why was this not introduced into evidence? Or is this just, someone's opinion about how it was leaked, and you tell me.
Well, this is basically expert testimony. To be able to introduce this evidence, you would need an expert, Harvey, I'm a lawyer, whatever his name is, testifying as like an AV expert, because the testimony itself is hearsay, not with an exception.
Well, except for that he mentioned specifically Amber Heard's team says this, which is a prior inconsistent statement to how the evidence is being presented. And it's also a party statement adverse to their interests. There's only two hearsay objections or exceptions that are within the rules explicitly that you could talk to. What are you talking about?
Nice work, dude.
So what experts are you gonna bring in? I missed that. I missed what expert opinion you need for this.
He's got very much the confused Dan Aykroyd look on his face there.
Yeah, he does. I feel like he's going to go fight
that
some
weird
ghosts.
I'm just pretending to be a lawyer vibe going on.
The Jerry Lawler hairdo.
He's a criminal defense attorney. Man, you've got like prior inconsistent statements are your thing, buddy. You got to get these witnesses locked down. Okay, hold on. I got to see what AV expert he's talking about because I'm very, very confused.
Expert testimony. To be able to introduce this evidence, you would need an expert, Harvey, I'm a lawyer, whatever his name is, testifying as like an AV expert, because the testimony itself is hearsay, not with an exception. So to introduce it, they would have to put one of the people on the stand from TMZ, get them administered and approved as an expert, and to give expert testimony. None of which I don't think in a court of law would somebody find a TMZ employee an expert in video editing.
What? You don't think you could find a TMZ employee who's an expert in video editing? They have staff video editors who are probably some of the fastest and most professional video editors on earth. We had testimony from Morgan Tremaine, the TMZ guy who assigned these people, who said within 15 minutes, we have video cuts with clear indications of where cuts are made and bumpers added so that this can be distributed as fast as humanly possible. You don't think you could find one of those guys and qualify them as a video editing expert? Do these people...
Hey, he's on TV.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm losing my temper, and it's only 9 in the morning, and I'm losing my temper already. Okay.
I'm a
let me see.
lawyer. You can tell by the blue suit.
You can tell by the way I swoop my hair.
For this type of case. So for me, but they did.
But I still am not understanding why they need an expert in video editing to bring this video. Does he not know that video was introduced into court in evidence? Like, is he that unaware that this video was literally presented and that the guy, to his credit, asking the questions is asking about the TMZ portion of the video, not the Amber Heard portion of the video? I think this guy has no idea what the question actually was. This guy, I'm putting money down to Matt Timpanick. $100 says you didn't even know that video of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp was played in the court. That was played there. $100 says you didn't even know, and you're here commenting on this case as if you have any idea. Oh my
Not
God.
one of these people is actually watching the trial.
Yeah. It's amazing. All of the people that they've pulled in for interviews, they all have statements like this that are indicative that they do not know what's going on.
Did make interesting points. It's that the way it was edited, it could have only come from her. Cui bono? Who benefits? What Camille Vasquez was trying to get across was that she's the one with the video. She was the one who benefited from it, because it was the day before deposition in her divorce trial, a divorce where she had a prenup with Johnny Depp, where she would only.
There was no prenup. What do they pay this guy in pastries?
Wow.
They paid him in fabulous hairspray. No prenup. There's no postnup. Those were both issues of evidence in the trial that the prenups and postnups just couldn't ever manifest.
I like his Twitter. Founder and principal of Timpanic Law. Arrested or injured? Don't panic. Call Timpanic. 1-8. His phone number is awesome too. I don't want to give it out, but
you know what? I got to give him credit. The dad pun. Dad pun in the do it. I love that. Goes on a billboard, right? Like, this is the face they pick. This is the face they pick. They don't show the suit, and it says, "Oh shit, another DUI. Don't panic. Call Tim Panic."
He probably prints it on those little pink slips of paper that look like a parking ticket that they can slide under your windshield wiper.
In case you need to panic, the last part of his phone number it's a toll-free number. No panic.
Oh, nice. Absolutely.
He's got it locked down.
I hope he's good. I hope he's good in the cases and trials that he follows that are his own. That's great.
Only receive a set amount. By leaking this, she created leverage, and it resulted in her receiving a $7 million settlement. So I think that
14.5 million post-tax when you count liabilities.
She did leak it. I think that she only admitted what she could not deny is that she took the video when they see her in it, obviously playing with the camera. So I don't know if the jury's going to.
I'm sorry. Nature and nature's God did this man dirty with that freeze frame that's stuck there forever. He's like,
even the host is turned off by this.
Yeah, he's like,
I've eaten bad shellfish look on his face.
There was no prenup. This face is memed as me when I go back and listen to my own statements on Law and Crime.
The guy on the left looks like he's mentally reviewing that YouTube video on how to use chopsticks.
They don't just.
I'll get it, Mom. I promise. We'll go to Benihana's for your birthday.
It's okay if you can't get them. They do those American ones with the rubber
Little
bands and the
clip.
squeeziness. Yeah, perfect.
The American one's called a fork.
Believe what she has to say.
And Matt, I'm glad you explained what the significance of this was, because what happens, Jenny, if she just came out and said, "Yeah, I leaked it. Yeah, I took it. I leaked it. Yeah, it's who he is. I wanted everyone to see it."
Like I'm looking forward to Jenny's answer. More than Timpanic's answer.
Keep her away from the cocaine, though.
This guy. I wish I was anywhere else right now.
I'd like to introduce a chin into evidence, please.
Ah.
What would have happened if she said that?
I think it would have been evidence enough to show that, okay, she leaked it because she was trying to.
If she says she leaked it, that would be evidence enough to prove she leaked it. God, how do I get a job? Jesus.
I gotta watch Law and Crime more often. This is the best comedy on TV.
I'm gonna super chat them. This is awesome.
I'm dying here. Okay, hold on.
They get paid for saying this shit.
I gotta get her answer back.
Have been evidence enough to show that, okay, she leaked it because she was trying to get that divorce settlement, like Matt said, because they did have that prenup. They did.
If they had a prenup, she wouldn't have to leak the video. What are you talking about? Leaking that video would not void a prenup. They're in a community property state. Half of everything he earns or she earns during the pendency of the marriage is owned by each party. That's community property 101.
I mean, they're just 100% wrong on the controlling fact they're claiming in this case. There was no prenup. Let's start again. Rewind.
What? No, results are not in yet. No, we're just laughing at Law and Crime. Thank.
Nick's neighbors are coming over, wondering what all the laughing is about.
It was requested,
but she knows what she's talking about.
Here. I had Lady Raggets bring me something very important. Just a second.
Okay.
There we go. You first.
Law of Self-Defense Principles. Free book, folks. Free book. Get it at lawofselfdefense.com. You'll be surprised. /free book. Right below my name there. Folks, some of you may have heard this. I've been on Law and Crime several times myself, and the last thing they ever want to hear about is actual fact and law. That they're completely disinterested in any of that. It's all this kind of word salad nonsense that these people are happy to provide. Oh, look at the Pope.
As the Pope of LawTube, I rule that with my direct line to the God of LawTube, that these people don't know what's going on at all.
Legal vices, you need your pipe now so you can make the smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a new Pope in town. Here we go.
There was no way for her to be able to get money. I don't know what the prenup entirely said, but she got that.
She doesn't know what the prenup said.
She said nothing.
It was literally a blank piece of paper.
Is she Googling the prenup right now? And this is oh shit, there isn't one face. What? Again,
I think that's the prenup. I think that's what Amber Heard was writing in her notepad there when she was caught on camera.
Did she just say that you needed a prenup to gain money? No, you don't. You don't. Even in non-community property states, you don't need a prenup to get money out of a divorce. What are you talking about?
That money because of the domestic abuse that she claims. So
California is a no-fault state. Most states are no-fault states. You don't have to have domestic abuse to get a divorce in, I think, any state. I think
there you go. Now you're a Pope.
I think it's
there we go.
nationwide. Oh yeah, there we go. Thank you. Wait, doesn't the smoke mean I'm dead?
The white smoke means we have a new Pope.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
it's if she would have said I leaked this video, I think it also goes to show, that's a little bit shady. I mean, why else would you do that?
and that's
the video to TMZ,
right?
Yeah, it goes directly to her credibility. I mean, that's the whole point. And sweetie, since you, Jenny, I'm sure you're Jenny El Kadi, a great trial attorney, and also no fault to these lawyers for not watching this trial. They don't
also available. Tinder. Check her out.
they probably don't have 6 weeks to watch all of it. But since you missed it, Jenny, the reason why this is critical is because Amber Heard testified that she tried to not implicate Johnny Depp in the acquisition of her restraining order and the divorce itself, that she was trying to quote unquote make it as quiet as possible to protect Johnny Depp. This directly goes to her credibility. It's a direct contradictory act to what she testified to under oath. That's why it matters.
I feel like I'm on the body of this Roman Catholic hierarchy here. Am I just a parish priest at the bottom? Got to give myself a white collar.
Yeah. Whoever's next is an altar boy. So
Yeah,
legal mindset shows up.
Yeah.
Somebody
I
who's
need a red hat to be the cardinal up here, but
all after the money, which I guess is not surprising then that Elaine Brederhoft in her closing argument said, we're not really looking for $100 million. You know, what is fair, what is just, what is reasonable, because they're trying to move away from the narrative that Amber Heard is all about the money, that she didn't donate the money to charities as she had pledged to do. Do you think that is a compelling narrative? And do you think it was wise for Elaine Brederhoft to say, we're not looking?
Oh, I cannot wait for the answers to this. But I had to dramatically pause it to state how excited I am for them to answer this question. They have a chance here. They have a chance.
Well, let's take the over under. I mean, what are the odds that someone's going to say that was the fucking stupidest thing that possibly ever could have come out of her mouth? What are the odds that someone is going to say that?
No.
I think if she takes those glasses off, the nose comes with it.
Oh, like a Groucho Marx.
Yeah, I'll loan her the stash. She can.
Look, as an advocate of noses, I think her nose is lovely, beautiful, and prominent, and she should feature it. Own it, girl.
Well, she does.
It is. Well, you know, Andrew, sometimes your comments are hurtful to not just the people on screen, but the people being me. Okay.
For $100 million.
I think the damage has already been done at that point. I think throughout the trial, Amber Heard's attorneys have been suspect at best. I think a couple of clips ago, we saw them objecting to a line of questioning by Camille Vasquez, and they're like, objection leading. No, it's not. Hearsay. No, it isn't.
The line of questioning by which, oh gosh, I wish I knew which line of questioning he's talking about.
It sounded like
and the judge completely denied him instantly. So when you're thinking about this case and like, oh, we're not asking for $100 million. Well, that's the whole basis of your countersuit. Johnny Depp is suing for $50 million. You just doubled it, made it $100 million. And then in closing at the end of a 6-week trial where I don't know how many thousands of dollars were spent on legal fees, and a jury missed, I don't know, probably 6 weeks of work. So you can do the math on that. It's like, oh, by the way, just kidding. We weren't looking for $100 million. I think that is kind of one of the final nails in the coffin for Amber Heard's legal team with their credibility, in my opinion.
Very good. That's a good answer. That's a good. He got there. He struggled at the beginning of it, but he got there at the end. I liked it. Good job. Good job, Matt. It was a disastrous choice to say that in closing.
I've just wasted 6 weeks of your life.
Like a tossaway line.
Yeah, she spent $6 million on us, but we only want $350 out of this.
We brought in experts to try and prove out the damages. We know they didn't really measure up to the $100 million we asked, and we could make an argument that the emotional trauma suffered at the hands of a horrific abuser for over a year combines with the economic damages to merit a $100 million damage award with another party who actually could pay it, who could actually pay it and still have millions of dollars left over.
Yeah.
But
this
instead,
guy,
we're going to go with
claiming this guy punched her in the face with a fistful of rings so many times she lost count, and raped her with a bottle. But we don't really want any money. Just cover the legal fees. That's all good.
It's worth it. That's what, you know, we said $100 million, but that bottle rape really only worth about $350.
Let's just come back and say we pledge to award you $100 million
and a new bottle.
Just insanity. Just insanity.
Jenny, real quick, 20 seconds or so.
All right.
The video does show, though,
20 seconds
Johnny Depp getting pretty aggressive. I mean, doesn't that hurt him?
Towards a cabinet.
I think it it hurts him in the sense with regards to that he was drunk, but I mean, he didn't do anything to Amber. So I think that's where it doesn't hurt him.
It's more, the jury, make the mental leap. If this is what he's doing, you know, and this is how he acts, what else is he doing behind closed doors? That's the argument put forward by Amber Heard's side. Let's take a quick break. Jenny, Matt are going to stay with me. We're going to break down more that's happening.
Okay. All right. I'm done with Jenny and Matt for now. And that guy.
At least until I find her OnlyFans page.
The good news, I think, is that at any time we need some comedy, I can just check in on whatever Law and Crime is doing. If there's a slow point in the day, I could just go to the expert legal analysis of Law and Crime and find all of the comedy that one could need. That was good. Alarmingly rewarding. As I don't need to be Pope for a little bit. This thing is great. I should show, like, let me blow myself up here. Allahu Akbar. Here we go. Look at how much detail is on this. I'll try and get it with the light. This thing is actually like embroidered.
Oh, nice. That is sweet. Was this like a Halloween costume, or is this just something you just did for?
I didn't do it. I didn't do it. My man Short Round made this a long time ago. Short Round was this is when I was making fun of Ken White. Are you familiar with Ken White, Pope Hat on Twitter?
No.
The most pretentious lawyer on the planet.
Other than the eagle.
Oh, he's Pope Hat's way more pretentious than Legal Eagle. I mean, yeah. I think Devin's a dork, but I think Devin's just a dork, right? Like all around. I think that's Devin's problem. Legal or Pope Hat. I mean, that guy is an actual. I think these red marks look like Amber Heard tried to strangle my forehead.
Countless times.
Okay. Barry Soy Toro says, "Hey Bronca, can you pull your eyeballs out now? I can see your screen reflection." LawTube report. Oh, come on. Says, Law of self-defense. If I send you $100, can I choose what you put up on your wall where you took the photo down?
I got a couple weeks before my new Washington Crossing the Delaware shows up. Yeah, send me something. I'll take it under advisement.
Keep the hat on for the whole stream. I can't do that for the whole stream. It gets too warm. It's too warm to wear a hat indoors. But it'll come back. It'll come back. And yeah, I'll start wearing it for some of the unbreaded segments at night. Jeffrey Smith, rackets. Sorry if this has been discussed before. Why is music untouchable? You clip TV shows and movies, but Shorty Long's Here Comes the Judge would be perfect for you to clip, especially if you find another Judge Borowski. Please buy the rights. Okay, so YouTube has a basically a catch-all for most music, but the problem is if you use music in more than 6-second clip of music in a stream, they take 90% of the monetization now on advertising, which isn't a ton, but that's if they're nice. If they're nice, they do the monetization route. They could at any point actually strike you and then, make streaming and video uploads complicated for you. So I try and avoid those copyright issues when possible. The reason music is like that is because of YouTube's system called Content ID, which uses AI to identify certain content that YouTube has in its AI database. When that content plays across a channel, it'll flag the content rights holder, and they will have this Content ID bot tell them that there's copyrighted material appearing somewhere in someone else's video. And these companies get a lot of these per day. Like if I'm being nice about it, they get a lot of them per day. They don't review them. They don't check for fair use. They just click either claim or strike. Like that's what they do. So to avoid complications, I try and do that. Some video clips are also Content ID, but music actually exists in this special category because of the RIAA's former strength as such a titanic force in media. The Recording Industry Association of America, or whatever the RIAA stands for. But they were such a powerful thing that they got special copyright around music, and those rules allow for a more strict application of them. So that's why I don't do it. If it's less than 6 seconds, you can do it. But the on StreamYard, there's not like an audio upload. There's only the video. Like, you can do the video clips, but you can't do audio stuff. So I mean, I can do stuff like let's see. I do stuff like this.
Thank you, swing.
Like, I can play those little video clips, but if it's audio only, I have to put an accompanying video to it, which, interestingly, that gets rid of, never mind. There's a whole bunch of licensure issues that go into that. Again, special copyright for music. That's the short story. There's special copyright for music. It's a pain. Okay, hold on. I have to find where I was now because everything just broke. Not far. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Patty Southward, Rackets, Bronca, and Vices. It's going to be a good day. Found you during Rittenhouse and love everything I'm learning. Thanks for all you do. Hey, you're welcome. And by the way, if you want to learn more law, but at a little bit different pace and in a more professional setting, I think someone on this stream might have something to help you out.
It could be. Law Self-Defense is launching a series of law school-like classes in criminal law, criminal procedure, evidence, and constitutional law. Starting this fall, registration seats are filling up quick. The first 10 people who sign up for each of those classes, by the way, 50% off. So you might want to take a look at that. If you've ever wondered what law school is like, that's how we're teaching these courses, exactly how I was taught them in law school. Learn more about that at lawselfdefense.com/law school. Oh, and believe it or not, people are asking me, do you need a lawyer? Do you need to be a lawyer to take this class? No, if you're a lawyer, you don't want to take this class. You already took it. So this is explicitly for non-lawyers.
So there you go. You guys can get that high level postgraduate educational experience with way less debt. Postal says Bronca for Prez called out today to drink with you guys and be entertained. Thank you for what you do, Nick. Watched Sonic 2 and Legal Vice's stash is on point. Oh yeah, Sonic 2. That's out for purchase, I think, on the streaming thing. I gotta have my kids watch it. Sonic, they loved Sonic 1. They really enjoyed it.
Oh, Nick, let me add, because I see something in the chat. The one difference between the law school like classes I'm teaching and actual law school is there's no political correctness or diversity type stuff in what I teach. So if you're looking for diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense, go to actual law school. You won't find that in my classes. And
you will find a hefty amount of it in law school, in all of them, in all walks of life. You have to find the like one professor who's a holdout who doesn't teach it. Oh God, it's annoying.
Have you been in a law school lately? Because I speak at them from time to time, and like every corner in the building now has stacks of pamphlets about all this nonsense, this cultism.
It's a mess. Irish # Major Tom. When is the redneck mattress trial happening? I believe someone chatted the other day that it's August 20th, 2022 is the slated date for the Dumpster Bros. I believe that was what someone
so that's Saturday.
Okay, so it wasn't the 20th. I don't think they're going to start trial on a Saturday, but it was it was August. I know that much for sure. Maybe it was 12th. Is that a not Saturday?
That's a Friday.
Okay, they wouldn't start it on the 12th. I don't know. Someone chatted me something. Maybe it was the 22nd, which would be a Monday. That would make some sense. But yeah, so it's mid to late August is my understanding of when that trial will start. That one better be televised. That will be the single funniest trial that I can imagine watching that involves someone dying at least. Yeah. RN Rules says, did anyone get to watch Johnny Depp and Jeff Beck last night? It was wonderful. I did not. I mean, a lot of people did, but I didn't. I think they invited Kate Moss on stage. Did she go up? Did Kate Moss take the stage at Johnny Depp's concert last night? Timothy Reaper says, which do you think is worse, losing to native emus or siding with invasive feral chickens? Look, if the feral chickens are winning, I'll side with the feral chickens before I lose to an emu. I'll side with the feral chickens.
Always side with the victors.
Again, an insurrectionist movement siding with the chickens against the government of Hawaii, count me in. I'm 100% in. So no, she didn't. She was backstage. She did not go on stage last night. Okay. On the subject of the false accusations, are you familiar with the saga of Mattress Girl? I am. Hasn't Mattress Girl, by the way, dude, am I right in thinking that chick turned into a pseudo MRA after admitting that her whole thing was fake? Like, is that the long con of Mattress Girl? Do I remember that right? Someone help me out in the
I
chat
don't remember
if
what
you
happened
remember.
to her. But it had the vibe of being one of those, she was just going to continue, well, it's accurate even if it's not true kind of things.
Oh, she went into porn.
Oh, shocked.
So she is a men's rights activist. OJ Simpin says, love the stream, been watching since the Nuremberg trials. When Amber loses, does she disappear from public or go on a PR blitz doubling down on being a victim? I heard Smollett podcasts would be fire. Yeah, no, I think there will be a media buzz around her appeal and the further victimization of women through the court system and the justice system. I think that's coming. That seems like the obvious play. If your play is what it is, if your play is the Johnny Depp's a monster and institutions protect men in power, then the obvious move, in my opinion, is to double down, notice an appeal, struggle to find some law firm to file the appeal, maybe convince try and convince a pro women's activism group to file it pro bono, to take it on. But good luck, because I don't think you're going to get very far with that. I just think you should try, because I don't think she has any money.
I mean, whether or not she files an appeal obviously is up to her, but whether or not her doing that provides any traction or benefit for some other organization, whether it captures the public consciousness, is a completely different question. After this trial, I just don't see that happening. I think she'd be someone screaming for attention in the middle of the city park.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's what should be the case. If she loses, if she loses, she should be ostracized and ridiculed for perpetrating a hoax on someone to destroy their life and career. It's I've ranted about this before, but men, I'm speaking, this applies to many women as well, but I think this applies to men at a very high percentage. Okay. We're talking the safe generalizations of 90 to 95% of men. Men are defined by what they do. That is male identity. It's what we do. And the easy evidence of this is if men are put into a social situation with other men that they don't know, they'll usually say, hey, nice to meet you. I'm Nick. What do you do? It's one of the first questions out of our mouth to another man, because that's what, and that can be a traditional gender role or whatever you want, but men as the primary doers economically for such a long time, I think that's just kind of baked into who we are at this point. And so we're curious about what the other person does. And we know that's a safe and easy question because we're assuming that the other person does something. It's and so that sort of indicator tells me, just at a base level, that what men do is integral to who they are. And when you take that away, like Johnny Depp is the character of Johnny Depp as much as he is the person behind that. I don't think you can separate the two anymore. This is what he does. This is and has become who he is. And when you take that away, you've effectively stripped a person of their identity. And that's one of the reasons I find Me Too and false accusations to be so brutally offensive, is that you take away a man's ability to engage in economic activity, you take away his identity. And it's weird, but I think it's true. And doing that really just bothers me. It's dehumanizing in a way. And so that's why I think these are so egregious, because you hear about men and male mortality statistics after retirement and how quickly people deteriorate both in health and in even dying after retirement when they run out of something to do. They have to find something else to fill it. That's just the way men are built. So
we're fixers, providers, and ourselves. I mean, that's what we are. We fix things. We provide for our family and protectors.
Yeah.
You know, that's who we are. And if you take that away, that's emasculating.
Right. And again, it's not a commentary on women at all. There are women who can fill that role absolutely and do it wonderfully. But again, in a generalized sentiment, men, this applies to the 90+% of men out there, and stripping them from what they do. Even unemployed men have hobbies that become passions and obsessions. Either, that's just how we operate. And for a lot of women, it's not the same. So that's one of the reasons I hate this so much. I don't even remember the question. Let me see if I answered it. Oh yeah. So this is just going back to that Amber Heard PR blitz. I mean, I think she does double down. But I that's just my opinion. I don't think it's very effective, her doubling down, but I think she has to try for her narrative. Stephen Redfern, thank you for the donation. Very much appreciated. Jeffrey Smith, Bronca, I'll be in Golden, Colorado in August for my sister's wedding. Anything I must see or do while I'm there?
Oh, there's plenty to do in Colorado. I got married in Golden, by the way. It's a beautiful place to get married.
Go ahead.
August? Yeah. Perfect time to be in Colorado. Go up in the mountains, go to Rocky Mountain National Park. It's beautiful up there.
Get up around Estes Park, go see the Stanley Hotel. Great place to stay.
Yep, go to Estes Park. It's beautiful. You'll love it.
He says, I'd love to play some pool if you're down, but I know randos make you nervous. I'd offer to buy you a drink, but you can't carry while boozing, eh?
I've heard that.
Can you carry in a bar in Colorado?
I actually don't know. I don't spend time in bars in Colorado. So
yeah, I was curious. So a friend of mine got arrested for carrying in a bar in Minnesota. I was down in Texas, so I was not here to advise said friend about it. But that's not a crime. That's not a criminal act in Minnesota. There's no, you shall not carry a firearm in a bar in Minnesota. That doesn't exist. You cannot use a firearm while intoxicated, right? Like that is, I think, a law in most states. But in Minnesota, we do have that law, but we do not have one for carrying inside of a bar. And he's a concealed carry holder. He was convicted, pled it out, and the judge actually eliminated his parole at a later hearing because it was unjust that he was convicted for it. It's like, well, I'm pretty sure you accepted the guilty plea, judge.
Well, these laws vary tremendously from state to state. So some of them, you can't have any alcohol in your system and be in possession of a gun. Some of them, you can't have any alcohol and using the gun, which is different than simply being in possession. Some of them are, you can be in a bar or a restaurant, but not if it's 51% of its income comes from liquor. There's a lot of variances. I will say this. If you're carrying concealed and someone makes you carrying concealed, you're doing it wrong.
Wait, if you're carrying concealed, someone makes you, as in spots you, notices you.
Yep.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah.
I mean, I've carried a gun my entire adult life, and I've never had anyone note that I'm carrying a gun ever.
Right. Which that there's big controversy over the signage in Minnesota, the gun-free signage, because it has to be very specific and placed in a certain way. And for me, I was thinking, who knows if you're carrying a gun in Minnesota? How do they find out? They should only find out after you've put down a threat.
Yeah, I mean, unless the gun's making loud noises, there's nobody not advising anyone to break the law, folks. Just saying, if you're carrying concealed properly, nobody knows.
Right. Avery Johnson says, "Thanks, Daddy. You made this Marine's leg day." Oh, well, happy to do so. I have some crayons as a reward. Daniel Chapman, will they refund Amber's legal bees? Tom Grawl says, "Here is a toast for the host with the most understanding of what we need to hear instead of what we want to hear. As a man, I feel your integrity and lack of filter is how we all want to live. Cheers." I'm not drinking yet this morning, but I propose to every man and woman out there, find a way to remove the filters in your life. Find the safety and security to do it, because it is the most rewarding thing on earth to not be beholden to someone else's inane rules or opinions. Hank Silman, hey guys, thanks for all the entertainment. I wanted to ask that though the Depp team didn't ask for money, would it not be appropriate for them to award Johnny the $22.5 million that he was proven to have lost from pirates? Sure. I mean, it would be appropriate, in my opinion, for them to award him $50 million plus. He'll never get paid on the $50 million. He wouldn't get paid the 22 either. But it would be appropriate. I think he adequately proved at trial the $22.5 million easily. I think the jury could certainly, based on the circumstantial evidence presented, reasonably draw a factual conclusion that Johnny Depp lost much more than $50 million. I mean, because the $50 million or the 45 million or whatever that they proved at trial was literally for next year.
Right.
Like, and if you notice what Amber Heard's team did was they put out or their expert testified to basically a 5 to 50 year timeline of Amber Heard earning potential, where she's
imaginary
earning
money.
yeah, where she's earning $4 million a year for, into the future. I guess the 25-year timeline, because she came to $50 million. So that was the idea that they project. You can do income projections based off of, expected income, demonstrated ability to earn. Johnny Depp has a demonstrated ability to earn tens of millions of dollars a year. They could find that he was damaged far more than that. But they could also, they could not. That's what the jury's job is to weigh the facts that were put in front of them and determine what they mean. So yeah, I think the $22.5 million would be perfectly reasonable if they believed 51% that it was more likely than not that his agent had negotiated basically a handshake deal with Jerry Bruckheimer for Pirate 6, which I think is exceedingly likely. Like, I found nothing incredible about that testimony. It seemed, I don't have the Richard Marx experience in entertainment industry, but the people I know in entertainment, they make handshake oral deals all the time that are then reduced to a formalized writing at a later date. So, and his testimony was consistent. His agent's testimony was completely consistent with how that works.
I mean, absent Heard's defamation, there's no reason to believe that Johnny Depp wouldn't continue to make hundreds of millions of dollars over the remainder of his career. I mean, even
Right.
Clint Eastwood's still making movies. He's 90 years old.
Yeah.
What? Because he's going to stop making money because he shows up late to the set? I mean, that was Amber Heard's argument. It's ridiculous. He's been showing up late to the set in his entire career. That's just who he is. They still pay him all the money.
Yeah. And Johnny Depp could certainly even transition into a similar to Clint Eastwood role, directing and producing movies that could be highly successful just based on his name and considerable experience and also connections and probably ability to gather a team of professionals who at the highest level. I mean, that's the magic of making movies, is being able to pull in a great director, a great casting director, great special effects people, getting funding from massive studios, and that's all been severely damaged by what happened to Johnny Depp. Even if he wins, that's been critically damaged. Whether or not he can recover is a different question. By the way, I do see Jeremy the Quartering is here in chat. Hey, what's up, man? He says, happy Pride Month, everyone. Well,
Indeed.
happy Pride Month.
Be proud.
To you, Jeremy. I know that's a big month for you, so I'm very glad to see it. How's it going, buddy? Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good day, man. Let's see what's next. We've got the Dragon's Treasure. Says, hello, first time super chatter. I'm a humble tea merchant trying to peddle my wares. Please give site and code shout out because my dog, who's also my wife, died in an orphanage fire. Also, it's Pride Month. That's thedragonstreasure.com, peddler and purveyor of loose leaf, hand gathered, selected teas that are actually really, really quite good. Also, if you like anime, it's got heavy anime themes. If you go there to thedragonstreasure.com and type Amber poops in beds in the promo code, you will get, I think, 10% off your order. So give it a shot. And legitimately, like, without a hint of irony, guys, I've had lots of his tea. I have you can ask one of my mods, Andrew, War Snowboard, in the chat. I showed him how much Dragon's Treasure tea I have. I have an absolute ton of it. Everything I have tried from him has been far better than anything I've ever bought from a store. And that includes those like hippie stores where you go in and bag your own teas out of their stupid jar. His stuff's really, really good. Tara Rayner says, Joe, last night Joe played a video showing reactions from LawTube during Amber Heard cross exam. He played part 3, but all 3 parts are great and so many hilarious parts. Bronca may remember dude's name, but I will find it and share in 2 minutes.
Sorry, I don't remember the guy's name, but it was a great video. It's amazing. He kind of mashed up video from all different LawTube streams, and it would automatically go to whoever was talking. It was a remarkable technological demonstration for sure.
Yeah, I heard about it. It sounded really cool how he was able to do that and make it basically look like everybody was on the same show, I think.
Yep.
Some people have too much talent. Jeremy again from the Quartering says, wait just a minute. Look, there's nothing to be ashamed of, man. You should actually be proud. I mean, that's the whole month. It's for you and those you love. Matt Hagen, I'd only be interested in the book if it's titled How I Became Pope of YouTube. Not a bad title. Not a bad title. Lewis Sullivan. Lewis Sullivan says, been following the trial over the past 6 weeks through your live streams, and I really appreciate the entertainment you brought to it. Quick question. Are there any upcoming trials you'll be covering in the coming weeks/months? Well, if this jury ever ends, that's the first question. This jury has to finish. I just cannot figure out what their deal is at this point. I am planning on covering the Parkland shooter, which is coming up really soon, I believe. Parkland shooter trial. Nicholas Cruz says jury selection underway 7 days ago. I thought it got I think it got continued after that. Let's see. Trying to check this one out. Let's see. The jury selection's in its second phase. Let's see. Well, 7 days ago, the Texas school shooting invades the trial of Parkland murderer. We might see a delay in that trial, actually, because there would be a potential prejudicial impact of the recent Texas shooter on Nicholas Cruz, right? You maybe can't do anything about the Texas shooter as a juror, but if Nicholas Cruz gets the death penalty, then you feel good about doing something about a school shooter. it would be the concern that that they might have for jury tainting, whatever prejudices they may have had about Nicholas Cruz specifically, have to be weighed in consideration of the grander events if it would be prejudicial to a defendant. So, not sure. I believe that jury trial is set to start fairly soon. Let's see. There has not been updates for 6 days. Trial testimony is pushed back. 2 weeks. Will begin on June 13th. June 13th is when the Parkland shooter will be on trial. I think that'll be an interesting one. It's a death penalty case out of Florida. That's the main question. I don't think there's much question that Nicholas Cruz did it. The question is, will we kill someone who was a teenager at the time of this crime? Will we do it? There's some people who say no, shouldn't. I think school shootings like this are particularly heinous. And I think personally, it's one of the few areas where we have pretty obvious verification of who did it, and that they should be put down from society. I'm not a big proponent of the death penalty generally. I question the state's ability to discern to a matter of killing someone that the truth of the matter. But for something like a school shooting where it's that person, I don't have as much of an issue with it. So that's my personal opinion. Yeah,
and anybody super comfortable with the death penalty, and I don't have any principled reason to be against the death penalty, but anyone super comfortable with it, just look at T. Claire Binger, the prosecutor in the Rittenhouse case, what he would have done if he could have pursued the death penalty there.
Yeah, if Wisconsin had the death penalty and he was able to find Kyle guilty, I mean, he would have run a death penalty case on that set of facts if he could.
Yep.
Absolutely. For me, I think the state, to make my position clear, I think the death penalty is entirely constitutional. And I think the state absolutely has the authority to, after due process, take the life of one of its citizens. I just don't think the state is very good at things. So it's my inherent skepticism that makes me of the state that makes me wary. And this position has evolved on me over many, many years. I used to be fully in favor of the death penalty. Now I just question the state's ability to do much of anything correctly. And when the state is killing a citizen, I think we should always be skeptical, because the citizen could be you or me the next day. So that's just my position. Again, it's not a principled position. I don't think there's a legal constitutional argument against the death penalty. In fact, I would argue that the Constitution is much more permissive of the death penalty than what the Supreme Court has made it.
For sure.
And Scalia talks really well about that. That at the time the death penalty, or at the time of the drafting of the Eighth Amendment, which is the main argument against the death penalty, the prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment, it was not cruel, nor was it unusual to execute a person as young as 12 years old for a felony offense. That was what happened. That was in practice at the time of the drafting of the amendment. And so how it became cruel and unusual under the meaning of the Eighth Amendment is a mystery to Scalia. And if you ever watch his talks on it, it's a very interesting perspective that I would encourage people to check out. If you have questions about the death penalty, Scalia is one of the best speakers on it, in my opinion. And you can find those on YouTube. Most of his interviews, by the way, are fascinating. Scalia had a different sort of grasp on law than a lot of other people.
I see people in the chat saying, well, what about cases where you have definitive proof, like video of the shooting? Folks, we had video of Rittenhouse, right? As far as Binger was concerned, that was absolute proof of Rittenhouse as a murderer.
I mean, he definitely shot those guys. He definitely did. But there's questions. So you can have video proof of someone maliciously shooting someone, right? Let's take it out of Rittenhouse. Maliciously shooting someone and murdering them. And it's an unjustifiable murder in the sense that they had no present justification for it. But then you find out that the person that they murdered molested them, molested their kid, molested a cousin, something like that. It's still a murder. I mean, the person wasn't a present threat. You don't have a late term molesting legal justification, but you kind of understand what happened. And maybe it doesn't amount to a death penalty case because probably not going to murder someone else. You know, this person's not inherently dangerous to society. They're dangerous to that molester. So it's like an imperfect self-defense argument where they don't have a legal justification for self-defense, but we have an understandable reason that gets it out of the required criminal malice of a first degree capital offense. So that's the point of the legal system, is to find those answers, right, and make sure the state is justified in taking a life. But yeah, for me, most school shootings, I'm not seeing much reason to not execute them. Personally, that's okay. 11 Bravo Crunchy. Any book written by Nick about social media will just be 437 pages of the word gay repeated over and over. Bath Bombs Petersburg. Bath Bombs Petersburg LLC. Will you please add DUI guy? Love you both. Thank you. DUI guy streaming, I believe, right now. He'd be welcome on the show, but he's streaming away. But otherwise, I have no issue adding him to the show. But yeah. Let's see. Graham Bradley. Wait, Echero in the chat, or Echero, says FBI/CIA induced school shootings should include the FBI CIA operatives in the death penalty as well. Won't find me disagreeing. Get wrecked, feds. Graham Bradley, Nick, same story here. RE accidental YouTube success. In 2020, I made a video about the Mayflower so I could send it to a friend. It blew up, 110,000 views, and I'm on the cusp of 1,000 subscribers. Can the chat get me there? Thanks and cheers. That's Graham Bradley in the chat. Go check out his channel if you're interested. He apparently has a video about the Mayflower. So, Cisco Kid, dude, just noticed the Warhammer stuff in the background. Do you play/paint still? Subscribe because that is insane cool. Well, thank you. I don't play. I don't have anyone to play against. I paint rarely. I like to. I mostly read the books though, when I have time. Lately, I haven't had time to do anything. But yeah, that's my guilty pleasure, is reading the books. Seymour 83. All hail King Pope Nick, ultimate supreme commander of the Laminal Order. Kathy Stokely, did you see the video of Amber pretending to take notes? The pen never touched paper. Pass it to an attorney behind her, and another attorney is shaking his head. I did see that. It was great. It was great. Oh gosh, Law and Crimes talking heads are back at it. I'm tempted to see what they're talking about. They're so good. Tails says, Karen has lovingly entered our lexicon as a complainer who needs to talk to the manager. Will Elaine be a term for people frazzled and unprepared for their job? Okay. Are we going to do it? Let's try it. Do you guys have any sympathetic words for Elaine Bredehoft?
I do. I do. I mean, there's a part of me that genuinely feels sorry for her. I mean, she has a crap client in a crap case, and she's got to do the best she has. I mean, Amber has a right to have lawyers, and has the right to say her piece, and her lawyers have a duty to aggressively argue for their client. But it's a bad thing, and I think she got royally screwed over by Rottenborn on the timing of the closing, and that left her more frazzled than usual. But the personal attacks on her, I kind of got over it. It's like kicking a pony, like a dead horse at this point. I think
her closing was not her only bad moment in this trial.
Yeah, I know. But I think it's just kind of got to the level of just dogpiling at this point. So I do kind of feel sad for her. But I still make the comments. But that's the answer to your question. Yeah, I have sympathy for her because she had a crap case, a crap client, and a crap work product.
Well, so did Rottenborn or Rotten Bottom, whatever his name is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sorry, what were you going to say, Andrew?
Well, I mean, Rottenborn had the same client and the same circumstances, same facts and law to work with, and he didn't come across as a frazzled, incoherent mother-in-law.
Yeah. I think that's, again, whatever people think about Rottenborn, I think he's done some stuff in this case that might be, well, it's objectionable. Clearly, they didn't lodge the objection at the right time, but he's done some objectionable things. But he is, I mean, you are with the client that you have. I mean, that's what you do. But yeah, I
by the
think,
way, I don't hold it against Rottenborn if he does stuff that's objectionable on behalf of his client. That's his job. I mean, this appealing to a broader public policy, I think that's objectionable. I think it's wrong. I think the court should not allow that. But that's for the court to not allow. You do what you can on behalf of your client. It's up to the opposing counsel to fight that, and it's up to the court to make the call.
Yes, I agree. Like that's again, the objectionable nature of his actions is his job. Some people might find that slimy, and you're welcome to come to whatever conclusion you want. But sometimes it's a lawyer's job to be slimy. Your personal principles, so long as you are within your attorney ethics and your professional responsibility, your personal principles go out the window in service to your client. I mean, you are the whore for them. That's your role.
Or you don't take the client.
Right. And yeah. So with that, I mean, I don't see any particular problem with his performance. I don't think it was the greatest thing of all time, but I think it was better than Elaine's. Look, I mean,
well, do you have any sympathy for her or any feeling for her?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't always have the best day, right? Like, but I think she really needs to, the problem I saw with Elaine is I don't think she has great skills as a trial litigator. I don't know where her skills may lie. She's apparently a fairly competent attorney with lots of experience and has won some sort of award that you can't pay for. But that being said, it didn't really manifest in this trial. I'm not super impressed. I would not hire her to do trial litigation, but maybe she's really good at team
struggling
building.
to ask a non-leading question. I mean, she couldn't do it. And, you kind of expect that from a lay person because our normal conversation, we ask leading questions all the time. It's just a more efficient way to get to an answer. Yeah. But an attorney is supposed to know how to ask non-leading questions. It's part of the craft. And she seemed unable to do it.
Well, I guess I didn't express myself well, but it's not that I feel sorry for her. So please don't pick on Elaine. It's like the guy who stands on the garage of his car with a trampoline with a beer in the hand, goes, "Hey, watch this." And he jumps off and he breaks something. He deserved it. He got what was coming to him. He saw it coming a mile away, but you still kind of feel sorry for him, for the idiot. That's kind of the level I guess I have is just that.
Oh yeah. And to be clear, I'm not trying to persuade anyone to my view. It's just sharing my view.
Yeah. No. And again, I think you've got a garbage case. You've got a hard to manage client. You've got a lot of stress. You got millions of people watching you. She had some bad days, and no one wants to deliver the closing argument the way Elaine did in front of 2 million people. I mean, no one wants to have that. That's a terrible thing. I can feel sorry for that. It doesn't mean that she merits some sort of like special consideration for it, but yeah, here's my strong words for Elaine. Elaine, you can do it. Go get him next time, champ. You had a bad day. You had a bad opening too, though, and you had a bad lot of questions. And sometimes lawyers they'll intentionally. I'll do these leading questions until I can get away with it.
Yeah, for sure.
Agree or disagree. I'm going to do leading questions all day.
But then when you actually stand there and go, I'm really trying here.
Yeah.
That's not a good look.
I mean, I guess I would phrase it this way: if you had someone come to you for a recommendation for an attorney, and Elaine was theoretically in the running, would you recommend her?
No,
I wouldn't.
No,
not a chance.
No.
Yeah, and maybe that's unfair. Again, I'm not familiar with her other work, but I'm familiar enough with this work to say I wouldn't do it. And where I would be happy to recommend Camille Vasquez. I don't know if I'd recommend Ben Chu or not, because he essentially almost exclusively just did motion argument and opening and closing. And I'm not sure those were amazingly done. I mean, they seemed competent, but I wasn't blown away by most of it.
I mean, just look at this last minute motion they filed now, right? Why wasn't that objected to in real time when it might have had effect? I mean, I'm sympathetic to the judge here, saying, hey, listen, dude, you had the opportunity to object in real time, and now you want me to upend the apple cart because you didn't think of it for 3 or 4 days after the jury's been in deliberations. It's not going to do that.
Yeah. That should have been brought up during the closing argument or on Friday after the closing argument, but still the first day they had a couple hours, or maybe on Saturday. if nothing else, you email the judge, hey judge, I know it's the weekend, but we noticed this thing in the argument, and until Elaine got so egregious with her statements, we were trying to hold off on objections, but this is pretty objectionable, and we would ask for a corrective jury instructions when we get back on Monday. Maybe you do that, but I mean, to wait until Monday to file it was something. But yeah, so the next question, Colosign says, would you recommend Rottenborn? Potentially. Again, out of the defense team specifically, I think he did the most competent job.
Yeah, he had some really good days for sure.
And his as potentially criminal came on here and said, and other people have mentioned, his closing argument was pretty decent. It was overshadowed by Elaine, and it went too long, but really, if you could do it over as Amber Heard's team, would you let Elaine come in for any of that closing argument, or just let Rottenborn run the whole thing? I would have rather had him do 2 hours of my closing argument than have Elaine do 45 minutes of it.
And I think we really give Elaine too much of a benefit of the doubt here when we say it was because Rottenborn had burned up her time and she had to rush. I mean, we all saw her in opening. It wasn't that different.
No. I was, the only time that I mentioned that was explaining why she was crying, not as a justification for her performance, but as an explanation for why she would be manifesting negative emotional symptoms, saying my time was taken up by David Rottenborn and it caused me to be frazzled. And then I had bad performance and then I'm crying, as a result. That's the main reason I bring it up.
Any of us who do any kind of public speaking, and if you're a lawyer who's going to court, you're effectively public speaking all the time. You run into circumstances where you thought you would have 30 minutes or an hour or whatever, and you end up having less time than that. And you have to adjust what your prepared comments are to fit the time slot that's available. You don't just get to go to 1.5 speed.
I said David again. I don't even remember saying his first name. Oh, it's ingrained into me. It'll never be cured. Ben Rottenborn, change your name to David, you fucker. Because I'm never going to get your name right. Oh. Nope. Legal Vices, he died.
I guess North Korea came over the border.
He's dead, Jim. Oh, he's back.
Wow.
Welcome back, Boomer.
Sorry, everybody. I'm back.
Hey, I got promoted.
Hey.
I'm upper tier now, top shelf.
I've been bumped down to lowly monk status.
That
was odd.
Now I'm a bishop.
Yay. I won't make the jokes. Someone was asking, is Nick Catholic or Protestant? I was raised Catholic. I'm confirmed Catholic. I attend a Protestant church, but I don't care. I don't think anybody's got it right in general. The whole God thing. So, I just try and go learn something from somebody wherever I am. That's my ethos, is try and learn something from someone. I think lots of different people have some value to add with that. Vinny Torres, Well, since you were late, now you got a gunny time 15 minutes prior. The gunny time on top of the gunny time. Love from Japan, U.S. Marine Corps. Hopefully, after all this, I'll get my sleep back. No, you're not. You're not getting your sleep back ever. Martino Solmoni. Been lurking for the entire trial. Thanks for the entertainment. What if any like button was allegedly pressed? Hail from the Swiss Alps. Hey, thank you. Back at you, Switzerland. Yeah, you guys do have the ability to press the like button on the stream if you do enjoy the content, the commentary, and the coverage. It would be very much appreciated.
Not bad. 50,000 watching, 10,000 likes, 20%. I mean, I guess we could do better, but feels like that's not bad.
No, it's not a bad ratio at all. Sarcasm and Glory says, Nick, Andrew is the best panelist. Humble, funny, and productive commentary. I have a baby mama that is just like Amber Heard. She's highly litigious in family court. Have you seen Single Fathers in Law School? Life advice, if any. Yes, I've seen single fathers and I've seen single men in general in law school going, bitch bent me over. That's not going to happen again. Life advice, man, minimize contact with baby mama in whatever ways that you can. If you have an abusive, awful person, don't let them do it to you.
So it's funny because YouTube has this algorithm that runs, and so you watch Amber Heard stuff, and suddenly I start getting fed these videos on what's narcissistic personality disorder, one after the other, because of course it's related some way to Amber Heard in a rather obvious way. I also start getting fed all these videos about it's a combination. It's half men who are recounting how they got totally screwed over by some Amber Heard like broad. They got raped in the divorce and they're living a miserable life, and now they've got to support children who they never see, and all this very common tale of woe. And then the other half is women saying, I don't understand. I'm 35 years old and I can't find a nice guy to date. It's like, really, you don't get it? You don't see it?
I love when they do the there's a couple Twitter accounts like women posting their L's online and stuff, and they'll sometimes find these posts from women. It's like, I can't see, no guys will swipe on my Tinder profile, and they go to their Tinder profile and it's like have 5 kids, ready to settle down now type stuff. 38 years old, no job. It's like, well, I mean, come on.
These women are so funny to me, and I feel bad for them. I mean, they've been lied to their whole lives,
yes.
and now they're, they followed what they thought was the right path, what they were told by really everybody in society was the right path, and they Tindered their way through their 20s, and now they're in their 30s, and they're not looking for like someone like them. They're looking like a dude like them, like an average dude who also Tindered his way through his 20s. They're looking for like a top 10 wage earner. I'm sorry, but that dude's not looking for a 35-year-old with a kid. They're looking for a 25-year-old that's freshly made.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, and I actually think that that's one of the most insidious things about some of the feminist movement was lying to people and telling them that like sexual promiscuity, beyond just being like maybe it should be culturally acceptable, was culturally desirable. And those two, there's a far bridge between acceptable behaviors and desirable behaviors. And there's a generation of ladies who were told that they could do all of this and that everything would be just fine. And it's like, you can do all this and no one should persecute you for it or anything like that. But if you're going to expect it, I mean, like, look, if you want to be the president, you should never be on Twitter. You should never, like, if you want your kid to be president, they should be banned from social media forever and kept in a bunker, because you don't want that nude picture coming up in October on their presidential election day or year, right? Like,
yeah, and by the way, I should be clear. If there are women out there who want to Tinder their way through their 80s and be single and not have kids and just have a career, awesome. Go live your best life. I'm 100% for you. I'll support you all the way. I feel bad for these women who are 35 years old and then discover, you know what? I'd really like to have a marriage and kids. And okay, because the problem is you can't go back, right? It's time.
Yeah.
It's a time-based problem. You might get fat and lose weight. You can recover from that. You're 35. You're not going back to being 25 and starting the whole meet a guy, date, get engaged, get married a year later, start thinking about having kids. That takes time, man. And if you're 35, you don't have that time.
Yeah, it's again, it's the insidious nature of social movements to teach people what they can do. Well, I mean, there's a whole bunch of these topics that we could go down. There's a bunch that have happened to men too, by the way. Yeah. Well, we're looking at one. I mean, we're
think
looking
it's
at
bad
one
for the men. It's just it's different. All these feminized dudes out there who wonder why they're not happy, and who also can't attract mates, by the way, because they just don't do the work that's required to attract a high value mate.
But I mean, we're looking. I mean, this trial is in some ways the result of some of this stuff, right? Because this is a guy who, by his account, was actually in a very abusive relationship and stuck it out for whatever reason. Like maybe it was because he totally loved her, or maybe it was because he was indoctrinated to not find it to be abusive until looking back on it later. And what should have happened is the first time that Amber Heard slugs Johnny Depp in the face, or completely emasculates him in front of friends, or completely disrespects him to the point of shaming him, like maybe while he's going through recovery or whatever, he should have been gone out the door, and then he wouldn't have this issue. It would have never gotten to marriage, much less a 16-month one full of hate. So yeah. But yeah,
I love the people in the chat. I guess they're women, but they're saying things like, but Amber Heard, I mean, Elon Musk is, with Amber Heard. I'm like, all right, first of all, he's a billionaire. So that doesn't apply to the rest of us. Amber Heard also, by the way, is like a notable model, movie actress, whatever you think of her crazy personality. She's a high value mate, absent the crazy. I mean, she's physically attractive at an exceptional level. Most of us are average, and the rules for average people are not the same as for billionaires and models.
Again, one of my favorite billionaire stories a friend of mine told. So this is hearsay, but one of his female friends was set up on a date with a billionaire, just by some sort of mutual friend or whatever. Set them up on a date. So she gets ready for the date. Private car comes to pick her up from her apartment, brings her to this guy's mansion. She knocks on the door. He comes to the door to greet her. And he says, hi, I'm so-and-so. And he goes, so are we having sex before or after dinner? I mean, that was the...
Right. Do we need to have dinner? Do we need to do that? I mean, we can do that if you want. It's okay. I'll have the chef make something up, but otherwise, can we just smash it?
And she chose before dinner, and then they had dinner, and then she went home, and that was that. And there was no bones about it. That was a billionaire, because the other option was she just went home right away anyway. Like, okay, you can get back in the car. See ya. Not interested. But
and you'll hear women on the internet complain about this all the time. They go out with guys, and all the guys want to do is smash it and then move on. And guess who created that world?
So, but the rules, like the sexual lives of billionaires, are different than average people. But yeah, you bring up an interesting point. As ugly as Amber Heard's personality has made her throughout this trial, she's a pretty lady. She really is pretty still. I mean, I know everybody's not attracted to her, and none of them, not even drunk in a bar at 3 a.m. You're liars, by the way, would get with Amber Heard. But if you remove her personality from it and just put someone who looked like her in there, the overwhelming majority of men would be very interested in her. And certainly back when she was dating Elon Musk, she was more attractive back then, actually. So, but yeah, and her crazy wasn't as well known. All right, here we go. See our music videos. I highly disagree. Come on.
I'm getting the hate in the chat. It's like, oh, nobody would want your old ass either, Andrew. That's rather the point, actually. I'm not on the market. I'm not on the market. I'm off the market.
But again, as a high value target, if you were on the market, you would have a surprising pick of of the litter because you're based, you're level, you have something to offer, you provide a good solid foundation for someone that's looking for the stability.
Well, and men, and we were talking about this in this subject. This has become MGTOW stream. What's up? No, we were talking about this within the subject, right? If you go to some of these Tinder profiles or dating profiles of some of these women who are looking for someone, you mentioned, they're not looking for average. They're looking for top level income earners. The selection criteria. Yeah. The selection criteria for men is vastly different than the selection criteria for women. We can overcome a lot of bad looks with green. We can. Whereas guy like a high education, high earning income potential. These are things that can be valuable for male market value, but men aren't that interested in those things from women much of the time. Like, frankly,
guys aren't going on Tinder looking for a life partner to settle down with.
Well, I've just never asked Lady Rackets how much she made at any job in her entire life.
So when a guy gets on Tinder and he's swiping those photos, does it show her income on the photo?
Yeah.
No.
So yeah, it's there's different selection criteria. It's that's the way of the world. Might not be fair or desirable, but it is. CR Music Videos says, "Hey Nick, what are those figures over your right shoulder? And FYI, you look a little like the YouTube Tim Tracker. At least I think so." Okay. I don't know who Tim Tracker is. Those figures are the Bandai Premier Warhammer 40K Space Marines. So that's I said I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd, which puts me down low on the market value. Thank God I have a Lady Rackets because it's not happening for me. Let's see. Lucas Dickerson. Didn't the question from the jury show that they've already answered yes to questions 1 and 2 for Johnny? Otherwise, they never got to question 3. Just my thoughts. Keep up the great show. Probably. But questions 1 and 2 were like, did Amber Heard publish this statement? Right? Was it about Johnny Depp? I think. I don't remember the specifics. But yeah, I mean, you can infer if they have a question about the third one that they might have answered 1 or 2 yes, but maybe not, actually. Maybe they're just looking at them going, I don't even know what this means. Can we figure this out, please? 1000 Godspell. Can we somehow organize to have He's a Pirate immediately played in court / gallery if Johnny wins? Not without somebody getting arrested. Fauci lied, puppies died. Thank you, Nick, for walking the talk and allowing so many of us the only place to actually speak freely. Well, I will let you speak within whatever YouTube will punish you for. So if they remove your comment, it's on them. But yeah, absolutely. Heike says, motion to strike was about inappropriate argument made during closing statement. Check out on ladbible.com. Yep. And I've got the full document now. I just didn't think you guys wanted 23 pages of reading through a legal document. Cause yeah, I've seen what happens when we do 23 pages of reading on stream. Other than very specific documents, they're not usually that enticing. Rick Nikita says, get the lips. I need to wash them. I have them. They're right in front of me. Max Smikura says, I'm wondering if they could turn Heard versus Depp into an episode on Love, Death, and Robots. I've never watched that show.
Wow.
Yes. That's my answer. Funeral Man 04. Look at her glasses. There's a plane without a windshield somewhere. Oh man. Speaking of that, I got to check in. I got to check in on what Law and Crime was talking about with those commentators, those same people. These are different people. Same guy here, but now we have an old man on a bench. So they've gone to their correspondent in the field, old man on a bench. I have it muted here.
Again, Johnny Depp suing Amber Heard for $50 million, claiming that she defamed him in a 2018 Washington Post op-ed piece. Amber Heard countersuing him for $100 million, saying he defamed her through a orchestrated, systematic smear campaign alongside his attorney, Adam Waldman. We have so much to break down, and we have been doing that for the past 2 hours, breaking down some of the key testimony. But I want to go right now live to Fairfax County, Virginia, where our very own Anjanette Levy is outside
old man on a
of the
bench.
Fairfax County Courthouse. And Anjanette, it is my understanding you have made a friend. What?
Oh my God, it is just an old man on a bench. Holy crap.
This is why. No wonder so many people are watching Long Crime. This show is hilarious. Oh my gosh, I never understood how good it was.
We just
It's
need
like a
Al Franken
satire
with a
of
satellite dish. Yeah.
It's like a satire of court TV.
Is Al Franken doing his satellite dish on his backpack?
Oh man. Oh boy. Okay, let's see what's going on. Let's see who's her friend.
I have made a friend, and Jesse, if you had been here with me, you would have made a friend too. This is Alan Silman.
Finally met the man of her dreams.
Thank you so much for stopping by the tent. We talked about this last night. We met at
Alan Solman. That sounds like a lawyer. That's got to be a lawyer, right?
I've been looking for a man with a bow tie.
He looks like the guy from the from the Pawn Show. The
Alan Solman.
Pawn Stars. Yeah, that guy.
I wonder if he pulled up in a Maserati.
Yeah.
Wait, American composer Alan Schulman? That's not. No, that guy's dead. No, I did not type in Schulman. I typed in Solman. Let's see. Lawyer. I put that in. No, that's definitely not him. Okay, let's see who this guy is. I'm curious who this guy is.
at dinner. We won't say where. That's top secret. But
they
we
had
met at
dinner already.
And got to talking.
got dinner first?
And, I made friends with your friend.
First and only.
Really grand time. But Alan, I thought it was cool that obviously thank you for stopping by the tent as you said you would. But you had a prediction last night. So give us
in her
your
earphone,
prediction.
someone's going to whisper, you know, that's not Dershowitz, right?
In Virginia for decades. What is your prediction?
Okay, so there's some lawyer in Virginia who's practiced for decades. That's what I got out of that. But they haven't put like who he is up on a little ticker or anything. Like, don't they have any I couldn't even find this guy on.
They need a video editing expert.
Yeah, they need a TMZ expert to find out who this guy is. Gosh, Alan Schulman, Virginia attorney. Maybe that's what I need. He's got to have a. No, I did not mean Alan Schulman. Maybe. No. Who is this guy? I cannot find this guy to save my life. Type in Fairfax. Let's see. I'm seeing Alan Silman. Is this him?
Still think it looks like Les Goldman from Hardcore Pawn, like in the older days.
Let's see. Alan, maybe let me type in Silman. Maybe you should just pronounce it weird. Silman images. Oh, that's him. Fairfax criminal lawyer. Okay. This is from lawyer.com.
Don't they have any civil lawyers in the area?
Alan, they're all busy. They're all in this trial, actually. They're all on the two teams. Alan J. Silman, criminal business accident and injury attorney at law. He got his JD in 1972. So he's been practicing for quite some time. Admitted to practice in Virginia in 1973. So he's going on 50 years here. That's all right. So now that I know who he is, because that was bothering me. I'm like, I can't find this guy. Who is it? Did this guy lie to this young lady? Just like show up in a bow tie? Yes, I'm a lawyer in Virginia.
like the sign language expert for that was on the Nelson Mandela's funeral.
Let me take you to dinner, young lady, and I'll tell you all about my civil litigation. Okay, here we go.
on the verdict?
My prediction on the verdict is that Depp will prevail, and I predict the verdict probably Thursday, late morning. Although all these predictions have always been wrong, but what the heck?
Yeah, but you know your stuff. So I like hearing these predictions because there was a gentleman when I was in.
Now they put his freaking name on the ticker. Of course, I hate law and crime. Oh,
So
man.
that's an odd spelling. That's
why I couldn't
guessed
find it.
T. Yeah,
It's Silman, but she said Sulman. So that's what bothered me. Too far, Nick? What was too far? I didn't think any jokes were too far.
Line for my trusty wristband this morning. A gentleman said that he came to me and he said, I used to try cases and this is my prediction, and he gave me his prediction. You believe Depp will prevail. However, there's not just one question. There are several questions the jury must answer. So on which do you believe he will, and let's not get into the weeds, but why do you believe he will prevail, and on what questions?
I just think his lawyers did a better job. And her lawyers did not. And as much as people,
and the prenup said that it was a really good idea.
Poor law and crime's getting burned by this guy. What? Well, I just think their lawyers did a good job. She's like, well, what question do you think he'll prevail on? Because there's 3 questions in this trial, for Johnny Depp, and then there's 3 questions for Amber Heard. So, which ones? Well, I just think his lawyers did a good job. Well, but I mean, you can have a lawyer do a really good job on a really bad case and lose dramatically. I mean, that happens with regularity. There are really good lawyers who put up really good defenses and lose because the case is bad.
Next dumb question, Broad.
No, her question was good. His answer was
poorly
bad.
formed. Well, it was poorly formed.
The important part's the hair flip.
Yeah, the hair flip's good. Let's see. Here we go. I love this guy, by the way. I think he's great. I think he's probably
are way too high on his nose, though.
He's trolling law and crime by not answering any questions.
Look at those aviator glasses. Those are the ones that get darker in the sun, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Look, you don't have time to change glasses, Andrew. What are you talking about? This guy's been a lawyer for 49 years. He cannot afford 2 pairs of glasses, and he has no time for 2 anyway. Here we go.
Search for the truth. It's off of a competition.
Really?
Yeah.
Elaborate on that, please.
Well, jurors are there to hear what you have to say, and if you say it better, they tend to listen to it more. And I think his lawyers have performed better.
She's going to slip up and call him Law Daddy.
Law Daddy, Law Great Grandpa. I like the mustache lick. That's by the ladies. The mustache lick that he's doing right now. That's called searching for mayonnaise from lunch.
It is,
just in case.
There were some allegations of sexual assault that were pretty. I don't know how to describe them. Graphic, disturbing, shocking that were made in this case. Did you have any feeling on that?
Those are my favorite parts.
You listen.
He's a criminal defense.
I can tell you from personal experience, that square Maker's Mark bottle's not easy to get in there.
This guy's 50-year criminal defense attorney in Virginia. I guarantee this man has dealt with a Maker's Mark bottle in a criminal sexual misconduct case somewhere.
He's been to Tijuana.
To what was being alleged.
I didn't hear or see that part of the testimony. So
yeah,
that was the whole testimony. The whole testimony.
Look at the love. Look at the love between them right there. That's post-coital.
I love this guy. He's great. He comes on. His justification for why Johnny's going to win is, well, his lawyers did a better job than her lawyers. And then she's like, well, there's some really egregious sexual assault allegations of this. I didn't watch that part. They only came up all the time.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
About this case?
Yeah. Nah.
I think my theory that this guy is trolling law and crime is completely vindicated. This guy is just like, yeah, I don't even care. You want me to? I got 50 years of talking about stuff. Let's go. Let's go into the deep lore.
He probably was just sitting on the bench at lunchtime, coming out of a case, and she sits down and wants to have a talk, and he's like, I don't want to fucking talk to you, but all right, let's go.
Well, if you take me to dinner, then I'm gonna go back to my bench.
I'm so happy. I was so excited when I saw you come up to the tent. We actually extended the tent today. I think we're going to put a picture on Twitter, but thanks for joining us out here in the heat and in the wind. At least we have a breeze today. So, Jesse, just to...
He's like, heat. I'm in a suit, lady. You're in a tank top.
Hey, she saw him from across that park and just like, man, if I hook up with that guy, I can get the early bird at Golden Corral.
Bring you up to speed, the jurors, I got some confirmation. We were kind of confused earlier. It appeared one of the jurors might be out in the hallway around 9:20 or so this morning, but that was a juror on another case who looked similar to one of the Depp Heard jurors. So they've been deliberating since about 9:03 this morning. So I think that puts us at about the 12-hour mark right now. And so no questions yet today. Everybody's just kind of sitting and waiting. And so they've been back at it. They have a lot to go through. I was going through the jury instructions again last night, and
he's just sitting there going, God, I wish you would stop talking. Like, just breathe for a minute so I can get a word in.
You know, there's a page for all of these different findings and explaining the law
like,
and this, that, and
I wonder
the
how
other.
much I have to pay her to make her go away.
Hey, lady, my dog stepped on a bee.
She's doing the aliens.
Oh, they're not even on a bench. She's sitting on her own seat.
No, he's on the bench. He wouldn't let her on. This is my bench.
You showed me your tent. I'll show you my tent.
He panned out the camera, and his old wife is sitting next to him on the other side.
No, just 3 paralegals taking up the rest of the bench because he can't be bothered to sit by anybody else.
Going through these page by page, I don't know how they're doing it, but, you know, jurors typically take their duty seriously, and they sat here for 6 weeks. So we're at hour 12 now.
Well, and Jeanette, my understanding is outside of the legal case that we've been following, there's now a separate case against Johnny Depp by the ACLU.
No. You got that one wrong too. It's Johnny Depp suing the ACLU. It was the opposite of what you just said, but good try. Swing and a miss. I think you should get 2 strikes for that one.
Who's played a pivotal role in this case. Can you walk us through what the ACLU is asking Johnny Depp right now?
I sure can. So the ACLU.
Wait, I'm a body language expert. Notice how she scratches the back of her head when she starts to answer. That's indicative of a coming lie. When she says, yes, I can. Press X to doubt in the chat. I take back everything I've ever said negatively about Law and Crime. This is the best comedy show on television right now. I cannot believe this.
Forget Elaine. I feel sorry for this guy sitting here right now. He's done nothing wrong.
This guy's like, I'm just out here trying to get another domestic violence case that I can get an acquittal on to put on a billboard.
His poor kids probably told him to wait there while they went and got the car, and he's like, "Oh, I can't leave. I gotta wait."
And he doesn't have an earpiece, so he
won't be
can't
able
hear,
to find me.
Yeah,
I won't make it
can't
to
hear
lunch.
anything going on in the studio. He's just listening to her talk at this point.
Today's Jello day at the home.
He's like, I wish I would have listened to my grandson when he was trying to teach me how to use a cell phone so I could call for help. Oh, okay. I want to hear her explanation. Whew.
ACLU, and so Johnny Depp, it's my understanding, had to basically go to court in order to get documents related to the whole op-ed and Amber Heard and the relationship and the ambassadorship and all of this stuff and the donations that she said she was going to make or had made to the ACLU, the $3.5 million. Well, now the ACLU and these documents, you know, they're not like brand new or anything, but they are seeking reimbursement as they are entitled to do under the state laws in New York.
She said reimbursement.
Production. It's $86,000 and change. So they've basically told Johnny Depp they want their money. So they have filed court documents saying they want the $86,000 and change for the document production, and it doesn't sound like they're giving it up.
Well, I mean, they haven't had time to really give it up. They just filed a request for it. So, okay. But yeah, I wonder if we're going to get some expert legal analysis on this question. Are they going to bring up any of the relevant questions? Are they going to bring up that, this is within the statute, that there is a defrayment clause in both of the statutes that they reference, which both seem on point to this? Are they going to ask questions about what defrayment means? Are they going to try and get into a legal standard? Your bets are on, chat.
Let's ask Mr. Silman what he thinks.
In this case, for Johnny Depp's side. And Jeanette Levy, thank you so much.
Wait, what? What? Did I just mishear him when he said that? I'm sorry. Let me play that again.
Production, and it doesn't sound like they're giving it up.
I wouldn't blame them. They played a pivotal role in this case, and particularly for Johnny Depp's side. And Jeanette Levy.
You wouldn't blame them. What?
A pivotal role for Johnny Depp's side? I mean, I guess you take it as their testimony was negative to their involvement of Amber Heard in favor of Johnny Depp. I didn't see that
part of the trial.
I'm just not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's happening at any given moment on Law and Crime with their coverage.
And this poor old guy has been out of the conversation for like 5 minutes. He's like, why am I still on camera?
Seriously, just zoom on her face, give the guy the thumb to get off the sofa, then you can pan back out.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing on your guest as well. We appreciate it. We're going to
He didn't take the time to learn his name.
Continue our coverage here in Law and Crime about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Where we last left off, we were playing you some of the testimony of Johnny Depp. Now let's move into the testimony of Amber Heard, the defense.
Okay, I don't want to watch them watch the testimony. Oh man. Oh, I'm so glad that I have decided to watch some of Law and Crime's coverage today. Oh gosh, it has been really, really fulfilling for me. Okay, so there's oh man, they bring back the panel. All right, let me do some more super chats and then that's going to go there. By the way, to the chat, since I have Law and Crime paused at great moments like this one, since I have them paused at great moments, if anybody does see an update from Chanley Painter or anything about the jury, please don't hesitate to let me know. I know I'm about to get 7,000 people saying judge is back and jury is back, but if there's a real one, let's see. I'm checking what, Chanley, in case you missed it, TikTok's response to Depp versus Heard investigation. All right. Yeah. Okay, so there's nothing new here. They should be actually going to lunch in about 30 minutes, I'm guessing. Jury is back. Okay, wow, it's amazing. The jury came back immediately when I said that. So everybody in the chat let me know. Thank you guys. You're very helpful and wonderful people, and none of you are going to hell. All right, Rogue Rose says, look at Panic's employment history on LinkedIn. Who's Panic? Oh,
Tyrannic or whatever his name was.
Yeah, Tim Panic.
Tim Panic. Yeah, the ear, nose, and throat lawyer.
Is it? Wait, really?
I was like, the timpani. Anyway,
oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Tim Panic, lawyer, LinkedIn.
Are you?
Yeah.
Matthew Timpanic. Here we go. This is him. You're signed out of LinkedIn. Oh, thank God. The LinkedIn is harder to get out of than a freaking cult. I mean, I think I have like 9 LinkedIn profiles out there because like I'd always like get a new email. It's like, click here to go to it. And it's like, oh, we created you a new profile. I don't want, why did that happen? Okay. So he has, so his employment history is what I'm supposed to look at here. Founder and principal of Timpanic Law, legal contributor for Law and Crime. Well, yeah, he's on
updated today.
He's on.
I could say that.
Why
resident DA, conduct detrimental, the intersection of sports and law. Oh, okay. Is that a Oh, that's a podcast. He's an associate attorney at Wicker Smith, Litigation Counsel for Consulate Healthcare, 12th Judicial Circuit State's Attorney's Office, Assistant State Attorney, Law Clerk, Student Prosecutor. I mean, that's a nice resume for the most part. You know, several years at the State Attorney's Office, lots of trial experience, I'm sure. Corporate counsel for healthcare. You know, good job, Timpanick. I'm not sure what I was looking for in his employment history, but that's what we found. Rock Brackenshield, in nominee nose, in nominee whiskey, in nominee law, a women. Stuff says, how big must a super chat be for you to appear with the Pope hat for the first 2 minutes every time you drop into a Law Tube stream for the next month? I don't know if there's a price on that, but I'm willing to entertain proposals. Tara Rayner, that expert's future ex-spouse is going to rob her by convincing her they had a prenup and she agreed to pay him even though he makes thousands more a month. He will convince her no need for court, just to sign here, please. Johnny 5 for life. Ooh, number Johnny 5. How's it going? Thank you for the donation. Helen Morgan says, thanks for making waiting for something to happen so entertaining. Oh, you're welcome. We try to do that. Don Booth, you know, I should probably, I think we have a Canadian who's interested in coming on the show. So I'm going to send him a link if he's around and wants to pop on.
Just looking for a place to put all his guns.
Oh God.
What now?
No, one of my fellow content creators got an email from a reporter. I won't say the name of the publication, but I'm from publication working on a story about YouTube creators who are using the super chat feature in interesting and lucrative ways. Fuck. You never want reporters talking about anything.
Nope.
I don't trust any of them. Yeah. Oh man.
They're either stupid or it's an ambush or it's a stupid ambush.
Yeah. Not a fan of what they do. Reporters talking about social media. Remember, we are the existential threat to the overwhelming majority of reporters. Social media personalities who deliver news in an entertaining way are the anathema of these people. They are not our friends. Don Booze says 20 seconds is all I need with Jenny. I've disappointed women in less. Nick says, let's see. Nick says, came for Rittenhouse, stayed for the debauchery. Don't ever change. You talked about substance abuse and lawyers the other day. On behalf of all dentists, hold my tampon applicator. You know, I watched a documentary about dentists and the high rate of suicide and mental health issues in dentists. It's a really good documentary. I strongly recommend it. It's called The Whole 9 Yards. So you can find it on most streaming services, The Whole 9 Yards, for a documentary on dentists, mental health, and the prevalence of suicide in the dental industry. Warrant Canary says, if you're looking for stuff to do, Vsauce 2 has a good crime analysis playlist on misuse of science in court. The latest one on issues with eyewitness testimony was interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, eyewitness testimony is largely unreliable. That's true.
But I think we all know that intuitively. I mean, it's always, I mean, I worry more about so-called scientific evidence that's just crap, but it's presented as if it has certainty. Like a lot of this ballistic stuff or bite mark stuff, that's all nonsense. None of that's been scientifically vetted.
The thing with eyewitness testimony is, we all know, like the profession knows that eyewitness testimony is generally not that reliable. Memory is fickle, and the further away from an event you get, I mean, the less reliable eyewitness testimony is at all. But it's the best we got.
And you can impeach that witness.
Yeah.
If an expert gets up there and says, I'm an expert, utterly trust this, brass case ballistics analysis I did, how do you impeach him? He's just going to keep saying he's the expert.
Yeah. And we've mentioned this before, but it's shocking how often experts agree with their party, and how shocking how often the other side is seemingly able to produce another expert with a completely contradictory opinion under the exact same fact set. And we just can't figure out how two preeminent experts in the field can come to such disparate conclusions with the exact same set of facts. I mean, I'm not sure if we'll ever gather what might be driving those opinions. Rick Hiskew says, "Hey, Nick, you good with a bottle of brown water shipped to you?" I am 100% good with that. Many people have shipped me bottles of brown water, and I'm a fan of receiving them. So that is up to you. You know, if you want to do that, that's great. Make sure you comply with all local laws and ordinances and all federal laws around shipping of various substances. Romo Drummer, Stream Beats. Stream Beats is, I'm gonna fangirl Stream Beats in just a second. Makes their very own really good non-copyrightable music. I mean, to be fair, Stream Beats does not make their own music. They license out music from people, and they do it. They hire someone to make the music, and it's the smartest business decision in the entire world. And Harrison, who created Stream Beats, is a freaking genius. And if anybody wants to know how to make more money than the Pope, you should listen to Harrison, because that man's idea to create Stream Beats was the single smartest thing I've heard of on social media at all. I'll explain in a minute. Made by a streamer for streamers and content creators. You can pull it up on YouTube in a tab and just let them run in a playlist and pull down the volume. So Harrison from Alpha Gaming created Stream Beats. This dude came up with an idea to create royalty-free music and put it on Spotify. And the purpose was to give any live streamer at all the ability to use this royalty-free music as background tracks for their shows, because they're doing these shows for 6, 8, 10 hours. Video gamers put all of us trial watchers to shame on how long they will stream. They'll stream 15, 16-hour play sessions and stuff like that. So you just play these little like 2-minute tracks in the background. You can have playlists that are curated by genre. So if you want some lo-fi, or if you want some hip hop, or if you want something else, he's got all these different things. Well, last I heard, and this was months and months and months ago, he had over 6,000 streamers simultaneously using Stream Beats. Well, the monetization on it comes from Spotify, because Spotify gives you monetization per track play from this thing. And when you have 6,000 people playing a couple hundred songs a day, that amounts to a lot of money. And when he last updated that I saw, and again, this was last year sometime, he was making $150,000 a month doing literally nothing, like just having this out there. Dude's a genius. And by the way, shout out to Alpha Gaming and Harrison. If you want to know, if you want good, reliable equipment reviews for streaming and stuff like that, dude's really good. He's great. He doesn't know I exist, so it's fine. But no, check him out. But Stream Beats is a genius idea, and that guy is brilliant and super rich because of it. John Diaz. Andrew, is there any chance we can get you to play a video game with Nick on a Twitch stream sometime? My recommendation is Phasmophobia on Steam. You can't shoot anything in Phasmophobia.
Folks, my last video game was Pong. Or Atari. Atari, what's the one with the asteroid, with the meteors that come down?
Missile Command.
Missile Command, yeah. So if you have an old Atari, I can probably play Missile Command.
Yeah, there you go. Let's see. Johnny 5 for Life. Oh, another one says, I went into this trial with no side or favorite. By the end, if I had only seen Amber's last cross by Camille Vasquez, to know that Amber lies a lot. Make up my ass. In that last photo, Camille got admitted for the day after her original RO. I have eyeballs, no makeup. Wait, okay, gotcha. The last, right, the last photo. Okay, so the one of her smiling with Whitney, that's the last photo that was admitted, I believe, that they're talking about. Gotcha. I had to think back on that. I was like, wait, are you talking about the restraining order photo with the bruise? Because that, I think, was makeup. But they're saying
the joyful photo the day after.
Yeah, and there wasn't makeup covering it up, is what they were saying. Gotcha. Let's see. I saw something. No, okay. I thought I saw something in chat. Never mind. Jeff K, not important, but there's a YouTube short with proof showing a badly bearded / disguised Tim Burton in the courtroom behind Depp during the trial. How did we all miss it? I don't think we did. I don't remember if it was on stream or if I saw it, someone else posted on Twitter, but I've seen that picture, or at least the freeze frame of it. But yeah, I don't think I talked about it because it's like, well, we don't know if it's actually him, but it looks a lot like him. Miguel Ortiz, a man's identity should be wrapped in his character and commitments. Only males identify themselves by their job or hobby. Love the content. Blink, blink. Okay. Not entirely sure I understand, but I believe it. I'm with you. David TBK, all hail rackets, our patrician-nosed Pope. Please play more Law and Crime for review. That is all. Well, we'll get there in a minute. Christopher Gracie. Andrew, opponents to open carry, usually concealed carry instructors, say it makes you a target. I've never seen data to support this position. Do you have any input? Arkansas is constitutional carry, and I see it as personal preference.
Yeah. So one, I think every law-abiding, mentally sound American citizen has an absolute right to open carry everywhere. So I'm a Second Amendment absolutist. Second, I wish everyone would open carry, except for me. I'm not going to do that. But if everyone around me is open carrying, that's awesome. So if you're comfortable open carrying, go ahead and do that. But I won't be doing that.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole thing, the personal preference aspect of it. But to answer the question, I don't know if there's the inherent idea that being open carrying makes you a target. Like if you're a shooter and you're going to do a bad thing and you can identify someone who's carrying, I mean, they seem like the first person I'd shoot. Right? Like that seems
there's
logical.
Plenty of news stories of people open carrying in line at a gas station or a convenience store, having the person behind them in line taking their gun off them. So that doesn't happen if you're not open carrying.
Yeah. Okay, so that makes sense. I was thinking of a target for like a shooter, which
could be too, right? I mean,
yeah. But the shooter situation always assumes that just because you're open carrying, that the situation allows them to spot you as an open carry target. I think what you just said is much more interesting. Someone in line reaches into your holster and just grabs it,
because you don't have eyes in the back of your head, right? If you're a normal society, there are people within arm's reach all the time.
Tank Commando says, since you're far enough north to be pseudo-Canadian anyway, don't do that to me. Will the Raggett's family be setting up an underground railroad to help our brethren north of the border as their situation continues to deteriorate?
See Runkle crawling out of some tunnel in the ground in Nick's backyard.
I'll pull him out like
handing up an AR.
I'll pull him out like John Goodman did in Raising Arizona. Okay, here we go. Mark Kern. Wait, is that the Mark Kern? You've got all of us watching, Nick. Congrats. Oh, man. I wish I would have seen that earlier. I hope you're still there. If that's Mark Kern, the former Blizzard developer, hey, man, it's been a long time. I'd love to talk to you again sometime. I always enjoy our conversations. Mark's great. You guys, follow him on Twitter. And also check out his video game that's in development. It looks really cool. Engineer. Due to what happened to Kurt the other day, nobody wants to be streamer number 4. That was the most unfortunate thing. But it was also funny.
It was perfect.
Also funny. Robin Kellum says, damn, I had to give you $100 just so you would read this. There's a video debunked Johnny Depp Amber Heard TikTok conspiracies. Court TV debunks them. Must watch includes the B. Wait, what? Let me see if I can find this. Debunked Johnny Depp Amber Heard conspiracy TikTok. Every time I type TikTok, it makes me just mad. So this is a video, apparently. TikTok makes accidental influencers. Okay. Dissection by TikTok. I'm trying to find this one. Can you, I don't know if you can email it to me or Twitter DM it to me or something, but I have no idea. I hate asking anybody to email me anything. I hate email. I hate email more than regular mail, and that's hard to do. But yeah, so I can't easily find it. By the way, guys, if we don't come to a jury decision today, and that seems entirely possible, although I can't figure out why, if it comes to the jury decision today, or not today, I am on the Jesse Lee Peterson show tomorrow at 1:50 p.m. I will still have a trial jury watch stream going, but I will have to step out at 1:50. So I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to manage that, but we'll figure it out one way or another. If I have to just shut down the stream, then I have to shut down the stream. But we'll see. I think my interview with him is like 60 minutes or 60 to 90 minutes, not sure. But I'd like to welcome someone else to the stream. What's up, Runkle?
Well, I hear you guys are setting up an underground railroad. I may have to sign up for that.
Yeah, we got to liberate you. We got to liberate you from the oppression and tyranny of your government.
Oh, well, it's even worse than it sounds, because a lot of what they're doing, there's the overt stupid thing of like restricting handgun sales, but a lot of the other stuff is going to be even dumber. Like they want to say that any magazine that fits into a rifle is limited to 5 rounds.
Oh yeah, California tried that.
Which is going to be just insane, because now you're going to see like Glock magazines limited to 5 rounds because there are pistol caliber carbines that can take one. The Ruger 1022 with the little tiny rotary mags. I have no idea how you're going to pin those. Like they're probably going to end up banning something like 70% of the magazines on the market. And in a lot of cases, they're going to be things like, somebody's old tube fed rifle. They're going to have to figure out how to pin that. So that's going to be an interesting thing. And right now they're trying to push that through, and that's going to be the latest fight.
Tube fed, an OnlyFans story. Oh man. So other than the constant and inherent oppression of the Canadian government, how are you doing, buddy? You've been all over like the world, between Canada and Virginia, over and over a whole bunch. Where are you now? Do you even know?
I am back in Canada, but I am super tired because one of my dogs had to go to the vet, and the other one just can't deal with that. So and my sleep schedule's not recovered, but it's pretty good. I'm sort of back. I'm able to watch these. Some people have been like, "Why aren't you there for for this?" And I'm like, the people who are actually at the courthouse are sitting in a room right now with nothing to do except there's a bailiff there saying, "Don't touch your cell phone." And
I thought you were going to say, "Don't touch yourself."
That's what I heard too.
Hey, stop that, Runkle! Stop it! Stop it! Little spray bottle.
That's also true, but yeah, it's. We're going to get a better view of it, but no, it was a good trip, and kind of chaotic. The lineup is a weird thing because the bailiffs never figured out from one day to another how they wanted to work it, so it was always a different set of rules, and but that is what it is. So glad to be back.
Yeah, it's especially the jury watches. The people who are in the courtroom, they're just sitting there. There's not like they don't get to watch and make fun of law and crime, right? Like they just have to sit and do whatever in the courtroom, waiting for them to maybe come to a decision. That would be terrible. Goodness gracious.
Why don't we have a decision yet? What's your opinion on that?
I suspect we've got a holdout. And if we've got a holdout, then that's a problem, because how do you, if you think Amber Heard is who Amber Heard says she is, like if you're that kind of sucker, how does that get flipped? How does a jury argue over that? But it's hard to say. It's, I I always sort of hate juror tea leaf reading.
Yep.
I'm hoping they're sitting there realizing that this is the right thing. I know DUI guy said that his theory is that they're just arguing over money, and we all agree, we just don't know how much. And I mean, I hope he's right on that, but I suspect there's some arguing back and forth. Although I did like the question, because it seems to me that question is one that you don't ask unless at least a substantial number of the jurors are on Depp's side, or at least not on Amber's side.
Yeah, I mean, if the answers to the rest of the questions are no, presumably you don't care about that question being. If the answer to any question is no, in any of these things, then that claim is no, right? Like that's the way it goes. So they have to all be yes. So if they're asking a question about one of the things, that seems to be that would be the sticking point. Because otherwise, I don't know how they do it, but being, operant conditioned on things like the LSAT and the bar exam, if you can't answer question 3, you move on to question 4, 5, 6, and 7, and then you go back to 3 when you have time. So you would hope that they would answer the rest of the questions and then get the answer from the judge on this particular thing, rather than get to that one and then stop and wait to move on. But I don't know. But yeah. Do you have any you don't really like jury predictions, which none of us should or do. So I was gonna ask if you had any predictions. What? Okay, so let's say Johnny Depp wins. What are you thinking on damages? Do you have any just kind of ideas?
I kind of have the notion that the jury might have a sense of poetic justice and might roll in at $7 million.
I'm liking that theory more and more every day. I'm just, it would be such a statement. And there's testimony that Amber Heard has made $10 million, right? Since the split, plus she got the Johnny Depp $7 million settlement. We know she hasn't paid out those pledges. So that's like one that's within the realm of possibility for her to actually pay and actually be kind of, on point and set a precedent, or not a precedent, make a statement.
I mean, what I'd love to see is for them to just say, hey, you know what? How about the full 50 million? And, I understand that depending on how this ends up, depending on some of the aspects of the jury instruction, it may not be dischargeable in bankruptcy. And if I was Johnny Depp, I mean, I can be petty. I would hire a law firm whose entire job it was to just every 3 months throw your junior associate on this and just have them see what they can collect. Go back and seize every bit of furniture that is seizable, just anything she does. And
I think California has pretty permissive post-judgment discovery, if I'm not mistaken. So what you honestly could do is anytime Amber Heard has any project, you could haul her ass in for deposition. You could haul her producers in for deposition. Say, what's she getting paid? You bring her in, not 8-hour depositions, just hour depositions related specifically to the amounts of money that she's making. Oh, so you publicly announced this project. What's the contract amount? You haul in the producer. What's the contract amount? Are there any other factors, any alternative compensation going on? Is there any sheltering going on? You might have people review the books of those lending companies we heard testimony about, where the actors themselves are not employed by any of these studios. The actors are employed by an LLC, and that LLC is contracted with by the studio, and they lend time to the studio. So you got to have that, because you got to try and pierce that corporate veil to go after assets that may be sitting in that lending company. I mean, post-judgment discovery, depending on the state, can be an absolute nightmare for someone, because you're constantly dealing with legal requests, and every time you're paying money.
I mean, Depp could actually finance a law firm created just for this purpose, right? Get a couple inexpensive lawyers whose only mission in life is to do this, and call it Step and B LLC.
That would be so mean. Gosh, that'd be good. But yeah, and just remember that responding to every one of those things costs money, costs time, and that's the encouragement to pay the judgment, is that you're subject to this post-judgment discovery on everything that you do. And as a small business owner rather than a W-2 employee, there's not a simple wage garnishment. You have to go after assets that are often sheltered in various ways. And maybe Amber Heard should move to Texas instead of California. She'd probably have better luck avoiding some of that.
The other thing is that if they do get a big judgment against her, or even a small judgment, I think she's going to have a real hard time finding work. Because if you're sitting there and you're somebody like Jason Momoa, the actual talent on Aquaman, you don't want to be in a room with somebody who's that kind of dangerous, because you don't want to be like left alone with somebody who makes false complaints. And if you're a producer, you can't afford that. So are they just going to is she going to have roles where they just green screen her in because they can't actually put her in a room with anyone important?
Well, you can't do that because she's also talentless.
Yeah.
That's a complicating factor.
It really is. But yeah, I mean, and anybody in the chat can just imagine if you have a list of actresses, like you're a star on a movie and they're like, oh, we have some considered actresses up for contract on this role. Have any preference? The literal answer that you would give is not Amber Heard. Because I don't have time for a lawsuit. I don't have time for an accusation, a touching, someone who's an ambassador who's called out the industry as being anti-woman. No, I don't want her anywhere around because that's just trouble.
Well, I think they've already got to that point. I think they've already got to that point when in her own testimony, she was saying, I have nervous breakdowns on set. I have special rules about how I'm touched. I have special rules about who I can work with. I have special rules about that was the worst job resume interview ever.
Unless you're exceptionally talented, you lose jobs well below that threshold. I mean, I know a few people who work in Hollywood and they tell me stories about actors and actresses who are they're just not pleasant to work with. Well, they don't get any work. Yeah. And it's not because they're monsters. They're just a pain in the ass to work with. And so they don't get any jobs.
Well, I interviewed a young Hollywood actor. He was young kid in Jurassic World, whatever, who almost got eaten by raptors and was saved by Chris Pratt. It was an interesting interview when he was talking about Hollywood, and he's like, people, think a lot of stuff about it. And I disagree with some of his statements about it, but at the core of what he was saying was these people are interested in money and production, and they don't care about much else. And so if you are too much money and they don't think you're, a good asset that'll produce a good return, or you make production difficult and you're not like a Johnny Depp who's going to bring, a Pirates 2 or Pirates 1 through 5 franchise, then they don't want you there. And they just will pick anybody else, because why the hell would they bother? There's a million people in line behind you. And guess what? Most of them are just as teachable as some of even the highest list actors. It's the attrition rate is brutal, and there's infinite possibility. There's always someone at least as hot as you in Hollywood. So that's
going to any bar in LA, the wait staff they're all nines.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're all probably, their evenings are spent doing, they're auditioning for parts. It's people are just eager for that. And, you're 10 minutes late getting on set. That's how many thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars?
So. Yeah. You better have the clout of Johnny Depp or Jason Momoa to be late to a set. Because if production is held up for girl number 6, then there's just 5 girls after that. That's it. If we can work with it.
Airbrush you out of all the future shot or all the stuff we previously shot.
Right. Get the girl from makeup over here right now. We got to move this thing. So I think she's toast in Hollywood, but she's going to do some other gig. I mean, she already does domestic violence speaking engagements. The question is, will those dry up? She makes $33,000 a speech, apparently, on the domestic violence speaking engagements.
Maybe
she'll be on the other side of it.
That's so ridiculous.
How to domestic violence speaking engagements. That's what she should have. But yeah, I mean, who knows what'll happen with that sort of stuff. But speaking tours and books can be extremely lucrative for people.
For her, ludicrous.
Yes. Okay, here we go. Let me read another super chat. I want to go back to Law and Crime in a minute because I'm enjoying their coverage very much. Where is? Hold on. There.
Someone writes she can go back to stripping. Can she?
Well, look, she can in Minnesota.
Fair enough.
I have been to 3 strip clubs in my life, 4 in my life, and I think all of them with my wife present. I'm not a fan of strip clubs. I find them to be the most depressing places on earth. But the last ones I went to, Amber Heard would be by far the best looking lady on staff at any of them that I went to, and that's even considering the chat's distaste of her. It was, I think she'd be fine in a Minnesota strip club. Ugh.
I mean, she is strikingly attractive, but you don't want to be in the same room as her.
Starling, you have a guest who wants to jump on. Who? I mean, all the people I've sent the link basically are on here already. Starling CH, be a Pride ally. Be sure to tell your LGBT friends to get checked for monkeypox. Hey, I thought about doing a YouTube ad campaign for my channel, but you are greater than Susan. $100 sound good for a linked shout out later? Pre-debut VTuber. I mean, if you want to send me $100 for a channel shout out, that's up to you. You could probably get away with it for 20 though. I can't turn on links for you though. That's the one thing I can't do. I have them turned off for everybody except mods. Oh, Attorney Tom wants to get on? Well, hold on. Let me get the stepladder out for him. Just a second.
Do you have any of those like booster seats from like in restaurants?
Here you go, Tom. I just sent you the link. Sent you that link. Get on there. Let's see. They've just gone to lunch, I'm seeing, which is not a surprise. It is lunchtime. That maybe they're just waiting for after lunch. Gosh, can they please just finish this thing up? Like what? Oh, the idea of having to wait another day makes me have an existential crisis. Let's see. Attorney's
I can't
lunch.
believe they're just arguing about the money. I mean, it's not their money. You know, if they had settled on liability and we're just talking about what the damages should be, it shouldn't be that hard to come to some figure of other people's money.
Yeah, I can't imagine anybody being too firmly rooted in a particular money position.
Yeah, no, I mean, at the end of the day, the jurors want to get home. Like, they're probably tired of this. If they were at money at this point, they're just going to say, okay, you think 7 million, I think 50 million. How about 25? Can we walk out of here on 25?
Yeah. Or, yeah, you know what? Actually, I don't really care that much. 7 million sounds fine. Let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, 7 million sounds good. I guess if it was between $1 and some money, maybe that would be it. But so the only thing I see from Chanley Painter is attorney's lunch has arrived. This is 23 minutes ago. Cheesesteaks for Depp's team. There you go. Okay. It's a good choice, I guess. See, this is a problem with Attorney Tom. You send him the invite and then he just doesn't show up. I mean, what are we supposed to do with this guy?
Are you looking close enough?
Are we sure? Yeah. Are we sure he's not here and just not able
You need
to
a magnifying glass, Nick?
Damikazi says Gary Plausch murdered his son's kidnapper/rapist on live TV in clear view of everybody and got off famously soft. He did. That's when juries decide that, you know what? Justice
was that the guy that was
been
talking
served.
on the payphone?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. And he turns around and it's just bam, that guy's gone. I mean, I'm not a big proponent of vigilante justice, but can't say I wouldn't empathize, or that I can't empathize with Gary Plausch. I feel like, that would probably be the result. I don't know if I do it on national television. I might do it in a shed over a long period of time. C. Goody says a seemingly original, funny quote that I thought was worth hearing. Quote, "The mob is so woke that they are basically sleep deprived, go to sleep people." Credit to At the End of the Day. Thank you, C. Goody. Kara Hightower, did you paint the I'm Not a Cat painting? No. If so, would you be willing to auction it or do a Bob Ross tutorial? No. This is painted by a friend of mine, a professional artist who also painted the liquor bottles behind me. His name is Eric Waugh. He's a great guy, does tons of charity work, and an all around good human being. So if you like that cat painting, he might do it as a commission. He does lots of commissions for people's pets specifically, but that was a charity piece that he did at the time the meme came out, and I had to buy it. What's up, attorney Tom Shorter than Nick?
I am so glad you spent the last 7 weeks watching a defamation trial, because you're going to need it. We're about to... Oh, don't copyright cuck me. This was a setup. This was a trap. It's a trap.
I'm going to need it. Why am I going to need it?
I'm going to sue you for defamation.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What's the claim?
That
what's
you
my
were taller than
defamatory?
me.
Truth's an absolute defense to defamation, buddy.
I know it is. That's why.
And when we show up in court and you ride your big wheel up to court, and I say, "Good luck, sport," outside on the courtroom steps. Once we get in, this thing's over.
Nick, do you have a blimp? Yes or no?
I do not have a blimp.
You don't. Yeah, so you're gonna lose automatically. So
that is a good argument.
Yeah. Deflect, baby. Smoke and mirrors.
How you doing, man? How's it going?
Oh, good. Just popping in. Actually doing legal work. It's whatever. But
it looks like you are from inside your blimp doing legal work actually right now, and definitely not on a live stream.
I know. It's it's the funny thing about this is I'm actually in my office right now, not the blimp. I'm in my office, and I have staff coming in and out, and they see me in this ridiculous, very real, very very realistic blimp setup that I have, clearly. And I'm not behind just like a arbitrage of like 7 green screens, but
Sure,
it's cool.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, have you caught up on this case at all? Like, do you know literally anything about it?
Oh yeah. I know something about it. I've been grifting for views just like everybody else. Like of my last 10 YouTube videos, I've never watched the trial live, but I've made like 6 of my last 10 YouTube videos about it, and they've been doing stellar views because everybody wants to hear everybody's opinion on it.
Yeah, like to an exceeding amount. They really want to know. Like everything they can. It's been interesting. I don't know that even Rittenhouse had the level of interest that people just have in consuming everything that Johnny Depp.
This is probably 5 times bigger, at least.
Well, yeah,
conservative.
I mean, but I'm talking about the people who were into Rittenhouse. Like, I can't imagine them wanting to consume every single clip, every single compilation, every single analysis. And there are so many people, like it just seems like pretty much any video that you put out about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard is going to get just a lot of interest, far above average. It's pretty wild.
I mean, you take Rittenhouse and you make him a celebrity before the incident happens, and this is what we have.
Yeah, and it was wild just in the lineup because you've got people waiting to watch a trial, and a lot of them are women. It was something like 90% or more women, and you see them doing things like they brought out like these entire suitcase-sized makeup kits, and some of them are discussing how they're going to marry Johnny Depp is their idea, and I'm thinking, I bet he's not really feeling like another wedding right about now.
Yeah,
but
is it true that this jury, it's only 7 members and it has to be unanimous?
Yes.
That's tough. I would be, I wouldn't be shocked if they couldn't come to to an agreement, to a resolution.
I mean, all it takes is one who believes Amber Heard.
Right.
And
how do they do that? I mean,
possible.
is that normal? I mean, in Texas, on a civil cases, it's 10-2. I mean, 12 jury members, all you have to do is get 10 of them. I mean, unanimous is tough.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the rule in Virginia, apparently. Unanimous verdicts or unanimous juries but only 7 people. You know, I guess maybe that's the trade-off, is that you don't have to get as much unanimity. But I don't know, man. If you've got one holdout, I think you're gonna have them fold. 2 holdouts, I think, is what you really need, in all honesty. Because depending on the strength of personalities in the room. But if you've got 6 people just saying, dude, do you really care that much about Johnny Depp, or do you really care that much about Amber Heard? Can we just go home?
Right.
Like,
this is definitely a case that all the jury members are going to be pissed off about. And I actually complimented Elaine. I was just filming a video of a reaction to I did one for Johnny Depp's closing and one for Amber Heard's closing. The very first thing Elaine says is, "I'm sorry you have to be here. You're watching 2 multimillionaires fight, basically. And it's not our fault because we're the defendant. You know, Johnny Depp brought you here and wasted your life. And, you know, you're getting paid maybe $50 a day. Maybe."
Now, are you sure? Are you sure she wasn't just saying, "I'm sorry you have to be here" at an Elaine close?
Yeah, right. Maybe. Hey, what were those objections? Because they muted the mics. What was Johnny Depp's team's objection during Elaine's close about?
We don't know in the courtroom either, because when they mute the mics, they blast white noise out, and it's actually fairly loud, and you can't hear a thing when they're up in those sidebars.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So we don't know what the objections during the closing were, but there are objections that they lodged after the closing and actually after the weekend, which is not the best move to try.
They get auto shut down.
Yeah, the judge effectively said, I'm not gonna entertain that. So
yeah, please put that in your appeal folder and let's keep going with our trial.
And to be critical to Johnny Depp's team, they really should have levied those objections on those statements in court. Like, that should have happened.
And I know, you know, I've been following the trial. I thought Johnny Depp's team definitely out-lawyered Amber Heard's team throughout the entirety of the trial. I will say, in the closing arguments, I felt like Johnny Depp's team, they were just reading. They had their whole closing argument just written down, and they were just straight up reading it. There was not a lot of eye contact with the jury. I don't know. I thought, as controversial as it sounds, I think Amber Heard's team probably did better in their closing, just from what I saw.
I don't know if I go that far. Elaine's closing was pretty bad.
Rottenborn was making a good argument in terms of what they have to make if they're going to have any hope is that legalistic argument. And it pisses people off because we don't think, you know, watching this tragedy that this case has been, nobody wants to think that they're going to win on a legalistic argument. But that's the argument they have to make. It's the one, it's the only one they've got on the table. And he made it as good as he can. The problem is that then Elaine gets up and, you know, does the jury actually remember what he was saying? Because he was undoing, or she was undoing everything he'd said. Because he's like, well, you know, it's an arguable point and so forth. And then she gets up and rambles. I didn't even know where she was going with it.
She, even during the regular trial, well, that's what, you know, backtracking throughout the entirety of the trial, at least from what I've seen, they were outclassed. So I don't know how much a good closing can help you. Usually the juries already have their mind made up by that point. But yeah, I don't know. I just felt like Camille and Ben Chu, they literally typed out their entire closing word for word, and they kind of used it as a crutch. They were just reading.
They definitely did that. And Andrew was bringing up that criticism earlier. I think the substance of their closing argument was good, but I do think that the reading interfered with the emotional connection a little bit. And that was part of what I really liked about the closing arguments of Benchu and Camille Vasquez was at the end of each of them, when they were finishing up, you could hear their voices break a little bit. And I felt like in those moments, we felt the connection that they had to their client. And I never felt that from Amber Heard's attorneys and her.
No,
I never felt connection.
Emily Baker posted I don't know if it was a story or an Instagram, but of Amber Heard basically fake writing sticky notes. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
It just there's definitely no connection between the legal team of Amber Heard and Amber Heard, whereas Johnny Depp, you can tell that they're all kind of friends.
Well, and you know how she was passing those sticky notes to them all the time when they were up actually doing lawyering stuff? Could you imagine how much that would just tease you off to have your client pass you a blank sticky note while you're trying to?
That is crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. I thought you were going to go further than
I can't fathom somebody doing that. I mean, that is some.
I mean, I can see a client, if not during closing argument, but during, a witness testimony. Hey, that's a lie. This thing didn't happen this way. My friend Ray J knows the truth or whatever, like writing down some note that gets picked up that maybe you hadn't discussed with your attorney, or maybe you want to really emphasize that they caught this thing. I can see something like that, but yeah, the like during closing argument, here's all these notes going all over the place. It's weird. That's weird.
Fake. If she truly was not writing, that's where I don't know, because the internet's devious. So, but if she truly was fake writing notes, pretending to scribble, that's
I don't know why that's surprising. She pretends to be able to act all the time.
Ken's counseling couch in the chat says that's borderline personality and histrionic personality disorders for you. I mean, that's that's just what they are. And yeah, I mean, if she has to be the center of attention and the center of the team, and I think there's lots of evidence that Amber Heard is running the show on the legal team in a lot of ways, that she's a domineering and insufferable client, that I think that would mesh perfectly with that she has to be seen to be involved in the process for whatever reason, but at least scribble on the paper.
I kind of get the feeling that that Elaine gets the worst of it. Like, I feel like Elaine gets the marching orders of, you're going to have to make this counterclaim argument. And that kind of lets Rottenborn look better, because he gets to make the actual legal argument that might have some prayer. So there's a lot of moments where you see like Rottenborn gets up and then Elaine gets up and does something completely contradictory. It's weird, but there's so many moments in this trial where you can sort of see that I think it's clear that that Amber's sort of calling the shots. Like that whole Waldman deposition. Why? I can't imagine anybody was out of it enough to think that was a good idea to present that. That's got to have been Amber saying, I demand you win the counterclaim. So,
well, the whole counterclaim is Amber, right? She strikes back. She punches back twice as hard. That's her self-perception of her own personality.
Yeah, I mean that the counterclaim, I will go to my grave saying the counterclaim is the worst legal move that her team made in the entire case. Just filing the counterclaim in the first place. It should never have been done. It compromised an otherwise imminently winnable defamation case, where we shouldn't even be at a jury verdict watch, really. In a high profile defamation case like this, on these statements that exist, we shouldn't be at jury at all. Johnny Depp should have lost. To be brutally honest.
And then they didn't even follow through with their counterclaim, in the sense that when she asked for damages, she asked for, quote, fair and reasonable damages. And then for punitive damages, she only requested $350,000. If you're going to assume
That's the maximum.
That's the maximum.
That's the statutory maximum there. And from what I'm told,
she should have said that.
That's very interesting.
I'm told that they're not allowed to tell the jury that that's the statutory maximum, and that if the jury puts a bigger number, then like if they put down 80 million in statute or in punitive, it's just 350. That's
they made the mistake by even asking for that because they're going to anchor the jury too low. I mean, this is what we do, you know, as a personal injury lawyer. Most of the time when we go to trial, we have the theory we don't even submit medical records. I don't want the jury to know that there's $10,000 or $100,000 or $500,000 in medical bills because that's anchoring them too low. Yeah, we want to go pain and suffering. So if you say I want punitive damages and these are supposed to be a punishment, and you're asking for, you know, I think she said 47 to 50 million in lost earning capacity, but she didn't even ask the jury for that. She just said, hey, we want this. These are the damages, but we just want what's fair and reasonable instead of just expressly telling the jury like, hey, these are the damages. We want 47 to 50 million. And then you're going to anchor the jury with 350,000 in punitive. That's like, you're basically signaling that fair and reasonable is $100,000 or whatever. I don't know.
It would have been much better to go with like Ben Chu's strategy. You are entitled to give punitive damages on this. You know, you can use those to punish bad conduct and then let them pick the number. And sure, they put down like, you know, $40 million in punitive damages if they were going to, which they're not going to give Amber any money. But if they were, then they put that down and you get the 350,000. Cool. You know, where do you want to be?
Yeah, and I feel like that that damages argument that was made at closing was just it was such a damper to any momentum that Amber may have had on any of the claims, including on, you know, Johnny's claims against her. Because I never thought her counterclaim maybe, you know, egg will be all on all of our faces when the jury comes back, blanks Johnny Depp and awards Amber Heard fees on a counterclaim. But no, like I never thought her counterclaim had any merit at all. I don't think they presented a good case on it or anything like that. But but I think even making that thing, well, you know, we made it to make a point, and to me that just sounds consistent with the abuse that she was perpetrating on Johnny Depp. That it was this punitive campaign by her against him. I think it was damaging to her case in general, not just to her own claims. So that was my opinion. I think that was a big misstep by Elaine. I don't know why she would bother saying it.
Because if you leave out the counterclaim, you can just play the victim card. You can play like, look, we're being bullied. I'm sorry that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sorry you have to be here. I don't want to be here, but they're just, you know, they're relenting. They're suing us, and you know, it is what it is. But if you're countersuing for even more money, it's tough to play the victim.
Yeah, and I just I think if you ask for 100 million, then you go before the jury and say, you've seen how much economic damage Amber Heard suffered. Her whole career is destroyed. Her entire life, this building career, and we've shown you how you get to $50 million. But that combined with what he did to her physically, with how he violated her personal person with a Maker's Mark bottle, that's not even a good whiskey. How, you know, you bring in the trauma that she suffered, right? Like, because you heard her testimony. You heard that she has to have rules about how to just interact with people. The people around her. She is so traumatized that anyone in a room with her has to understand how their actions may trigger her trauma and may send her into a spiral of post-traumatic stress. You've heard from from Dr. Dawn Hughes about the effects of post-traumatic stress on Amber Heard and what this man has done to her. we've got to ask you for $100 million. He's destroyed her entire life, professionally and personally. And if you're not willing to do that, then I just think it's one more indication to the jury that, yeah, we weren't serious about any of these claims. To me. Yeah.
Did you catch the moment as well where Elaine was going to run on an argument against, I think she was going to run an argument against a $1 claim. I think she expected Ben Chu to ask for $1 because she's got this whole line of argumentation of, well, they're just here to waste your time. And I initially thought that Ben Chu should have maybe put down $1. And of course the jury can go higher than that if that's just a closing comment. At least I think so in Virginia. But yeah, she actually kind of started reading that and then stopped herself and had to adjust. I think she had this plan for attacking that whole line of reasoning, and then ran out of steam. So I actually had to correct myself going, I thought it was a bad idea to not, because Ben Chu seemed like he was leaning into just give him $1. And I thought
he said it without saying it.
Yeah.
And I thought that was the better strategy myself for much of the same reasons. I mean, you brought in an expert to testify to how Johnny lost all this money. His career is destroyed. I think you either ask for the 50 million or you do what Ben Chu did. This is a thing. You're free to, you've heard testimony. He basically said, you've heard testimony about how much my client has lost. It's up to you guys to decide, what the amount is at the end of the day.
Another critique that I have, and I know it's easy to backseat lawyer, but I saw Johnny Depp's team. They own their bad facts in their closing. They look, Johnny's no saint. He has he has substance abuse problems. He, whatever. I didn't hear one deal about owning the bad facts from Amber Heard's team.
But that's Amber Heard, right?
She's never done anything wrong.
There are no bad facts.
And not only were they not owning it, but
I thought there were no cameras in our Saturday night club, Nick.
No.
This is a breach.
Well, I
of
tried
trust.
to take him down.
We're gonna have the Supreme Court find the leak.
I tried to take them down, but all the cameras were up too high, and the step ladders had all been moved. They're on the top shelf.
Yeah.
Sorry. Amber's never done anything wrong in her entire life. There wasn't, like I said, she took responsibility for nothing and then projects that onto Depp, saying he hasn't taken responsibility for anything. When they kept saying he admitted to this, but he didn't take responsibility for anything, whereas it's the exact opposite with her.
It was so weird that they were leaning into that so heavily in the close while also being unwilling to acknowledge anything. Like, do they not think the jury's paying attention?
And again, it goes to the hyperbolic nature of Amber's entire case. She went too far on the abuse claims, even if true. Even if I accept her abuse claims as true, they're unbelievable.
Yeah.
They're unbelievable and unreasonable to a normal person's experience. And unless you have photographic evidence to support that, like you have some doctor's notes, so you can have someone verify and validate these outrageous claims of horrific violence. If you don't have that, then you need to mitigate the story and make it believable. You have to sell like the law is a narrative. I mean, you're pitching your script to the jury, to put it in Hollywood terms, and the jury's going to they have to buy one of these two scripts, and they're going to either buy yours or buy theirs. And so you tell the story that they can actually stomach. And unless you have the goods, then you're not going to be able to sell her story. And then to go in to further amplify that was the idea that she never did anything wrong. I mean, you have friends testifying about you using cocaine, MDMA, and mushrooms, and then you have to then backtrack your saintly image and say, well, only on these specific occasions. Like, okay, never else.
Right.
Just these. You have it. Johnny Depp has it all the time, apparently. You have testimony that you've been requesting it and that he had to send out his people in Australia to go. But then you're like, well, no, only on these 3 events in my entire life did I do this. Well, you did cocaine when you were younger, right? Well, yeah, I mean, I did that. I guess I did there too, but once, and I didn't inhale. or whatever. It's like, do you know how to use cocaine, man?
So I think she would have had a much stronger case if she would have taken her top 3 or 4 allegations that had the most chance of being remotely provable and just harped on those issues over and over and over again, rather than just everything expanding and growing in number and story.
And if his story was, or if her story was even remotely plausible, there's so many things that should have been easily provable. I was dragged across broken glass, she says, in bare feet. Okay, I don't normally say this, but this is the time to show feet pics because that should leave pretty horrific scars.
Yeah.
You should have been in rehab for that because, everybody watches Die Hard. They see him running across glass. That's a movie. And that's also window glass. Bottle glass, it's curved. And so it cuts up deeper into the foot and into whatever's going on, So she should have been having to get surgery, stitches at best, most likely, rehabilitative therapy. This should have been a real serious moment. But we also have stuff like, oh, yes, this, he grabbed the arm of this flight attendant. Okay, I would have put some noise on this in the close. Where was this flight attendant? Flight attendants, of course, you don't have unnamed flight attendants. You can check who that was. That could be looked up. And it's so implausible. That person, you should have had that person there to say, yeah, he grabbed me by the arm. He threatened me, and then he paid me $6 million to shut up because that would have destroyed his career. And I have a copy of the NDA, which we'll tender as, as an exhibit here. Why don't we have that? Oh, right. Because your story is clearly made up. It's, and some parts of her story might be true, but at least some parts of them are completely fanciful. And I feel fairly confident in saying that there's just no way some of these parts happened.
Yeah, I mean and that's the problem is when you mitigate every bad action that you've done, and you overblow every negative, or maybe try to oversell every negative thing that has happened to you without something to back it up. I think you just burned all the credibility that you may have. But I don't know. Maybe the jury's like, no, I really believe Amber Heard. I actually do believe this. I can't imagine it. My brain doesn't comprehend that. I see millions of people online who are on Johnny Depp's team, all watching the same thing. And I go, I mean, I know that juries can come to different conclusions than the public, but we're all watching this thing. And I think what's universal is that people just don't, whatever they think, they don't really believe Amber Heard. And so that's why I think that legalistic argument, I think you're right, Runkel. That's the one you have to make. And that's the only chance that they have. But I don't see how it comes out.
I mean, you never know about a jury.
I know you don't.
The second jury trial I ever tried, we ended it on a Friday, and the jury wanted to deliberate all night because they did not want to come back. And so we gave it to the jury probably around noon, and 2 p.m. comes, no verdict. 3 p.m., no verdict. 4 p.m., no verdict. 5 p.m., no verdict. We ended up waiting at the courthouse until 12:30 at night. And what it came down, and we actually entered into a high-low settlement. So for anybody who doesn't know, we basically bracketed the case. So there was a resolution, which ended up being good, because what we found out was within the first 15 minutes of jury deliberations, they had already decided on the liability aspect. And my side, we had lost the case. And we thought we kicked ass. But they deliberated for hours and hours on damages, which didn't matter because we didn't get over liability. But because they deliberated so long, we were actually able to get the case resolved. We at least got something for our client, right? But when we went back to go talk to them, we thought, they're deliberating for so long, it must be because they've got past liability, and we're just talking about how much. But we didn't even get past liability, and it was just a total shock. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. So we could be talking or theorizing about all these things, and the jury could come slap us with something completely different.
Yep. That's the, speaking of tea leaf jury reading, there's people in the chat. I've seen you. The jury actually requested only a 45-minute lunch.
Are people making noise about that?
The people are asking if people have opinions upon that fact.
Have they not been catering the lunch? Usually the lawyers, at least in my experience, is both sides will equally pay and have all the lunches catered. So like we'll bring in restaurants, whatever restaurant of the day it is, and then we'll make a stipulation that both sides pay for half of it. So we keep the jurors happy. They have good food. They're not pissed off to be there, but you have to make it clear to them that both sides are equally chipping in. So it's not like you're playing favorites. And so it sounds like they're dismissing these jury members for lunch and they're just leaving the courthouse.
They've been eating. I've seen them in the cafeteria sometimes.
Interesting.
So yeah.
It's kind of weird. But yeah, so I mean, them requesting a 45-minute lunch, I don't know. Maybe they're close. Maybe that's what it means, and they want to get back and work and hammer it out. But they, people are hungry, and you got to eat, right? I guess
somebody in the chat says no food until the verdict.
Slaves.
No, you'll get a verdict real quick then.
What do you guys think? This bothered me a lot. What do you guys think about the judge's decision to let them go home at all during this jury deliberation on a case like this? I think that they should have been sequestered during deliberations. But
I think that's tough on Memorial Day weekend.
Well, you would have got a verdict on Friday.
Yeah, good. Decide. You got Memorial. You're going to miss Memorial Day.
Yeah, I don't know. I
was surprised that they're not actually coming in like on a bus or anything. They're just arriving however they arrive and walking into the courthouse. And I'm going, this is a courthouse that's packed with Johnny Depp supporters who are, and some of them have been outright crazies. Like there was that one day that a woman shouted, this is your baby and so forth.
That happens to Attorney Tom every day, though. I mean, it's normal for him.
Yeah.
But wait, no, that's not what they're shouting. They're shouting, "You are my baby," because he's so little.
But how do you risk, one of those jurors or one of those crazies just walking up to a juror and saying, "You got to, vote for Depp," or alternately, one of those jurors, like one of those people from the gallery who's just nuts, deciding that they don't like the look of that juror and going crazy on them. I would have been really worried about that.
Yeah, I mean, finding out that finding out, I don't know if it was from you or DUI guy. One of you kept having to reposition the phone and move a lot because the jurors kept like walking around in the courtyard where everybody else was, and I'm like, this doesn't seem right in this case. Like this isn't, some land issue, some land dispute between two neighbors, right? Well, your shed encroached on my lawn by 4 feet. This is Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. You've got a mob of people there to see them every single day. And yeah, they're just milling about outside. I mean, wild to me. I can't believe they let them leave the courthouse.
At least this is the most high profile civil case that I think that's undisputed, probably in history. You can make the argument that the OJ case maybe would have rivaled the attention, but that was a criminal matter. I don't think we've ever had such a large civil case, and I think there definitely was, a learning curve. Like for instance, the issue of sequestering the jury. Do you really need to do that in a civil case where it's two multimillionaires fighting over millions of dollars? But I don't know. I mean, maybe it's something that the next time a mega case like this happens, if one does, they can learn from it and make their decisions based on what we've seen here.
Man, to me, I think this is the case where I would the civil case that I can think of where I would definitely sequester a jury. I mean, they're two presumptively popular people, one exceedingly popular person. And it's demonstrated by the presence of everybody at the courthouse itself. I mean, that's just where I go. if it were me as a judge, I would think sequestering them the entire trial would have been of merit. I know that's a long time, though.
That's a long time.
It's a very long time, but certainly during jury deliberations. I mean, that point, or maybe even a limited sequestration where there was, where they were escorted, where there were secure drop-off locations, like they did with Rittenhouse, trying to preserve the anonymity and integrity of the jury severely. But just what they've done is just so far in the other direction that it shocks me personally.
Do you think this case has any
sequester for 6 weeks? That's an Eighth Amendment problem. I mean,
yeah,
seriously.
Even if you're not going to sequester them, at least have them come in and out on a bus and give them their own lunchroom, and just say, hey, listen, we're going to, they can have the discussion of, hey, the Chinese food, we're having Chinese tonight. But
why'd you go Asian, Runkle?
I was trying to make a reference. Wasn't that what they had the big discussion about with Rittenhouse?
Yeah, the judge had made the joke about ordering Asian food or something and it being stuck on a boat.
Yeah, isn't half the remaining jury Asian? Something like that?
Yes. Quite a bit.
The O.J. Simpson jury was sequestered for 265 days. So it was 11 months ish.
Take your 6 weeks and cram it, suckers.
Yeah,
that sounds terrible. Nick, how do you think this affects your ability, or the streaming of trials in the future? Do you think this was a net good for the, I hate to say it, the law tube community, or journalism in general? Do you think judges see this and go, yeah, next time I have a high profile case in my court, screw these guys, I don't want all this attention? Or do you think they go, well, even though I technically should do it because, fair and open courts, but we're just gonna make it more difficult or more restrictive, or what do you think happens from here?
It's tempting to say the circus of it all would be a deterrent, but at the same time, they've never cleared the courtroom. They had one outburst from one lady, right? Like that they had to remove. That wasn't caught on cameras, I don't think. I think that was completely sort of outside of the cameras. They have only had one witness admit to a social media thing. They haven't had any jurors come in talking about social media stuff. There hasn't been an accusation about juror taint due to the popularity of it. Although I have to imagine over Memorial Day weekend, some juror picked up their phone and something auto played about Johnny Depp somewhere. But that being said, I mean, for all of its popularity, there hasn't been any reported problems. Again, they had the one lady in court who yelled the "my baby" thing. And then they had the one witness who admitted to looking at some stuff about the trial on social media. And frankly, I don't think that's that far out of the realm of normalcy. I mean, with Rittenhouse, you had the news media following the jury bus, right? That got arrested and banned from the courtroom. So you had that, which is a much bigger issue than anything that's come up in this case. In this case, like you said, is easily 5 times the size of Rittenhouse in terms of public notoriety. So I think it's encouraging. Now we've got a bunch of media hit pieces on the fact that people are listening to people like us, people like Emily Baker, people like Legal Bites, rather than going to their trusted news media. They're
Right.
very, very afraid, I think, of what the quote unquote law tube style is doing. But that being said, as far as like the courtroom is concerned, I think any judge could look at this trial and go, yeah, it's actually manageable. I mean, Judge Ascarati did it for 6 straight weeks. 7, if you count the week off. She managed the courtroom just fine with all of the publicity in the world watching this case.
Yeah. Retired Marine. She is absolutely, she doesn't mess around, but also she's got a good group of bailiffs. I mean, I think that their management of the line in terms of how they were doing that, they didn't have enough rules. They didn't know what they were doing a lot of the time. But when you actually get into the courthouse, like they had bailiffs walking up and down, sort of shouting at people to get in line. And I think it was effective. People were afraid to pull out their phones. People were afraid to do anything.
Yeah, and just from what I've seen too, more so than just her order in the court, I think she's done a pretty good job of calling balls and strikes. And I would say the same thing for the Rittenhouse judge too. I think it's gonna be interesting when we get a high profile case and the judge doesn't know what they're doing, and because that happens a lot. And
we've seen that.
Yeah.
So on the point of the judge, I think she's done a pretty fair job of calling balls and strikes. I think some of her evidentiary rulings are frankly baffling to me. I think she's missed a lot of them, but I think she missed. I think she got better, and I think she missed them consistently.
Right, and that's what I was getting.
That's what you want.
That's what you want. Yeah.
You want whatever the judge is going to do. Either they're going to nail everything just right, or they're going to miss a lot of stuff, or they're going to miss everything. As long as it's consistent between both parties and predictable, you then mold your trial strategy around it. Well, we know we're not going to win on objections, so cool. We're just not going to bother with that, and we'll make them for appeal if we have to, but we're not going to bank on it. So yeah, I think she's been a fair and competent judge for sure. Let's see. So the jury should be back in the deliberation room for about 7 minutes now. Their lunch is over. So now we're just back on waiting. I do have that spot on Law and Crime pulled up where they're about to go back to the panel. I'm loving this Law and Crime coverage. I think
they have Man on a Bus again?
Has Law and Crime copied you? And do they have a panel now?
They do a different thing. They have this guy right here. He's one of their on-air talents, and he will ask questions of dubious quality to lawyers who seem to have an equally dubious amount of knowledge of the trial. And then they say stuff that's really funny, like that Amber Heard needed to distribute the TMZ video because there was a prenup. And
what?
There specifically was not a prenup in this case. That was actually a big point of the testimony. So I've been loving it. I've been loving their coverage.
Can we try to get that man on the bus here for an interview? He's clearly very insightful.
The lawyer,
park bench rather.
Yeah, the lawyer on the park bench. Yeah.
Park bench lawyer, 49-year trial attorney. That guy, that guy's got really good stories that have nothing to do with this case.
Yeah, I was going to say this case he's vaguely heard of.
Yeah. It's like, what are you doing down here? Well, I didn't want to do any work today, so I told the paralegals to get to work, and then I left. Came to sit on the bench, and then you all showed up. I was just feeding pigeons.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's about to go to the panel. I don't know what question he's going to ask, but I'm interested. So here we go.
How significant was that testimony, other than the fact,
look at how excited this
There's
guy
a happy
is to talk.
guy. Yeah.
Oh, yes. It's promising already.
Big headline, Kate Moss is testifying in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. How significant was that in the overall case?
Well, I think it was important to refute this idea that Johnny Depp pushed her down the stairs. But what I think it did is, Amber Heard had talked about this rumor that everybody knew. I think she said in the early aughts, that there was.
There's no way on earth to sound older than to say the aughts.
This rumor of him pushing Kate Moss down the steps, and by her testifying, she gave some legitimacy to the idea that sort of a rumor could flow from that. She did fall down the steps. She was injured in Jamaica, and it gives some plausibility that a rumor could spin off of her falling down the steps, and that's the same rumor that Amber Heard had heard, and that's the same rumor that had spread through Hollywood or the elites, actors and actresses in the early 2000s. So I think it adds some plausibility, actually.
It only adds plausibility if you believe Amber's other bullshit.
Well, and again, I guess it adds plausibility to the rumor okay, but Amber Heard knows that it's a rumor. That's the point, that it was a rumor. And Kate Moss then comes in and completely dispels it. But again, I actually don't think that Kate Moss falling or not falling in Jamaica adds or subtracts any plausibility to any rumor that she was shoved down the stairs by Johnny Depp in Jamaica. Like, there's nothing about her coming in and testifying that makes that rumor more or less likely to have existed. There's only the question of whether or not the rumor is more or less true. That's answered by her testimony. So I'm not sure what this guy's talking about. I think he was told to come in with some sort of contrarian take.
Explanation that she had heard this, and just like anybody else, she was concerned about.
And as Anjanette Levy and Stacey Delicat were reporting earlier today, Johnny Depp is apparently in England, playing with John Beck, and he ultimately
John Beck
Moss attended that show, so they appear to be still close friends. Let's play what Johnny Depp had to say on the stand about Kate Moss.
Please continue, Mr. Depp. What did you tell Ms. Heard about the staircase or Kate Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn.
I love the pause.
Ms. Heard took the story and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind.
Real quick, this was an interesting part of the testimony for me because Johnny Depp implies through testimony, whether this is truthful or not, that Amber Heard might be responsible for the rumor. That she created the rumor because she created it in her mind. He's saying that she generated this rumor, whether or not anybody else knew the rumor. So that was an interesting way to turn this testimony into a machination of Amber Heard. Whether or not, the jury heard it the same way is weird, but that's basically what he says.
There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs, yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's not responsive to the question.
Sir, hold on.
Sorry.
Objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Ms. states the facts and evidence.
I'll overrule the objection.
I love her very patient.
I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's voice. What was you looking? Was it?
So what specifically had you actually told Ms. Heard about the incident with Miss Moss and the stairs?
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, a monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back.
And her coccyx.
And she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt. She was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever. But that's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Ms. Heard grabbed hold of it.
Matt, I guess it's systematic of the entire case. I guess it's a microcosm of the entire case that Amber Heard was peddling another untruth. That's what Johnny Depp is trying to assert there, right? And I guess that's why this event is so significant, why it was necessary to call Kate Moss. Do you think it played?
Do you think it played?
Well, yeah. Again, I think if
systematic and microcosm, weird. Sorry, that I'm just still stuck on the host's odd style of questioning.
Kate Moss would have come and said, I don't know what she's talking about. I had never been pushed down the steps. I never fell down steps at the hand of Johnny Depp. I don't know. What I think the testimony does by saying that, yes, we were in Jamaica and she fell down the steps and I helped her up, it leads credence to the fact that maybe there was a rumor about Johnny Depp pushing Kate Moss down the steps. It adds some legitimacy in a strange sort of way to this story.
It is very strange.
I mean, it is a strange sort of way what you're saying, because what Johnny Depp testified to, and if you don't have independent knowledge outside of his testimony, if you believe him, is that Amber Heard effectively created a rumor based off of him telling her a story about him and Kate Moss being in Jamaica and Kate Moss falling down. But when it became convenient for Amber Heard, she creates this rumor about Kate Moss. Now, I don't know when the Kate Moss rumor manifests. Kate Moss pushed down. There's no way I'm going to find anything old on this because of the new thing. Let's see. I don't know.
Unless I completely misheard what that guy said. He's saying by Kate Moss appearing and giving testimony to say it never happened, it gives credence to the statement that maybe it happened.
Yes, that is what he's saying, because they've overcommitted to Amber Heard is actually the victim here, and they can't adjust. They can't say, oh, well, maybe we were actually wrong about all of this and maybe we're full of crap. Like, what better evidence are you going to need than Kate Moss personally saying it didn't happen?
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't a complete idiot and completely misunderstanding what he was saying, because
the way you get to Amber Heard being correct here is you got to believe that there's this giant conspiracy of everyone around Amber Heard to lie against her. And it's when you start
the beauty of the closing arguments.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is, I don't know that there's ever been a public rumor that Kate Moss was pushed down the stairs by Johnny Depp. Right? Like, I don't know that this is a thing that exists that's old. Does anybody know if this is a pre-existing rumor, or did it come about from the UK case when Amber Heard mentioned I've heard a big rumor about that?
I tried to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that's where I'm like looking and trying to find anything older than a week ago about this. And I'm not finding much.
The earliest I could find was the UK trial. So I think his statement that she made it up seems pretty accurate.
But Amber said everybody knew.
So then this guy is doubly stupid, because he's claiming that Kate Moss coming in to testify that Johnny Depp never pushed her down the stairs. It's actually more nuanced than you said, Legal Vices. He's saying that lends credibility to the existence of the rumor, not to the existence of the event. Because, if she comes in and testifies, well, I did fall down the stairs, well, then, yes, we know then that there was at least a Jamaica trip and a fall down the stairs. But he's saying that because she's testifying that Johnny Depp never pushed her down the stairs, that it lends credibility to the existence of a rumor that seems to have only been a rumor for Amber Heard's convenience in these two trials. And that just frankly isn't true. Like, well, you denied the facts of a rumor, therefore a rumor must have existed prior to this thing. That those don't follow. And I don't know how this guy got to that. And I didn't actually get that at all from her testimony. I maybe assumed that there was a pre-existing rumor. I think Amber testified that everybody knew, but we don't have any corroborating testimony on that. So, yeah, I don't know, man. This guy's got a weird take to me.
Amber Heard says it's a rumor. There's some basis. There's some smoke to this rumor. So in some way it adds legitimacy to the fact that it could have just been something she heard. And when her sister had her back to the steps, that's what came to her mind. It's a strange sort of line of testimony.
Karen, do you think the jury is going through every one of these incidents that we've heard, the headbutt incident in 2015, the Australia incident with the finger, the May 2016 cell phone incident, the Tokyo incident, the Boston flight incident? Do you think they're going through each one of these and determining whether or not he abused Amber Heard? And it's almost like a mini trial and a mini trial and a mini trial. When we have a murder case, it's one event. Here, there's multiple. And so do you think they're going through all that?
I believe so, Jesse, because when you listen to the closing arguments of Amber's team, they're saying that all you need is one incident. And of course, on the other side, Camille said that if you disbelieve anything that Amber said, that you have to disbelieve everything. So I think that they're in that situation where they're obligated to go through each incident and say, is this plausible? Did this happen? Do we believe Amber? Because you're going to have 7 people making a decision as to whether or not they're going to rely on Amber's team saying, all you need is one. And then you're going to look at Johnny's team and say, no, if you disbelieve her on any of these incidents. So I think it's incumbent upon them to go through each and every one of these incidents. Absolutely.
All right, let's take a break. When we
It's certainly not incumbent upon the jury to go through any and every incident. If you disbelieve all of them or you believe all of them, that simply means that if you disbelieve one of them, then you disbelieve all of them, right? Like that. So, they certainly might be going through every single incident. What I think might be taking the jury a bunch of time is if they're just playing every video and audio that was admitted into evidence, because some of these things were hours long and they only use segments of them in courtroom presentation.
Oh,
so
shut
they
your dirty mouth. Dude, God forbid that's what they're doing.
It's quite possible that I think there was
we'll be here another 6 weeks.
One of those audio cuts was like 3.5 hours long, and they used a collective 2 minutes, 3 minutes of it. Who knows? But gosh. Anyway, let's. What is happening? I'm going to get to this. Back to this guy. Gosh.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're talking about and breaking down the entirety of the Amber Heard Johnny Depp defamation trial. We're currently on verdict watch, and I want to go live right now to Fairfax County, Virginia, where our very own Stacey Delicat is outside of the Fairfax County Courthouse, where the jury is continuing their deliberations right behind her. Stacey, good to see you once again. What is happening outside the courthouse? Any Depp Heard sightings, rumblings, anything like that?
You know what? I had a sighting of a Depp fan, which I'm going to put up on my Twitter in a couple of minutes, who was outside in a very vibrant, colorful, bright dress with a sign in support of Johnny Depp. That's about the extent of it. I think the heat and humidity is keeping a lot of people away and indoors today, and people are just, waiting for something to happen perhaps before they converge on the courthouse. In terms of Depp and Heard, well, yeah, we've been telling you Johnny Depp was on stage last night in London with Jeff Beck for the 3rd night in a row performing. And we're not sure if he's going to stick around and play the rest of the run with Beck in the UK this week, or whether he will fly back to hear the verdict read. It was a surprise.
He's likely going to stay and play the rest of the run with Jeff Beck. That's likely what he's going to do. I can't imagine the benefit of Johnny Depp being in the courtroom for the verdict reading.
No, I give him a lot of credit, man. It doesn't. That's. I'm not sure I'd be so calm and relaxed and having a good time if I was facing the prospect of $100 million judgment, however unlikely.
Oh man. All right. There's a new Mel magazine article against or about me. I shouldn't say against me. That would be terrible. By Eddie Kim. Eddie Kim, 6 hours ago, the anti-feminist energy fueling the Johnny Depp misinformation campaign from the bastion of testosterone known as Mel magazine, which I'm pretty sure that is that is men engaged in ligma, is what Mel stands for. So here we go. I got to read this section about it real quick. Let's see. Here we go. Where am I? Where am I?
As long as they don't mention me.
The best part is this is the second article that he's written. In the first article, he had to write that I had 365,000 subscribers on YouTube. And now he has to write 460,000 subscribers on YouTube in just a few short weeks. That's got to burn up old Eddie Kim's labia. One example is Minnesota lawyer Nick Ricada, who has 460,000 followers on YouTube and has gained major traffic in the last year via his commentary around the Kyle Rittenhouse trial in November and the ongoing Depp trial. Despite being a knowledgeable attorney who drops real insights into legal standards, protocols, and trial missteps, Ricada's analysis is rife with anti-Heard bluster. Quote, she wanted to defame Johnny Depp. That's, of course, the rub. That's the main inference that everyone should draw, he declares in a May 28th live stream. Elsewhere, this is where it gets my favorite stuff. He platforms an article from the right-wing disinformation rag PJ Media, called out, bitches, as quote, the quote most important and quote most correct reporting about the trial, which is not what I said. I said the broader implications of the Depp Heard trial. I think I even said in media. Let's get the quote, because he could have just quoted the whole thing. I don't think he was running out of words for my platforming of this disinformation rag PJ Media. Where was it? Here we go. This may be the most important article for the broader implications of Depp versus Heard being broadcast. So I'm specifically talking about the broadcast of the trial. I said it also happens to be the most correct article about it. And yes, the PJ Media headline is why we can't let Amber Heard's melodramatic whining about internet abuse close American courtrooms, which if Mel Magazine had done any research would know that since Kyle Rittenhouse, I've been specifically proposing a live stream feed in every court, in every case in the country, because I think it's critical to transparent judiciary. But that would require Eddie Kim asking one question. So here we go. Reporting about the trial. One analytical highlight from the piece, quote, the media is determined to help Heard look as victim-y as possible. You're doing. He also recently joined some special friends to spice up his Heard commentary. Well, I mean, I invited a special friend, Carl Benjamin, the Gamergate conspiracist and anti-feminist commentator, who has been booted off Twitter and YouTube for hate speech. That's not true. Actually, Carl Benjamin is still, Sargon of Akkad is still on YouTube with his Sargon channel and his Sargon Clips channel, and has another channel on YouTube, the podcast of the Lotus Eaters. Good fact checking there, Eddie Kim, as well as Chrissy Mayer, the comedian and podcaster who has championed far-right voices like Tim Pool, disgraced political operative Roger Stone, and Proud Boy founder Gavin McInnes.
I thought when they said special friends, they were going to be referring to Attorney Tom, but
no, we do have a unique relationship. But my God, Eddie Kim, this dude is so great. I know what he wants me to do. He wants me to share his article again, because the last time I shared it, it got probably more clicks than he's gotten in his entire life. So I think this time I'll share an archive link of it.
You're saying he got 4 clicks?
at least 4, maybe up to 5, which is 3 more clicks than Attorney Tom is tall. So that
I heard that.
Okay, sorry. I just had to talk about that article because I saw it. So here we go. Back to this.
Appearance on stage with him to begin with that began on Sunday night. As for Amber Heard, we are hearing from sources that she is in the area and will be here when the verdict is read.
Let's talk.
Yeah, because she's the one with a vested interest in a press release when the verdict comes out either way. Amber Heard needs to get behind a podium if she wins and say, this is great. I championed women's rights and I won against my abuser. If she loses, she needs to say the system is prejudiced against women who call out their abusers. It's an institution to protect men. And my Washington Post article is just as true today as it ever was. And I'll be appealing this travesty of justice. I mean,
and you know that most press releases are sitting on somebody's desk right now.
Yes.
And I have a profound hope that somewhat like after the decision, that somebody grabs the wrong one and sends it out.
Oh, that would be funny.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
like when they sell the wrong like NBA championship hats and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And Amber Heard is also the one who has the most open dance card at the moment. I don't know if she has any pressing social engagement.
Let's see. Here we go. Jury's just back deliberating. So, okay, nothing new. Just following up, making sure I'm trying to keep on top of the jury
about that.
status.
Do we have a sense of when the verdict is announced, what that's going to look like? Will we get advance notice? Is the scene going to change? Walk us through what we can expect.
So, you know, what we've been told by the judge is when a verdict is reached, there will be an announcement made, and the judge will then have the verdict read at the top of the next hour. So what we interpret that to mean is, you know, it's 11:35-ish right now. Let's say a verdict is reached at 11:55. Well, then it would be read at 1 o'clock. Or if it was reached at 12:25, perhaps not until 2 o'clock. So that's sort of the understanding under which we're operating. And that's to give all of the players, you know, like Amber Heard, for example, time to get here. The rest of the legal team, although we know some of Johnny Depp's lawyers are inside and some of Amber's lawyers are inside now as well. This will give everyone who needs to or wants to be here time to get here. We expect some more fans and onlookers will show up in that time as well.
Yeah, and that, I think, once there's a verdict that has been reached, that whole scene behind you, Stacey, will look a lot different. We're probably going to see more people like the guy who just tried to jump in your shot before. So we'll probably see that.
Yeah, and
did you see her face? You're covering a circus, lady. What do you think's going to happen?
Jesse, you know, I've referenced the media set up behind me, the barricades. In front of that is a microphone stand. Everyone is standing by as soon as something does happen. Everyone who comes out who's involved in the case is going to be given an opportunity to speak. Obviously, we're going to have all of that live once it does happen. But in the more immediate future, just a reminder to all of our viewers, starting in just about 25 minutes, I'll be live here from 12 to 2 with Antoinette, our own Gene Rossi.
Okay, there's no analysis going on, so I'm gonna skip. We're gonna go probably back. Oh boy, hold on. What is? Okay.
Welcome back to For the Record here on Law and Crime. I'm Stacey Delicat, joined by our very own Gene Rossi.
Another old man, another park bench.
Courthouse where jury delivery.
She just keeps going to the retirement home and grabbing people, grabbing guests.
And they're all like, "Will there be pigeons?"
It's like a retirement home bus broke down in front of the courthouse, and they're just milling around.
I really like birds.
That'll do, pig.
I remember when Jimmy Carter was born.
Deliberations have once again resumed in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. This after jurors took a brief lunch break. I want to get back to some of the great questions.
Finally, Attorney Tom was removed from the stream. Thank God. Oh, what a drag that guy is.
That have been coming in, and one question comes in from Miss Marissa Ia on YouTube. I don't know if this has been asked before. It has been. But why is the trial set in Fairfax, Virginia, and not in California, where these stars live, where some
Is this a quiz show?
They're taking super chats on their network television. Oh, that's so cool. They're trying to emulate real people. It's fun to watch corporate media try and do this. I've been waiting to see how they do it, because they have to be looking. They have to be going like, how can we incorporate this? People seem to be interested in this stuff. We have broader reach. If we can use our reach plus their ability to generate interest, it would be good for us. So they've got to start incorporating stuff like this.
When they come back to the studio, that guy with the dark hair will be wearing a Pope hat.
I will drive to law and crime. I'll punch that thing right off his head. I'll express papal dominance.
The drama happened. We know this was sort of an international story with them. But why are we here near your hometown of Fairfax, Virginia, Gene? Remind everyone.
Because there's a server that's owned by the Washington Post, and there were online distributions of this article, and it's in Fairfax County, Virginia. Also, there's a printing operation for the Washington Post in Fairfax County, Virginia. But most important, Virginia has a very favorable defamation statute that Johnny Depp is trying to take advantage of. And it's not the greatest for the plaintiff, but it's a little better. Plus, the cases move a little faster in Fairfax County than in other jurisdictions, believe it or not.
Wow. Well, as we talked about before, we know the judge in this case had set some firm time deadlines. Yes. This is when the openings, this is when the closings, this is how long you will have, although that may just be her style, right? Here's another question, and Anjanette Levy is with us too. She's restationed a little closer to the front of the courthouse now. Hey, Anjanette. We have a question from Winnie on YouTube who says, have there been any questions from the jury today or anyone? Has that, have we heard anything?
They really are super chatting. How funny. Except they didn't get paid.
No questions today. We would have heard about that had there been a question. Judge Ascarati, when there was the question yesterday, she brought.
Her name is Judge Ascarati. That's just beautiful to me. I just want to point that out.
The parties into the courtroom, put it on the record. We aired it right here live on Law and Crime. So I think this is such a high profile case that should there be another question, sometimes they'll handle those in chambers. They'll just, huddle and deal with it. But I think because of the high profile nature of this case, and we saw it in the Kyle Rittenhouse case as well, that all questions were put on the record, a transcript was taken, and then it was broadcast, obviously, to the public.
I mean, yeah, the reason they put the questions that the jury asks on the record along with the judge's response is because it offers the attorneys opportunities to object to the judge's response and to help inform the decision about what answer actually goes back to the jury. Just in case the judge says, actually, I just responded to them that he should fine for the plaintiff, right? Like the defense would be like, well, Judge, I got a little problem with that. Oh, gosh.
Okay, yes, I agree with you. I expect we will get some kind of word. We'll hear something. Again, when the question was brought up yesterday, at that time, the judge also addressed a motion that Johnny Depp's team had filed asking for some testimony, basically to be dismissed. The judge said, you know what, case is already with the jury. So I think, any developments we will find out about. And right now it has just been quiet as they deliberate behind the closed doors. Let's talk about some other crucial testimony in the case. Johnny Depp's team called an expert psychologist, Dr. Curry, to testify in regards to Amber Heard's mental health. Here is what the doctor found.
Work that you performed, did you form any opinions with respect to Ms. Heard?
I did.
What were those opinions?
Jeez, that shit's
results of
crazy.
Ms. Heard's evaluation supported 2 diagnoses.
Okay, I love Dr. Curry, but I want to comment on their commentary specifically.
So there's been a lot of criticism about this diagnosis. Linda, what was your take on it?
Yeah, where's the criticism of the diagnosis? I've seen a couple media pieces. I wouldn't call it a lot. Okay, sorry.
Dr. Curry's testimony.
Well, initially, I was not happy with the Depp team not calling somebody who is not a board-certified psychologist, although I've been advised by a number of people that in psychology, it's not considered as important as it is in...
Oh, so your opinion was uninformed. Thanks. Great.
He's treating diagnosis. But I think the jury is going to look at Amber Heard and see for themselves, do they agree with Dr. Curry or disagree with Dr. Curry? Do they agree with Dr. Dawn Hughes, or disagree with him? So they're going to take whatever the psychologist has.
That's some deep commentary.
Them, and they're going to observe Amber Heard, or have observed Amber Heard, and they're going to make their own conclusion based on their observations of her, whether Dr. Curry is credible.
Well,
the stunning revelation of the law and crime analyst is that the jury is going to listen to testimony from witnesses, determine its credibility, and make a determination about the veracity of the testimony based on that assessment of the witness's credibility. Thank you. That's wonderful. It's very, very helpful. You didn't answer the question about the diagnosis and the criticism that was asked to you. These people cannot answer a freaking question that's asked to them at all.
Well, you mentioned Dr. Dawn Hughes, and she's the forensic psychologist that was called.
No, lady, ask her the follow-up. Say, okay, but that's great. But I asked you about the criticism of Dr. Curry's diagnosis, which is apparently controversial. Can you comment on the controversial nature of the diagnosis, not on the credibility of the witness being assessed by the jury, which we all kind of knew was the process?
By Amber Heard's team, who presented a different view. Let's listen to that.
At the end of that process,
I cannot listen to her ever.
She's so bitter.
I feel like she has doves held hostage. Whatever that looks like.
So, Janine Atamian, how do jurors sort of reconcile the two different testimonies from these two different doctors?
She already answered that question earlier. That's the answer she gave. Oh!
The jurors will consider it and then decide who to believe more than the other one.
You have to remember that these are expert witnesses that are being paid to put on the testimony that they're putting on for their side. So always there's a bias there that can be inferred. But I thought with Amber's doctor, she came across as much more disorganized than Depp's doctor. She's missing notes.
No
and then
kidding.
on rebuttal, Depp's doctor, talked about how they were clearing evidence of like faking the symptoms for post-traumatic stress disorder. So I think that they did a good job at kind of knocking down her testimony. But going back to Depp's doctor's testimony, one of the things that's important in this particular case, like she says that she's got borderline personality disorder, she's got histrionic personality disorder. She talks about how she can't help herself.
And that's
just look at how different those two women look. I mean, Curry's not only much more attractive, but she's smiling. And look at the frowny face on the other one.
See,
she doesn't want to be there.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was prepared to head off the criticism because of what you were saying. It's not about their relative attractiveness in how they look. Look at how they look, how they're presenting to the jury. The difference is stark and was from the get-go on who you believe. And it had nothing to do with the overall bangability of either witness. It was literally just one of them looked confident, one of them looked competent, and the other one didn't. And to me, it was always clear from who that was.
Lying, she's desperate for attention and approval. And that to me goes to malice, because one of the things is it's got to be that you knew it was false, or a substantial disregard for the truth. But then when she's testifying, Amber, she's talking about my truth. I'm allowed to tell my story. So maybe this is what she actually believes because she has these disorders. And I thought that was kind of an interesting, way to look at this. I mean, could that maybe help her that they had their expert come up and say that she suffers from these disorders and these qualities?
So, go ahead, Jean.
Is it Janine?
Yes.
Janine, you hit the nail on the head. I was just reading the jury instructions, and for actual malice, it's a subjective test. And the reason you hit this on the head is Amber Heard may have all these maladies that they talk about, PTSD, histrionics, and all that. But if she subjectively thinks that she was abused, either physically, sexually, psychologically, or by jealousy in other ways, she wins, even if she may be exaggerating. But if she subjectively believes she was a victim, there's no actual malice.
That's not how that worked. Knowledge of the falsity or reckless disregard for the truth, a self-serving idea of belief that you were abused when you weren't, has to be credibly acceptable to a jury. You can't just say, people say this on Twitter all the time in regards to defamation, and they're all fucking wrong. The fact that someone says, well, I believed it to be true. I'm sorry. If you say, I was anally violated by a Buick, and then you say, well, I subjectively believed it to be true, the jury has to believe your subjective belief. They have to find it credible.
I'm hearing that there might be a verdict.
Verdict?
Oh,
A
God
real one?
willing.
This is what I'm hearing, but it might be just a judges in.
I'm checking some sources on this.
Chanley is reporting verdict is in.
Verdict at 3 p.m., which means we've got an hour and a half. An hour and a half for the verdict. This is great news.
So we can start drinking then.
Hour and a half is a long way away, but this is great news because we are going to be done with the verdict watch today. And frankly, you know, I love doing these shows. Don't get me wrong. I love doing 8-hour long panels and laughing and telling jokes. But at the same time, like, this subject is, we've been covering it for 7 weeks. And I think people are ready to kind of move to the next thing, you know, move past it. But that's great. Let me tweet out the link that we will be. Oh, here we go. I got the best tweet for this. Verdict is in.
I'm so happy I get to stay up till 4 o'clock again. Well,
the broadcast
things start at 4 o'clock a.m.
2 p.m. Central. Come watch here. In the meanwhile, I'm ridiculing at Law and Crimes. Law and Crime. Oh, maybe. Wait, I shouldn't do this. I should not do this, actually. I have. If I tag them, they'll come copyright strike my stream. Like a bunch of salty bitches. Much ridicule and comedy in the meanwhile. Come join me at Law of Self-Defense, at Legal Vices, and at Runkle. While you wait. All right, here we go.
Wow.
I just locked all of you into the stream. None of you can leave ever again.
Just like the guy on the bench.
If you try, I'll have the guy on the bench eat your toenails. And you know he wants to. Because look at him. No, but his this commentary about subjective belief. Again, yeah, if a jury or a fact finder believes your belief, but if you go, trust me on this, if you go into a defamation case and say, well, I believed everything I said, and it's patently ridiculous, then they go, yeah, you recklessly disregarded the truth of the matter asserted. That's why the reckless disregard standard is in there, because otherwise people could just say, of course, I took the rumor and ran with it. No, you don't get to do that. You have to do some amount of inquiry that is reasonable to do this. Okay. Anyway, I hate this assertion about it. It's not at all the clear picture of defamation.
That's a very good point, and I'm glad you made that clarification. It's important to remind our viewers that the actual malice is a big part of what the jury has to decide upon. Not just were these statements defamatory, but were they made with actual malice? Following up about the psychologist, a user.
And remember, again, I have to point out, these jurors are real people. These jurors are not lawyers. They're not judges. They're not appellate court judges. They're not determining the legal value of actual malice. To a juror, when they go, okay, I hear a jury instruction that says actual malice doesn't mean real malice. It means a different kind of legal malice that is knowledge of the falsity or reckless disregard for the truth. Well, a juror can subjectively come to a circumstantial understanding of a willingness to lie about someone by how the person perceives, the other person. If they think, man, Amber Heard really hates Johnny Depp and is acting with malicious intent, which is not actual malice, they can determine that the circumstances around that, the circumstantial evidence, manifests actual malice, that she would be willing to lie with knowledge of the falsity because it's demonstrated that she hates this guy and is willing to do all sorts of nasty things to him. Like, I don't know, take a bunch of demeaning pictures of him, like run with a false protective order thing, like leak to TMZ a mischaracterized video of him smashing some cabinets. Do you think that a jury could come to a determination that based on her actions, she is willing to act with knowledge of the falsity or reckless disregard for the truth? Obviously, they can come to that conclusion.
And where was this legal theory in the closing arguments by the by the Heard team? Hey, listen, maybe it didn't really, it's not true, but she's our client so crazy that she's free to destroy this guy's career.
Yeah,
with a lie, with defamation.
The reason neither party focused heavily on it in closing argument is because it's not a winning jury argument. It's a winning appellate argument. This is on case law. This is in motion practice. This is an anti-slap argument, but it is not a very good jury argument. Unless someone genuinely doesn't know. For example, this is why it would be problematic to sue the ACLU, because we can infer that the ACLU has no idea what the nature of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's relationship is. And she comes in and says, this guy's beating me. What are they going to do to investigate it? They've talked to the party being beat. So they can run with that story, and you have a much more compelling actual malice question for the ACLU or the Washington Post or anybody else than you do for Amber Heard. Amber Heard's the one who is allegedly being beat. If she has a crazy lady understanding that she was getting punched by never actually getting punched, the jury has to buy that. And I just frankly don't think that they will. But maybe I'll be made the fool in just a few minutes or in an hour and a half when they announce this verdict.
Man, I hope not. I'm sitting here thinking, come on, big money.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
A YouTube user rather asks, the Stephen Lynn 85 asks, why didn't the court use?
Oh, they're reading the names. It's very dangerous. Crime. Where's YouTube user Ice Wallow Cum commenting on Law and Crime? Where are you, buddy? Get in there. This is your moment. YouTube user Ice Wallow Cum is
a neutral psychologist for the.
That's not even like top 10 bad options.
First of all, as a neutral witness, but I mean, is this because, both sides have to present their own experts? Like, could there have been anyone that would have been more neutral, Gene?
Please, me, folks, there's no such thing as a neutral expert when it's called by one side or the other. The only neutral expert is if a judge appoints somebody for an incompetence hearing or some other purpose. But whenever
and ask anybody involved in that case if the person appointed by the judge was neutral.
Yep.
And shockingly, both parties will say no. Mm-hmm. Well, except for the favorable decision. They'll say, no, that person was perfectly neutral and competent.
Side calls an expert, they obviously will pay them. They obviously will vet them. And you're not going to call an expert that's going to rule against you. So you're never going to get an independent, unbiased, non-sympathetic expert, period.
And I mean, these experts are usually paid. So that it's not supposed to, but you're paid by one side.
Right.
So now it's 1:30 here in Virginia, almost 1:30. We're almost halfway through the day of deliberations, and Getmo Gaming, Jen Lowe asks, do you think a longer deliberation is worse for Johnny's side? Linda, what's your feeling on that? I mean, as this goes on longer, is it better for one side, worse for another?
No, I don't think we're at that point yet with 12 hours of deliberations. Maybe by Friday, possibly.
This lady can't get through a morning coffee in 12 hours. She looks like someone. She looks like that chick from The View.
The NCIS, the little short one there.
NCIS.
Isn't that the lady from The Incredibles? The costume maker?
Played Shout Out Mapes in the old Dune movie.
I'm thinking of Joy Behar, but she looks like half of Joy Behar. I think that's who I was thinking of.
Right, the no capes lady. That's what I was thinking of.
Man, that's the worst sentence I've uttered in recent memory is "I'm thinking of Joy Behar." Gosh, that was awful.
Linda Hunt. That's what I was thinking of.
Okay. She's Depp's old agent? This lady is? No, that's not the same lady who testified.
The first day they were just picking a four-person, maybe getting organized. Yesterday they came back. They were trying to figure out what they had to do. Where were the issues? How do they understand it? Today they're deliberating, really, and they may be voting. We haven't heard from them. They may be taking straw votes and seeing where there's some confusion. So I don't think it hurts or helps right now at this point. And Gene, I would say it just really quickly with regard to that issue that you brought up. Remember here, though, the actual malice is not like having to do with a newspaper. It's her. And she has to know what the truth is. She has to know whether she's assaulted with the bottle.
Finally.
She has to know these things. So if it's false, Johnny Depp wins. I don't think we have that, she's so damaged that she can't know what the truth is.
Thank you.
Oh, she just dropped it on old man Hinkle over there. That was perfect. Well said. I got to commend her. That was the absolute right analysis. She has to know if she was hit and raped with a bottle or not. Like, she has to know that. There's no testimony. By the way,
maybe it's ambiguous.
They have two mental health experts on her side that could have at any point testified that she has dissociative memory issues and wouldn't know truth from fiction. Of course, you would never want to do that in a defamation trial, but that would be the argument. My client's just too damaged to possibly know the truth of this. And that what you would do in that case is you would have her not testify, because she obviously couldn't testify truthfully if that was going on. So you'd have to build out your case through other witnesses, but that would have been a potential strategy. My client is so damaged, she can't really tell the line between truth and fiction based on what he's done.
Nice screen capture, long crime. It looks like Amber's already heard the verdict.
No.
But I mean, of course they're not going to go with that because, at that point she's just unemployable.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I think she is anyway, but yes, any one of those, remembering that this trial is grounded in a public relations second battle line, that they have this other thing. Each party has had to present this case in a way that would be palatable to the court and palatable to the public. I think Johnny Depp has nailed the public one.
Yeah.
I think they did pretty good on the court one too. I think Amber Heard has failed both, frankly, but I think their focus is more on the court one than the public one. But yeah.
The other thing I think has been really fascinating with this one is we're seeing a difference in how PR has been conducted, because what we've seen from court testimony is that Depp's team was like, okay, we will provide actual information to certain, to sort of independent journalists because they'll give us a fair shake. And whereas Heard's team seems to be leaning heavily into, we're going to send, press releases and so forth to the conventional media. And so we may be seeing a bit of a title shift in terms of how these things get dealt with.
Oh, and if you want to understand why the media is writing hit pieces about independent coverage, is why they're talking about these things not being broadcast, is why we've got now media people sniffing around at the interesting use of super chats, why we're going to see that from traditional media sources. Remembering, guys, that these journalists who are very, very self-important, who write articles for the New York Times, who write articles for the LA Times or the Washington Post or the, whatever publication you want, knowing that the law tubers who have commented on this, that and I'm not even talking about the top 3 super chat earners, but many of the law tubers who have commented on this thing have earned more than some of these journalists who are very important with their blue check marks will earn in an entire year just in our coverage. They are threatened. Again, we are an existential threat to it. And having that testimony that Adam Waldman was more trustworthy of a weirdo on YouTube named That Umbrella Guy than any major press release is extremely embarrassing for these people. These people hold themselves out as these arbiters of truth and fact, and they ride on decades stale, in my opinion, ideas about vaunted journalism and unbiased reporting, when we all know, because we have just eyes, that that's not true anymore. So there is a grasp here, and that's why you're going to see hit pieces about this stuff, and they're going to increase in with every public trial that they've been embarrassed by. And this will be the second huge one. Rittenhouse, they were all embarrassed. All embarrassed about how that white kid who shot 3 black men got acquitted. They still don't understand. But you know, if this verdict goes the way I think it's going to go, I mean, it will show that the mainstream media forwarded a lie for the past 4 years minimum, if not 6 years. And they were complicit in it. They didn't even bother to do the basic research. Yeah, it's great to me. This is the spice. This is world changing in the weird way. The smallest little drop of crack in the armor of traditional media is. I can't wait. I hope very, very competent people come and tear them all down.
I respectfully disagree.
That's why we have lawyers.
You respectfully disagree. Where's the testimony that the jury is to rely on that Amber Heard doesn't actually know if she was being punched? Like, where is the she testified specifically to these things? Well, this is what happened to me. Where's the evidence contrary, counselor?
All right, and with that, we're going to take another quick break. We'll be back with much more live here from the courthouse in Fairfax, Virginia. You're watching Long Crime.
That's the extent of his argument? That's all he had? He disagrees?
I respectfully disagree.
Went to the Amber School of Evidence.
Well, that's the Elaine School of Objections. I don't think that's how that works, Judge. Well, overruled.
Here we go. I'm going to do, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a poll, verdict, prediction, poll. This is where you put them to the table, guys. Johnny wins $1. Johnny wins. I'm just going to do 7 million plus, because there's no, I only have 4 options. Johnny loses and Amber loses. And Johnny loses, Amber wins. That's wins counterclaim. Okay. Those are the 4 options. I think that encompasses it, because my reasoning is I think Johnny winning is the more likely outcome. There's not going to be, there's obviously not a hung jury here. We've got a verdict. So we know one of them wins, or both of them win, or both of them lose. We know that's the thing. But either way this is going, they lose or win unanimously for each person. There's no split decision making them effectively lose. This is real win, real loss. So cast your lots, ladies and gentlemen of the chat. I'm very excited to see what happens with this. But and does the panel have any predictions? I think Johnny wins 7 million. That's what I'm going with.
That's my take.
My prediction.
I'm just wondering on the statement split.
So you think, hypothetically, they win one? He wins on 1 or 2 of the statements.
I'm
right?
betting just the third statement.
Okay.
Is my bet.
Gotcha. I think he wins all 3.
Would we know?
Yeah, there are 3 counts, I think, right? there's 3 jury questions, 3 independent jury questions. So I would imagine there's 3
So on each
defamatory count.
statement. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he wins all 3. I know a jury can nuance its way into individual statements being correct or false, but I think this comes down to believability, and I think you either believe Johnny or believe Amber, and I think that's the way you go personally. But
I think he's going to win on all 3, but if he were to lose on one, it might be the headline.
I actually figured the other way around, but I figured that they could nuance their way into saying, hey, or that they think there was some abuse or, some possibility of it, but that the headline is a bridge too far. I think that's a real possibility here, but we'll see. I mean, we're just reading tea leaves here and making our best guess.
Yeah, I don't really see how human beings on a jury untangle it. I mean, once you have those grotesque accusations of these horrific sexual assaults, they say, well, we're not going to believe that, but we're going to believe the possibility of some minor emotional abuse. I mean, I don't see it.
Yeah, I've always disagreed with the idea that one instance of abuse would meet the requirement in all this, because I just don't see a jury going, I think he might have slapped her once, and then looking at the statement and going, that's what she meant. Right? Like, I just don't, again, legally, sure, you can do that. Normal people look at, and I think this is Amber Heard's biggest problem in this case from a fact scenario, is normal people, when you say this woman is a domestic abuse victim, they do not picture a lady who has been slapped once. They do not picture a woman who has been shoved once, and they don't picture someone who's been yelled at. And while all of those things are certainly abusive behaviors in a vacuum, right? Outside of a self-defense type situation, all of those behaviors are abusive. When someone pictures an abuse victim, a victim of domestic violence, they picture someone with a swollen up face, crying. They picture the PSA lady, and you would never put Amber Heard on a domestic abuse PSA on public television to talk about the horrors of it.
She was never claiming less than that. I mean, she got the protective order because she went to court with a big bruise on her face.
Right. So
So obviously she means physical assault, not something less than that.
I agree. I'm going to read some super chats in just, no. Shit, I'm not trying to do this to you, Runkle. There we go.
Nope.
We'll fix that. Don't worry, nothing happened.
Oh, don't worry. I know that people are ticked, and I was telling them that they need to super chat it, because honestly, if they're going to be trolling,
no, I accidentally had the law and crime logo on when I went back to the thing.
Fair enough. Sorry, I thought it was just a super chat of somebody giving me grief, because I get there's people ticked, and I've been telling them that they need to super chat it, because honestly, I will, if they're going to do that, they should throw you some cash.
Yeah, right.
What are people ticked at you about?
Oh, the whole drama thing.
The drama stuff. Yeah. I mean, if people super chat about it, it can be read, but I don't know. I think you've said pretty much everything you want to say about it. There's not much to really do at this point.
There's no reason to reopen it, and unless something comes up, that's where I'm leaving it.
Yeah, no, I think that's the right move. Whatever has happened is already done, and I think everybody involved has decided let's move on from it. So, not super interested in it myself either. Polar Bear. Hey, Nick, a little off topic, but regarding the Quantum TV situation, despite his actions and blatant misuse of the copyright strike system on top of doxing the act man's mother and bannovating, YouTube has refused to take action. Well, yeah, sometimes YouTube takes action, sometimes they don't. Find him saying something about the election. There you go. I'm kidding. Here's the thing. Real quick on the misuse of the copyright system. Knowing that someone is misusing the copyright system is one thing. Proving that they're misusing the copyright system is a different thing entirely, because ignorance or good faith ignorance of the copyright system is a perfect defense to DMCA abuse. DMCA abuse is really, really hard to prove. The case on point is Universal Media Group versus Lens, and that, which is really only a Ninth Circuit case. It's not a Supreme Court case. And in that case, the music company admitted, Universal Media admitted that they did no review. They just found out that there was quote unquote copyrighted material that they owned in a video, and they immediately copyright claimed it.
Oh,
they did no fair use analysis. All anyone has to do is testify that they did a good faith fair use analysis, even if that analysis is completely deficient, because that's how fair use works. So the requirement is not that they do a successful, correct, or competent fair use analysis. It's only that it's done in good faith. And you can argue all day about what it is, but YouTube doesn't care about that argument. So trying to prove DMCA abuse to YouTube, you'd have to show that the person submitting it was lying maybe about who they were or something like that. And that gets really tough to do because you don't really even know who actually submits something. You just get what's reported. It's a messy system and it's broken. And you could spend a lot of money on lawyers trying to go after it. But I think, Quantum TV, that situation does not have a bunch of people who are in the position to hire a bunch of expensive lawyers. But I'll be talking about that topic soon, especially now that Johnny Depp's time dying down. I would love to talk to Sid Alpha about it. I know he's one of the big subjects of that thing. So we'll be talking about it soon. Houston 727 Gal says, love you guys. You're smart, insightful, and completely irreverent. Fabulous. Thank you. Christy Steinauer, appreciate you guys in your commentary. Will you consider covering the Jennifer and James Crumbley trials in Michigan in October? Yes. Parents of the Oxford school shooter and prosecutor is calling it precedent setting. I think that is, I don't know if that'll be as large as, Rittenhouse or Depp or anything like that. But I think that's one of the most important criminal trials that we face as a nation.
And when is that one?
October. Yeah. Are Ethan Crumbley's parents responsible for Ethan Crumbley going and shooting up a school? And I'm very skeptical of criminal liability for those parents. They may be dirtbags and they may be civilly responsible, but criminal liability is
at that point, if you're responsible for everyone else, I don't like where that gets us.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, they should have known. Well, a lot of parents should have known their kids were going to do something. And a lot of parents consistently have no idea that their kids do a thing. And so that putting criminal liability on that it rubs me the wrong way. Very, very much. That's
I mean, I can imagine facts that would support that argument, but they'd have to be very particular facts.
Yes. You'd have to get to a criminal negligence standard, which would be knowledge of a risk that they created, not knowledge of a risk that was in existence, but knowledge of a risk that the parents created, and then a willful ignorance of that risk. We talked about this a lot with Kim Potter and what criminal negligence, which comes out to recklessness, requires. And so do they create an unreasonable risk? Oh, that's the other thing. The risk has to be unreasonable. And then do they ignore the dangers of that? And so if the argument is they bought a gun that he called his that they kept at home for him, is that creating an unreasonable risk and then ignoring it, especially if he stole the gun without their permission, if he went outside of it? And we don't know. I mean, maybe there's facts that say, you keep the gun in your backpack just in case you get a bad feeling. I mean, if there's testimony to that, sure, guilty is charged. But considering the school isn't being held liable to the same criminal standards when they seem to be operating on at least the same information, if not more than the parents, we've got a real problem here. And so but yes, I'm very much looking forward to that case's outcome. And if I'm available, that's one I want to cover. I'm more interested in their case, in their court case than his court case. So yeah, Jeffrey Smith, Nikki Lawboy. Thanks for your answer on the music stuff. Bronca, I still want to play some pool. Friend, I'm from Michigan. I have my CPL, and the rule is 70% sales from booze means no carry. I don't risk that. A simple trespass means nada if you aren't made. So there you go. Cooper says, yourself and company's commentary on the Johnny Depp case has helped keep me sane while with COVID. You don't have to, but since you like 40K, could you give my cousin's Warhammer YouTube a shout out? Midwinter Minis. Absolutely, guys. If you like miniature painting, if you're into that, go check out Midwinter Minis. If you're a 40K person, I don't know about the, I'll be checking them out soon. But if that's in your wheelhouse, I know you're willing to check out a different channel that you may not have heard of. Midwinter Minis. Linda says, hi, Nick and guests from Australia. Can Ben Chew ever be used as part of an attempt on an appeal or a mistrial in the event of Johnny Depp losing or a hung decision? Can Ben choose what? What, him eating like the candy or something? That's the only criticism I've seen of Ben Chew, is that he ate that candy. But I don't think that matters. Long story short, Ben Chew's behavior in court seems to be entirely consistent with any professional standards I'm familiar with. So I would say, I'm not sure. It doesn't actually say what your question is. I would say no, there's nothing that he's done in court that would be something there. I'm not sure. Okay. Oh, it's just me. Hey, how's it going, chat? What are you doing? Oh, wait, Runkle's back. Sorry. Put your shirt back on, chat.
I got what I thought was going to be an important call. It's actually an upgraded level of the usual scam. So,
ooh, that's fun. Black Cat Meow says, Nick, you're the best. Love your channel. Love this panel. Thank you so much for all your hard work, commentary, and jokes. Hey, thank you. You guys make the jokes worth telling. Shiny Shin X says, wow, I'm now depressed. Haha, I'm a 35, single, divorced, and no kids. Back in full-time education after 12 years in the military. Tinder is terrible. Look, Shiny Shin, you are just fine. You are just fine. The commentary was directed towards people with unreasonable expectations. The idea that someone is going to just run out and marry a millionaire immediately because the world told them to. So don't worry about it. D says, nice ladies like my daughter were ignored in favor of the Amber Heards. Thankfully, she found a great guy who appreciates her, which, by the way, that's doing much better than many of the Amber Heards. So that's good for the guys. Remember that Rick James tried to warn you. #superfreak. Very good. Very good. Next, Cryptic says, knowing Nick is married means there's always hope for Attorney Tom. Bob Garland, been a fan since you covered Cain versus Abel. Hope you can give a shout out to my best friend's GoFundMe. He lost his mother and needs help for funeral and other expenses. In honor of my mother, organized by Daniel Lowe, Lowe. You guys can check out that GoFundMe, Daniel Lowe. So hopefully they get things sorted out. Psycho Dragon says, 38 single dad here, full custody, by the way. Yay. Not advertising, but y'all speak the truth. Nobody wants a single dad who's nerdy and a medical retired veteran of the GWOT who runs an indie game studio. Love your channel, man. Dude, you have nerd credentials out of anything I've ever heard of. So sounds good, brother. Sounds like you're enjoying your life, though. So I'm glad to hear that. Christina Pirosco says, Binger and his mustache, weasels. You know he and Fat Boy had free Kyle t-shirts in underneath their suits every day. Everyone takes a beating sometimes. Aiden, that was Krause. That was the dumbest thing he said, and that's saying something. Aiden Paladin, hey, what's up, Aiden? In the research, I found an account of an attorney saying he calls in sick for court dates when his client is a male domestic violence victim and the judge is a feminist. Morals aside, wouldn't that be a Sixth Amendment violation? Thanks, guys.
They would just reschedule it to the same judge on a different day. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So the Sixth Amendment violation would be if I guess if the court were to prevent him, the Sixth Amendment is about his right to have an attorney. So if the court prevents him from having counsel, like if a feminist judge says you're a man, you can't have counsel, that would be a Sixth Amendment violation, probably a 14th as well. But yeah, I'm not tracking with how else it would be. Kyle Mitchell, Nick, quote, "I have nothing to talk about. I'm just going to read super chat and check in on Law and Crime. Law and Crime, we have so much to break down." Andrew Stone says, "Would one call that a mullet?" Whatever the subject of that is, yes. Brandon Johns, longtime listener, love the stream. "I play in a touring band based out of Wisconsin. We'd love to play more in Minnesota. Do you have any recommendations? Check us out, Zach Matthews Band. Original on all platforms. # shameless plug." Well, look, in the town near me of Wilmer, they have hosted all sorts of music festivals. I don't know what kind of band Zach Matthews Band is. Let me take a look. Obviously, the Twin Cities. Let's see. Open shows for Jake Owen, Luke Bryan, Morgan Wallen, Eric Church, Dustin Lynch, Randy Hauser, Chris Lane. So is this like a country music band? She Don't Ride Shotgun is one of the titles, so I'm going to guess it's a country music band. Yeah, you can play all over Minnesota. There's tons of casinos. Check into any of the casinos in town. They host musical events all the time, musical acts. There's tons of festivals. There's like festivals in Alexandria. There's festivals where I live. So yeah, there's tons of places, but I'd check all the casinos, man. They're always looking for acts to come in. Ali Yusuf says it's Edward James Olmos circa 2006. Tara Rayner, Nick, the guy is named Joe Smithy here on YouTube. There are 3 parts, and I'm sending you the links in Facebook DM. Seriously, you should play them, especially while Bronca is on. Some of his best one-liners are in there. Uh-oh. Was
it Ty Branca or no Ty Branca?
Some days you can't tell the difference. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying the one-liners are good either way, but they're very different depending.
Inverted High Five says, looks like Playboard does not believe you are a lawyer. # LLC. Wait, they don't? Oh, so they don't have a hashtag lawyer on there? That might be my fault. I think they just pull those from the webpage. Pineapple Girl says, my 27-year-old son is focused on building a foundation for his future wife and 5 to 7 kids. He has 2 sayings. 1, Tinder is for exercise and to get me through my 20s. And 2, my future wife is in junior high school right now. So there you go. Terry, this is Terry sent a big super chat. Thank you, Terry. This is for wearing the hat. You're so effing adorable. Also to buy some cough drops. Thank you for the incredible reporting, Larry. Larry wasn't on today. As a domestic violence survivor, this trial means a lot to me. Well, thank you very much, Terry. I appreciate that.
Was that from Bill Clinton?
Stephen Prince says, have you looked into the former UFC heavyweight Cain Velasquez case? He chased and fired shots at a guy who molested his kid multiple times, allegedly. Was denied bail twice. Very unbreaded. Yes, I've looked into that case. The most disappointing thing to me was finding out that Cain Velasquez used a gun rather than grabbing that guy and just ripping him apart with his giant meaty hands. But yeah, he ended up shooting, I believe the guy's father stepped in front of the bullets or something like that, or was obscuring his shot. And the father was not killed, but was struck, if I understand correctly. That'll be an interesting case because while I'm certainly sympathetic to the position of if someone is molesting your child, I think you should be able to murder them outright. A jury might not find the same way. And Cain Velasquez seems to meet the elements for attempted murder. although he may get some sort of sympathy nod from the jury on sentencing. But he's got a tough case from a legal merits perspective. He's got a very tough case, and I think they'll run heavily on narrative for his position, because I think the allegation is that person molested his child and like 400 others. But will that be admissible? His child being molested, probably admissible. All the others, probably not. And that would go straight to Cain Velasquez's state of mind. So I think that's why you could get that in. James Berger says, VW, your comments about men and women post-feminism were super spot on. My thank God ex-wife was very turdish, which is part of the reason I looked outside of the U.S. dating post her. Met my now wife, who's Russian. Night and day difference. There you go, brother. I wish you good fortunes in your current marriage. Yorozuya, hey gang, been following since the Socrates trial. Wanted to know if you'll follow the Cain Velasquez case if that goes to trial. Story behind that one is like a scene from an action movie. Yeah, I mean, if it goes to trial and it's televised, that would be a great trial to cover it. Because it asks very important societal questions in the context of court. What do we tolerate from a parent defending a child when the child's not in the present imminent danger? Because there's that argument in like long-term domestic abuse where you can get, in some states, and maybe Andrew, you know more about this than me, but in some states you can get an instruction about like a sort of prison-like domestic abuse self-defense instruction, even though a person's not presently being violenced, that they, you know, there's justification because if they kill someone while they're asleep, their abuser while their abuser's asleep, for example.
Yeah, I mean, it tends to be a mitigation defense, not a perfect defense, so it doesn't lead to an acquittal. But that would be like a battered spouse syndrome,
right?
Where the spouse would argue that sure, the person was sleeping or passed out when I poured gasoline all over them and set them on fire, so they were not an imminent threat. But there's a pattern of abuse here. So every time they do that, get drunk and pass out in bed, when they wake up, they beat the crap out of me and put me in the hospital. So that's a pattern I've seen for 10 years. It's going to happen again. It was going to happen this time. And that's why I use that force against them. Again, it doesn't justify the killing, but what would have been a murder conviction can be mitigated down to manslaughter.
Right. And of course, there is the ultimate option in any of these cases, including Cain Velasquez's, depending on the narrative that you convince the jury, and that is something akin to a jury nullification. If the jury just says, yeah, I don't think this guy's, I mean, I get that he shot this guy, but I would have shot this guy. And I don't think I should go to jail if I shoot a guy who's touching my kid. Then, you know, if you get 12 jurors who agree with that, or well, one juror, you can get a mistrial, but 12, you can actually get an acquittal. It's possible. That's why we have a jury system, by the way. That actually is. So communal sentiments on justice can come into effect prior to a law being passed or without a law being passed. That's why juries exist in the way they are. And when those communal sentiments go negative, as we saw in the Deep South against, for example, Black people in, you know, the 1930s, 40s, 50s, even 60s, when those decisions go south and people are wrongfully convicted, we have an imperfect but an available appeal system that is supposed to fix that. But yeah, the jury being the implement of communal will is very much present in our jury system. Bring on DUI guy. I think he's streaming. Taurus. My dog bit my face yesterday. It wasn't his fault. He was chewing a new bone. Thank you guys for making me smile. It hurts, but it's worth it. Your commentary feels like home. Positive vibes _2.0 on TikTok from Miami, Florida. Hey, thank you, Taurus. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Law and Crime showed an in-courtroom scene, so I was just checking who was there. There was a replay. Lancelot 652 says, I can't imagine as a jury member spending 6 weeks on this case and then possibly spending a 7th. Me either. And thank God we now know that that's not going to happen. They're going to be done today. It's over. Magnolia Girl, is the ACLU suing Johnny Depp? No. Johnny Depp had to do some motion practice to compel production of documents in New York against the ACLU. As a result of that, the ACLU has filed a motion to recover costs and fees associated with the production of those documents. They're asking for $86,000. They are entitled to defrayment under the New York statutes. The question, as always, is how much defrayment are they entitled to? There's a reasonableness calculation. There is a bit of case law that I looked at around this. There's only one case in either of the two statutes that mentions the reasonableness of the fees. And it did suggest that some of the fees that they listed down may be unreasonable, that the producing party is required to bear the burden of costs of review. And if that's the case, that's a big chunk of that monetary award that would go away. But I think that's set for mid-June, maybe June 12th. I almost feel like I saw for the motion hearing on that. I'd have to check. Otto Rommel, hey, Ricada, was this you? World's largest whiskey bottle sold for $1.4 million at auction. No. If I'm going to spend $1.4 million on a whiskey, I would buy a quality bottle, not a quantity bottle. But I would never spend that much on whiskey. That it's amazing to me that some people have that kind of disposable cash. Panama Jack's Jim, to Nick and the boys, and the elf continued support is merited because you made me laugh and helped me kill time during work today. Well, thank you. Kaylee, thank you for the donation. There's no message attached. Michael Keys, hey, Nick, new sub and love the channel. I have a unit of 20 plus U.S. combat medic veterans on the ground in Ukraine, training civilian soldiers and police in life-saving tactical field medicine, and we could use some love. OperationCavell.org, CAVELL. One word, OperationCavell.org. If you want to support some combat medic vets in Ukraine, training people on life-saving stuff, that's where you can do it. And whatever your opinion on the Russia-Ukraine stuff, I think we can agree that humanitarian efforts in either country, predominantly in Ukraine, because that's where the conflict is, are meritorious. And so, we'd like to see good people out there providing medical care to people who need it. Winning reality, take away Amber's money and fame, and she wouldn't be trying to be the big girl alpha in charge. I disagree. Has nothing to do with needing attention. She portrays the expectations and the existing conditions. HYS equals staker, narc equals destroyer. I disagree. I've met plenty of people, not just women, like Amber Heard, who, having no merit to them, no personal merit or need for it, would put themselves at the center of literally anything they can. So I'm not sure I agree that the money and fame is what did it to her. I think that a lot of people acquire money and fame by being that way. That's one of the narcissistic / histrionic potential benefits is, if you're endearing to the right people at the shallowest levels, you can extract a lot of money from them very quickly. Luis Cuevas says Griffith wants feet pics. Okay. The troll formerly known as I Can Eat Fried Food says Runkle correction. It's always time to show feet.
Fair enough.
Alicia Ware, hello guys. Thanks for the content. If Johnny Depp wins, does the ACLU go after Amber Heard for their lawsuit fees? Nope, they go after Johnny Depp for the fees of production. That's what that's still going. The real interesting thing to me, and there's no way they do it, but it would be so funny if the ACLU determined Amber Heard's pledge was legally binding contract that they relied on to their detriment, and tried a promissory estoppel claim to force her to cough up $3.5 million. That'd make me happy. Matthew Black, I was on a jury during a murder trial in Alexandria, and they let us go home and out for lunch. Yeah, it's the media attention though.
Right. I mean, you don't automatically need to be sequestered. You need to be sequestered if there's a risk of undue influence.
Yeah, I mean, you can go find out information on most jurors in most cases because you just go during jury selection. They refer to them by name often. The jury by numbers thing, that's done in trials with media attention. But you can go into any open courthouse and be there for jury selection and get their names, their backgrounds, hear all their answers about who they are. You just can't use that to try and intimidate them.
Yeah, these high-profile cases really give lay people kind of a warped version of what the normal process is like. So this was a 6-week defamation trial. Most murder trials, folks, are a couple days. That's it.
Yeah. And most defamation trials wouldn't be that long either because you don't have that much. You have defamatory statements allegedly made. Oh, hey, what's up? Speaking of defamatory statements.
Oh, going on a walking, talking 2-meter defamatory statement. What's going on, guys? Cheers to the coming end of the verdict watch. I know that all of us streamers, Runkle, you guys, Bronca, Legal Vices, who's probably fucking snoring right now because it's goddamn like in the middle of the night in Korea. We've all been putting in the hours on this. So cheers to finally getting some sleep, boys.
Yeah. As rewarding and wonderful as it is with subscribers, viewers, and everything, we still get very, very tired.
And kind of just sometimes want to talk about something else.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And the weird, if I can get nerdy for a little bit, the weirdness of the algorithm of YouTube is that if right now, every video that you're putting out does not have Johnny Depp in it somewhere in the title, you may as well just wait. Don't put it out because it will tank. And so will your Johnny Depp videos tank as the algorithm goes, oh, wait, he's not covering Johnny Depp anymore. So it's like, even in live stream titles, you should put Depp versus Heard recap or whatever, no matter what you're talking about, and spend 5 minutes doing it.
Yeah.
Legal Vices, you should have heard what Legal Mindset said about it.
I did. I had the headphones on, Dick.
Hey, gentlemen, if you'll indulge me a minute, I'm going to go to the bathroom, so I'm ready for this jury watch. I'll be right back.
So what's your guys over under on how long it takes them to read off the read off the verdict? I think this judge reads fast, but I just want to know what you guys think.
I think she's going to read it fast. She's just going to motor right through it.
Yeah.
Yep. God willing.
Over under like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. It'll be 10 minutes. Yeah. I mean, she'll probably thank the jury for their service beforehand. That'll take several minutes. We really appreciate all the time and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. I think 3:15 we've got it. If this actually kicks up promptly at 3, I think 3:15, maybe 3:20. We've got a verdict.
But while we're waiting, you should all go over to my page here, my channel, and subscribe to me.
Man, you are getting on like Joe Neerman levels of grift here, Legal Vices. You are really doing good.
I've only got 800 more to get to 20,000. So,
well, you might as well get it. I mean, while we're grifting, right?
Yeah.
Right. I'm at the point now where people just refer to me as free book.
Well, I don't know what we're supposed to do because it's like getting hard. There's law school. I mean, like what?
I got a lot going on, man.
Yeah,
got a lot going on.
When are you riding out, Bronco? When are you kicking off the motorcycle trip?
Next Tuesday, actually.
Good timing. Good timing.
Couple 1,000-mile trip, so it'll be a good one. It's the summer, man. I'm in Colorado, so we gotta. Unfortunately, the mountains here are beautiful all year round, but in the winter they close all the passes, and that's it.
What route are you taking?
I'm going to Vegas and LA, so I'll be going through on the way there through Moab and Bryce Canyon, and it's a pretty ride. And then on the way back up, I think I'm going to come back through Winslow, Arizona, just so I can take that stupid photo at the corner there. That everybody takes. And I usually ride around it because the desert's so boring, but.
Yeah.
Do it for the gram, Andrew. Do it for the gram.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Gotta go to the Hicksville Trailer Palace.
I mean, if there's a decision for Johnny on this, I think the Hicksville Trailer Palace definitely came through.
I'm going there. I got a reservation.
Seriously, you're locked in.
On the way back. Yeah, I'm staying in the little blue trailer at the end of the pool.
You got to get a photo of that.
Yeah,
like
sure.
That's too good.
That's the only reason I'm going. And in a couple weeks after that, I'll be in New York. I think I'm gonna meet up with Good Logic. Meet up with Joe while I'm in New York. So
awesome.
That'll be fun.
Nice.
Maybe Nate too. I got to reach out to Nate. He's in New
Nate's
York.
the hard one, man. Nate's the busy one.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this trip. Good long motorcycle trip. That's what I need.
Cool.
Oh, I'm so envious.
That's my psychotherapy.
And Rocco, you're trying to stay put for a little while. No more American escapades, or are you going to be like secretly smuggling your guns back?
Yeah. I'm waiting to get like a barely labeled wooden crate from Canada.
Yeah.
It's just an R, just a giant R on it, you know?
It's just full of lengths of pipe and says, please bury in backyard.
Don't open until freedom.
Red gilet on the side of it, you know.
Yeah, no, we don't need to bury it. I can have all the guns I want here. It's fine.
That's good. That's good. Speaking of all the guns you want, what's going on, Nick?
Not much, man. I'm just looking forward. We got 34 minutes till the jury re-enters the court. Verdict reading is going to take a little bit of time. So it won't be read exactly at 3, but it'll be, that's when we'll get the jury in there. The judge will ask some questions and we'll get this show on the road. I'm really, really pumped and excited for what's going to happen. Also, apparently there is another big potential trial on the horizon. Bill Cosby is going in for his civil suit on the sexual abuse claims.
Ooh.
Oh,
so I'm not sure how that's going to work out, because I feel like that's got to be beyond the statute of limitations on the civil side, right?
Some places are eliminating or changing that, but I don't know how they could do that. Can they do that retroactively?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it goes back and tolls anything. So,
but maybe it doesn't start counting down until the women actually know they've been molested and they're just coming off the drugs now.
That's true.
Yes, Bronco. The drugs with a latency of 20 years. You know,
slow release roofie.
Oh man, this is the
patch. He slapped a patch on them, and it's just.
They were the last great Quaaludes of 1986.
That's a hell of a Jello there, Cosby.
Oh my
pudding.
Oh my. Okay, I'm gonna. That's an interesting email that I got there. But yeah, no, I'm pumped for it. I'm interested about the Bill Cosby thing, because the biggest question on the Cosby stuff is going to be, what do they let in? I mean, that was the ultimate question in the criminal case. Is they ran the case and they couldn't find guilt, and then they just added some people in. They're like, well, just bring in some more witnesses. While after the jury was hung, they're like, bring in more witnesses, which seems unjust. And the appeals court confirmed was actually not criminal justice. But civil case is a different animal. You don't have the same standards of proof. He could certainly get nuked from orbit in a civil case. So it'll be interesting to see what they allow in there.
But what's his defense? I mean, isn't his defense consent, that these women actually consented to take the drugs, right?
I don't know if they consented to taking the drugs, but I think they consented to the sex is the argument, right?
No, well, it would have to be the drugs, because if they were non-consensually given the drugs, then they're not giving consent to the sex. I mean, they're roofied.
But is the proof of the drugs though? I mean,
that was my understanding, but I have to say I haven't followed the case. But my understanding was the claim is he was, slipping them drugs and then having sex with them.
But that's like a decades old evidence bag, right? I mean, that's like really, really, really old.
It's all credibility at that point, right?
Yep. Yeah. And so there's weird stuff on this idea. There's voluntary in Minnesota anyway, and maybe in some other states, I don't know. We have a specific statute that voluntary intoxication does not allow you to bring a sexual assault claim against someone. Involuntary intoxication. So like if you say I was blackout drunk and unable to consent or something like that, your claim is defeated if your blackout drunkenness was voluntary, or something like that. It's kind of weird, but that's what it's like.
Odd.
Well, no, I mean, because it's a convenient defense to say, well, I was intoxicated, therefore I could not consent. not I did not consent, because oftentimes the reality is they did consent.
Right. They said the words. Right.
But then they said they were not able to make that decision because of their intoxication. But the Minnesota has either a statute or a court ruling that says if the intoxication is voluntary, then that does not, preclude their ability to consent. So if there's evidence that they consented, and then they're trying to just claim that they were unable to due to intoxication, they can't do it if it was voluntary. Now, if it's involuntary, obviously, if you're roofied, that's different.
I mean, no one ever consents to sex when they're intoxicated. And that would
that's actually, I was talking with someone from the UK, and apparently
that's the only time they have sex.
Well, it's funny because technically it's a grape if you have sex when you're intoxicated, but that's 50% of the population. So
right.
I mean, come on now.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of the not to get super unpopular, but the Stanford swimmer. There were big problems with that case because there's tons of testimony that she did a lot of consenting, whether she consented to the ultimate act or not. Actually seems to have been a yes, but that consent was lost at some point in the middle of the act. And so there was a bunch of questions about, this intoxication and is this a thing? And there was all this discussion about people being incapable of consenting to sex while intoxicated. It's like, have you been to college? Like, people consent to sex while intoxicated all the time. And then there was the other question of, he was similarly intoxicated. I mean, he was at a very high BAC when they tested him. And so it's like, wait, so was he not in control of his faculties then?
Was she raping him?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, why not? They're all. Yeah.
The idea that intoxication precludes the ability to consent as a matter of course is problematic because if both parties are intoxicated, well then is it a mutual raping? Do we have laws of mutual rapery? Like what is the line there? It presents issues is all I'm saying. I don't know how to resolve them either.
Yeah, in Canada, the judge got into a lot of trouble for a comment. He said clearly a drunk can consent. Because the law says that you can't consent if you are incapacitated to a point. It's kind of circular. It says you can't consent if you're, intoxicated to a point where you can't consent. But, he says clearly people are consenting based, while they're drunk all the time. And people were really upset with it.
We don't let people off the hook for drinking and driving, right? We don't let them off the hook because they drink and decide to make the shitty choice to get behind the wheel. Why are we saying, okay, you can get intoxicated, and now we're not going to hold you responsible after that? It doesn't make much sense.
Hey, what's up, Andrea?
Hey.
What's up, gentlemen?
We're just waiting on this verdict. How about you?
Oh, this is the part that everybody wish you could just cut this section from your real life and go ahead and get to the good stuff.
Yeah.
What a contrast. Look at the five of us dudes, and here Andrea shows up. You look great, Andrea.
Thank you.
Well,
very happy to have
someone
you.
has to raise the quotiont around here, and so
Right.
I'm glad.
One of these days we'll get that tie off. It's
I felt pretty good about myself until Andrea showed up. I'm like, damn.
Well, I was feeling good about
something.
myself until Andrew showed up, and it's like, God, there's the only person on this panel taller than me. I'm gonna come to Korea and cut your feet off.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
save
both-
it for Anime Matsuri. We'll throw down.
Well, we're both about 2 Attorney Toms high, right?
That's true for everybody on Earth.
Just put Andrew's sports coat on 2 of them standing on each other's shoulders and walk around.
So guys, I have the stream from Law and Crime ready to go because
is she there? Oh, look.
No,
she
this
doesn't look
is
happy.
old.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's.
They're still running their commentary for now, so I may look for another source that be heard.
And I'm sure their commentary is top notch.
Oh boy, it has been the joy of my day, honestly. listening to Law and Crime. They have
I
some
saw-
of the funniest programming on television.
I saw
It's
5
so bad.
seconds. 5 seconds of that Father Time they dragged out. That was a criminal. I was about to put out a silver alert. That was so bad.
Talk about having to check for consent.
Wait, which Father Time? Because they brought 2 of them.
There was another one other than
Which one did
The
you
bow
see? The
tie-
guy with the glasses?
the glasses and the
bow.
boat. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The, glasses
The bow
guy.
tie?
He was
Yeah, that
lost.
guy.
He was left behind. Somebody
They brought his
abandoned
dad out later.
His entire family was raptured. Yeah. Yeah. The next guy who came out was he was a law and crime analyst, at least. He wasn't someone they found on a park bench. But
they should have left him back on the park bench when they were
Honestly,
done
the
with him.
park bench would give better commentary at this point in time.
It is Law and Crime. I mean, let's be clear.
Well, the best part was, 1, that's true, he did. And 2, the park bench guy, he said, they're like, so what do you think happens? He's like, well, I think Johnny wins. Why? I think his lawyers did a better job than the other lawyers.
And the best part, I think, was the part where, did you hear about the horrific sexual crimes that were committed Amber? I must have missed that part.
And then
Any other comments on the case?
Not at all. Yeah, they should actually have traded. They should have done the old man exchange program. Left the law and crime guy on the park bench and adopted the old man that was lost. You can
John was
been an upgrade.
watching this stream, Nick, from the UK.
Of Johnny.
Hey, Johnny, do a super chat, man.
Yeah, there you go.
That's right.
Maybe he'll win the 7 million and donate it right here.
There, you got to do it $500 at a time.
I guess you got to read that one, huh?
I might read it. I don't know. We'll
He's
see.
like, I'm simping for your pleading mackerel, Ricada.
But yeah, it's he's got to be on edge at this point. Well, I mean, or on drugs, one of those two. But I cannot imagine being him, Amber, or any of the attorneys in the case. I mean, they have to be turning in knots. This is your performance review in front of 2 million people. Have fun.
Yeah.
Fast Eddie says, sorry to change the subject. I sent an email to both Mr. Ricada and Mr. Branca at media with links to surveillance video of self-defense shooting in Nashville, Tennessee. It's going to trial in September. Would love your opinion. I'll check out your email, man.
Yeah, I got that link too, but I haven't had a chance, obviously, to look at the video yet. But I will as soon as this is all over.
Death Strike Gaming. Just remember, Amber isn't in it for the money. Also, Amber, double Johnny. Amber, I'm trying to move on and want him to leave me alone. Also stalks Johnny at his concert after Friday's trial. Why won't you think about me? Wait, did she go to his concert?
No.
That's weird.
Eve Barlow was just getting excited about it on Twitter.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Eve Barlow is a weirdo.
That's
And a
fast.
dear friend.
Yeah, that's absolute truth as a defamation defense. So Eve Barlow is a weirdo. Kaylee, Rackets, please make a clip for your channel of Johnny Depp yelling, "You're a fucking see you next Tuesday." I die every time I hear it, and I think it fits your branding well. May the grift stay strong with you. Yeah, I'll get the video of him yelling. We'll see what we can do about that. Ryan, if you're there, that's a project. Caitlin Lewis, is it not frustrating as a lawyer to have a reasonable jury decide case, knowing that they don't have the same appreciation for precision of language or grasping of legal nuance? Guest jury is good when law OTW against you. Well, I mean, when presented with the opportunity to have lawyers on juries, other lawyers will almost unanimously elect not to have them. They will strike them. They do not like having lawyer jurors. So I guess the answer is no. We want the reasonable
Please
juror.
feel free to strike me from your jury.
Yeah.
And from a principled perspective, though, it's kind of what I was talking a little bit ago. Juries offer this unique ability to have moral community sentiment implemented into the justice system outside of the black letter of the law. And if a jury sees something as an injustice in the way the black letter of the law applies it, they can do something about that. And that's valuable. And having just a bunch of legalistic assholes on your jury it prevents that because they're all wrapped up in what does this actually mean? But that's not the question juries are asked to answer for society. Juries are asked to answer for society, is justice being done? And that sometimes does not comport with how a law reads. And you can find rife examples throughout history of where injustice was perfectly within the letter of the law. So I would say, just from a policy perspective, that lay juries are actually preferable to expert juries. I don't want an algorithm. I don't know about you guys, if you have any difference of that.
I think as a lawyer, you expect that the jury is going to engage in a more common sense way than the lawyers do. I mean, if you don't have a perspective after getting out of law school of how warped and distorted your worldview has become, that you're not going to be very effective as a lawyer. And so, you know, if the jury isn't getting your message repeatedly, maybe take that as a sign that you need to reconnect with what makes sense to real people and speak to them on that level.
Yeah. And the difference in that, by the way, is if you ever watch a debate that involves a 3L and someone who's been practicing law for, you know, several years, the difference in how communication works on societal issues is apparent very quickly. Because they've been in this world of legalism for 3 straight years, and they have all of this base of knowledge and a perspective on it. But yeah, it very much there is a deprogramming that happens after law school when you encounter 1, a client, and 2, another attorney, and you suddenly realize that all your brilliant expounding is countered by I disagree.
And in fairness, all their exposure is, you know, they're reading appellate court decisions throughout law school, right? So that's kind of the legal technicality view of the law that you tend to have because that's what you're reading.
Right. It's not a criticism the schooling environment engineers that out of people. And there's value to it, but
yeah, it's the old doctrine. What no good plan survives first contact with the enemy, right? All this planning, all this stuff you've come out with, like, oh, it's gonna work this way. I got my binder. Yeah, that doesn't work in real life. Like that's a fantasy. That's LARPing, and law school is a lot of LARPing. But you know, once you get out of it, you figure out the reality, and you become as jaded as perhaps some of us are here on the panel.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yep.
As a very wise man once said.
There wasn't enough lisp on that one.
Right.
Penis the Puff-Nosed Dragon says Fecal must have left her toilet open again. She should keep a tight leash on her dingleberries. May they have much success LARPing as speed bumps. Thanks for not being an authoritarian jerk and letting chat speak freely. Oh, well, you're welcome. Thank you for that very odd super chat. Felipe Mouve says, what a clown the writer of that article is. Everyone knows you are not a knowledgeable attorney. Well, thank you, Felipe. ALL, Tug mentions this at some point. No search history whatsoever about Kate Moss and steps until Amber. Yeah, Andrea, maybe you can help with that. Is there actually a pre-existing rumor of the Kate Moss Jamaica incident? Because Johnny Depp's testimony seemed to imply that Amber created the rumor.
Yeah. I mean, I've looked, other people have looked. Nobody has found any sign of this rumor before Amber brought it up in court in the UK.
Where's my shock?
What there was is there have been Kate Moss is kind of a party girl, you know. She's had a little bit of messy stuff going on in public, and so there was one incident where coming out of a club, she stumbled and fell down the stairs. Maybe had a little too much drink, and so there were photographs of that got published.
Wait, around Johnny?
No, Johnny wasn't there. This is like 20 years later, so it has nothing to do with Johnny whatsoever. But the guess, I think, has been that it's just one of these situations where she saw something in public and decided to seize on that and twist it into something that it clearly was not, just because that benefited her position. But there's been no confirmation that I've been able to find at any point, as someone who, yes, was around in the 90s and aughts, paying attention to this kind of thing. No indication that this rumor ever existed before she made it up.
I was just trying to make a joke about the audacity of someone being drunk around Johnny Depp. I mean, that's just weird to me.
Preposterous.
RGK86, Bronca, what do you carry and where do you carry it? Let me judge you. In Richard's voice, Your Honor, that's wrong. Okay. When he gets back, I'll ask him again. Abe Eckstein, congratulations to Noseman on 100 million views. It should update by the end of the day. Amazing that this happened on the first day of a whole month celebrating you. Congratulations. oh yeah. Thank you. That's true.
Yes.
Did I hit 100 million views overall on the channel? I don't even know. How do I find it? Analytics.
It's under your studio.
Yeah, I'm checking. How do I? Where's the overall view count forever?
Should be under. Oh, that's true.
I wonder where that is.
It's also on your channel page, I believe, as well.
All views? I didn't think that was on the channel page.
Wait. Yeah, it is actually under stats by the joined, right? Like right underneath.
Oh.
Yeah.
How many does it say?
Well, I'm not you, so I can't fucking tell you. Why don't you look at your own page, bro?
Okay, so I go to my page and it says under like my page or not my studio page.
Oh my God.
So there's join, right? About? Is that what you're talking about?
About.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There it is. 99,975,010 views is what it shows right now. That's wild. Very, very weird to see that I've wasted 100 million things. I always love when it says like hours watched. I'm like, I've taken years away from this world.
If
like a
there's
virtual
one reason,
genocide.
if there's one reason you're going to hell, it's that, Nick Ricada.
Yep. Here, I'll pull up. Ben Chu is head in hands. Oh, he was just a second ago. Here, I'll back it up. He was looked like maybe a little prayer going on here from Ben Chu. Don't blame him. And these guys, all of these people have
their
not
stomachs
pooped
are
in a
churning
week.
right now.
They're breathing so shallow. Their hands are shaking. They're 100% adrenaline at this moment.
It's also probably gopher holing a little bit. I mean, it's all going on right now.
I think it's very likely that any one of them will erupt into tears no matter what verdict is given, because it's just going to be an outflowing flood of emotion from any of them. So this
now it's crunch time. Now I have to figure out if I'm going to do the maker's mark or the handle of vodka for the drink.
Keep them both handy.
Yeah.
I've got my gummy bears to share. So
I've got my maker's bottle. I'm
all right.
I'm
We'll
banking heavy on it. I do have a handle of military special vodka here. So, which is the worst thing. If I have to drink the vodka, I'm going to be furious. It's so bad.
Let's do makers. Mine's Costco vodka, so it's not.
Be careful with that makers.
I thought we had to go based on the verdict.
Oh,
Amber,
here we go.
Oh, shit.
Here we go.
Here.
Oh, she's smiling, trying to anyway.
Yeah,
She's
little
wearing
slump
that
there.
recycled black dress again. She's ready for her press conference.
Funeral
this
dress right here.
is the one she wore to get her TRO, and she wore it at the UK trial to make a big thing out of recycling the dress. Here it is.
The sister's got the Marcel Marceau gear on.
That comports with what I suggested earlier. Johnny Depp likelihood of showing up at trial is almost zero. Amber Heard, no matter what they predict the verdict to be, has to be there because she will do a press statement either way.
Did she show up with two black eyes?
we conquered misogyny today. It was great. We won. The truth wins out. Or the institution is engineered against women and I am made victim by the courts. We will be appealing this decision, et cetera, et cetera. But this is what my op-ed was about. Yeah, that's coming. So
I guess
very, very good. So that'll be fun post-trial coverage because that'll be, probably that's got to be an hour later, right? There's no way she's going to be rushing. Well, she might. Bets on if Amber Heard rushes the judge.
with the Maker's Mark bottle, right?
I got a better one. Bets on whether she's able to shed an actual tear.
Ooh.
Gosh.
Either way, you know what? She might shed one if she loses.
That's my thought. We've
does
heard
she
that she
actually
can't
have
if
'em?
she's faking it.
Maybe she'll slam a vodka bottle down onto Elaine's hand.
MM says no knows like the knows. No. Can you please explain the importance / difference between belief and an opinion? Why is belief so important? I believe something, in my opinion, something. I don't know what context you're talking about. I don't know that there's an important distinction between I believe and I have an opinion about. For defamation, it doesn't matter. By the way, just in case people are wondering, if you just say, in my opinion, Kevin Spacey murdered 8 people, that doesn't absolve you of making a factual statement. If the statement is obviously intended to be factual, syntax does not save you from defamatory comments.
What if you say in Minecraft?
That one does. That one works.
Roblox saves you too.
And for the record, Kevin Spacey killed 8 people, but not in Minecraft. Was it 8 or was it more? I'm not sure. How many people have accused him? But yeah, I believe in my opinion, are effectively the same for my as far as my understanding goes.
But if you say it's my truth, that on the other hand,
that's the catch-all.
Nice
I see
animal shirt there.
I see Wendy went with the let's wear a sweatshirt in Virginia in the summer option. Is she going to the gym? Like,
well, to be fair, she's looked a little rough, like ever since she's been on the stand. Like when she was on the stand was her best look.
I mean, I feel like she would try and emulate that look, like wear something.
I feel like she was only given a budget for the day she was actually on the stand.
Yeah, guys, I see you on Pope for the verdict. I've got it waiting. I've got it ready to go. It's the verdict isn't here yet.
Yeah, don't blow the hat too early.
No, you can't do that. You can't
blow
do that.
the hat.
Bring the smoke says, Nick, thank you for the shout out. You got me closer to 1,000. Please get me past 1,000. The third baby is still coming. Working from home would be great. You made my wife happy too. Something I'm unable to do. Bronca, I got hard thanks to you. There you go.
Thank you.
Guys, check out Bring the Smoke if you want some barbecue instruction in your YouTube feed. He smokes that meat for a long time. Make Stuff Studios says this is criminally underpaying you for the months of entertainment. Are you not entertained? Let's see. Ms. Jake, 63,000 watching, 18,000 likes. Smash that like button like Amber smashing vodka bottles. Okay. Kate Dage, if Johnny Depp wins a decent sum of money, what do you, the panel, think he will do with it / should do with it? Well, he has to collect it.
collect it.
Assuming he collects it, there's a lot he could do with it, right? He could go to helping men's domestic, causes. I think that'd be awesome. But I think the collection is going to be real.
Well, Team Depp here is looking very happy and pleasant, joking around, and Team Amber's in the huddle, and Team Depp is looking awfully happy.
We're talking about this lady looks elated.
That chair, the chair swinging, right? He's like wildly chair swinging, like
Scratch your neck, dude. Scratch your neck. Come on.
That guy's like, I can't wait to object to this verdict.
He just sees Chew wiggling in his chair, so he's just emulating him.
those socks, though. Look at that Chew socks right there.
Yeah.
I mean, as a former Florida Gator, I have to like it, but
yeah.
Roll Tide.
Cigar Texan says Amber will be in courtroom for verdict reading. Johnny staying in UK via Fox. Yeah. Again, Johnny Depp has nothing to gain from being in this at this verdict reading. He would have something to lose if he reacts poorly from either decision. He has something to lose. Him being there isn't winning anything. Because if he loses on the case, his prospects don't go up if he's not, if we're there and they're like, oh, well, at least he was there for it. I mean, that's just not how that works, in my opinion. What's up, Mindset?
Did you hear the rumor? I don't know whether it's true or not, that Kate Moss was at Johnny Depp's concert in the UK. Did you hear that?
Yeah, she was apparently backstage. That's what I heard.
Backstage.
Yeah.
All right.
Party queen.
All right.
Ali
Maybe push her down the
Yusuf
stairs.
says, Branca, is that URL a link to a free sample of natural male enhancement?
It might work that way. It's up to you, I guess. Don't take photos.
Yeah, don't. If you do, don't send them. John Wells, verdict is in. Yes. David says, so ignorance of the law is an excuse? No. No. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Genuine ignorance or mistake of fact can be an excuse at times. But it's very specific to a specific thing. But I think this is in reference to the actual malice standard, which the law and crime guy said, well, she could, if Amber doesn't know that she's lying about this thing, then she wins. Well, I mean, yeah, but the jury would have to determine that after 6 weeks of testifying under oath about it, carrying the same sort of rumors with some variations for the past 6 years about it, that she suddenly is going to say, well, I didn't actually know I wasn't being abused. Like it doesn't make sense. So that was,
you got to
good job,
pick a
old man.
position on that one.
Yep.
Yeah. And again, this all couched in a jury, which is going to hear someone say, I didn't know I wasn't being hit in the face, and have to believe them with no testimony as to why they should believe that proposition.
Yeah, when it all goes physically violent, especially in the egregious ways, horrific ways she claims, that all goes out the window. I mean, you could imagine a circumstance of domestic abuse where the victim might legitimately say, hey, I was gaslit for years. I thought, this is how my parents' marriage was. I thought it was supposed to be this way too. But when you're getting punched repeatedly in the face with a fistful of rings so many times you can't keep count, and violated with a whiskey bottle, that's not ambiguous.
Yeah. The other way you could get there is if there was testimony from Amber that, she was unconscious for a whole bunch of this time, or she was so drugged out. But remember, she was never on drugs.
Yeah.
She never did those drugs at all. In fact, she's just a saint. Hold on, I got to throw out a tweet. Almost to 100K live.
Wow.
Come join the party.
Awesome.
With me. Hold on, I'm tagging all of you.
He's like, I'm just tagging myself here. Just partying with myself. That's what I do on Mercator Law.
Well, it's because your mom's not here.
Nah. Bringing the moms into it.
Here we go. All right. Very, very wild. 100,000 people. You guys have no idea how unfathomable the numbers are. I don't know about for anybody else, but for me, the town I live in has 2,500 people in it. The big town near us has 21,000 people in it. So like having 100,000 people watch live is I grew up in cities, so I'm not like a complete bumpkin, but it's just an unfathomable amount. It's like if everybody went outside and stared at you, it's kind of weird. But yeah, thank you for being here.
My phone is blowing up now. It's as if people know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Next, he says, Diarmuid Phelan, Irish legal expert with American Education, lawofselfdefense.com. This is a lawyer who shot a man in the head after shooting his dog. Irish law, but Irish lawyer with American legal expertise. Diarmuid Phelan is the case. I don't know. I've never heard of it.
Okay.
Doge. Hey, Nick, been following since the Ghetto Gaggers trial of 2024. When will Drex be on? I need an ATA on when Amber Heard will be on blacked.com. Lamau, love you. Woo! A little spicy.
OnlyFans first, guys. You got to start at OnlyFans.
I don't know when Drex will be on next. This weekend he will not, because I will not. I'm taking my wife and kids and some other relatives, and we're going to go have a nice little weekend vacation. So that's going to be fun. But I'll have to talk to him about when he's available after. But as soon as he's able to come out, it'll be great. Our schedules have just been clashing here. Avery Tadavito Regarding the Crumbly parents case, assuming the parents didn't have express knowledge of son going to school with the firearm, wouldn't a child committing the die with a tool have the same amount of responsibility? I mean, if the parents don't have knowledge of the son going to school with the firearm, then the parents can't be liable for him for failure to stop him with a firearm. I mean,
there needs to be some criminal kind of mens rea for criminal liability. So, I mean, again, I
Yeah.
can imagine facts that could support that, but you know, they'd have to be pretty particular.
Oh, that's a
Here we
question
go.
I would love to talk with you
All
about,
right.
Andrea.
Court is up.
Here we go. For the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Just
We're ready.
for everybody in the gallery, reminder, this
Is
a
it loud
court of
enough?
law,
Should I turn it up?
And
Yeah.
regardless of the verdict, I will not tolerate any outbursts whatsoever. Okay?
Yeah, that gallery's not going to be exploding in cheers if Johnny wins. I got it.
I love you, Johnny.
Rocking the Tiffany colors there. Got the Tiffany teal.
And I said, what about breakfast at Ascaratis?
I'm a huge fan of her. She's been really, really solid at running that courtroom.
Again, yeah, mindset. I think you and I talked about it. Or no, it was Attorney Tom who was on here earlier. It was a consistent judge is the most blessed thing you can get in a courtroom.
Yeah.
I'm very insulted you confused me for that midget.
I'm sorry.
Yes, it's okay.
I'm
I'll forgive you
sorry.
this time.
The judge not being the story is the big takeaway from this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's the anti-Ito.
Oh, Elaine, you look like a wreck.
Troubled.
Oh, she knows what's coming.
Oh,
She's gonna have to get a couple more cats after this one.
She's
Oh,
getting
look
ready
at
to
this
cry
guy's face
now.
back here. This guy in the back. Ooh.
Jonah back there.
Man,
We're
I
gonna
wouldn't
all
want to
look
be
like
Elaine's cats today.
Oh,
We're gonna
Elaine's
look like
face.
such idiots when the jury awards for Amber on her claims. It
Yeah.
blanks Johnny
Oh,
Depp.
man, don't say that.
104,000, Nick.
But that's why I pour Scotch,
Congratulations.
because Scotch is good for celebration or misery.
Or yeah, consolation or
consent.
celebration. Okay. Man, I'm sitting here. My leg is bouncing like crazy. I gotta know the freaking answer. Let's get the jury on camera and have them yell it out. The jury should present their verdict by lifting up their shirts and each one having a letter printed on their skin.
Fuck Amber.
Like a football game.
I mean, we've literally got the audience
Ladies and
of a
gentlemen,
football
jury.
match.
What I need you to do, I need to give the forms back to you.
Oh no.
When you find for a defamatory statement, one or more, you need to fill out the compensatory damages. It has to be at least $1 for compensatory damages and up to whatever you feel the damages should be.
What?
And for punitive damages,
They
you can
fucked
put
up.
a 0 there, or you can fill out that as well. But I need those lines filled out. Okay.
Oh my
I have
God.
found
You didn't check
on-
this first?
One or more of the
Duration of the
statements,
Okay.
but did
The
not
bailiff didn't know to
define
make sure the
damages.
forms were complete?
Are you kidding me? We just got literally.
Oops.
We just got verticucked.
We have blue balls right now. Vertiblue balls.
This is
Verdict
not
block.
holy. This is not holy. I do
so
not
we'll be in
approve of
recess
this.
till we hear back from them. Don't go.
Oh, come on.
Can you declare a fatwa on that bailiff, please?
Jonah
Someone
Hill's
got
very
money.
impressed.
Depp got money.
Yep.
Well, he hasn't got money yet.
They left the Amber Heard amounts blank.
They keep doing
Elaine
this
is going
techno
viral
shuffle.
right now. Wow. Well, shit. I guess I'm not going to sleep at 4 o'clock in the morning, am I?
I mean, I have to infer from this that Depp wins.
Yeah.
Because I cannot see Amber Heard's claims winning. So
And
it sounds
that-
like,
with the one or more.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard that.
yeah. I said all three. That's what I said. I'm sticking with it. His papacy has spoken. I said all three. But I'm curious what they'll come up with for a number though, because if they didn't write a number down, maybe they just go, well, he wins, but we don't really care if he
Whatever.
wins anything.
God, this is going to take 4
get
more
the-
days.
They go back in there to debate,
Yeah.
and it kicks it over to the next day.
Oh, I would. Oh, I can't say the joke. I can't say the joke because they take stuff like that seriously. But
I know.
But in Minecraft comes to frickin' mind right now.
Yep.
All right, let me hit some of these super chats while we wait because we're just here. We're at the behest of this weirdo jury who missed an entire blank on the page.
Now there's 100,000 people pissed at you for some reason.
Good. Good. Aldiosis says, "Hey Nick, did you get the candles I sent you?" Yes, I got them yesterday. They are the Seraphim Bright candles. If you did, have you burned them? I have not burned them yet, but I did just get them. They smell wonderful, by the way. And I hate smelly things. So what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to let Lady Rackets review them when they burn and let her give me the review to give to you because I legitimately hate the smell of everything. My nose is very sensitive and large. Speaking of things that are not large, Attorney Tom is back. What's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
Hello, Pope Nick.
Hey, how's it going? You notice?
What do you even call His Excellency? No, that's not the Pope. What do you call the Pope?
His Eminence.
Papacy? What?
Father.
His Eminence.
His Eminence.
Father.
Okay.
Yeah.
The white smoke is flying from the YouTube house today.
His
Well,
Holiness
it,
is the Pope.
it did earlier. It's up on Twitter. You can find the white smoke.
What the hell was that? I was watching. I was getting ready for the verdict. We got cucked.
Yeah. Complete bullshittery is happening right now.
We got ambered on there, man.
Like, what if the jury doesn't agree on the damage? Like, what if they go back? They're like, well, we didn't fill it out because this asshole says 0 and this guy says 50 million. This guy says letters. He just has letters. He went into hexadecimal. He just got A and G. I don't know.
But surely this means they found defamation. They found liability. Because if they didn't find liability, then answering the damages would be moot.
Exactly.
It was funny watching the judge try and not give it away.
If
Like, I don't know how to
picking $1.
How do I say this without? Well, if you find it, you got to find a damage award. So that was pretty sure we wrote that down. You should have probably done it. Thank you for bringing us all back in. Real quick, finishing that super chat. Instagram is Seraphim_Bright. And guys, if you want some candles, some nice scented candles, Seraphim Bright on Instagram. Rocky123591 says, please give a shout out to my wife, Maggie. Was able to get her away from that filth, law, and crime and over the much more family wholesome panel of Rekieta Law. Welcome, Maggie.
Family approved.
Wait, if I drink this, am I a Baptist Pope? Or no, wait,
Not
Catholic.
a Southern Baptist. Yeah. There you go.
As long as it's not Bushmills, I think that's okay. Okay, next. Brian P. My company manages legal firms IT across the country, and we work so well that I've had a lot of free time to enjoy the trial through your perspective. Could I shout out my company, Securitas.tech? Sure. If you're looking for some of that sweet IT services, I guess check out Securitas.tech. Chris says, everyone grab a mega pint of whatever and drink. Win or lose, you have the mega pint for a reason. Jai Starkiller. Johnny Depp should win $57 million. Why are punitives capped for rich people? Hard to send a message to the rich with such a low cap. Look, whatever anybody thinks about anything, I have to remind you what I've been saying the entire trial. A jury verdict of an individual person to another individual person on defamation of even $1 million is maybe a record-setting verdict. The idea of going into $10 million, I think definitely is a record-setting verdict on defamation. There are just not cases where individuals pay out tens of millions of dollars on defamation. So having a $350,000 punitive damage cap on defamation isn't weird because there are not damage awards in this number. Normally, you do not normally have a Johnny Depp who loses a Pirates of the Caribbean 6 from a defamatory statement. Even if you think of your average actor, even a high level actor, losing a role, the odds that the role that they lose and can show is, you know, a franchise film that's so well established that they're guaranteed a $20 million paycheck is really low, because most of them aren't guaranteed $20 million paychecks. You know, so that's why. That's why the punitives are capped, is because typically defamation damages for individual people do not reach this level. It's a weird set of circumstances in this case. And again, I fully believe Johnny Depp has lost far more than $50 million due to the defamation that occurred. But getting a jury to award that a number that is unfathomable to them is hard to do, you know. But there is a guy on this panel who gets juries to award unfathomable amounts, right, Tom?
You know, it's not a big deal or anything. It's cool.
But no, is that
that $5 billion from for Exxon Valdez that ruined it for everybody?
Yeah.
More importantly, there's also a member of this panel, me, who's a GM at chess.
You're a GM at chess?
Yes.
Like you
a grandmaster, you wouldn't get it.
Andrew, you're muted.
I said, do you mean like an actual playing piece?
No, but Tom, do you ever run into problems with that? Like, because in your case, you do catastrophic personal injury, and sometimes those damage awards go into the multiple millions of dollars.
Yes.
So is that a hurdle, having to convince people?
Yes, we voir dire on that extensively, and the whole concept of it, and defense lawyers will think you're the devil and evil for it. But we ask often, the very first question we ask in voir dire is, can anybody on this jury panel consider an award of 10 to 15 million or $20 million if it's supported by the evidence? I'm not asking a member of the jury to commit to 10 or 15 million dollars. I'm just saying, can you conceptualize that amount of money if it's warranted? And there are just some people who, no matter what the facts are, they just cannot consider that amount of money. So it's a huge issue that you need to take up on voir dire before the case even starts. And so yeah, I mean, it's a huge issue.
I know homeschool families who have like 6-7 kids and have annual incomes in the $30,000 range.
Right.
Their life operates on a budget that is so strict, so tight, and so truncated that the idea of $1 million is literally a foreign concept that will probably never be realized, at least by that generation of family.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's a huge issue. It is probably the number one issue for catastrophic injury cases, because you need somebody who can conceptualize those type of damages, and there are just some people who cannot.
Yeah. Next, Vanish Mantle. Hey, what's up? Vanish Mantle says, can I get a shout out for my YouTube for my game Creative Virtual Magic? Vanish Mantle has a channel on YouTube and a game, Creative Virtual Magic. Love the coverage as always, Rackets. Would you be interested in trying it out and giving some feedback? Sure, buddy. Yeah, I'd be happy to. Jacob Reed, thanks for your epic rant against the ACLU the other night. Also, in Rittenhouse case, the judge admonished prosecution for even mentioning him using the right to counsel. I think that should apply to the Second Amendment as well. I'm not sure how that's analogous, but I agree. Anything to boost the Second Amendment, I'm with it. Just Me Sunshine says, ironically, today is Narcissistic Awareness Day, and Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Johnny Depp's favorite number is 3. It is. Brian Mulvaney, if on trial, can you request a new judge? Yes. You will often get denied because the person approving the request for the new judge is the existing judge. But it is possible to find a conflict of interest or something that may not have been known at a previous time and say, well, judge, we've discovered this conflict. We would move for a new judge and see what happens at that point. If the judge denies it, you have an appeal position. And sometimes that's an interlocutory appeal position or even a mandamus from a higher court. Depends on the situation. So, Aga, you are the best show on the interwebs, Mr. Nose. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Great panel and insight. My brother and I make original metal music. If to any interested, search No Traces Band on the YouTubes if you want to hear some unbreaded metal. Give it a check out, guys. That'd be great. VC, sup, Nick? Love your coverage. I don't have a sob story. I'm just poor AF. Lamau, Cash App is hashtag Asinite. Get at me, you charitable motherfuckers.
I
like it.
That is a businessman right there.
Oh, we've got ruckus in the court. There's a ruckus.
I like a ruckus. I'm hoping they just wrote big money on this. It could be $1.
They're not standing though. So
please explain interlocutory and mandamus for us mere mortals. Okay, real quickly. So appeals tend to have to happen at the end of an action, when all is done. Then you can appeal, even if the appellate or the error meriting the appeal happens early on. That's just a general rule. An interlocutory appeal, some have statutory reasons for them. Others are permissive by the judge, by request of the judge. Interlocutory appeal means during the action, you pause the whole case and go to the appeal court on this specific issue. Because it needs to be resolved. Like I said, lots of times that's written into a statute that, oh, no, this is interlocutory and you're allowed to do that under these circumstances. A mandamus is like an appeal, but it's different. It's where you go to an appeal court with an issue that cannot be resolved by a traditional appeal for whatever reason. Like maybe there is no interlocutory appeal. But you go to the higher court and you say, this thing is so wrong that it will irreparably prejudice the action or a particular party, something that cannot be undone at a later time if it's not prevented now. Usually it might involve like the massive losses of money for one or both parties to proceed on a course of action with this incorrect point of law occurring. So the higher court would come in and say, you have grounds, this exceptional grounds for mandamus. We're going to order the lower court to act in a particular way, even though you don't have an appeal position at this point. That's what those two things are. So I hope that helps describe that for you. Okay. Jay says, thank you for keeping me sane during this. 37 fighting stage 3 breast cancer. Oh my goodness. If you give my GoFundMe a shout out, I'd be forever in your debt. Jara's Journey. That's Jara. Jara's Journey on GoFundMe. Immensely grateful for your hilarious distractions. Thank you, Jara. And I pray that your breast cancer fight is successful and that you put that nastiness away from you and you have a full recovery. Bad Weather Biker for Andrew, going to try to iron butt to Denver on my Father's Day on my Yamaha Super Tenere. Hope to see you somewhere out there on your GS.
All right, cool. Right safe.
All right, let's do that. All right, we're ready for the jury.
All right, guys. For the record, I do have it at full 1080p, but I would imagine that the feed, the ULive feed that everybody on Earth is using right now is taxed. So that's the resolution we're going to get. I can't really mess with it. It's on the camera's end at this point and their upload bandwidth, not the download here. So we're getting some weird hiccuping going on.
Here we go.
Her looks like she's at a wake.
Let me see if
I mean, to be fair,
Long Crime has 3 million live viewers.
Wow.
That's how, I mean,
what a waste of time.
Yes.
Crazy.
But the amount of their picture is better, so I'm going to switch over to them. Hold on, here we go.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah. So Sky News is just having issues.
Mr. Foreperson, is this the verdict of the jury? Yes. All right. Is it unanimous? Thank you, sir. Jamie?
Come on, 50.
I'm sticking with 7. I say it's 7. I'm ending
civil
the poll.
Case number CL 2019-2911. Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. 1. As to the statement appearing in the online op-ed entitled, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. In the Washington Post online edition, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, end quote. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Mr.
Oh,
Depp
yeah.
proven by a greater weight of the evidence.
Let's see if
that
there's actual tears.
the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard. Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Mr. Depp. Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false.
Look at her
Answer,
face.
Yes. Question, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. Answer, yes. Question, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. Answer, yes. Question, the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. Answer, yes. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes.
Oh,
yes.
Yes.
Gotcha.
2, as this statement appearing in the op-ed entitled A Transformative Moment for Women in the Washington Post print edition and the online op-ed, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. In the Washington Post online edition. Quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, end quote. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Proven by a greater weight of the evidence. That question, the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard. Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Mr. Depp. Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false. Answer, yes. Question, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. Answer, yes. Question, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. Answer, yes.
Yes, they believe none of it.
Due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement.
Oh, Rottenborn looks unhappy.
A defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. Answer, yes.
Oh, get
you
wrecked.
find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice. Answer, yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh, music
3,
to my actual
as to the
malice
statement
ears.
appearing in the op-ed entitled A Transformative Moment for Women in the Washington Post print edition and the online op-ed, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. In the Washington Post online edition. Quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, end quote. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes. Proven by a greater weight of the evidence. That question, the statement was made or published by Ms.
I think
Heard.
she'll cry when the
Answer,
money comes
yes. Question, the statement was about Mr. Depp. Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false. Answer, yes. Question, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. Answer, yes.
Oh, brutal.
Question, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. Answer, yes. Question, due to circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. Answer, yes. Do Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear
You wish you stayed home today,
evidence
Ms. Heard.
that Ms. Heard acted with actual malice? Answer, yes. As against Amber Heard, we, the jury, award compensatory damages in the amount of $10 million.
Yes!
Oh,
Yes!
We, the jury, award punitive damages in the amount of $5 million. In civil case number CL 2019.
Now that gets cut down to the statutory
2911,
max.
Ms. Heard's claim against Mr. Depp. 1. As to this statement appearing in the April 8, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, no.
Oh.
2. As to this statement appearing in the April 27th, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt did not do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911, end quote. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, yes.
Ooh. Oh.
Has Ms. Heard proven by a greater weight of the evidence?
Wow.
Question, Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the statement? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was about Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Answer, yes. Question, the statement was false? Answer, yes. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven by clear and convincing evidence that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice? Answer, yes. 3.
What if they award
As
her
to this
10 million?
statement appearing in the April 27th, 2020 online edition of the Daily Mail, quote, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp, end quote. Do you find that Ms. Heard has proven all the elements of defamation? Answer, no.
Boom.
All right. What you get for number 2?
As John C. Depp II, we, the jury, award compensatory damages in the amount of $2 million. As against John C. Depp II, we, the jury, award punitive damages in the amount of $0.
Does either side wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
That was a compromise verdict.
Yeah.
Members of the jury, if this is your verdict, please answer yes. If this is not your verdict, please answer no. Juror number 6. Juror number 10.
Yes.
Juror number 15.
Yes.
Juror number 16.
Yes.
Juror number 22.
Yes.
Juror number 27. Juror number 29.
Yes.
Okay, I do find that the jury's verdict is unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes your service in this case. I want to thank you again for your dedication and your hard work during this trial. And I know I speak for everybody here when I tell you that we appreciate your sacrifices and your time and your public service in this matter, okay? So I'm going to have you go back to the jury deliberation room for one more time, and then we'll release you from there, okay? All right, thank you.
So there you go. That's a net of $8,350,000 award to Johnny Depp. That's a huge win for him.
4 life choices, Amber.
All right.
Yep. Oh man.
No
Okay.
money, no
In
career.
accordance with law, I will amend the punitive damages award to the statutory cap of $350,000 on Mr. Depp's award, okay? I will set this down for entry of an order, and can we do it on June 24th at 10 a.m. if that's available? All right,
Yes.
Mr. Chu, if you could prepare that order and then circulate it to Ms. Bretterhoff.
Not
and we can have
13
all
million,
the
guys.
objections noted on it. All right.
As we've been saying, there's a statutory
All
cap.
right, and if I get it before that date, I'll take it
We'll
off the
explain in a
docket.
minute.
Okay.
Oh, it's 8
All right,
million
again, thank you to all the
total.
attorneys.
8
for your
million,
professionalism, and
350,000.
you're welcome to come to my courtroom anytime. Well, give me a few weeks, but then you can come anytime, okay? All right. Court is adjourned. Thank you, Ron.
Oh man, they gotta be feeling great over on this side of the aisle, and they
So
gotta
happy.
feel fucking well.
Look at the hug. Look at the hug. Look at that hug.
Yeah.
Imagine, oh, there you go.
There's
And look
still
at- yeah,
no
whatever,
emotion.
Elaine, get out of here.
There's still
Imagine,
no emotion.
well, we won on that one counterclaim.
Oh, I mean, that's what they're going to
That's
be
the
riding on.
narrative. That's the narrative.
He lied about me.
Jury found for Amber Heard.
But here's the other thing. That counterclaim might actually help PR-wise for Depp. Because if she walks out of there and is like, oh, it's an unfair system. It's like, well, they gave you one of your counterclaims. You got a fair hearing.
Yeah.
Get
No,
going.
I would take this. Plus, Johnny Depp can always say, I maintain that I didn't make those statements. My attorney did. The jury found otherwise, but those were the words of someone else. Those weren't me. Amber Heard can't say that about at least 2 of the 3 statements. Johnny Depp can say about his 1 statement for sure.
Wow. Yep.
And I think, the compromise verdict that was mentioned by Andrew is indicative of the 0 punitive damages award.
Yes.
I mean, that's it. Real quick to the chat. Johnny Depp nets $8,350,000 because although he was awarded $10 million compensatory damages and $5 million in punitive damages, there is a cap under the law in Virginia that says that punitive damages are limited to $350,000. So he can only take a total of $10,350,000. And then he has the minus $2 million from Amber Heard's claim that she prevailed on. So that's why it's $8,350,000 and not $13 million. But the interesting thing about that, and this is a cool facet of that sort of law, is that the jury found $5 million to be a sufficient number of punishment. And that's usable on the PR side of things.
Right.
That we say that, the jury found that her defamation was so egregious that even though they only
outside
found
the courtroom where you can see these fans, as I said, every time.
They would have.
I'm gonna
hit
wait for
her.
the press conference.
They would have hit her harder than the law would have allowed.
Hey, Nick.
Yes. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. What? Oh, yeah. Shit. That's not good. Not used to having this many people on.
Between
that we
that
have
and the
3 rows.
copyright cuck stuff, you're just all over the place here.
I'm terrible. I'm absolutely terrible. This one still works, I think, right? Like that's still
that
good.
works. That works. That checks out.
Whoa. Defamation. The next trial.
Here, I don't want to hear what you have to say. I don't even know who this guy is on the bottom. But he always
Don't
seems
worry,
to be
he's
on the
used to-
bottom. It's weird.
He's used to only reaching up to the bottom third of the room, so it's all good.
Okay, we will. I will be. Well, I say we. I will be covering through the statements. Any press release statements. I assume we are going to have 30 minutes to an hour before the weeping is done. Before
What
Amber
weeping?
Heard comes out, Johnny Depp's team, will likely make a statement. Justice prevailed today. We disagree with the jury, but on the one thing, but we're happy on balance because we defended our client's reputation and good name to the maximum extent of the law and beyond what the law allows. I mean, what a great message that is. That's huge.
Johnny's got his career back, and Heard is all done.
I wonder what the largest defamation award in U.S. is.
All right, y'all. Hey, I gotta head out, but I just want to pop in for the verdict. All right, guys.
Take it easy, Tom.
See you later, buddy.
Grifter.
So, guys, over under on how long it takes the WAPO to pull that article.
We'll see.
Op-ed?
They could double down. Who
They're
knows?
going to double down.
Yeah. Yeah.
The crazy thing is if the Washington Post were today to retweet that article, he's got a colorable claim for defamation with actual knowledge, with actual malice. So, oh man, Law and Crime is, I think that's Dan Abrams commenting on, I'm not going to listen to him, but I think that's, is that him? That's him.
He's mad.
From his Civic. Yeah.
He's driving right now. Like there's movement in the window.
Oh man, if he gets into an accident live on this, that would be
terrible.
That'd be bad for his insurance claim.
Wait, is he not in the U.S.? Like, is this another where they drive on the other side of the road? Because I mean,
it must
no,
be.
This would be the driver's side with the
camera's mirrored.
Yeah, camera's mirrored.
Oh, okay, got
must be. Otherwise, it would be funny if he runs over Amber Heard outside the courthouse.
Yeah,
not really funny. Sorry, Amber. Just deserved.
So I've got it pulled up, waiting for press conferences, and we'll see that coverage as it happens.
The Washington Post article announcing the verdict goes on to mention that the Post was not a defendant in the suit.
Let's see. In the largest libel award in American history, a Houston jury yesterday ordered Dow Jones to pay $227 million to a bond firm. That doesn't count. I mean, that's not an individual thing. That's major.
Come on, bond firms matter. Hashtag bond firms matter.
Hashtag justice for bond firms. I don't think it's going to catch on.
Yeah, I don't see that one flying.
Okay, so Bentham IMF client wins one of the largest defamation awards in U.S. history, which was $14 million. But that's, again, jury awarded Mr. Radcliffe and CPM $14.5 million. The biggest defamation award in Indiana history and one of the largest ever in the U.S. So, I mean, the reason I bring this up is because the idea that he was awarded $15 million by a jury is massive. Like these types of defamation awards don't happen at this level. Yeah. I also want to point out to T. Greg Doucette, the lawyer, not the bodybuilder, to low T. Greg Doucette, get fucked, you idiot. And to J. Sean Lemoyne, you easy pile of garbage, who are all criticizing Camille Vasquez and her terrible cross of Amber Heard. Y'all were imminently and demonstrably wrong. You're wrong on defamation. You've always been wrong on defamation. And I hope to see some justice for some other people sometime in the future. Get wrecked, scrubs. And also enjoy your zero interaction on social media, you boring piles of garbage.
Also, it looks like Washington Post may have doubled down.
Really?
How so? Did they double down in a way that the republication would clarify the?
No, it's an old article.
Okay.
Yeah, I just checked
the articles up. One just doing.
By the way, no. But on the Washington Post website, they put above. If you look at the verdict right now, and this is based on time, but right now they put the Amber Heard one technically a little bit, the $2 million above the $15 million. It is chronological, but it is interesting they decided to sort it that way.
But if you actually open that bracket window, they have a general statement. Yeah, then they do. Yeah, they do. They flip it.
Well, it's time based though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. But they could have done it the other way.
Yeah. Candace Rod says it's good she won because she will have a hard time getting an appeal. I mean, yes, to an extent. I mean, she's going to have a hard time on appeal anyway. There are very few appealable issues in this court case. But yes, it does become more difficult when the jury finds for you and the other party to say that the jury was biased against you in some way. And fines to you for the tune of $2 million.
Well, then if she appeals this, there goes her statement. I just want Johnny to leave me alone. That goes out the window.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to see what kind of nonsense press release they have. That's going to be fun. Because they're probably having to rewrite it right now. I mean, I'm sure they had one for being blanked completely, and I'm sure they had one for winning. But I don't know if they had a compromise statement prepared.
Oh, here's her statement. She's got it on Twitter. Would you like me to read it?
Yeah. If you want to share it, I'll pull it up.
Amber
Otherwise, you can just
Barlow?
read it.
The disappointment I feel today is beyond words. I'm heartbroken that the mountain of evidence still was not enough to stand up to the disproportionate power, influence, and sway of my ex-husband.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm even more disappointed with what this verdict means for other women.
Oh my
It
God.
is a
Fuck off.
setback. It sets back the clock to a time when a woman who spoke up and spoke out could be publicly shamed and humiliated. It sets back the idea that violence against women is to be taken seriously. I believe Johnny's attorneys succeeded in getting the jury to overlook the key issue of capitalized freedom, of capitalized speech, and ignore evidence that was so conclusive that we won in the UK.
You weren't a party in the UK, honey. You said it over and over.
I am sad I lost this case, but I am sadder still that I seem to have lost a right I thought I had as an American to speak freely and openly.
So that's insane. And I'm being spammed right now with the Vice article. I sent it in the private chat, but yeah, this is these are the hot takes that I think they had to have had waiting.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Well, she didn't have time to type that up in the last 3 minutes.
They would clearly have both headlines waiting, right?
Yeah,
Both headlines or statements ready to go. You're going to put it out. This is the first tweet she's made since April 9th. They've been on a social media embargo by the judge, and so now they're able to speak. So Vice has breaking after a jury heard a string of texts from Johnny Depp saying he wanted to burn Amber Heard and that he would fuck her burnt corpse to make sure she is dead. They decided Heard defamed Depp and acted with malice.
And by the way, malice is in quotation marks.
Yeah.
Quotation marks around malice. Fucking all the
Wow.
all the V's, Vice, Vox, and Vogue, right? All of them complete trash on this.
So I have already, they had their things prepared. I had mine prepared too. I've already responded publicly to Amber Heard on Twitter.
And in
I said
6 minutes, she's been ratioed, just so you know.
That ratio is going to get worse.
I said, get wrecked, liar. That was my very, very, very important response. And then I just also responded with my prepared statement to Vice, which was, you lost, simps.
Nice.
Yeah, these the salt will flow, and be prepared, ladies and gentlemen. I know all of you have enjoyed some level of independent commentary and coverage from either my channel or another channel during this thing. Look, we are about to be under a massive amount of media pressure on this thing. They are going to be angry about the coverage. They wanted to control this narrative. You could see them struggling to try and do it during, as the entire world is watching this going, we believe Johnny Depp. The media is still trying to push through these things, especially during that break week. They're going to be coming down hard with hit pieces about us. And all we can ask you to do individually is follow our content, follow us on Twitter, wherever you like seeing commentary, and just throw us a like and a view from time to time, because it helps immensely. And what will happen from these people? Yeah. Well, what will happen is a massive push. We're already seeing stuff like it in the past couple weeks. The focus on super chats and weaponizing mob hatred against victims is coming. The focus on misogynistic reporting swaying public opinion is coming. The pressure against victims to come out and setting victimhood back decades, that's all coming. The best way to support the thing that you have enjoyed perhaps over the past couple weeks is to just like, subscribe, share things from creators that you like with commentary that you appreciate. It helps us immensely. You don't have to give us any money. We of course appreciate that very much, but just click that view button and that like and that share. I mean, it goes beyond anything you can imagine to share our stuff. So
And
just
mainstream
my
media,
soapbox.
well, mainstream media, get wrecked. We're coming for you.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. This is a couple L's you've taken, mainstream media, in the short time that we've been watching. You're taking L's left and right, and it's amazing.
From
By
a
the way,
bunch of people with webcams, which is like, the crazy thing. You've got all this institutional support, all this funding, all this backing in the algorithm, the Google algorithm, everything else, and you're getting wrecked by the truth. I mean, at the end of the day.
And that is why Nick is correct that there should be cameras in every courtroom for every trial. Because if this was handled in a vacuum and this verdict came out, that would have caused it's still going to cause amazing issues, but it would have been much, much worse if people hadn't seen the bullshit that she was putting out.
Oh, it's been
Yes.
so amazing over the past couple of weeks watching the same media that has gone to the Supreme Court over the First Amendment right to access to the courts suddenly acquire the vapors over the fact that the cameras were allowed in this courtroom so that the people could watch and see and judge for themselves and evaluate what Nick has been saying about our jury reflecting the values of our community. What an indictment of what the press has become.
yeah. They have not been a bastion of First Amendment or free. Let's stay away from First Amendment. The press has not been a bastion of free speech principles in a very long time, and instead have wielded the First Amendment as a literal sword and shield. Ben Shu's description Adam Waldman's description of what Amber Heard's team was doing is apt. Using it as a sword and shield against their enemies. They used the journalistic privilege and the First Amendment deference to journalists as a shield. That actual malice standard, by the way, try and prove that a newspaper who made you famous defamed you when they get to say, well, he's famous. I mean, ignoring that they're the ones who did it, and then say we didn't lie. It's like, well, but you did. You did. I can prove that you lied. But you can't prove that we knew it. They have wielded the First Amendment as a sword and shield against freedom and liberty of individuals forever. And the reckoning is coming. And I don't think people are ready for that pendulum to swing back. But when it does, I'll be drinking.
Speaking of that, what are you drinking over there, Andrea? What is that?
Well, this is a fine bottle of Costco's best Rosé Treveri.
Oh, okay.
Costco's finest is a good brand.
Look, I'm not going to diss. I'm not going to hate on Kirkland liquor from Costco. It's actually, it is not the best scotch or the best bourbon, but it's far from the worst.
Well, they had the 1792 batches that they bottled last year that were phenomenal. They were from 1792. You can't get bad.
Yeah, that's some old liquor. Man, I'm flabbergasted and happy because there was, if you would have asked me 9 weeks ago, could Johnny Depp win a defamation case in the United States? I would have said and I did. It's really unlikely. Really unlikely to win it because the standard of proof is so high. The actual malice standard is so difficult to overcome. It's been overcome. Now, the thing that needs to happen, in my opinion, is my humble legal opinion. No one else has to subscribe to it. I hate anti-SLAPP laws. I think they have a purpose that was, or they have a reason behind them that is compelling, but in practice, they don't effectuate it. And I think a jury verdict like Johnny Depp's shows the error of anti-SLAPP, because in California, Johnny Depp would have never made it to a jury trial. He wouldn't have even come close. It would have been slapped out of court. He would have lost immediately. And well, I'm hypothesizing, but we've seen it over and over again with people with lots of evidence being just ignored because the standard is misapplied, the statute is misapplied, and the statute is it's deferentially applied towards the defendant. And now we have a jury verdict to say Yeah, but look what happens when a jury gets it. Look what happens when the public gets a hold of it. Here's the evidence and decides this is what they get.
So we've got a statement now from Johnny from his Instagram. 6 years ago, my life, the life of my children, the lives of those closest to me, and also the lives of the people who for many, many years have supported and believed in me were forever changed, all in the blink of an eye. False, very serious, and criminal allegations were levied at me via the media, which triggered an endless barrage of hateful content, although no charges were ever brought against me. It had already traveled around the world twice within a nanosecond, and it had a seismic impact on my life and my career. And 6 years later, the jury gave me my life back. I am truly humbled. My decision to pursue this case, knowing very well the height of the legal hurdles that I would be facing and the inevitable worldwide spectacle into my life, was only made after considerable thought. From the very beginning, the goal of bringing this case was to reveal the truth, regardless of the outcome. Speaking the truth was something that I owed to my children and to all those who have remained steadfast in their support of me. I feel at peace knowing I have finally accomplished that.
I mean, I can't look. I know someone who has been defamed and who was had an unfavorable anti-slap decision, and the sentiments expressed in Johnny Depp's Instagram just there are mirrored by this person who's like, the truth. I'm trying to tell the truth. That's all I'm trying to do is tell the story and tell the truth. When you can't speak, when you're not allowed a public voice, I cannot express to you what that does to someone, the amount of hurt that it has. Imagine that if, like, I know that many people don't have big Twitters or whatever, but imagine if that everywhere you went, every platform you went to, when you spoke, no one believed you. No one was allowed to believe you, because if they did, let's say someone was like, yeah, I believe in you, Carl, a mob of people would go after them and say, how dare you? How dare you do this? How dare you do that? Everywhere you go, they would come after your job just for believing someone else. They would come after that person's job. They would try to get them banned from social media. The disenfranchisement and disempowerment of having your speech muzzled is devastating. And to hear that, the sentiments, you can hear it coming through Johnny Depp for his children, right? You have to look at your kids and they say, Dad, everybody says that you beat this lady. I never saw you hit her. I didn't. But everybody says you did. I didn't. Well, we know. I mean, you never know if they actually knew. Just the ability to speak is, for him, it's got to be extremely liberating. Oh, there's another page. Andrea, there's a second page.
Oh, so there is. Okay. I am and have been overwhelmed by the outpouring of love and the colossal support and kindness from around the world. I hope that my quest to have the truth be told will have helped others, men or women, who have found themselves in my situation, and that those supporting them never give up. I also hope that the position will now return to innocent until proven guilty, both within the courts and in the media. I wish to acknowledge the noble work of the judge, the jurors, the court staff, and the sheriffs who have sacrificed their own time to get to this point, and to my diligent and unwavering legal team who did an extraordinary job in helping me to share the truth. The best is yet to come, and a new chapter has finally begun. Veritas nunquam perit. Truth never perishes. Johnny Depp.
Let's I'm putting up a hashtag. Partner for Vasquez.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, she earned it. She earned it.
I said it the other day. I mean it 100%. Johnny Depp's win is in extremely large part to the efforts of Camille Vasquez.
Absolutely.
Her cross-examination of Amber Heard was devastating. Her cross-examination of Dawn Hughes, I think. Did she do Dawn Hughes or did she do someone else?
No, that was Wayne Dennison who did Dawn Hughes.
She did one of the experts and she shredded him. Because Wayne Dennison did most of the experts. There was one expert that she cross-examined, and I mean, it was a massacre. Was it Spiegel? Might have been Spiegel.
Yeah,
I wonder what Dr. Curry is drinking right now.
Okay, Amber's we got Camille and Ben Chu.
Nice.
Coming out here.
Nice.
So here we go.
Victory lap in real time.
Listen to those cheers.
I'm going to go to the podium.
Like they won the Super Bowl.
I mean, you did.
She's the Tom Brady of defamation.
Approaching the podium, Ben Chu, Camila Vasquez, the rest of the Johnny Depp.
I bet he's changed pants 4 times.
But hey, his tie matches his socks. That's awesome.
He's back to his big one pie.
Look at that face. He's so blithely happy.
And today,
Look at him.
we announce Camille is our new partner.
Ben is such a good egg.
Hi, everyone. Today's verdict confirms what we have said from the beginning, that the claims against Johnny Depp are defamatory and unsupported by any evidence. We are grateful, so grateful to the jury for their careful deliberation, to the judge and the court staff who have devoted an enormous amount of time and resources towards this case.
Our judicial system is predicated on each person's right to have his or her case heard, and we were honored, truly honored, to assist Mr. Depp in ensuring that his case was fairly considered throughout the trial. We are also most pleased that the trial has resonated for so many people in the public who value truth and justice. Now that the jury has reached its conclusion,
Look at the titles there.
it's time to turn the page and look to the future. Thank you all so much, and thanks to the jury.
Thank you so much.
Mr. President, we've spoken to Donny. How is he feeling? How's Donny feeling?
Will Donny and Amber ever speak to each other again?
Is this the end of the matter? Mr. President, will there be any more legal action?
Is Mr. Donald Trump going to run for office?
Well, there you have it. Attorneys for Johnny Depp not taking any questions right now. They made a brief statement. They have gotten into their
I don't really care about what else they have to say. I'll wait for the next announcement or the next team to come out and make their press release. No, good short statement.
Yeah.
Our client was defamed. That's it.
I think
That's
the next
it.
one is a little bit more complicated, which is why they're going to take some time on it, because they have to tailor in that counterclaim somehow. That just makes it weird.
Yeah. Man, what a day. What a day this is turning out to be. I'm going to try and read some more of these super chats. I know some giant ones have come in as well. I'm going to hit them as we got them, okay? So, we're going to keep going. I'm watching for the next team to pop out of this courthouse and give their press statement. Real quick, everybody is patiently waiting for Amber Heard's team to show up, as you can tell. Once Johnny Depp's team left,
You're like, oh, we're out.
even the cameraman's like, well, this is over. No, but if they come out to give a press release, I will, of course, I will have it for you. We're just waiting on them. But yeah, I think it might be a minute before they do. HBO Matt, Livingston, Texas, charged me and 3 other cop watchers with felony organized crime for recording their cops. Also charged me with false 911 call when some neighbor, Karen, called for me walking with a holstered pistol to my car. Lame. Hopefully you beat those charges. That's BS. Skeleton. Hey, Nick, been following since Cain and Abel case. Any word on when the verdict is coming out? Yes, it's out. Also, in unrelated news, I have information that could lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton. Sounds of gunshots and screaming. Rolling Stone. Hey, Nick, love the show as always. What are some of your favorite Scotch whiskeys? Do you have a favorite? I'm relatively new, and so far Lagavulin 16 has been my favorite. If I had one whiskey to drink for the rest of my life, Lagavulin 16 would be a strong contender for it. It's just an all-around great whiskey. My favorite whiskey right now, though, is Kentucky Owl Last Batch Rye, batch number 4. It's just hands down the best rye whiskey I've ever had. It's great. I also love Whistle Pig. I love a good Michter's. There aren't always good Michter's. Some of them are kind of bland. But I don't know. But I just like trying new whiskeys, frankly. Tribane. The jury realized you had a JLP interview tomorrow and wanted to be able to watch it, so they came out with the verdict today, so you don't have to step away. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. I will be on The Fallen State with Jesse Lee Peterson at 1:50 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. I don't know if it's live or not. I will let you know as I find that out. Patrick Webb. Hey, Racket's been following since Lucifer versus God's defamation trial. I spend way more time streaming you than I spend streaming Hulu. So canceling Hulu and pledging to super chat you once a month. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you. And since you pledged it, I now already have it in my bank account. That's awesome. Josephine, thank you for the entertainment. Best moment for me was the panel's reaction to TMZ guy burning Elaine.
Yes. Yes.
She got torched in real. She got torched so well. She had the look on her face like this.
She laughed too. That's how bad.
She laughed. She laughed.
She's like, you got me. You're a piece of shit, but you got me. You know you did. And by the way, I'm still waiting. I have spoken with Mr. Morgan Tremaine. And as soon as we can arrange that interview, it's going to happen. What's up, Nate?
What's going on? Hey, listen, I got to say, this is a sad day for women everywhere. As Amber got through the sad day. I can't defame you.
What, Nate? You're having connection issues.
Oh, no! Yo, you know what? Let's just be clear. There was some horse trading going on back there. There's some horse trading. Right. So there was somebody on that jury who was sympathetic to Amber's little speech, and they were like, we can't give him everything. So like, you know what? Let's give it this $2 million in compensatory damages. Let's throw that at it, right?
Yeah.
Give it to her,
We'll defray her costs. $2 million's the amount for the Aquaman 2 contract that she still has. It's funny. But they didn't even blank her on the Aquaman 3 contract. And I mean, that's amazing because they would have been well within the evidence. I don't think it'd be a proper inference from the evidence, but they'd be well within the evidence to say $4 million was lost on Aquaman 3. And so that's good stuff for them.
You know, it seems like at the end of the day, they essentially gave him his money back for the divorce plus $1 million bucks.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's what they get back. It's like, you know what? You get
For
your
the
money back for $1
inconvenience.
million bucks. I'm getting you behind whipped every night, right?
Yeah. It'll almost pay his legal fees. Josephine, but again, when you're Johnny Depp and you have what he has, the resources he has access to, he would have paid happily $10 million to win a dollar verdict.
Oh yeah, he's got his career back.
He got everything back.
Yep.
It's all back.
And she's essentially the Jussie Smollett of sexual abuse allegations now.
Yep.
She is not suicidal.
Well, maybe she is at this point.
Again, the only thing she can say is the jury found that Adam Waldman defamed me and that's attributable to Johnny Depp. I mean, that's it. That he lied about me and my friends hoaxing something. But
yeah, the only lie that they really found was that they called the cops and it didn't work the first time. So then they went back and roughed the place up and spilled a little wine. So he technically didn't accurately recount, I guess, what the jury concluded actually happened. But that's
which was that IO called, right? Like that. Yeah, I'm guessing the jury hung their hat on the fact that nobody there at that apartment called the cops. We heard that IO called the cops. There's no contravailing testimony. So by Waldman's statement seems to, in my opinion, contemplate the idea that the people there perpetrated the hoax when in actuality it was Io, and there wasn't sufficient testimony to implicate or connect the people at the apartment to Io.
Well, and also that part about she placed a call to her publicist and her lawyer, and that was not able to be elicited for whatever reason. Now, Jody Gottlieb, the publicist, was subpoenaed and didn't show up for her deposition. So there had been pending proceedings in California, contempt proceedings basically to enforce that. But the clock ran out. Amber was successful at running the clock out on that. And, you just have to wonder, had he been able to get that in, probably a different outcome.
Yep.
I just imagine though, when she was sitting there, she had to know, because the lawyers, when they went up, the judge had to tell them like, hey, look, they forgot to fill out compensatory damages on this one.
Yeah.
So her lawyers had to know when they sat down that she lost, and they probably told her like, yo, listen, it ain't working.
Well, that's the question. I'm sure her lawyers knew, but did Amber know? Is she that
knew to go
self-aware?
snort that capsaicin, that onion powder, whatever she needed to get that tear going, whatever she needed to get that one real tear, right?
You don't think they told her? You don't think they told her like, yo, you lost?
I don't think they're allowed to tell her. I think if they told her, they'd come in with two black eyes.
No, I think they probably said, based on what the judge just said, things don't look great. So I think they had to have brace yourself. You're about to be on. Who is this? It's this guy.
There's a basis for that finding.
Your general reaction. I mean, I feel like you got the verdict pretty much right.
Oh, this is a juror.
I didn't see the whole trial, but from what I saw, it sounded like if the jury had to make a decision between him or her, and you had to weigh the facts, it seemed like his side put out a better case than her side.
This is a park bench, dude.
Yeah, this is somebody who's
So much. We were going to let you get into the shade because guess what?
He watching it with us.
I don't know who that guy is.
John Goodman.
Rando.
Yeah. But yeah, I think they had to say, look, based on what we don't know the full thing, but based on what we saw, brace yourself. You're going to be on camera.
Mm-hmm.
We'll figure it out. We'll take the appropriate next steps, whatever happens. So
the call was made to the publicist, like, yo, get statement B ready. Those statement A away. The way it went in this one, baby.
The new PR team is fired.
David, the grab ass Shane. What? Why would you fire him? That's his legal Christian middle name, I heard. Well, to be fair, the is his middle name, and grab ass is actually his confirmation name because he's also Catholic. That's what I heard. Josephine says, thank you for the entertainment. Best moment for me was panel. Oh, wait, I read that one. Duncan, Idaho. How is it legal / acceptable for jury members to be compelled to leave their lives and livelihoods for the duration of a trial for only $30 a day? Am I missing something, or is that really messed up and unreasonable?
That's America.
It is America.
Yes and yes.
If jury duty is a hardship, a demonstrable hardship, there is a hardship exception to jury duty. You can get out if you can demonstrate a financial or medical hardship. Also, you can get out of jury duty really easy by going and saying, I think everybody who's been accused of anything deserves prison and maybe the death chamber.
I cannot be partial, but I don't know in other states. I know in New York, what they do for jury duty is like the first, I'm not sure if it's week or 2 weeks. If your job has over 100 employees, they still have to pay your salary for like the first 2 weeks.
Yeah,
but if it goes longer than 2 weeks, then they pay you the $30 a day.
I was going to elaborate. The jury is actually awarded under Virginia statute 70% of employer pay as well as the $30. Now it comes from the employer. So if you're unemployed, I believe it's $30. But if you're employed, it's $30 plus 70% of your income that your employer is mandated to pay you if you're not salaried, but you're, hourly or whatever. So it is actually more than $30 for people who are leaving a job. But that's not the case in every state. It's different state to state. And the reality is this is your civic responsibility. This is part of being in the system. This is your payment that when you're called, you'll serve jury duty. Mike, the dad Crosby says, just make sure you enunciate the Cosby trial. It's Cosby, not Crosby. Let's see. Mike the Dad Crosby, dang it, says, unfortunately, I'm not related to Bing either. I am related to David Crosby, but not that David Crosby.
Oh.
Jerk off juggernaut.
Yeah.
Rackets.
Yeah.
Rackets is, or I was banned off Twitter for calling Amber Heard a cunt along with irrelevant. Truly one of my more lighthearted statements, honestly. I originally thought it was because I said it's beginning to smell like 1776. No. Look, Amber has had a PR firm on, like a paid PR firm, trying to manage negative opinions about her. So it's no surprise to me that if you said a negative statement that could be taken as harassment under the strict reading of the rules, that there would be multiple flags on that thing coming from the PR firm itself.
Oh yeah.
Ian Sawyer, didn't Nancy Pelosi's husband just get pulled over for DUI and got out of it already? I don't know about getting out of it already, but definitely got pulled over and for DUI. Yes. That's the thing that happened.
Yeah, but you don't get a life sentence for DUI, though. You get out usually in a day or two. He's not going to be there forever, unless he killed somebody, which I don't think happens.
Yeah, you're getting out the next day.
Yeah.
At latest.
If it's at night. Yeah, if it's during business hours, you get a DUI at 9 in the morning, you're going to get out the same day and go home. I mean, you'll be charged, but you're not going to stay in jail. Devout Blade, who is taller, Ethan Ralph or Attorney Tom? Well... we might have to take that one to jury trial. I know who's wider for sure. Greg Main, catching up. I want to say I've been following all along and love the content. Please give my love to Legal Vices, Andrew, and Uncivil Law. Don't know why they get hate in chat. I appreciate the unbiased and informed coverage. Well,
pure unmitigated jealousy.
If you know, you know, and if you don't know, you don't know. I mean, that's how that goes. Josh, if you can't give consent while intoxicated, then I can't be responsible for my actions when I drive home from the bar, right? The booze had a hold of me. DUI guy will back me up on this. Systems curmudgeon. Verdict prediction, in a surprise turn of events, the divorce will be annulled. KF Joy says, no, nice smiley pic on the wall, Bronca. Getting handsy. Says, thanks for all your coverage. Been following you since the Vic stuff and plan to continue. You inspired me to restart my YouTube channel. So if you like tabletop games, crafts, and soon 3D printing, check out Getting Handsy.
Oh, nice. Good luck.
Incidentally, that's my OnlyFans. Sarcasm and Glory. Thank you for your jokes and words of encouragement during this collective existential pain and suffering. I might as well go to law school. Been dragged in and out of family court with the likes of Amber Heard. I became an expert in personality disorders. I have met men who have gone to law school for exactly that reason. So good luck to you, sir. Greg Smith Windsor says, as a priest, I've often wondered about whether I would be rejected from a juror. What is the general view of lawyer on clergy sitting on a jury?
Lawyers don't happen.
Yeah, lawyers don't happen. Clergy, I think it's gonna depend on the case. Like if you're a defense attorney, you probably want a clergy on the jury.
I was gonna say it depends. It depends on
the religion.
It depends on what religion. Yes. If we're talking about a religion that believes in redemption, then I am all for that. I am all for that holy person.
Yeah, and I've been picked for a jury.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you clergy, Andrew?
No, not yet.
It's like, okay.
He is. Let's see. Oh, sorry. My dad just sent me a weird message. That's okay. Hi, Dad. How's it going? Can't wait to see you guys next month. Yeah, the question is, back at you, Greg Smith Windsor. As a priest, do you approve of my papal mitre that I was wearing? That's my question. Cynthia sent a big chat and says, for Andrea alone, Nick, pay it back to her, bigot. No refund, Cynthia. Stormy says, Pope hat for verdict binger. Kroisk, what appears to be a mega bint. I don't know. John Bass, Amber will only shed a real tear if she wins. Fake is if she loses. She kept it fairly stoic.
There were no tears because she can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, even the self-pity wasn't enough to draw it out of her.
Yep. Sword and Scale. Well, I think she doesn't have real emotions. Like, frankly, and that's not a criticism. Some people just don't emote. They mimic life of other people. It's almost like there was testimony about this. Sword and Scale. Hey, what's up? Mike says, in my opinion, Branca said Amber Heard intended to walk in with 2 black guys, not 2 black eyes. Could be.
Whatever her preferences.
Who has a better reaction, Amber or Whitney? Does Whitney start cheering when Johnny wins?
Oh yeah, poor Whitney. Her whole meal ticket just vaporized.
Whitney stands up and says, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, I'm free at last.
So Whitney's expression can't actually get any more sour than just its resting state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Darius Harvey says, YouTube is hiding your channel. I had to manually find you. Welcome to my life.
I mean, until this morning, Whitney had a sister who was making millions of dollars in a movie as an actress. That's over.
Cosmic Zombie. Amber Heard's sister is wearing a sweater to cover up the bruises. Terrible.
I want to see the Aquaman 2 press release.
The problem, yeah, that's
still in that movie.
We don't. It's actually, we're not sure if she's in it at all anymore. There's rumors that her part has been completely removed.
Well,
if they haven't done it yet, now would be the time to just go in, do another run with the scissors, and put that into the post credit scene.
Well, considering Aquaman 2 is a buddy cop story that has nothing to do with the love interest story, as we've heard in testimony, it would make perfect sense and be a perfectly acceptable and excusable way to cut her out of the film entirely, and then just shockingly never return her calls on Aquaman 3. Desmond Benton. Oh, because as we learned, despite the fact that her agent testified she had an enforceable contract for Aquaman 3, Warner Brothers seems to be of the opinion, and so does Richard Marks, that it is an executable option contract, which is an extremely different case than an enforceable contract. And an option contract means that the studio, not Amber Heard, has an option to hire her at a pre-negotiated rate. Not that Amber Heard can demand to be on a movie production and be paid for it. So that was fun to find out. And you, in a perfect world with infinite time, you would want their attorneys to hammer on the fact that her agent literally lied on the stand about the nature of the contract and its enforceability. But that's okay. Desmond Benton.
I mean, maybe she's just, we can't prove that she lied. Maybe she's just a really awful agent.
Yeah, that's probably true. Although if you can,
unsupported by the evidence.
Well, I don't know. I think her agent was pretty good. She got Amber Heard into major roles.
Yeah, that's true. If you can cast Amber Heard, you can probably cast a Cinderblock.
That should be her resume. Hey, I got Amber Heard into a DC movie. Into 3 of them.
Did you hear me? I said Amber Heard.
Why Johnny Depp got her in the movie.
Desmond Benton. Look, sometimes you go with the half truth. Desmond Benton. This has been the best miniseries ever. Blows anything Netflix has produced out of the water. Thank you. Slipknot Draken. Why does Amber's sister look like Emma Watson during menopause?
Oh man, critical hit.
Oh my gosh. Adam Trapp. If Johnny wins, he should buy shares in Maker's Mark. EB, question for the panel. Was the turd left by direct deposit? Impossible methods, squatting, birthing position, L-sit, did IO help, etc., or transference from Random Joe's stream? But clearly the most important question to be asked all trial, the people must know. I think it had to be a squat. I'm not sure of the physics of it, but that's what I think it had to be. And that's all the thinking I want to do on that. Earl of Gray. Hey, gang, any interest in Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire's documentary, What is a Woman? It's being released tonight. Oh, Nate left. See you, Nate. What's up? Dirt Bike. Amber's sister looks like my female cousins on my dad's side of the family. One word, meth. Austin Muse just started a channel as you inspired me to be one of the lone voices of good content on YouTube. Channel is Tarot and I Ching Studies. Thanks for the no filter life. Good luck. Good luck. Work at it. Make it a hobby first. And if it works out, make it something more. Max 15, win, lose, or draw. Thanks for the great coverage. It turns out it was all around a win. This guy, Poetic Justice, Depp wins, collects, and announces all proceeds will be donated immediately to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles with rep to accept big check in the wings. Well, I mean, Johnny Depp still has to collect $8,350,000 from someone who presumably doesn't have a ton of it.
He doesn't actually need to collect it.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I
it's up to
think.
him. But, you know, I've said before and I'll say again, I would love to see him go Ron Goldman on her sorry ass.
Oh, the post-judgment discovery would be so funny.
I'd be going after every dime.
I'd release every video deposition on post-judgment discovery to the public. Just all of them. Every time you go in, you're like, oh, what'd you make on this film? $35,000 is very impressive. Kroisk. Oh, Runkle is on in Dan Haggerty voice. What are you, a goddamn Nazi or something? Is that elf yours? I don't know who Dan Haggerty is. So
Grizzly Adams.
Okay. Alista Lebo. Depp not being there is a true testament to him wanting to avoid being around his abuser. On another note, looking forward to watching more commentary from you. First time watcher. It's been a pleasure. So knowledgeable. Oh, hey, thank you, Alista. Don't come to the night shows. Come to the night shows. Just kidding. Come to the night shows. Nicolette. We'll see if you stay around. Nicolette Akiko. Let's go, Johnny Depp. Huge thanks to Nick and friends for the super breaded coverage these past 6 weeks. Bittersweet about this is coming to an end. Mo says Law and Cuck says 2 million concurrent. What? I think they broke 3 million. One of the biggest streams probably ever on YouTube. Hats off to them for buying their way to doing that. That was very impressive. It showed a documented business acumen that I can appreciate. Timothy Reaper, 100,000. That's a lot of people to imagine in their underwear. I don't imagine any of you people in your underwear. Are you kidding me? Check out a mirror. Oh my God. Drake Thatcher. So we all agree Amber will probably never work Hollywood again. Oh, here she is. Oh, getting straight into a truck.
Inflammatory statements. There was actual malice behind it,
Quick,
and
Depp, he's that truck.
$15 million in damages. As for her counter,
That's your truck now.
Truck's our new safe word. It's not going to be couch anymore. It's going to be
trucks.
Hey, welcome to the show. PJ Media's Megan Fox. How are you doing?
I'm great. Today's a great day for justice, Nick. Thanks for having me.
What a great day for justice.
Yeah,
I'll drink to that.
Yes. I don't have my mega pint. Damn it.
Tosh's a long ways away still.
Yes.
We've got probably a year and a half until that thing would potentially see the inside of a courtroom. Could be significantly longer. So, depending on if it makes it to trial even, possibly. Is that thing brought in California?
Yeah, it's in California State Court.
So they're going to have an anti-slap. Yeah, and that's going to be a tough...
anti-slaps already filed, and they're not even scheduled to be litigated until the end of the year. So it's this case is a long slog.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit. But yeah, if it gets to trial, depending on what's going on with it, happy to cover it. We'll see. Drake Thatcher. So we all agree Amber will probably never work Hollywood again, but do you think she'll get an offer to audition for scat porn? Did I read that one? I think so.
You did now.
And then, so Megan, what's your take? I mean, you said great day for justice, but overall take.
Well, I believed that they were going to come down all 3 counts against Amber in Johnny's case. However, I was very shocked at that split decision with the one statement by Adam Waldman. I've gone over it over and over in my head. And for one, I don't think that Amber proved that Waldman was acting as the agent. For one, I don't think that was proven. I think he has a First Amendment right to say what he says. And if you answered yes to all those questions for that one statement Waldman made, I'm still stuck at malice because he took a binder of all that evidence he had to the police. So that says to me, and any reasonable person, he believed it to be true. He asked for an investigation. If he believed the information to be true, then he didn't act with malice. And I think the jury got it wrong there. I'm not complaining, although I'm kind of complaining. Jury, what the hell, man?
I don't think it was a reasoned decision. I think it was a compromised decision. I think they had a holdout, and the only way they got the holdout to agree to settle things once and for all was to give him a token claim that would not, in effect, net wise hurt Johnny, but to give him something. So they gave him the $2 million claim. It's not reasoned, as you point out.
It's important that they chose the one that was so detailed. You know, the ones where he just calls it a hoax, those are fine. Those are not defamatory. Amber Heard is a hoaxer. But where he tried to spell out the details of the hoax and then wasn't able to back that up at trial, that's what I think they were able to seize on as justification.
Yeah, do you guys agree? Do you guys agree that it was this right here, this part straight under, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist? That right there. The rest of it, I think, would have been fine.
I mean, that's certainly my position on it. I mentioned just a few minutes ago that Jody Gottlieb, the publicist, had been subpoenaed and resisted her deposition. So that was lost in discovery litigation in California. Basically, Amber was able to run out the clock before they were able to compel that deposition to take place. So you have to wonder if it would have been a different outcome had that gamesmanship not played such a significant role.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, maybe that's where they hung it. For me, I think the phone call, because again, they had testimony that Io was the one who made the phone call, and it doesn't appear to be the people in the thing. And you know, Josh Drew's testimony was like, well, we didn't make the phone call. Like maybe that's where they hung their hat. I don't know. I do want to say some interesting tweets out there. For example, Morgan Tremaine, his first tweet, I immediately broke out in tears. That's all he said. And then he followed it up with, I don't know what part I really played in any of this, but I told my truth and I feel a weight off of me with this case coming to an end.
Oh, he played a huge part. Is he kidding?
Yeah.
That TMZ testimony was absolutely stunning. Stunning testimony. It proved beyond a shadow of a doubt to me that that video couldn't have come from anybody but the copyright holder, and TMZ would never have gone forward without permission, or they would be sued into infinity and they would lose for a copyright infringement. And so I wish they had followed up with Amber. Why didn't you sue TMZ?
Yeah, well, she could just say, well, I didn't know I could, or something stupid, but
but no, Amica cream.
I mean, the Morgan Tremaine nailed it. I mean, his testimony was absolutely destroyed her credibility. I don't think anybody listening to that and how it was presented could come away with the conclusion that it wasn't Amber Heard that put it out there, or someone directly associated with her. That was the obvious inference from it, and I think they did.
I mean, those photos outside the restraining order, it's like if they had panned the camera back, you would have seen the lights with the umbrellas and somebody holding up a reflective panel, you know, everything just perfect. I mean, it was so clearly orchestrated, as orchestrated as the cocaine lines.
It was a weird trial for sure.
Who lays out 4 lines of cocaine and then walks away from the table? I mean,
nobody that owns a dog.
Yeah, right? It's just a bizarre thing. That whole, all those pictures were so bizarre. God, I'm just so happy for him, though. Did you guys see his Instagram post? Did you read that?
Yes, we did read that.
Did you read hers?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you think that she's doubling down on defamatory statements? She did it again. She again said she's a victim of domestic violence. Did you see that? Can she be held accountable for that? Can he sue her again? I mean, probably not.
I mean, but no damages.
Yeah.
No damages. I mean, he would have to prove that this new statement caused him further harm than what's already done. So.
Right. But again, can you believe she's doubling down on this is the question I have.
Yes.
Yeah. You do? Everyone believes this.
That's what people like that too.
Would
I don't
expect
believe
nothing less.
Yeah, I don't believe a sane person would, but her, yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible to me.
Throughout the whole trial, everybody was a liar except for Amber Heard. That hasn't changed in her head. Everybody's still a liar. The jury was just mistaken. Her lawyers didn't do a good enough job, or Johnny's lawyers misled the jury, or whatever.
Yeah. When you run into somebody who's got this big long list of like all of their ex-friends have betrayed them, everyone around them is a liar and so forth, run. Like just run for the hills, because that's somebody going and waving a giant red flag at you. So yeah.
That's more than a flag. We call it tapestries. She's weaving red tapestries. They're so large you could not possibly miss them.
Now, there was a report that I'd like to address. I addressed this the other day in a hypothetical, but we have a more concrete understanding now. There's a report from Popcorn Planet. Big shout out to Andy Signor, by the way. Nice guy. Had him on my show, and we're friendly. So, and great to see his channel blowing up, by the way, during this. So I know a lot of you have probably enjoyed some of his coverage. There was a report that Amber Heard's homeowners insurance was paying her legal fees. And let me just suggest to you that homeowners insurance don't pay legal fees for intentional torts. And when you have an actual malice ruling, they don't tend to stick by it. What was likely happening is Amber was paying legal fees, and the homeowners insurance policy, she would have a claim to recoup those legal fees in the event of a victory or a finding of negligence rather than malice, or rather than willfulness or something like that. So I would humbly suggest that Amber's homeowners insurance has not actually paid the legal fees for Amber Heard, but would potentially be doing so. And if they did, they've got a recovery action against her. But I can't imagine that they paid them in advance. I know that's kind of it's something I've heard about before. You can recover for torts of negligence on your homeowner's insurance policy. That is a real thing that can happen. Defamation is included, but when you have an actual malice standard, or when there's a finding of actual malice, when it's not required, when negligence is a standard, but they find malice for like exemplary or punitive damages, that can negate any payment that they would be potentially making.
The thing that I find a little bit curious about this argument, and I'm certainly not saying it isn't possible, it's very possible, but at least in my experience, when insurance is tendering defense in a case, because there is the potential for coverage on it, or there's a duty to defend, they provide the lawyer. It's typically not a situation where you get to go choose your own lawyer and then get paid for that. Right. The insurance company wants to have a certain amount of control over what is the work that the attorney does, the time they spend on it, and so forth.
Right.
So we've seen Amber Heard repeatedly select lawyers throughout this action, and then replace them as the case didn't go as she wanted it to go. So that to me undermines that theory somewhat. Again,
and we would have heard about it. We would have heard about Amber Heard not having to worry about paying any judgment, that the insurance would have paid the judgment.
Yeah.
And we've not heard a word about that.
Well, and we would expect to hear her complaining about how unfair it is that she doesn't even get to pick her own lawyer. Mm-hmm. She's got to be a victim somehow. So
I mean, Elaine would not have been on this case.
And one of the reasons they do that, by the way, is because here's how insurance companies negotiate with attorneys on the legal fees that they will pay. Hi, we're calling. You're on our list of attorneys who work with us, and we are paying this rate for this case. Do you accept? No, I'll take click. And then it's called the next guy on the list because they have several people who are qualified to do the thing. And they just go down the list and grab the first one who will take the rate that they charge. So, that's how that works. They're an insurance company. They operate by actuarial numbers on literally everything. And if there was an insurance company attorney on this case, there would have been heavy pressure for settlement. Heavy pressure for settlement on this one.
Well,
and
ladies, gentlemen, Nick, it's time to go. It's 5:33 a.m. here, and my alarm is going to go off in 1 hour and 15 minutes, so I can go to work. So from Korea,
wow.
Take care, man.
See you later, buddy.
Fun hanging out with you.
Look forward to talking about things other than this in a week or so.
Absolutely, man. Get some sleep.
I will. Take care. Thanks again.
The other thing is that sometimes insurance policies have mandatory settlement clauses, which basically say something along the lines of, if you get an offer that we consider reasonable, you don't have to settle it unless you want us to continue paying. And, so I can't imagine that they wouldn't have said, hey, listen, we think you should settle this. And if there's an offer on the table, we're out unless you take it, if they have one of those clauses.
Yeah. And there's all sorts of stuff. There's all sorts of stuff that is possible on this. We just don't know the details of this, but we don't see any of the hallmarks about it. There's no indication that this is the case other than the possibility that homeowners insurance can cover these things. But the real question is, did Amber own a home, and was she covered by a homeowner's policy at the time of the defamatory statements in 2018? Was she renting? Was she living with family? I literally don't know her living situation. I know she just bought a home in the desert, last month or this month or something, but I don't know what her status was before that. Someone in the chat asked if Adam Waldman's going to be okay, if his career is fine. Yeah, Adam Waldman's going to be just fine.
He's going to be okay.
He's going to have tons of new clients. He sounds exactly like the kind of guy you want to hire.
Yeah, I mean, reviewing Adam Waldman's conduct in this case, what would be the problem? He managed Johnny's PR from the gutter and brought it to where it is now. The only thing he didn't do was litigate this case. So
I found him going to the cops on behalf of his client to say, my client has had this crime committed against him. That's something that no lawyer has ever done for me. I'll tell you that much. I've never had a lawyer put a binder together for me and go to the cops.
A minor caveat and counterpoint to that. That could actually be the basis of the fine, not in this case, but that could be the basis of finding a defamatory sort of notion. The idea that the person making the claim makes the police report and then uses the police report as justification for the claim gets rid of any privilege that you would have in filing a police report, generally speaking. Because if you go to the cops and report a crime, since it's presumably true, since lying to the cops is a criminal act, in that context, it's given privilege. So you can't defame someone by reporting something to the police unless you take that police report or the evidence that you did report it and then run with that as a bolstering of your defamatory claim. Then you eliminate that privilege. So that was actually potentially really risky for Waldman to do.
I hadn't thought about that. That's true. Yeah. But I don't think that's the case here. I
don't think so either.
I think he truly believed everything he was saying to the police he believed happened. I think he believed it. And I think there's pretty good evidence to show it. But they didn't go into that in the trial. They really didn't try hard to establish that the friends, the succubus freeloading friends, actually did conspire. And I wish they had, because I think they could have proven it.
Well, and to be clear, that wasn't part of the defamatory claim that they won, that Amber prevailed on. Had nothing to do with that report to the police. I'm just saying, in other contexts, it can be a really risky proposition. Vox Darkstar says Lex Volt. Corpus Delecti, congrats, Nick, on both 100,000 concurrent live viewers and 100 million total channel views. Pretty good work for someone so late and so gay. Hey, it's Pride Month, and I will not have your homophobia. Also, if you could take a few drinks for me to wish me luck, my spinal surgery is on Monday.
Good luck.
I will be taking a sip of this very expensive bottle of Michter's that was given to me by a good man. So thank you for that. I've been saving what's left of this thing for special occasions. I think this merits one.
Just an FYI, there's a storm rolling through here. So if I go dark, that's what happened. I just heard some massive thunder.
I figured it was, I thought it was David Grab-Ass Shane coming for you. I thought that's what it was.
That's also a possibility. But if he uses that attorney that he used to write the letter that they sent to me, I'm not that worried. One of these nights on the night stream, we need to go over that letter.
Oh yeah, we're going over it.
Because I got to write about it, so the gloves are off and we can read it. It's fine.
Salty Berserker Ricada says, first time in months I could do a super chat. Love all your work. Keep it up, Andrew. Welcome back to the States, Bronca. Killing it, Legal Vices. Welcome to the hell of LawTube. And Andrea, you're amazing as always. Czar says, is this what Kurt was talking about on the error of going to 4-5? No, I don't. One, I'm not entirely sure what you're saying, but two, no, I don't think so. My understanding of what Kurt was talking about was in statement number 3. There was an and or confusion, and that didn't end up manifesting as an issue.
I'll claim a win on this in the debate between whether the jury was going to do a technical analysis of all the of parsing of the jury instructions or just decide that Amber Heard's an effing liar. I think they went the latter route.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, that's why yesterday and today I was calling the clean sweep, because I thought that was I don't think you get one statement out of Amber Heard that is defamatory and not the others. I mean, I just don't get I don't get there. Again, I think this is about who do I believe? and yeah, I think a compromise on a holdout juror or two makes sense on the counterclaims.
That's the only thing that makes sense. Really.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that, because I honestly, yeah.
That's why Nick has me here.
Yeah, really. No, thank you. Because I'm like racking my brain. Like, how on earth do you come to that conclusion on one of the statements, but not the others? And then also you award him all 3. Yeah, no.
The quartering. What's up, Jeremy? Again says, I am guessing Depp won. We're almost to the actual verdict itself. Enjoy a cup of coffee brand coffee or booze, Pope and friends. Thank you. Quartering. I'm gonna order some of your coffee brand coffee and we'll try it out. I'll put it through the Lady Rackets test. We'll see how it is. And I'll give you honest feedback, and we may never be friends again. LB, thank you for the donation. The Chief's Way says, if you like simple solar systems and other important things for the coming apocalypse, visit The Chief's Way on YouTube. Well, that's heartening. Principled Potato, the jury learned from Nick, always be late and unprepared. Very unbreaded. Love the channel. Keep up the good work. Raider fan Keith, Dr. Hughes must be on the jury. Told them they can leave important stuff blank. Leifon, the blue balls, feeling it in Australia here, so feel your pain, Legal Vices. Let's see. Julie Wilson, verdict tease. Let's go. Love all you guys. We'll miss these group daily shenanigans. Me too. You get used to having certain people around and talking to them every day, and then suddenly you don't. That's an actual attorney thing. Because you work with these clients for sometimes years, and then suddenly you don't work with them, like they're done. And it's like, oh, well, I used to call this person every day. Matthew Perkins, apparently they have math Asians, not reading Asians in the jury. Come on.
I didn't get to see you guys' reaction when the jury screwed up the verdict sheet. And I really wish I had, because I was on my own live stream and we were dying. We were screaming.
We were just.
Yeah, we were dying.
But as soon as they went up to the bench, you knew that there was going to be something.
I mean, I just couldn't believe that the bailiff or the clerk or whoever collected the documents didn't give him a quick once over before bringing everybody back in the court.
The judge looked at him first. I mean, I think that's pretty standard. He brought them in the sealed envelope. The judge looks at it first, and so nobody knew until they're in open court.
I think it was Amber's. I think it was Amber's.
Okay, so you think it was Amber's on the? Yeah. So you think they were going to award her nothing, or they forgot to put it in?
I think they were just awarding her a win.
But I mean, why didn't they fill out the money part? Did they? Did they plan to give her any, or did they just get flustered when the judge said, "Oh crap, you didn't fill this out right"? And now they're just like, "Well, we'll just give her $2 million." Maybe they meant $2, and they gave her $2 million.
That'd be funny.
On accident.
I would wonder if
participation trophy for her.
I think maybe they did. And then they went back and they're like, "Oh, we got to award her money." I don't know. What do you do? $2 million? Anything?
Because it's just play money at this point. It's just monopoly money. It's just whatever.
Yeah. It's just, and thinking about it this way, it's like, well, I mean, we gave Johnny a lot. Maybe maybe just take some off. I don't know, but I think that it would, because like I don't know how you award. Maybe they didn't award either party any money. That's a possibility too, right? But
I don't know. They came back pretty quick.
Yeah,
I don't think they ran those numbers that quick.
No way.
Yeah, that's
No
my
way.
problem with them blanking Johnny Depp is that they then went back in the jury room and in 15 minutes decided 10 million and 5 million.
Not even. It was like 7 minutes. It wasn't even 15 minutes.
It
So
felt like an hour. It felt like an hour.
it
to
did
me.
feel like an hour. It
Yeah.
did. But no, I
Dave-
would like to know what happened. I hope we hear from the jurors. I hope we hear from them on what happened there.
Hey, if any jurors are out there and you're watching this coverage, you want to hit me up on my email. I'll interview you. I can keep you anonymous if you want, or I can blast your name, whatever you want to do. David Sheehan says, did Dr. Dawn fill out the paperwork? The verdict paperwork. Yes. Oh, and
That's it. They learned
any
from her.
jurors, I'll promote your OnlyFans or whatever you want to do. Sexy Depp juror number 3. That's Julie Braz says, I've been watching you. I've been watching you since Rittenhouse. Got my husband hooked, and we haven't missed one unbreaded since.
Wow.
Well, that's dedication.
Night
Thank you.
owls.
Thank you for all of your knowledge and better yet, the many hours of entertainment. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Kathy Zapp, they thought it was automatically the amount requested, 50 million, maybe, but they didn't award that.
Yeah.
And they came to the number pretty quickly. So I think they may have just said, no, we think Amber, we want to recognize that this guy lied about Amber Heard. And then they had to go back into a jury room. And then the person's like, see, I told you we had to give her money.
Yeah, but they could have just then said $2. She said it has to be some amount as low as $1. It could be $1. The judge even said that. So it's like they had that opportunity. I still think that they meant to say $2 and they accidentally wrote 2M.
I think if there was a holdout, if that is the explanation for how she even got the verdict in the first place, then it's just another compromise. Whoever is sympathetic to Amber Heard isn't going to sign on to $2. Everybody else wants to go home, so they just found the number that was going to make that possible.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's almost exactly what I was going to say. It's like, haha, suckers, we're back in this jury room. You want me to carry this on to tomorrow, or are we talking numbers, baby?
We could be here July 4th. It's up to you.
I got nervous that they had not talked about money at all and that we were literally coming back tomorrow. I really was that. I'm like, what if they just
that would have been
skipped
a
that
nightmare.
part? Right?
Oh, did you guys go to the Waldman statement?
I've not seen, no.
I've not seen it.
Oh, where is it? You got it, Runkle? I can pull it up, or you can just read it.
He sent it to me. It's just a quote. He posted a picture on Instagram. It's just a Martin Luther King quote. He's posted just now. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Martin Luther King Jr.
Yep.
It's a good quote.
Yeah, it's a very good quote, and especially something like this, where
So
again,
the Waldman statements had to be with malice too, right?
Yes,
that was an element.
The one.
So they
just the
found
one.
malice, but zero punitive.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
make sense.
No, it's
Make it make sense.
It has all the hallmarks of a compromise. I mean,
It does.
yeah, he made it with malice. It's like they're under the analysis that he was acting with knowledge of falsity. How would he know that that the phone call wasn't made or whatever, or that the phone call wasn't made there in the apartment, which is kind of where I'm hanging my hat, or that the idea that the publicist wasn't involved. Amber Heard admitted that the attorney was involved, right? Like that came out on the stand, that the attorney was involved in those discussions.
Yes.
After that
she said
incident.
that.
So,
and I thought she said that she talked to her publicist too. So the conversations happened. I mean, I just do not believe that Waldman made those statements knowing they were false. I believe he believes, as I do, that they are true. I believe his statements are true, and I think they made. And I think Andrea's right, though. I didn't know that about the publicist avoiding deposition. So that's very interesting information, new information to me. I didn't know. So that makes a difference.
Big Pod, time to do some grifting on my part. If you want to learn about tech, Linux, and containers, and sometimes rockets, need those subscribers and watch time. That's Big Pod, BIGPOD, all one word on YouTube. Give it a check. Odin Customs, love the coverage. It's always on in my shop. If any of you are into sharp objects, check me out on any social and website. Odin Custom Knives. What? You make custom knives? I will talk to you. Keep up the awesome work. Can't wait for the next trial. Actually, it says trail. So get hiking. Karen took the kids, says Dawn Hughes is coming to the stand to explain why the jury left all the boxes blank. Might I suggest your nosiness for Pope Nick? Thanks to you and the panel for all the days of entertainment. God bless. Hey, thank you. Jamie says, OMG, that hat. LMFAOROTFPIMP found you during Rittenhouse. Thank you for the common sense approach. Preach or something.
I took a screenshot of you in that hat and I put it up on my live stream today. It was really, really funny. And everyone loved it. I was so thrilled when my chat told me, hey, by the way, Ricada has he's got the Pope hat on. I was like, oh, well, shit, I have to go over there and find it now.
I've been waiting to get that thing out for like 2 years. My kids lost it for like a year. And I've been waiting because I used to make fun of Pope Hat when he was a little more relevant. And I still would. I just never see him anymore because I think he blocked me.
He sent me hate mail once and he blocked me. He said if I ever contacted him again, and this is really funny because I sent him a nice email asking a legal question about something. He responded to me and said, if you ever contact me again, I will sue you.
Oh, did you reply?
I should have, but I didn't. I was like, wow, this guy's unhinged. I can't with him. So I don't know what his deal was. So grumpy.
I used to be a Ken White fan. I was legitimately, I thought his
I was too. That's why I contacted him. I was being friendly.
He turned into a turbo idiot. So that's, that's what happens to some people. I can't
Trump
wait for the
broke
day.
A lot of people.
Legitimately.
Maybe that was it. He knew what I did and didn't want to talk to me because of that. I don't know, but it was weird.
And that's the problem. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, you have to acknowledge that Trump broke a lot of people, both sides of the aisle. Yeah. Some people went super pro-Trump to where that was all they would ever talk about and do. And some people went so anti-Trump, that's all how they framed every single issue for the rest of time. And it's like, man, I mean, this guy was such a lightning rod. I almost feel like no matter what you wanted from him or thought about his presence as president, I think it was maybe needed in the country because of that.
I can't even say his name on my stream.
A lot of people ended up like a car with front end damage. It wasn't an accident, and they fixed it up so it looks okay. But you go to drive it, and it pulls wildly to one side of the road or the other. So they look like they always looked, but when you actually engage with them, they're broken.
They're like, I don't get it. I smeared Amica all over the suspension.
Brian Alleman, we know they have a verdict, but can they hang on the damages amount? They can. No, I mean, they would have to reach a damages amount unanimously. Decaf Geek, if the award is $1 to Depp, think Amber is stubborn, stupid enough to double down and appeal for the sake of the narrative. I think she's stupid enough to do it anyway. I think it's probable we see an appeal. I mean, will she? I don't know.
God, I hope not. Let it go, Amber.
She's got to find the time to find lawyers who will take pledges.
What does she have more of now than time?
That's right.
But she certainly doesn't have
nothing but time.
She doesn't have money though to pay those appeal lawyers.
If
I were the lawyer, I'd be like, give me the money up front.
And what gets interesting is they start to get into the great bankruptcy race, right? Because that's one of the things that we've been anticipating with this judgment, the possibility that it may be exempt from discharge. And so
yes. Well, it
Johnny
should be.
is presumably going to be able to collect this. Now she can get a bond. They do have an appeal bond process in the state of Virginia, but she's got to be bondable. She's got to have security, all that type of thing to be able to get that. If she does not do that, then Johnny can enforce. But all of these, other unsecured judgments that are in line, they're potentially, They can be wiped out in a bankruptcy process.
And I
So
don't think
can't
defamation
imagine.
premised on malice can be wiped out in bankruptcy.
I can't imagine lawyers being real eager to jump in line, even if she's able to bring up the money to pay them in advance, because bankruptcy has a look back period. They will look back on payments that she's made in a certain amount of time. It just gets very complicated and becomes very insecure about whether you're actually going to get paid for the work that you do. So,
and you mentioned bond, Andrea. She's not bondable. I mean, she doesn't have the assets to secure a bond in these dollar amounts. In fact, they've already.
You would think if he did, then Johnny would be going after them immediately. So
right.
And shoot, I was going to say something. Never mind. It's not important.
I mean, there's a website called Celebrity Net Worth, and they've already updated Amber Heard's net worth to minus 10 million. That's not a good investment.
I think her total net worth was before this was like 8 million. So she's already 2 in the hole. And so I don't know.
And that wasn't considering her attorney's fees, which likely have not materialized in full.
She said they were 6 million. Do you believe they were 6 million?
I think
I would believe it. Do I believe she has personally paid 6 million? Not really.
Well, she pledged it.
it may be sitting again. One of the things that may be happening is she may have had to put a significant amount in escrow. With the potential that a homeowner's policy would pay if she prevailed. That is certainly a possibility. And if that homeowner's policy says, yeah, peace, then that escrow will pay out, and that net worth that's held in a trust account will disappear from her immediately as well. So, I mean, there's all sorts of ways that could manifest. The thing I was going to say is in regards to what you were saying on bankruptcy, Andrea, because of that look back period, that's why most bankruptcy attorneys take cash payments. They take a cash payment for a fixed fee. Those are for normal people bankruptcies, though. Those are not for celebrity bankruptcies, which may have multiple LLCs managing their time and all of the different things that you have to go through. Those get hard to pay in cash because those get expensive pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, next we've got Brianna Rama. Happy anniversary, Aaron. Here's to many more years. Here. Cheers. Angela Johnson says, rewind. I think the judge slipped. Depp won, I think. Yes, the judge had slipped at that point. She had let it be known that there was some sort of award coming. And the obvious inference was that it would be for Johnny Walker. Oh my gosh. Johnny Depp. Liquor on the mind, I guess. Miscellaneous. I have a Jefferson's Ocean aged at sea poured in my Kentucky glass waiting for a verdict. Not a bad whiskey. I like that one. Ghosts of Recon. We need more Ninth Gate references or possibly Sleepy Hollow. Ninth Gate. Wasn't Amber Heard in that as Satan? Kroisk. I actually do like the movie Ninth Gate as a guilty pleasure because it is like the slowest movie ever made, but I just enjoy it very much.
So the only movie I've ever seen Amber Heard in was Zombieland, when she's in just the first few minutes when she's the cute girl from apartment 406 and she turns into a zombie. And ironically enough, that turned out to be her whole career.
I particularly like the part where she gets wrecked by the back of the toilet.
Yes.
That's the best part of that scene.
Well, that's why she poops in bed. She had PTSD from the toilet seat.
Somebody sent me a
you guys, did you see what the media is doing though? And this is no surprise. I mean, right now CNN's got a headline up that basically says both people, lost, which I don't know how you did both. How do you do this? So I just want to tell the chat, if you want to read. How do you, both of them lost? How do you come up with that? I wrote and I write in PJ Media every day, and I write about, I've covered this trial from beginning to end, and I will not lie to you like that. I will not lie. My headline right now is breaking. Johnny Depp wins $15 million in defamation case, which I know it's been edited down. It's in there, against Amber Heard in a split decision. Now that's an accurate headline, and the headlines that CNN are putting out and MSNBC and all these idiots who want you to think both people lost, they're lying to you. Nick,
Yeah.
I stuck the link for
I mean,
you
they're
in the
factually true,
private
but
chat.
they're false by implication, right? I mean, the headline for CNN is jury finds both Amber Heard and Johnny Depp liable for defamation. Well, okay. I mean, true as far as it goes, just doesn't go far enough.
If Johnny Depp, you're here. Anybody right now on this panel would be thrilled to lose the way Johnny Depp did.
For sure.
Yeah, right?
Super Bowl was played
I would take that loss in a
28-16. The Super Bowl was played 28-16. Both teams lose. You know?
Both teams scored points.
But they've been doing this the whole time. The media has been doing this throughout this trial, trying to make Amber the victim, trying to gaslight the public. And I'm just not having it. I'm so tired of it. And what did I hear you talking about today earlier, Nick? I was told that I was called, our publication was called a right-wing misinformation rag.
Yeah.
And let me just say about that, I am one of the only people who has called this trial right in the press. I am one of the only people who has, and PJ Media, for whatever you might think of it, because it is conservative news, certainly my editors don't, get a hold of me and they're like, hey, make sure you go this way with this or that way. We don't do that. We check facts, we print facts, and that's it. Now I put my salty opinions in there, but other than that, I'm not going to mislead you. Who said that, by the way, Nick? What was his name? I've never heard of him, and I've never heard of his magazine. Somebody, Kim?
Eddie Kim. He's still mad that I made fun of him the last time he wrote about me and called me a men's rights activist.
Oh, that was that guy?
Yeah.
He put me in the manosphere now. I guess I'm lumped in there with you.
It's
in
like,
the
look,
manosphere.
I mean, I think men deserve a fair shake to everybody else, but I wouldn't call me
You
a men's
monster.
rights activist or anything like that. I'm not advocating male rights issues in the public space. I think the judicial system just needs to be evenly applied in general, regardless of gender, race, creed, kind of in line with the Civil Rights Act, the 14th Amendment, and every other thing that we have to prevent discrimination. But there are several issues that men's rights activists would probably call me out if not strong enough on. And one is that I say that the family court is better today than it was, maybe 15, 20 years ago for men. And I know there's a bunch of MRAs who would disagree with that, but that's okay. I mean, who cares? But yeah,
Chat just said far right equals not a communist. Exactly. Commies get the wall. Can I say that on the day stream?
Yes. Well, it should be said from the rooftops. No, Eddie Kim, I mean, he didn't do the research. I mean, he specifically misquoted me when I tagged your article. I said that your article was the most important and then further most correct piece on the implications of the trial being broadcast. And he said that I said yours was the most important and accurate article on the trial itself, which is
it
not
also was that.
why
I'm just
you may have had another article on the trial that is more accurate and important to the trial, but I was talking about broadcast. That's the
Broadcasting,
whole
which is
point
what it
of
was
what we
about.
were talking about.
Yes.
No.
And he said I'm misinformation, yet he misrepresented your statement about the article in the first place. Who's the misinformation person there? It's him, Eddie Kim.
He's a misanthrope. Real Boomer Hours coming to you live with Ty Beard.
How the hell are you?
I'm good, man. How's it going?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Megan, I am a big fan. By the way.
Hi, Ty.
Yeah.
Thanks.
PJ, I've been reading PJ Media since forever. So,
Wonderful.
Nick, is this live?
This is live.
Okay,
Yes.
Good.
Yes, these people are all actually on the
It's-
panel. I'm not making fun of people that I talked to that I'm in the frame with also hours ago, like last time.
Listen, man, I'd been up for 28 hours.
Oh, sure. Always an excuse.
Yeah.
Always an excuse.
So, wow. What a great day for Johnny.
Yep. It's a winner. And there are many people out there who said it couldn't be done.
Well, I don't think Amber and her lawyers did themselves any favors. What I saw, I mean, and watched a lot of it, but I was curious. Y'all were talking about, collecting the judgment. that Johnny would try to do. I think probably the punitive damages are not dischargeable. The economic damages might not be. The bankruptcy court would look at that. But until she filed for bankruptcy, Johnny can use what's called post-judgment discovery and absolutely hound her.
That's what I was saying earlier. I would depose her every like 3 months and then put the video up online.
Yeah, another possibility would be what's becoming popular with collections attorneys, especially when you have some that might be actually you can get money out of, are receiverships, and that's where basically the receiver steps in her shoes, sends a letter to all of her banks and says, "Send me all her money," and sometimes they do. So I think I suspect that Johnny is going to go after her for the damages regardless. It's just a matter of honor.
Yeah, well, of course he doesn't personally have to do anything, right? He can just play guitar with Jeff Beck and it's his lawyers doing all the work. Just make the call.
Yep. And hey, Johnny, if you're watching, I'll send those discovery requests out. I've been on both sides of that, and the post-judgment discovery really can be very effective against debtors because it's so intrusive.
Yeah.
Johnny, hire me to depose Amber just one time. Just one deposition. I have so many questions left unanswered by this trial. I want to ask her all of them.
I would pay good money to see that. Good, hard-earned money.
How small is James Franco's penis? Croy says, Johnny in my town, Glasgow, tonight with Jeff Beck. At least he can have some decent whiskey, whatever the outcome. Well, he got a good outcome. Yeah. Radically moderate. My last YouTube channel has 1,000 subs.
Oh, that was quick.
That was it? In and out.
I banned him. He's banned.
He's gone.
My last YouTube channel has 1,000 subs before it was deleted for being too based. I talk about the news that will get you banned. That's radically moderate. So check that out if you want bannable news. Corb Peter. Hey, Nick, can you tell my coworker Deanna to get back to work? I sent her to your stream for this case. Deanna, get back to work. This thing's over. What are you doing? Also, shout out to my channel, Peter Corb, all one word. Peter Corb, where I critique games and talk about dumb people on Twitter. Story of my life, brother. Welcome back, Ty.
Shut up.
Noel Burns. Noel Burns, thank you for the donation.
Respect your elders, young man.
Candy Renee, 74. What if Johnny Depp had a contract with Fantastic Beasts with a salary, but was asked to resign, and he complied as courtesy? Would he be entitled to recoup? Yeah, except the reality is that Johnny Depp walked in, recorded like one line, and then got paid his entire Fantastic Beasts upfront contract. I mean, he may have forfeited residuals. I'm not sure what his agreement was there, but he got paid on the Fantastic Beasts contract. So that thing was not an issue.
He did, and that was also a strategic call that his team made because that came on the heels of the verdict from the UK. And so my suspicion here is that it would have opened the door for Amber's team to be able to argue, no, it wasn't because of Amber's original claims that you were damaged. It was because of the fact that the UK judge entered this atrocious verdict against you, and there was a lot of publicity associated with that. So it was to keep out the outcome of the UK trial.
Yep. And they did a very good job of keeping that outcome out. Even though some of the elements of the trial came in, you'll notice that it was never mentioned that he lost that case against the Sun. So that was pretty well navigated. The thing that still bothers me is that they were not able to get in her admitting to lying specifically under oath to the Australia government. I mean, that should, if that had come in, I think, I think there wouldn't have been a compromise verdict. Maybe not. I mean, I don't know, but
do you realize that she could be held for perjury on three continents?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a defendant in a case like this.
My dad has had KFC on 6 continents, but it's not quite the same as perjury. Toya ain't nice says, wait, did we just get rickrolled in 2020? Also just sub. Yeah, we did by the judge. Rick Moranis rolled in this case. Funch FR13S says, Bronca, any good long ranges, 400 plus yards on the Front Range in Colorado? I've only found exclusive clubs with absurd wait lists.
You are correct. Sorry.
And I'm going to have to bow out here. I got to coordinate with James from court. It looks like
Speaking of
YouTube.
guns.
Bronco, I love you. I've been watching your coverage from the court, and I adore you, and I love the coverage. Thanks so much for doing it, because that's been awesome.
Wait, Runkle, you said looks like YouTube is what?
So this was going to be James from Court's big introduction into doing a live stream. And YouTube is like, hey, you're monetized, you're all this, you're that, but you can't live stream.
Yeah.
So he's stuck, unable to do a live stream. So basically, I'm going to lend him my channel, and he can live stream, and I will send him all the, the super chats and whatever, because he deserves this moment. So I got a court to get that lined up. So I'm going to have to bow out here, but
well, thanks for hanging with us today. Congrats, man, on 200,000 subscribers. That is awesome, by the way.
That is
Thank you. Yeah, it was that was sort of an unexpected thing, but it's been a wild ride.
Dude, you earned it. You're sleeping on
So you're sleeping on
Virginia
the sidewalk.
concrete. The last time I was almost asleep on a concrete, I was drunk in Knoxville, Tennessee at 4 a.m. buying homeless people Ubers.
Seriously, that was some dedication, and we all appreciate it a whole lot.
Yeah, man.
It was. You dove in, and I'm so glad to see you emerge on the right side of the roaring rapids.
It's I'm glad to be home. I have to say that, because as much as it was fun being there, and I met a lot of interesting and cool people out there, it's really nice to not sleep on concrete.
Yeah, man. Well,
You
get
make a
some
meme
rest.
out of that.
Tell James I say thank you for his dedication as well. I think we all very much appreciate what you guys did, and the best part is you guys forced you forced Court TV to try and emulate what you were doing. That's the funniest thing that could have happened. They're like, Chanley, tweet out something about juries. These guys are killing you.
But also awesome to force the corporate press to do their jobs and not be lazy. It's like the greatest thing ever.
Watching Law and Crime read chats today I was dying.
Somebody's got to get a good username going and troll the heck out of them.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Beef Curtains 43 says. All right, man. Well, thanks, Uncle, for hanging out. Guys, go. All of my panelists, by the way, are listed in the description. Go check out all of their stuff. I got to put Ty in there. Go check out all of their stuff and subscribe and follow what they do. You get different perspectives, different cases, different law, different opinions, but all opinions from people I know and trust and think are just swell. So check them out, subscribe to their channels, and watch their stuff, please.
Cheers, and really good day. So have a good one.
Cheers, Uncle. All right, back to the grift. Paul Sinclair, thank you for the donation. Winsome Wonder, the jury should award Johnny Depp $80,085 in damages so that Amber Heard has to give him her boobs one last time. McGill says, what true victim or delusional woman nails costuming to this level throughout, whether feminist, handmaiden, or now dressed in mourning black as the day of the TRO? Amber is consciously, meticulously playing a role. The problem is
apparently
her acting
this
quality
outfit
is always the same.
has a very specific purpose, right? Andrea was pointing out this is the dress she wore to get the restraining order, and another event too. I don't remember what the other one was, but
yeah, it was at the UK trial. I think it was the first day of the UK trial that she wore it as well, to be able to make a little statement about that.
But one thing for sure, she'll never look Johnny Depp in the eyes again.
Well, after today, she should burn it. The outfit did not bring her the results she wanted.
It was the hair that was the real disaster for me. I don't know what Andrea thinks as the two women on the panel here, but For me, going into court every day in a courtroom in Virginia, where your people on the jury are probably going to be working class people, normal, maybe middle class people, and going in every day with this like professional hairstyle that you had to go to a salon to get is so working against you. I don't care how good it looks. It just is so unattainable for most people.
Yeah, it's like Andrew is saying, it's just part of the performative piece of what Amber Heard on trial looks like. She was desperate to convey this Lauren Bacall type of demeanor, and unfortunately didn't have it on a core level to be able to project. If she did, she wouldn't have needed the overdone hair, but she doesn't have it. Therefore, she thinks if she puts on the trappings, people will be convinced.
And it's part of her claim too, right? I mean, she's supposed to be a movie star that's worth all this money, that suffered all these damages. She's going to present as a movie star.
Andrew, I thought you were memeing.
Was the transition. I mean, watching her over the course of the 6 weeks when she first started, you know, you could easily mistake her for, you know, somebody who is appearing on Prairie Home Companion. I mean,
oh my God.
I called it Mormon chic. She's like dressing like a Mormon or something, like she's in a religious cult. It was bizarre. And also the Chairman Mao jacket, such a bad look. She looked like Dr. Evil. Like this.
She did.
Who didn't pull her aside and be like, Amber, you're a beautiful movie star. We're going to put you in something that looks womanly and appealing and attractive to normal people.
And it's just another example
Wait, don't tell me. Sorry, go ahead.
Wait, don't.
It's just another example of how she can't get out of her own way. This
right.
She can't portray a consistent image to the jury of who Amber Heard is, because there isn't a consistent image. She is whatever she needs to be to get what she wants, and she wanted so desperately to get that jury verdict. So she went through these transformations in front of their very eyes, and all it does is just underscore that this is a woman who entirely lacks authenticity in any way.
It's so true, Andrea. Right on. That's exactly it. That's the thing. It's been bugging me. It's like she kept trying every day to be something different to them. Maybe this will work. Maybe this will work. Maybe this will. It's like, lady, nobody walks around like this every day looking different like this. You have one hairstyle. I've seen you, Andrea, on camera many, many times. I don't think I've ever seen your hair different. I think it's always in this down style.
I do ponytail sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, me too. And I'm the same way. Like, it always looks pretty much the same. We just don't do that. It's just a bizarre thing. And so that came off as very inauthentic to me.
Look, if she would, I was giving her fashion tips the entire trial.
You were. I heard you.
Expert thing. And I pointed out the one day where she looked conservatively hot enough to be in the courtroom. She should have emulated that look every time. I know a couple of people are like, well, it's a Basic Instinct look. It's like, yeah, but every guy on earth loves how Sharon Stone looks in Basic Instinct.
Right.
And she doesn't look like a whore. So she's conservatively attractive throughout Basic Instinct. That's the look she went with. She should have stuck with that style of look every single day because it looked great. And that's what you want to present to a jury. I don't know, just change the color of the dress or whatever you're going to do. But that overall theme was great. She looked like a woman. And if I'm running a case and I'm trying to convince the jury that my client has been battered by a man, I want her to look like a woman. I don't want her to look like a weird little man.
In shoulder pads, trying to make herself appear bigger. She was always wearing these bizarre shoulder pads. And one outfit, they kind of were pointy, like her cheekbones, like the Maleficent look that she had.
Terrible.
Oh, it was all bad.
Especially when you're going up against someone as charismatic as Johnny Depp. And, you know, he's very likable as well. I mean, good grief.
I did not love the Dr. Evil jacket. I said the Dr. Evil jacket was her best outfit so far. But look, that's
compared to the SS wear she had going like a couple days before.
I do remember Nick did like that jacket though. Call him out. He did. He liked that jacket. And I watched you that day and you were like, oh, I really like this jacket. I'm like,
I do.
The Chairman Mao, Hillary Clinton,
yes.
Dr. Evil jacket, dude. No, you do not like that jacket. Stop.
She's
Stop.
trying to seize the means of Johnny's production. What are you talking about? It's thematic.
You did like it though. The chat's right. You're busted. You liked it. You just liked the other outfit she wore after that better, which redeems you a little.
Here's why I liked the jacket. It was okay. The jacket she wore the day before.
Try and dig out of this hole. Watch.
No, I'm digging into the hole. I'm going straight down. No, this is Minecraft and I'm digging towards lava, but I'm good with it. No, the jacket she wore the day before looked like my son if he grabbed my jacket out of the closet and put it on. It was misshapen. It didn't fit right. It was too big. It was weird, and it didn't. The Chairman Mao jacket that she wore tapered in and back out. It gave her a feminine form at least, and I liked that she finally looked at least
like
feminine.
There was a woman under there. Like there was a female under that.
I missed it.
Again, I know the chat likes to pretend that they're at a bar at 2 a.m. and they wouldn't take a woman who looks like Amber Heard home. The reality is they wouldn't take Amber Heard home, but if you remove her name from it, every guy in chat would take her home if they were single, of course. And so you've got this pretty woman who's there. Be feminine for just a moment in a trial where you are a battered spouse. Oh my God, it's the most
Chairman
obvious
Mao
thing.
jacket was not feminine.
It was more feminine than what she wore the day before. I'm going to wear the Chairman Mao jacket. Somebody send it to me. And watch how everybody calls me gay after I wear it. And then I'll prove to you that it's feminine. This is Pride Month after all. Where can I buy it? Send me Amber's tailor.
Okay, I need to see this, you guys.
His
you
name
guys
is
have
Derek,
to send him
I'm
a
sure.
jacket like this because I have to see him, and I want him to wear the Pope hat with the Chairman Mao jacket.
All right, Law Nerd Clip says if you want to see the roast of Mr. Rotten Born or other legal havoc, be sure to subscribe to my channel with all notifications on. It's going to be epic. That's Law Nerd Clips, who has been doing fantastic work clipping out this trial. Make sure you follow Law Nerd Clips. Patrick Handyside. Hey, Ricada, thanks for all the awesome content. Been with you since Rittenhouse, and this has been just as entertaining, if not quite as important for the freedoms and rights of everyday Americans. Agree. I think this has more to do with a specific category of men than everyday Americans, either men who are battered or men who are Me Too'd or both. I think it more pertains to them, but I do think this has been a very important trial. And I've seen so many comments like, why are you covering this when the Sussman trial's on? It's like, well, because frankly,
Sussman was never going to get convicted.
Yeah. All of those juries would have ended up in bowling bags around the country.
His jury sounded like it was picked from the DNC office pool.
Yeah. So no, I do think that there are a lot of people who missed out how important this trial actually is. Big defamation trials of public figures. This is an area of law that is messy, and it's tailored for an age 30 years ago.
Yes.
And so having a victory on this stage in this type of case, knowing that it can be won, because I tell you, 2 years ago, trust me, I know there are a bunch of bad lawyers on Twitter who are 100% convinced that an actual malice trial of a celebrity would not be winnable at all. That it was literally an impossibility to win. They're the same people who thought Camille Vasquez did a bad job, by the way. So they're objectively wrong.
Morons.
Are you serious?
Absolute
Yeah.
morons. How can you say that with any
She was
degree
spectacular.
of how do you say that
Well,
about
these people,
Camille?
you were going to say with credibility or integrity,
Yes,
right?
I
One of
was.
those two.
I
These
was.
people haven't spoken with credibility or integrity in years, if ever. So
Now, to
don't
be
I can
worry.
finish my sentences because, frankly, we share a brain. The chat said the watching me and Nick talk together was like watching Nick put on a wig and talk to himself. And so when Nick finishes my sentences, you can rest assured that was the word I was looking for.
Well, if you ever cancel on me for an appearance, I now know how to fill you in.
The
Set up
chat is
another
harsh
camera.
but fair.
Again, I would pay big money to see that.
Well, I'll never
I
forget
love how-
Jamil's little snarky little remarks and sounds when she was cross-examining Amber, and Amber would give a response, and Camille would go, "Yeah."
Yeah. That's why I
Right.
always have female attorneys cross-examine female witnesses.
Yeah.
Because they see things that guys just don't see. I mean, and they can get
Wait.
away with being snarky.
Hold on. Ben Rottenborn tweeted. Someone said Ben Rottenborn parody Ben Rottenborn.
Oh, parody Ben Rottenborn. Yes, did.
Is there a real Ben Rottenborn Twitter
Not
account
that-
that's tweeted?
Not that we know.
I
No,
would
there's
be
a parody
surprised.
account.
Yeah, I was going to say I would be surprised if he had a Twitter account.
I've-
He couldn't. I don't think he could handle the abuse that would
I've-
be coming his
Oh.
way.
I've already written my response to Ben Rottenborn. Since he doesn't have a Twitter, I was going to retweet whatever he tweeted and said, "You were so ineffective. I thought your name was David." And only people who watch the show would get it, but it's true.
Hey Nick, did you say you were going to get Chad Butler on your show? The
Chad
Butler
Butler.
guy?
No. Draco Malfoy from TMZ.
Oh.
The TMZ guy. Yeah, Morgan Tremaine is his name.
Oh, okay. I missed him.
Yeah.
You're going to get him on? That's awesome.
Yeah, he said he's willing to come on the show. We just got to pick a date. I told him.
Nice.
I told him whatever night you want, buddy. I'm here. So, I think it'll be, and I think the interview in the context will be even more interesting now with the victory. So, Kaylani Long says, "Hey Nick, have loved your coverage. Just want to plug my OnlyFans." Hey, get it, girl. At
Oh no.
Shad Zero Self. Also, the Reddit is the same. Thank you,
Oh, no.
Kaylani Long. I wish you much success.
No.
Extract money.
No. Kids, don't do OnlyFans. Did you know that the average
But if
person
you
only
do-
makes $7 on OnlyFans for the whole year or something like that? It's not a moneymaker.
Look, if you do OnlyFans, do it hard. Go for it.
Oh, Nick.
but
Hard in the
seriously, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Oh my
Happiness
goodness.
is not found on OnlyFans.
Wade Hard Play Hard says, "This looks like the most appropriate place and time to shout out my 100% not satirical Pokemon trading card game channel, Wade Hard Played Hard. Hashtag justice for Johnny Depp." Thank you. Look at a lot of grifting going on in chat. Deccan says, "Grift for my brother's bands, Mercy Lights, Red as Blood, and Pegasi 51. Find on Spotify, iTunes, etc. Rock and post-punk. Get you some." Who has time for 3 bands? No Guard, and she was never heard from again. Ooh. Croyce, get it up, ye Shamber turd, you mega bint.
Bent. That's a great British. That's a great
Yeah.
British.
I haven't heard the word bint in a long time.
Not since Monty Python.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Probably there. Yeah.
D What says, "We did it, boys." In all caps. There you go. Brian A, "I think it was brave of Amber to wear black to the funeral of her own career."
I noticed that too, that she was wearing black. I thought, well, she knows. She knows.
Well, the whole table looked like a wake over there.
Yeah. They knew. I mean, they didn't know, but they knew.
Well, when the
Elaine
judge
was
said
also
you've got to
kind of
fill in the
cute.
damages, they just.
On one or more of the statements.
Elaine's face looked like she looked like a different woman to me today. She was facing sideways. Her face, she looked like she was about ready to projectile vomit onto Ben Chu. She was facing him, and I was like, man, this woman looks like she's going to be sick. I felt sick, though. Boy, I hate waiting for jury verdicts. It makes me feel
Oh, yeah.
sick.
And they drag it out. They read so slowly and carefully, and it's like, would you just get to the?
I thought I was going to have a heart attack when they sent the jury back in to put the damn damages down.
Oh my gosh. What a
I actually rescheduled a conference call when I found out that it was going to come in at 2 because I wanted to watch Nick's show, and so this happens, and I blame Nick. But
Nick's
This
show
is
is
the-
worth getting fired over.
the only correct thing to do.
yeah, well, my client base is even further to the right generally than Nick is. So I'm not too worried.
It's hard to imagine.
I'd like to announce that hashtag #MePoo is trending again.
Oh my goodness. I just want to look. I'm going to claim. I mean, we didn't do it today, but we were the original right here in this chat. Was the original #MePoo trenders that Twitter actually shut down out of fear. Cody Moore says, "What happens if she can't pay?" Well, can't pay is an interesting concept. Because a lot of times you can pay. You don't have to pay all of it. You can pay some of it over time. I saw, let me combine that with another random question I saw. What is the timeline she has to pay her debt? Well, forever.
They'll reduce it to a judgment. They'll record it in every state and county where she has property or might have property, and it'll act as a lien on the property. That's often when you get paid is, you file that judgment, then you try to sell a piece of property, and the title company says, well, you got to deal with that.
I got to say, though, I looked at that new house she bought. That is a baller house for $570,000.
It really is. It really is.
What's cool? What California.
California, somewhere in the desert.
It's out by Palm Springs.
I don't recall if California has a rich homestead exemption or not. In
who
Texas, you just about can't get somebody's homestead.
Maybe I'll drive by there too. I'm already going to the Hicksville Trailer Park.
That place looks really cool, by the way. The Hicksville Trailer Palace looks like a lot of fun if you are not going there with Amber Heard, because if you are going there with her, it's not going to be fun.
Well, I've got a trailer reserved in about a week and a half, so.
So fun.
Someone in the chat says, "Whoa, only $500K." Look, the house that she got is a very cool house. The interior of it is phenomenally appointed. It sits on 6.5 acres of land in California. I know it's in the Yucca Desert, but it is a cool desert house. And I mean, looking at that house, there's a 110-foot bridge that probably costs $50,000 at least. I mean, that thing's impressive. I would actually guess more than that based on the look of it. It's a steal on that type of property in that area for that type of money. It's really cool. But yeah. Miscellaneous, delicious Eve Barlow tears. Oh, has Eve tweeted? Oh God, that's gonna be good.
Oh yeah, that should be good.
Forgot she existed. What do we got?
I still don't really know who she is. All right, I'll look because she doesn't know who I am. I'll look.
She's
written something. No, that was, she just retweeted Amber's statement, which Amber tweeted out on Twitter now, the same one from Instagram. And she had a tweet 3 hours ago. No, 2 hours ago of a picture of Amber standing in a coat. And it says, "No matter what, I'm always behind you, Heard." Until Heard starts punching her in the face.
It's very, very ominous.
That's why she's staying behind.
Yeah.
Hey, Nick.
Hard to punch somebody in the back.
Do you guys want to see it? Do you want to? I'll share it if you want to see it.
I'll pull it up if you share it. But
all right,
what's up, Tom?
I got a comment on the house, but I want to see this.
So there it is.
No matter what, I'm always behind you, Heard. But, I feel sorry for Eve because if they are, involved in any friendship or romance, she'll be the one on the other end of Amber's fists at some point soon. So
that's true.
If not already.
Yeah.
So Nick, you said her house was $540,000 and it was really, really nice for that price?
$570,000.
$570,000. Here's an interesting thing. In California, a house is exempt if the equity doesn't exceed the higher of the median selling price of a house in that county, okay, but not to exceed $600,000. This could be a handshake deal where she bought a much bigger house and they dropped the 570 under that $600,000 cap.
Well,
to
be clear, it's not a big house. It's nicely appointed house, but it's actually rather small for the price. It's about
a couple thousand square feet.
Yeah, 2,400 square feet.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was just interesting that price is right under the maximum amount of the exemption. So,
yeah.
When did she buy it?
Last month, or this month? One of the two.
It was recently. Because that just hit the news.
Yeah, the article about it was printed a couple days ago.
It'd be a pretty smart play if her lawyers advised her to do that. Although she probably just should move to Texas because we have very generous homestead exemptions.
I think she's still expecting to have a career in California, because I don't think Amber has ever faced any consequences for her behavior, and she's still expecting that she's going to have. She'll talk her way onto some movie set, she thinks, but I don't think so.
We'll see. We'll see.
Do y'all think that Johnny is going to see his career rebound?
Well,
I don't know.
He's got good support in the industry. Robert Downey Jr. prior to the judgment was already talking about bringing him on for a film. If he gets a prominent name like RDJ onto to co-sign him on a project, I think he comes back.
He'll be fine. He's got actual talent to fall back on.
Yeah,
His
he'll
name is
actually be
effectively
fine.
cleared. He'll be fine.
But I'm not sure he wants a Hollywood career. Do you think he really wants a Hollywood career after what he's been through? Because
Sure,
I think
yeah.
he just wants to play his music and sing and play the guitar. I don't think he really wants a franchise again. I don't think he wants to work for Disney.
Well,
and
I don't know if
think
a franchise is in the works. I mean,
Yeah.
I think he can get all the work he wants. I mean, well,
Well,
no
music knows
one
his
acts
original.
as much as he acts if he doesn't like to
Johnny is
act.
that his enemies in Hollywood go much deeper than just what he has, triggered with this complaint against Amber Heard. It's his lawsuits against Mandel and Bloom that have had the biggest impact in terms of just rocking the boat of the old boys club that has run that town for decades. And so Johnny got himself on the wrong side of that club. That was always going to be damaging to him. And I think to this day, if he continues to struggle with Hollywood, it's going to be because of that, not because of anything Amber Heard said.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that it really depends on his backroom relationships. Does he have friends who are directors or producers with pull at studios? Because if he has,
he needs distribution. His problem is distribution. Johnny Depp has no trouble making good movies, getting good scripts, producing things that will make a lot of money. But convincing the people who control the flow of those products is always the challenge. And that's where those enemies that he made in that Mandel and Bloom litigation can come back to bite him. And we saw it with Minamata. Minamata could have been an award-winning movie. It could have made millions of dollars. It's a fantastic novel piece of filmmaking in an era where Hollywood is reaching to remake the Munsters. It's so
right,
creativity.
so bad.
It's something so deep and meaningful, and yet couldn't get distribution for that. I
So,
think
Andrea,
that says
could
a
you give
lot
us some-
when the distributors are going to vote against their own economic interests because of Johnny Depp. That's significant.
Could you give us some background on that suit you're mentioning? Because I'm not actually familiar with it. Maybe some of the
They just casually mentioned it during the course of this trial, but Joel Mandel, who was one of the witnesses for Amber Heard here, one of the deposition witnesses, was Johnny's former business advisor, and Jacob Bloom was his attorney. And so in the fallout of what you heard about when he hired Ed White and learned that all of this money had been basically embezzled from him, stolen from him, he's talking about the Mandel and Bloom litigation there. And so he ended up settling with both. There were IRS and SEC investigations that were launched into Mandel. Basically, his lawsuits undid a lot of the conventional way of doing business that Hollywood had done for years. The biggest one being these agency agreements that are done by a handshake. And then 30 years later, they're still pulling 10% off of, whatever deal that Johnny Depp makes. When California law is crystal clear, contingency agreements with lawyers have to be in writing. But that just wasn't done. So he really rocked the boat in terms of the way that business had conventionally been carried out. Put a lot of people, in a situation where maybe they're themselves exposed, they're themselves at risk under this win that he got. So very significant piece of litigation that he engaged in.
Yeah, he sued for $25 million. The settlement amount was under NDA, but leaked reports of $10 million settlement for Johnny Depp, in favor of Johnny Depp, versus versus his business managers and attorneys. So you can imagine what he had to have on them to squeeze a $10 million settlement.
But didn't Ed White say that they had taken $600 million from him?
No, not that they had taken, that they had squandered effectively. So
holy crap.
the
600
money
million was basically his earnings over time. But what came out in the Mandel litigation was basically just a lot of self-dealing transactions. Things like they were taking loans in order to pay short-term liabilities, but then they were also taking their 10% on the money that they would get from the loan. So there was just a lot of this very unfiduciary looking behavior that these managers were engaging in, that of course they tried to turn around and blame on Johnny, say, oh, he's a profligate spender, we just did what we had to do. But you didn't really explain why you had to do these certain things that happened to benefit your personal interests. So it very much did not look good.
One of the beneficiaries also testified against Johnny Depp, his former best friend and bandmate, whose music production company allegedly received a $4.5 million loan from Johnny Depp that Johnny Depp never approved through this company, who also, the company had a financial interest in the production company itself. I mean, the amount of self-dealing and corruption that was going on through all of these quote unquote small transactions. I mean, you can only imagine what was going on there. And that guy testified against Johnny Depp at trial. And the answer as to why was, well, we had a falling out 4 years ago. It's like, oh, 4 years ago when he found out that you had borrowed $4.5 million from him. And when I say borrowed, I mean borrowed with no intention to repay without his authorization, by utilizing his business partners who had a financial interest in your company. That falling out, that's a weird thing to fall out over, I guess.
I think this speaks to Johnny's problem, one of his major problems, which we've talked about before, which is that he is too generous. He is too kind. And he trusts people that he shouldn't. And he surrounds himself with people who aren't trustworthy and don't deserve that kind of treatment. Like from the succubus grifter freeloaders in the house to the freeloading manager and the finance guy. This, I hope, for Johnny. For Amber, I hope, get help, get therapy. For Johnny, please find some discernment about the people that you put around you, because they are bloodsuckers. This man attracts blood-sucking vampires. Get a stake, Johnny. Stake him in the heart.
It's money that attracts blood-sucking vampires. It doesn't matter who it is. If you know anybody with significant assets,
like blood in the water.
Yeah, when you start getting into 9 and 10 figures of assets, the money calls are nonstop. It's constant. Everything is about managing your money, and somebody's got a hand in the pot trying to manage your money on a day-to-day basis. You can imagine why a guy like Johnny Depp, who we watched testify, wanted literally nothing to do with it, just make it work. And they get very hands-off, because otherwise they're fielding a call constantly, and every call they get is someone who wants money, someone who wants to talk about an opportunity, someone who wants to talk about an investment, or someone who wants to talk about a recent loss. Every single thing going on in your life, and it will eat up every day. Every day you'll have these advisors, because they're getting 2% annually plus commissions on any trades that they do. They want to talk to you all the time. You're the most important thing in their world, especially when you're worth $650 million.
I hope to God that Ed White is as good as he seems, because he came off to me on the stand as extremely credible and competent and like a professional who would actually take care of Johnny's money. I hope that's true, and I hope that he sticks with him if that's the case. Did you guys feel that about him?
Well, I don't know, but Ed White has a sweet house overlooking a swanky golf course in LA. It's worth like $11 million.
I'm sure he does.
He's doing okay. Ed White did the books for the Vatican, I think.
Whoa, really?
No, I made that up. That's a joke.
Oh, did you really?
I mean, Ed White's results really do speak for themselves. You know, you heard the testimony here that didn't get into great depth, but I mean, Johnny was really teetering. The Mandels were running Johnny Depp off the road, and he was able to come in and in a relatively short period of time get the entire thing turned around. You haven't heard anything about Johnny Depp's money troubles for several years now. So, I mean, a man that can deliver that kind of outcome is always going to be in demand, and there's always going to be people willing to pay him what he clearly deserves to get those kinds of results.
Yeah. Nathaniel Curry says, may we get a blessing on this glorious day as the Pope? Yeah, here, just a second.
Yeah, if you're going to talk about the Vatican's books,
Oh,
Nick,
please
you
get
should at
the
least
hat
put the
back
Pope hat
out.
on.
Please. This is epic. I need a screenshot.
Wait, Nominate Patriot Filiate Spiritus Sancti. Blessings be upon you, brothers, in Latin, and sisters in Latin. May Johnny Depp look back on this day as the rehabilitation of his life and good name. And may the most important thing occur, that he is able to look to his children, look them in the eye and say, I told you that I was telling the truth, and thank you for believing me, but now I have proved it. The one thing any man would want to do is to show his children that he did not beat some random thought.
Well, his children knew. They hated Amber Heard.
Yeah, I know, but it's like now they're vindicated,
But I
right?
wonder
He's
why.
vindicated. They're vindicated. Their friends, say, oh, hey, did your dad actually do this stuff? And they say, no, he went to court over it, showed it was true. He won. He won. And that, I mean, again, it's a level of value that you cannot buy. There's no price tag for what he won today. Anyway, Paul Sinclair, thank you for the donation. And in true Catholic fashion, you have a sip.
You know, Nick, every time I tell your family that you're actually a really good guy, you do stuff like this. I think I'm just going to stop.
Ismfob, Delinda Est says, they just made my day so much better. Nate Dog. Hey, Nate Dog from Beyond the Grave. Oh, man. He better lay low. You'll remember this day as the day you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow. Green-haired anti-liberal says, I've known many men in my life. I'm a U.S. Marine Corps veteran who are abused and don't say anything. This verdict almost made me cry. Thank you for helping broadcast justice for all victims. Hey, thank you. Thank you. And as a Marine, I appreciate that you didn't actually cry. Good job. Kicks Flicks says, hey, the only time Marines cry is when they go to Walmart and they're out of Crayola and they have to buy rose art. Kicks Flicks says, hey, Amber, it's also Johnny Depp's right as an American. Much appreciation of this channel and commentary. Again, just briefly, the misstep of the counterclaim, and I still say it's a misstep, even though she won on one of the issues, to then try and run to the jury and be like, well, she had a First Amendment right to speak, but we're also suing for defamation. Wait, those two don't jive to me. Jackson Kai, when they didn't fill out the damages, I thought for sure we'd get a $1 verdict, but just goes to prove again, she shouldn't have countersued. Yeah. Again, if she hadn't countersued, there was a good chance Johnny Depp lost the case. If they focused in on the legal issues, didn't raise mental health, they would have never had Dr. Curry. They would have never had Dr. Hughes, never had Dr. Spiegel.
They wouldn't have been able to compromise. Obviously, they compromised with one juror who was a holdout.
Yeah.
So they were
making her mental health an issue was the biggest mistake ever.
Yep.
Because they were allowed to then get a court-ordered psychological evaluation of this effing crazy woman that was not going to go well. I mean, I'm shocked by a lot of the decisions in this case, and I can't put my finger on which one was the worst. Maybe I should work on that for an article. Which decision was the worst on the Amber Heard legal strategy? And that's one of them.
I think it was all her though. On this thing, I know I'm emotional. First, yes, I'm going to file this counterclaim, and yes, I'm emotionally damaged, and you need to do it. But Rottenborn should have looked at her and said, "But bitch, you crazy."
Yeah, but
Like-
see, if she's the client and she's paying the bill.
Yeah, exactly. She
Funny-
deliberately chose the lawyers who were going to be willing to go down this road.
Yep.
Yeah, she might have talked to a bunch of counsel who said, I'm not doing that. And she said, okay, I'll call the
Elaine
next one.
has been with her though since the UK trial, is what I hear. Is that true?
Classic enabler.
It was shortly before the UK trial that Roberta Kaplan withdrew, and incidentally, the timing on this is what kind of informs my view of Amber's attorney shopping, because there were stories out at that time. When Roberta Kaplan was on board, Amber Heard had started to make these accusations about Johnny Depp is perpetrating some kind of Russian bot army to come in and harass her on social media. And those were claims we eventually saw her bring in the counterclaim, but were dismissed before they got to trial. When Roberta Kaplan was involved, there were stories about the report that she got from Bot Sentinel that were analyzing these claims and ultimately found, I think, 13 problematic accounts. So just not a very good basis for an argument that the groundswell of support for Johnny Depp is fake. It was actually overwhelmingly authentic. So Robbie Kaplan got out of the case basically at that point, and it was a short time later that Elaine came on board and then filed this counterclaim with these bot army allegations included in them. So to me, it was crystal clear. One attorney drew the line, said, "This is frivolous. I'm not going down this road." And she went and found an attorney that was willing to do it.
Roberta Kaplan also wasn't she the founder of Time's Up?
Yes.
So she was very heavily involved in the Me Too movement. And I have to believe that she may have heard some of the claims coming out with the bottle and all this other stuff. And she also thought, whoa, I can't have anything to do with this.
And just because I saw it pop up in chat again, someone asked, is Adam Waldman in trouble? No, Adam Waldman is not in any trouble, for one thing. And two, again, the results that Adam Waldman got Johnny Depp reputationally and bringing him to this, including his testimony in this case, anybody would be happy to have a lawyer like Adam Waldman advocating for them. I mean, what he did for Johnny Depp, and if I understand right, pro bono was nothing short of miraculous.
Well, I've said from the beginning that Adam Waldman, he's a client's lawyer. Okay, he's not a lawyer's lawyer. He's not one of these guys that's going into court to play the game. No, he was going to bring out in the press what he needed to do to defend his client. This is something that a lot of attorneys, myself included, are a little bit hesitant about. You know, there's some ethical gray area when it comes to dealing with publicity and the types of statements that you make to the press. But Adam Waldman clearly came down on the side of he was going to do what was in the best interest of his client and let everybody else worry about that. So that is an attorney that is always going to be in demand, because people see that and they think, yeah, I want a guy who will defend me with that kind of fire and vigor.
This is what I have been talking about. And when I made fun of this article the other day, I think on Twitter and on YouTube, there was a defamation expert who said he would have advised Johnny Depp not to sue. By the way, everybody should look up that guy and laugh at his advice. You are in 1985. You are not in 2022, and lawyers are not with the times. But if you have a client who has a public platform in 2022, and you are not leveraging social media in a defamation case where their entire career has been destroyed, what the heck are you doing? This is something, it needs to change, and lawyers and law offices are not ready for it. The media doesn't want them to do it because they're scared of what will happen. Imagine if Johnny Depp had fully leveraged his fan base right away. What kind of mitigation could have occurred at the beginning to head some of this off? If he had just come out and said, hey, this lady's lying about me from the get-go. You know she's lying. You guys know me. That's what this is. And started leveraging contacts in various media publications. we're in a media world now, and a lot of attorneys want to pretend that we're not. But look at this case, and I think law firms are going to have a big look back over the next 10 to 15 years trying to figure out how to navigate what the hell it happens if our case is broadcast to the world. And hey, I'm just saying, I'm open for consulting. I'm open. I'm here. I'm here.
You know,
I'm a preeminent expert in the field. I basically made it. So
I'm on all court cases live streamed, and not everyone will watch every one of them, but just get used to it. That's what I think they should do, is just get used to it. Assume that your trial will be live streamed, and maybe there will be 5 people watching, and maybe there will be 5 million people watching. And either way, shouldn't make a difference, because our courts are open. This is America, and our justice system should be very transparent so that we can tell if somebody's getting the shaft or not. It matters. Open courts matter a lot. I do a lot of work in family court, investigation into family court, and the stuff going on in there, the deprivation of rights going on in there, and they won't even let the press in. They will not let me in. I've been kept out of hundreds of cases where I've got people coming to me saying, my due process is being completely voided in this court. The judge put me in jail for no reason. I mean, I'm talking very serious allegations. And I can't even get senators in Missouri or Congress people to make a phone call to figure out why they won't let me inside an open divorce case. Divorce cases should not be closed. Most of them are not. But they're on purpose keeping me out, so I can't see what's actually going on in the courtroom. They even keep their own litigants out of the courtroom in Missouri. They're keeping the litigants out of their own cases, concerned that they are taping them and giving it to me. This has to stop. And yes, some of them have done that, but they have a right to. This is, if you are being so misused inside a courtroom in America, that you are getting contempt orders against you and thrown into jail because you're trying to just get your due process, that should not be happening. It just should not. That's why I say live stream it all.
You did the ad litem series, right, Megan?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. So down here in little old Tyler, Texas, we had an ad litem that fit the profile that you were describing, and I used your articles, and I said, tear that so-and-so apart. And one of my female attorneys, I refer to my female attorneys as the Amazon Legion of Doom. Oh, nice.
Hey, girl, I look good.
Oh my God.
That was the moment that we left departed controlled flight.
I particularly like Nick with boobs, I think.
Hey,
I think
me too. I
Very
wouldn't leave the
athletic,
house.
Nick. Yeah.
Ty, tell me though, did it help at all? Were they able to use any of that information?
Yeah, we absolutely
God,
went
that
after
makes
her.
me feel so good, because nobody is helped by what I feel like. No one is helped by what I report.
It was exactly like you were describing. The ad litem basically got seduced by the husband, in my opinion. Unfortunately, the attorney that handled this went to Dartmouth on a athletic scholarship, and she just wasn't much into losing, and she went after the woman hard, and it worked. But I remember directing her to your articles and saying, this is a problem, because, a lot of times the lawyers don't even realize this is going on, or at least down here they didn't, and it's shocking the amount of discretion that we give these people.
In the St. Louis case, the attorneys do know what's going on. They're a part of it. They're all working together, and sometimes they're attorneys, and sometimes they're guardians ad litem, and sometimes they're case managers. I mean, it's like they keep switching positions. They're all part of one cabal, working together to just bleed these families dry. And it is there's been documentaries made about it, not specifically St. Louis, but if you watch the documentary, it's free on YouTube right now. It's called Divorce Corp, and it's chilling. It's chilling what's happening inside these courtrooms. And so many of these judges close them to the public and the press. And that's the whole problem. Sunlight cures this. Okay. Yeah. Sunlight will stop the corruption. And that's all I want. I just want these courts to be open and available to the press and the public.
No, it's critical. And the self-dealing that goes on in the family court system with the appointment of guardian ad litems and appointed counsel, is insane, particularly in Texas specifically, where they have certain guardian ad litems that will be appointed by certain judges to certain cases, and they have certain counsel that will be appointed in all of these different cases, and they develop quote unquote working relationships that are anything but neutral.
Yep. Tarrant County, Texas. You're talking about Texas. Tarrant County, Texas has one of the worst problems in all of Texas, I believe. And in fact, I covered this on PJ Media. They had a panel like where you get one day every 2 years, the public gets to confront the judicial panel. This is so bad. Once every 2 years, you get to go to this judicial panel that's supposed to be overseeing the judges of Tarrant County, Texas. And you get to say to them, well, you know, I sent this complaint 2 years ago. Nobody ever got back to me. Here's what they did to me. I sat there and I recorded this YouTube thing, and I'm listening to these parents tell these stories about judges dragging them off to jail, putting them on ankle monitors for 2 years for sending a meme. No shit, sending a meme, ankle monitor for 2 years. These stories are so intense. And do you know what they do? They sit there and they say, thank you for your comment. And then they don't talk to you again for 2 more years. What is happening for judicial accountability in this country when it comes to family court is absolutely outrageous. It is a problem and it needs major sunlight. I'm one of the only people I know that wants to even dive into this, and I don't want to dive into it because it's so goddamn depressing. I apologize to the chat. I know some of you
apologize to the Pope.
Yeah, you're going to have to answer to me. You're going to have to answer to me, Megan.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. It's just so depressing that, that's why people don't cover it. It's so hard to cover. Ty, make sure you get a hold of me because I want to talk to you about that case later.
Oh, sure.
Email me or something.
A lot of it is this best interest of the children sounds really good.
It's not.
But what is being used for across the country is behavior that would be absolutely unconstitutional otherwise. CPS showing up at your house with law enforcement demanding that you prove that you didn't do something.
Right.
I mean, if you can afford a lawyer, great, but most people can't.
So there's commentary on this case by a certain lawyer that I know of named Akiva Cohen. And he says,
that shithead.
He says, this isn't going to satisfy anyone, but I have no idea how this verdict can hold up given that it appears to be mutually contradictory. The jury found Heard defamed Depp by accusing him of
such an idiot.
The jury found Heard defamed Depp by accusing him of sexual violence, but also that Depp defamed her by calling her police report a hoax.
That's
not what they found. And to Akiva's credit, he has not been following the trial. But there's an interesting thing in here that the only reason I'm reading this, I'm not actually going to make fun of. Well, I'm going to make fun of Akiva Cohen, but not
please.
for that's just a general principle of my life. He says, I have not been paying close attention to this trial, so maybe someone who has can explain it. Oh, I should offer. How can Heard have been truthfully reporting to the cops, but also intentionally lying in her op-ed? Those two don't seem capable of coexisting. They actually are capable of coexisting. That is a thing that can happen in this case, although I would say that I'm surprised a jury found a coexistence, and I think it's more likely that it was the compromise verdict as we discussed. But I think even independent of that, it could be found to coexist if a jury was willing to look into it enough. But here's what I get.
So dense that light bends around him.
A person replies and says, so Akiva,
that was good.
You guys don't understand out there in the chat. I have been dealing with these law Twitter morons for years, and they think that they are smart because they are lawyers who also have Twitter accounts. There is a shocking uniformity of thought, and the uniformity of thought on this case is that injustice was done today because they all believe that Amber Heard should have won. Despite not listening to the case. Anyway, so this person says, so Akiva, what you're saying is she's going to appeal? God help us all. I don't doubt the allegations against him. I just don't want another circus like this one. And he says, oh, she's definitely going to appeal. And this person says, she already has said they will appeal. Good luck with your appeal.
Did you see any reversible error?
She will appeal. I mean, I agree with that. There's absolutely no question that she's going to appeal. She has a right under Virginia law to appeal, but that doesn't mean that she has a winning argument to present on appeal. So
that's the implication in Akiva's series of tweets, is that she should appeal this because she should be the one to win.
Yeah,
that, I mean,
did he say why?
But no, Ty,
of course not.
No, but see, this is the problem. She's going to appeal on what error? What
exactly
is an appeals court going to take a jury who sat for 6 weeks and found 3 statements to be defamatory in favor of Johnny Depp, 1 statement out of 3 in favor of Amber Heard, and say that this jury could not have come to a reasonable jury could not have possibly come to this conclusion? The appeals court will likely not find that. It's an incredibly high bar to show that a jury, and also, by the way, after 18 hours of deliberation, it's not like they went in and just went, okay, blah, 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 5 minutes, and then we're done.
No, they didn't.
Well, like a lawyer I know likes to say, appeals are for losers.
So the idea here is
as an appeal lawyer, that hurts a little bit, but I can't argue with it at all.
Well, the deck is stacked way against you.
I mean, you have lost. I mean, that's the reality, and you have to get 3 people in a robe to overturn something someone in the same robe said, and that's a tough thing to do.
Can I gotta ask? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Andrea.
Looking at Judge Azcarati's rulings throughout the course of this trial, certainly my perspective has been that she has bent over backwards to accommodate Amber Heard on pretty much every significant disputed issue that came up. So Amber Heard has to point to a decision that aggrieved her, something that went against her, and that had an impact on the ultimate outcome of the verdict. I see nothing that she's going to be able to point to over the course of this trial that even has the possibility of meeting that standard. Now, granted, we still don't know what the in limine rulings were, what those justifications might have been. But I'm just extremely skeptical because, again, most of what we already know about this case from the UK that we've seen kept out has been stuff that benefits Johnny, not stuff that benefits Amber. So the only thing I see that she's almost certainly going to appeal, but I don't think is going to succeed at all, is the pretrial ruling that the UK judgment was not dispositive, did not preclude an independent trial in Virginia on grounds of res judicata and collateral estoppel. Basically, meaning it was already
good luck with that,
and therefore the Virginia court shouldn't have bothered with it. It's a terrible argument. The law in Virginia was extremely clear at every point in that litigation. Elaine fought very hard to try to say the law was something other than what it very clearly is. But that's a lifeline that they may have to be able to try to convince the Virginia court, that the Court of Appeals, that you should change the law on this topic for Amber Heard's benefit. But if you want to talk about an uphill battle, I mean, that's an uphill battle.
And I didn't agree with every one of this judge's rulings in court. I mean, meaning I might have made a different call, but where's the abuse of discretion? I mean, there's nothing close to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's well on evidentiary issues, the way she
this is an evidentiary case by and large. Right?
Yeah,
it's all this testimony, it's all these claims. It's
so I think the only question would be anything excluded in limine, and what are they gonna do? Well, we wanted to introduce the verdict in the UK court as if that wouldn't be prejudicial and completely irrelevant to an unnamed party being sued in a different country. What,
Nick? I thought we resolved that in 1776.
All of the judge's comments on the witness's credibility, when for our purposes, the judge is just another freaking person. Okay, he's not authoritative in Virginia. He's just a dude with an opinion.
In another legal system. I mean,
yeah.
Can I tell you, on Twitter is trending Amber Heard, or it was a second ago and now it's gone. Amber Heard committed perjury. I have to run because I've got to get to my kids and dinner and stuff, but I just wanted to drop this in here for you guys to maybe address, because a lot of people are talking about it on Twitter. that if she does not face some kind of consequence for the perjury that she has said on the stand, what is to stop everyone who's testifying to just lie under oath, to just lie?
Well, they do all the time.
do all
It's
the
a
time.
hypothetical
Yeah,
threat.
Yeah, that's
But doesn't this just continue this problem? Why is it, and maybe I'm naive, but why doesn't the state's attorney's office have a special perjury office?
Well, I mean, what's their interest in this case, really?
Well, what's their interest in justice? Don't they have an interest in stopping people from perjuring themselves on the stand?
Yeah, never stop being that sweet summer child.
I mean, the answer to your question is in the question. If the answer was in the affirmative, you wouldn't need to ask the question, right? The very fact that they don't pursue these purported cases of perjury tells you all you need to know. They just don't really care.
Yeah.
MSNBC says that we've all lost.
Yes, they did.
But mostly Amber Heard.
Yeah. It's like that.
8.35 million is more than
precious.
2 million, isn't it?
It's like that song from Book of Mormon, "You and Me, but mostly me." No, it was sorry, my daughter came to ask me for something. I was like, "Go find mom." But no, you're the problem is that the unspoken reality is that people lie on the stand all the time, and if we would be bogging down the courts with perjury indictments if we tried to indict everybody who perjured themselves. I mean, it happens constantly, and it's kind of just factored into the system. And that the important thing to remember is that in spite of Amber Heard's perjury on the stand, we can tell that none of the decision making in this case hinged on her perjury from the jury, which means they looked at Amber Heard and they did not find her perjury to be credible.
But why do we have perjury as a thing? Then why is it even a thing? Why do the judges say, don't lie under oath, swear on a Bible? Why do we even have it? That's bullshit. I don't accept it. I want it to stop.
Andrea, I feel like we had this moment the other day.
Right. I mean, the truth is the primary shield against perjury is the finder of fact.
Is a political animal. He cares about what is going to get him elected. His only question right now is whether pursuing Amber Heard for perjury is more likely to win him his seat
Andrea,
or cost him his seat.
Andrea, you just hit on it. You just hit on it. Okay, how many people are watching the stream right now? Like, I don't know, like 100,000 people. Send the prosecutor emails and letters that you want this bitch prosecuted for perjury because she committed it, and we want to see justice in this nation. I'm tired of this. I'm sorry, I'm screaming into the microphone.
No, you're fine. I was just admiring my eyes on my own screen.
Yeah, you get lost in your own eyes, don't you?
All right, I gotta go. But Nick, make sure you let me know if there's a night stream, because I feel more comfortable on the night stream, so I can be more myself. To go over the David Grabash Shane letter. I want to do that. That has to happen.
You've been restrained.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
I want to see that episode, Nick.
Oh, it'll be. You should watch our last one. It was great.
Watch the last one.
We'll do it.
In there.
We'll do it very, very soon. If not like tomorrow, then next week, sometime early.
Okay, you let me know. Bye, everybody. You and Andrea and Ty, and also Bronca. Thank you.
Nice to
see you
meet
later, Megan. Okay.
It's so nice when non-lawyers actually, are idealistic like that.
Isn't it cute?
Yeah.
Judges assume everybody's going to lie to them, and they just don't get wound up about it.
Well, and especially not in
because everyone
case.
does.
The only time I have ever seen perjury pursued as a crime is when it's emerging out of a criminal case, and it's likely as not, because that's been part of the leverage that has been deployed by the prosecutors to try to get the defendant to waive his right to a trial and not take his version of events to a jury.
Yeah, and again, the system is built with the idea that a perjuring witness will be assessed for their credibility and honesty before the jury. And that was the point I wanted to make in this case. There's obvious perjury. Everybody saw how Amber Heard frankly just sat there and lied. The jury saw it too, and their result reflects the lie. The one resulting win for Amber Heard had nothing to do with any of her perjurious statements. It had everything to do with the ability of Johnny Depp's team to prove Adam Waldman's statements to be true, sufficient to the jury, if we take the non-cynical view that it was a measured and reasoned decision by the jury, and don't just take the view that it was a compromise verdict, which I think is true. But in either case, it's not Amber Heard's perjury that would have swayed the jury on that issue either. So,
Listen, as a practical matter, anytime there's a factual dispute, somebody's not telling the truth, right? I mean, the jury's going to conclude that one of those factual claims is the true one and the other one is not. And they're not going to pursue perjury in every one of those cases. They're just going to rely on the finder of fact to come to some conclusion, which narrative they believe to be true, and go with that one.
Nick, I didn't hear a question of the jury on agency. If Depp's lawyer made those statements, didn't they have to find? Well, I mean, in Texas,
they
presumed
they did
agents. Yeah. Oh, they did.
They had a finding of agency.
Okay.
It wasn't focused on very heavily, and I personally think that there was a factual deficiency on the question of agency in regards to this, mainly because there was testimony from Adam Waldman that I don't think, and this, maybe this was a misstep, or maybe they just didn't want to try and weasel around it. But there was testimony from, in Adam Waldman's deposition, there was testimony that put ambiguity about his role as an attorney during the time the statements was made. They asked him if he was an attorney from Johnny Depp's attorney the entire time, from the time he met him through the entire case and in all roles. And there was ambiguity about that from the defense's questioning, and related to the testimony, but there wasn't any contravailing. I think how the judge came down on this is there wasn't contravailing evidence that he was the attorney or that he was agent, that there, so that they had made a prima facie showing and there was nothing going against it. But yeah, attorneys would presumptively be agents, but
and by the way, I like Waldman.
Oh yeah. He's again,
I could see myself standing out there,
he's
yelling on a client's behalf,
And his deposition, I mean, was devastating for Amber Heard's case in general, in my opinion. I mean, what they did was just go through and I can't believe they played it. It had zero positive benefit for Amber Heard's case from what I saw, and only positive for Johnny Depp.
Don't you have to assume that she overruled her counsel? I mean,
yes.
These kind of mistakes are just not. I mean, I guess anything's possible, but good grief.
Well, and what they should have done was, like, if they wanted to play the deposition, but of course it would have been 5 seconds long, they should have edited out every time that Ben Chu advised him to not answer based on his attorney-client privilege, and edited out all the questions. Because what it looked like was, we have nothing, we're fishing into your privilege, and we know, because any attorney would know, that you can't ask these questions. And that's how it came across to me. I don't know, maybe.
Well, and that is one to me that, while we're talking about possible appeal issues and rulings that went against Johnny, that one right there, if the invocation is not actually relevant to establish anything in the fact, which her instructions made it clear, it's not. You can't infer anything from his invocation of the right to counsel. Then what possible reason is there to show that to the jury at all? The explanation that the judge gave is, well, Amber's team wanted to be able to show that they asked those questions. Fine, then show the asking the questions, but don't show the invocation. Don't show, the piece that.
But I would say
to prove anything at all.
I would say if no inference can be drawn, not even the question should have been shown, in my opinion, because the jury is not allowed to take a negative inference, which means they shouldn't be exposed to the possibility of the inference. That's my opinion. That's not always how that goes, but it should. I mean, they're the finders of fact, and they're literally going to take an inference from that, positive or negative, and they're not allowed to take either. So I think that was just all around. That was a weird thing.
And it just created this huge question of why is this even being allowed in the first place? Are they going to be allowed to draw this inference? And so here is the jury sitting with that for days before they get the jury instructions. I mean, just as a realistic person, do we really think that they're putting out of their minds the conclusions that they came to when they heard that? When it comes to the deliberations, it's a very difficult bell to unring.
Yep. That's the funny thing about that, like Akiva Cohen talking about, oh, they'll definitely appeal. They need to really assess whether or not they want to appeal this case, because if an appellate court agrees with them that this is an impossible verdict, they may simply find that Amber's verdict is the impossible one.
Right. Yeah.
It's not factually supported by evidence, and no reasonable jury could come to this conclusion, because as people have stated, if she perpetrated a hoax and Johnny's statements about her perpetrating a hoax are found to be, if her statements about Johnny Depp are found to be defamatory, then it's reasonable to conclude that she was perpetrating a hoax, and any statements related to that hoax are presumptively true, is a possible outcome. And I think a reasonable outcome.
From my
But
experience,
what
I
the
left
hell?
it out here the other day in the morning.
Is that you, Ty?
An FM station.
I swear to God, I didn't touch my phone.
Sure you didn't.
I have no idea how that happened.
But
I mean, in the real world, Camille would not be involved in an appeal, but can you imagine how hungry she would be to go, a rematch here?
Yeah, just, I mean, so
I
how
thought
it would
she
work
was
is
just like a machine. I
Amber
really
would
did.
Amber would notice for an appeal, and then Johnny would cross claim the appeal and say, okay, we think no reasonable jury could come to this conclusion because this jury weighed the facts and found overwhelmingly in favor of the plaintiff, with what appears to be some sort of compromise verdict that's not supported by the facts on the record. And so we asked the trial court to reverse and remand or in our favor. With
I hate to agree with Cohen because he's an idiot, and if he's right, it's strictly by random chance. I think from a publicity angle, she just about has to appeal.
Oh, she's gonna, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
He's going to appeal.
I don't think much of her chances, but
yep. No, that's like, of all appeals that you don't want to do, appealing a jury decision you're in the deepest pool, the darkest depths of the ocean.
Well, and no rational. I mean, how do you argue that the jury couldn't have found her guilty? I mean, it's all fact based.
Yeah,
that's what the jury's there for.
Lil
Parva again. I think people often don't understand how the appeal process works. It is not a re-litigation. It is not a looking at the evidence a second time and deciding if they agree with it or not. It is a review process for legal error. All they are concerned about is what rulings did the judge make? What law was the jury instructed to evaluate? And are these things correct? They are going to completely defer to the jury's decisions about who is credible, what evidence they believe, how do we resolve conflicts in the testimony. So it's purely looking for legal error. And there is just very little
hardly any wiggle room
there on Amber Heard's side.
Yeah.
Again,
I mean,
because
was there a preserved error, right?
Yes.
Was any error preserved? Was it an actual error? The appellate court agrees, in fact, with the claim that the error was made. And did it matter? I mean, did it actually change the outcome of the trial? Because lots of errors, don't matter.
And if the error occurred, and if it mattered, was it an abuse of discretion? Like that's another layer that they have to say, yeah, but it's within the judge's discretion to make this error, even if it matters. It's a phenomenally difficult
appellate court judges don't want to be trial court judges.
No,
I mean, they did that job.
Yeah,
they don't want to do it again.
They will not listen to testimony and go, you know what? I think they were lying here. That's not how it works. So they will presume the rulings in the courtroom to be correct unless given evidence to the contrary. And you're overcoming a presumption. It's nasty business.
Hey guys, listen to these headlines. CNN, legal victory for Johnny Depp. Interesting.
Legal victory.
After he and Amber Heard. Yeah, no. NBC News, Johnny Depp, Amber Heard verdict live updates, jury sides with Depp. Rolling Stone, men always win. Survivors sickened by the Amber Heard verdict.
The problem with Rolling Stone is they don't have any men who work there.
No,
So-
no. It's what's interesting is the British press seems to be very hostile to this outcome. The American press is, I suspect they've gotten dragged on social media so bad that these probably weren't the original headlines, would be my guess. But anyway.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a mess for the next couple days for sure. Hey, Larry out there, check your Twitter DMs, man. I got you. If you want to pop on for a few, I'm going to read some more of these super chats. Lil Parveln says, cheers from a Swedish woodcrafter that makes, among other things, whiskey Kuxas. I don't Kuksas. I don't know what that is. Thanks for making this even funnier to watch while I carve. Shout out to my Insta at solitude.woodcraft. Woodcraft.
Keep the grift moving.
I'm trying. Mugen1. Cheers, Nick. Can you shout out my brother's horror movie review channel on the YouTube? Search for the Don't Split Up channel for all your horror needs. Farmer Hank. I know the look on Amber's face. It's the look of someone who has just been called on the lie that she has based her entire life on. The realization is stark, but $10 says she won't believe that she was wrong. Well, that's the least safe bet in the world.
Well, Nick, I just DM'd you in Twitter a headline. It turns out there's a novel take on this legal outcome. It turns out it's racist.
Oh, really? Hey, what's up, Larry? How you doing, man?
It's going. I just wanted. Good. I just wanted to pop in, let everybody know. Oh, let me shut that off. I put up for auction the notebook, the trial notebook.
Oh yeah, you're auctioning off your trial materials and it's going to charity, right? Like
100% of it is going to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. And let me tell you,
Are you just pledging it, or?
no, I'm donating it. Nice try. 31 minutes. It's been on for 31 fucking minutes. You'll never guess what it's at already.
10 grand.
5,000.
You're close. 4150.
Nice.
4150.
Holy
Very cool.
fucking shit. Yeah. So I just wanted to hop on, promote it.
Send me the link so I can spam it in the chat. Send it in our private chat and I'll spam it in case anybody's interested. It's the money's going to go to charity. So
100%.
if you're looking to keep a piece of this trial, there you go. Here you go. It's on this eBay link in the chat. And let me pin it as well.
In fact, DUI guy and Ty, if in the private chat you guys could add your emails, I'd like to exchange emails with you.
Oh, sure.
I'll
Try
put
to
mine
figure out how to
in, too.
operate which punch card do I use for
We
the
have
private chat? Nick?
just a final
Oh my
plug before I
God.
bounce off. We have a very special guest on tonight. One of the witnesses from the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial is going to be on my channel tonight at 9:30. So 3 hours and 4 minutes from now. Be on the lookout.
Very. You're not going to give us a hint as to who it is?
No, I can't. Not yet. But give me a couple hours and I'll leak it out. Okay.
Very, very cool. Okay, Ty found the private chat. That's very good. Guys, I linked DUI Guy's trial notebook charity auction and pinned the comment in the chat. So if you're interested in making a contribution to the charity there, that's an opportunity to do it, plus to keep a little piece of this trial. Very cool of you, man, to pledge that. That's a very
Donate
creative
it.
way
Not
to
pledge
get
it. Don't use that word. Don't use that word, man. People are going to get the wrong idea. Donate.
Well,
Donate.
but it's
sell it to the highest bidder and then donate. It's
then
like
donate it.
It's already all net proceeds will support Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. It's literally in the eBay thing. Like you can look at it.
So very, very
I
cool.
look forward to seeing Camille on your channel.
4201.
Or is it Dr. Curry?
No, a witness. Camille Vasquez wasn't a witness.
Keep trying. All right. I'm out of here, you guys.
All right, buddy. Peace.
All right, Larry. Take
Peace.
care.
So yeah, you can check that there. And yes, it's got it right here on the eBay thing. So it's not even, I mean, it's not even like a pledge that like, oh yeah, I'll get the money and then I'll do it. It's literally set up so that the money will go to the children's hospital through eBay. So that's a pretty cool setup right there. It's an official eBay for charity listing. So it doesn't. It's not going to go to him at all.
Business opportunity for Dr. Curry. Put out a new diagnostic test for guys can hand their dates on the first night.
Like a rapid test.
Just slip it in the menu of the restaurant, you know.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Kroisk says, I am guilty of fake news. Johnny is in Glasgow on Friday, down in Gatehead tonight. Do butter, Amber. Do butter. There you go. Line hacker. Thank you all. Can't wait for the next one. Raging Phoenix. Make sure to like, subscribe, and watch your favorite law tubers bring you this valuable entertainment. Johnny better make a statement, and this is the day you almost caught Jack Sparrow. Jackson Kai, I think if he said that, Disney might sue him. You think the jury thought the 5 million punitive would cover the 2 million compromise and didn't know about the limit? I mean, they believed that the 5 million punitive was part of it. Unless they particularly knew, which is contraindicative because they didn't award 350,000. So no, yeah, they probably did. It seems like they thought 13 should be the final total. Yes.
Does Virginia allow automatic offsets for judgments, or is that something you got to petition?
It's a good question. I kind of assumed that they would, at least as a practical matter, but as a technical legal question, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the question would be, does California allow for automatic offsets, right? Because that's
true.
Both collections would occur there.
In California.
Yeah. Dirty Dan says, I tagged all of you with Twitter accounts that I knew of. Look at your notifications for it. Okay. Thank you, Dirty Dan. I'll check them out. Kelly Graham. Shouldn't the jury have been made aware of the $350,000 cap on punitive damages? No, they're not allowed to be. Seems they would have increased.
Isn't that essentially what Elaine was asking for, right? When she mentioned 350 in closing?
She did. She mentioned it in closing.
But she didn't mention the cap. So she didn't mention the reason for it. She just mentioned 350 grand. And so the jury's probably sitting there like, what the hell?
I was wondering where'd that number come from? It's not the legal expenses. Those are vastly more than that. So
yeah,
I was like, where'd she pull this number out of?
And some people have asked, what happens with the attorney's fees in this case? Each party will bear their own attorney's fees. That's how that goes.
Yes. The only possibility to shift that was going to come through the anti-SLAPP statute. The judge already ruled early on in the case that Johnny was not going to be able to claim anti-SLAPP protection. So never going to be able to recover his fees. Amber could have recovered her fees had the jury not found for any one of Johnny Depp's statements or not found that she had made them with actual malice. But the actual malice on all three definitively kills that. She will not get any anti-SLAPP recovery. She is paying for her own fees.
Yeah.
This is a pretty extraordinary day.
It really is.
Huge.
A jury found actual malice
Against a public figure.
Yep.
It was probably 3-4 years ago when I first saw this case coming into the public domain as they were gearing up for the UK trial, and I started seeing what kind of evidence was going to be presented and realizing, holy shit, this is like the rare occasion where a public figure defamation suit, it's not only going to clear these initial legal hurdles and go to trial, but he's actually got a legitimate shot to win it.
Yeah, so for the 35,000 people watching, normally that requirement of malice is the death sentence for any kind of defamation claim. It just kills it right there.
Nick's right. It's a stupid standard because it basically requires you to have a mind reading machine. You know, unless they're dumb enough to put it in writing.
The reason the actual malice standard exists was great when it came out in 1969 or whenever the case was ruled, or 67, New York Times versus Sullivan. The idea was simple. If someone is either a government agent or has a large enough public platform, is what it molded into, which was subsequent to New York Times versus Sullivan, but had a large enough public platform, they had exclusive access to the media to defend themselves. So if you think of, again, I'm going to go back to the 80s. If you think of Tom Cruise in 1985 and you say Tom Cruise is a closeted gay man in 1985 and he says that's defamatory, well, Tom Cruise could go on to Entertainment Tonight. He could go on to a news station. He could call you out. He could say it's a lie. He had power and other people did not. With
And in
Twitter,
fairness, there was that Top Gun volleyball scene.
I know. I love that theme so much. And that song, the lyrics of Playing with the Boys are just, dude, that's the death knell. But no, but the reality is that nowadays with Twitter, literal nobodies have almost the same ability as anybody else to create virality. And so, you may have a bigger platform on Twitter, but that's not stopping anyone from coming out, defaming someone and then defending themselves. There isn't the power disparity that existed years ago because of democratization of media. So the rule is outmoded and outdated, and I think it's due for a change.
It's also impossible to end the defamation now with social media. 40 years ago, the newspaper, once it was printed, people didn't see that newspaper again, under normal circumstances. But now there is no end to it. A Google search will turn up the defamation for the rest of time.
Yep.
So the Supreme Court needs to get rid of that standard. It was idiot. I think it was idiotic at the time.
I think it applies to government. I think it should apply to government people in the course of their government employment. Well, I think that is the fair. That's the original New York Times versus Sullivan rule.
But how would you have ever actually met that burden of proof in the real world in 1970?
What? But am I concerned how a cop is going to meet the burden of defamation on my criticism of him as a cop? Like, not that I get to say he's a pedophile or something. That's a criticism of his person. But I get to say, yeah, you know what? I think he mistreats white people or black people or Mexicans. And he says, no, I don't. And that's defamatory. Well, I don't care if it's defamatory. You're an agent of the state. Fuck you.
There could have been a higher standard for public figures. I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that I think a standard that as a practical matter can't be met is idiotic. And I think it makes it makes me question the court, right? Because
I agree with you.
Why would you do
I
that?
agree with you, but I will say the standard can be met. It just can't be met by lawyers in front of lawyers. It can be met by lawyers in front of real people, because we saw it today where we saw a jury go, of course she was lying, and of course she knew she was lying. But
let's don't forget that this was a very charismatic guy and a very extreme set of facts here.
Well, no,
and a stupid defendant.
They also they got to make the argument in front of the jury, and this is the critical part, that if you find that Amber Heard lied, you can find that she knew she lied because she's purporting to be the party in the case. So they get to make that argument, but in front of a judge and another lawyer, they go, no, we want some legal thing. We want some piece of particular evidence. And I think that's the whole difference in the world. I think juries inherently know that actual malice can be discerned without a piece of concrete evidence saying, I know I was lying, like a Post-it note. I knew I was lying the whole time, Amber.
I thought the standard required that, though, that they had to have a conscious disregard. How do you prove someone's state of mind in 1970 when this was?
Remember that.
The thing is, you always have had to prove it with circumstantial evidence. A person's state of mind has always been a circumstantial case.
Right. Okay. I mean, intent, some state of mind is always relevant in the case, and we always have to prove it or disprove it. And in this case, it was simply the overreaching of this defendant. If she had only claimed emotional abuse or something along those lines, well, I mean, who knows? That's a judgment call. That's subjective, right? But she was claiming being beaten in the face with a fistful of rings so many times she lost count of the blows. She was claiming being sexually assaulted with a bottle. And there's no evidence in any of this.
Yeah. And the reality is a jury looks at that and goes, the non-evidence here is deafening. And a judge in a slap case says, show me the evidence that this didn't happen. And that's the disparate nature of juries that are made of normal people who apply the social normative understanding of truth into the legal system, and a judge or a lawyer. And that's my entire problem with the SLAPP statute in general, is that it puts an undue burden on a plaintiff to even bring a claim. Their discovery is truncated, and the punishment for being wrong is extremely burdensome. Whereas if you could just get before a jury, you can say, look, I can show you how they're lying because they can't show any evidence of the thing that they're claiming happened. That's the defamation. It almost is putting the evidence burden back on the defaming party rather than on the defamed party, just by putting it before a jury. And I think that's how you mitigate basically all of this. Although I do still think the actual malice standard is gone. I'm just saying, if we're going to keep it for anyone, I'm comfortable keeping it for government officials because, again, F the feds. I don't care about them at all.
Yeah. Well, another aspect of this too is the fact that you've got private companies, businesses, and so forth enabling this defamation and cause. I mean, if Disney doesn't dump Johnny Depp, which would have been the sane outcome 10 years ago, then there was no damage, right? It's that toxic mix of companies just taking allegations at face value and literally ruining people's lives. Because of it. I mean, but I've always felt like the legal system needs to reflect the world as it exists, not the world that law professors would like to see.
Oh yeah. No, I mean,
we've had this conversation. If you don't give people remedies to this, they'll eventually start taking the law into their own hands because you're wrecking people's lives.
If you want to Deus vault the Supreme Court to remove New York Times versus Sullivan, I'm for full excision.
Thomas has already expressed grave dissatisfaction with that standard, and the reason I'm weird about this, I had a friend, acquaintance in New York, sent me a thing, crowing about Sarah Palin losing her case, and I said to him, I'm not surprised that actual malice standard is almost impossible to meet, but he said, well, yeah, and I said Thomas did that, and he came back with some political. And I said, the First Amendment jurisprudence on the Supreme Court doesn't cut solidly left and right. There's some,
left and right is such a terrible filter to be evaluating the Supreme Court anyway, because I'm sorry, you can never justify Scalia's opinions on the Confrontation Clause from a left-right perspective. It's not that simple. It's much deeper how the judges are looking at these issues and looking at the evolution of the rule of law. Judge Thomas has clearly taken an originalist perspective for a long time. He is skeptical of judicially created law, and there's no question but that the actual malice standard is something that the Supreme Court created. Maybe there was good reason for it, maybe there wasn't, but it's plainly not in the text of the Constitution, and so that's perfectly consistent with his philosophy of how the rule of law is supposed to be implemented.
And his criticism of that decision being located in a particular time for a particular purpose, which is specifically the civil rights movement, in which Southern courts were implementing punishments with specific racial animus at a time when the Supreme Court was interested in starting this imposition of equality through the court system. I mean, it makes perfect sense why New York Times versus Sullivan came about at the time it did. And it also makes perfect sense why it doesn't really matter in the same way it does today. So, but yeah, moving on, because I could talk about that subject all day, but I'd like to get through
shiny thing.
the big chats, and then I'd like to go hang out with my wife for a lot of time today. Darren Haviland says, am I wrong, or does Nick sound like an R-rated version of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo? Well, I don't know, Darren. The Big Kahuna says, I think we have seen the death to Me Too today. Oh, you're optimistic.
Yeah, you're optimistic. There's going to be a giant reeing and backlash.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we saw. I had it up on stream, but I mean, just look at the narratives coming out from the usual suspects.
Yeah, no, Me Too is just a wounded animal right now. It's more
Yeah,
dangerous. than
wounded
ever,
animals are
actually.
dangerous.
Yep.
Amber Heard.
Self-inflicted.
Amber Heard verdict sends a message to black women everywhere as these two white women hug.
But good-looking blondes can't defame
How
good-looking
racist is
brunette
it
males.
to be suggesting that black women need to be concerned about a liar being called out as a liar? Fuck that.
Well, not only that, remember too, the African American community has always had a problem with false charges of rape and stuff. So
By white women.
It's a sensitive. I don't think this is some stupid neurotic white woman are making this, because I don't think the African
I
American
said
community
from
is
day one
sympathetic.
that in their arguments in this case, the one thing I wanted to hear Johnny Depp's lawyers say was Mayella Ewell. Okay, I wanted to hear her name. Call this out for what it is. This is not new. This is not something unheard of. This is something that is as old as time. We all know that these things happen. Mayella Ewell is exactly what we saw on the stand when Amber Heard testified.
Man, I could imagine Johnny Depp walking up to a bunch of black men and getting the coolest ghetto handshake on the planet and being handed a Zima and saying, "Hey, brother, we know how you feel with this false accusation from a white blonde lady bullshit." Right? Like that's the reality. Like, black men are looking at this going like, "Yep." and as evidence, I'll point to my friend Drexel, who would say, let me quote him. "Yep." Welcome to it. Welcome to
when
it.
are we going to get Drexel's input on this outcome?
As soon as I can hang out with him again, which will not be this weekend, but I'll have to check on next weekend.
You should come to North Texas RPG Con in Dallas. I'm sure your wife would like to come to that.
I can't. I've got a thing this whole weekend.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Too bad.
Otherwise, I would love to. I would bring the kids and everything, but we already.
It's actually a really fun. I am going to be there. I had a bunch of business crap come up that I didn't think I was going to be able to make it, but that's resolved itself.
Yeah.
So.
Smooth the DJ says justice was served to Johnny. Well done to the jury. Also, someone should seriously check on Eve Barlow. Believe all actual victims. Thanks for the coverage, Uncle Rackets and panel. #Amber Turd. Lost. Darcy, I couldn't have watched this with better people. Thank you. Well, thank you, Darcy, and also prayers for your social circle. Julio Chavez. If it's better to watch it with a gaggle of lawyers, I really question the people you have around you. Julio Chavez, Depp for the win, to Nick for the grift. Hopefully, help comes get my give, send, go at Marcella Medical Bills. Is there a way to share the link? I don't have any social media accounts except Facebook. Thanks, Nick. When I can, I'll send more super chats. Dude, don't worry about sending me super chats. Worry about helping out Marcella with her medical bills. That should be your number one priority. Give, send, go, Marcella Medical Bills. That's Marcella with one L. There you go. William Barnes, I feel like if you lose a defamation case and then turn around and do it more on Twitter about the case you just lost, that the bailiff should just come back out and drag you in and you lose again immediately.
How did the bailiff not check?
We have no idea how that stupid jury form came out without being full.
Well, I think Andrea's right. I think the jury's instructed to put it in an envelope and seal it when they think it's done, and the judge sees it first.
Yeah, the judge is the first eyes on it.
The chat is speculating that it's possible that they just didn't put a number down for punitive damages for Amber, that they'd actually filled out all the other damages forms. But the way the judge said you need to put a number for compensatory and punitive damages, I got the impression that one of the statement or one of the rulings just didn't have the number on there at all. The Iconian Cat, Nick, go to New York Post. They already have an article from Amber about the verdict as of right now, posted less than 10 minutes after the verdict was read, blaming the verdict on Depp's powerful influence.
Oh, she's a fast writer.
Yeah. Well, David Grabash Shane is pretty quick too. Leet Bald Eagle, check out Samantha Azira on the YouTubes if you like retro gaming, nostalgia, and game room organization. Thanks, Nick, for the coverage. I don't. miss a stream. AB Coates, justice has been served. Just a classy duck says, how about a toast to Ricada, all the guests and everyone else involved who've all done an amazing job educating and entertaining us during this trial. Oh, I don't know if I need this much Maker's Mark, but we'll make it happen.
You're a trooper. You're a trooper, Nick.
Look, my bottle smells interesting. I'm not going to make the never mind. I'm not going to make the obvious joke. Yeah, cheers to the panel. From me, cheers to the panel, to the chat, of course. And from everybody else, cheers to me, I guess.
While you're drinking that, and I'm going to try to make you sputter, was there a Dune reference in the trial? Because some people in the chat are telling me about it.
Yep. You would have appreciated Wayne Dennison dropped a big spoiler on Dune and was called out by the witness for spoiling Dune.
Now, in fairness, the books are what, 50 years old?
Is it Duncan, Idaho? Is it Idaho coming back?
Yes. Yes.
That's
Wayne
great.
Dennison's like, well, do you know about, because they're like, well, we don't know if Jason Momoa, you got this one role. And he's like, have you read Dune?
How did you react? That's what I wanted to know.
Oh, I said, I've never even heard of this book. What is it?
What's hilarious about that is word around the campfire is Frank Herbert brought Idaho back and then had him brought back and killed many, many times because he was a fan favorite. He was getting letters from his fans saying, you shouldn't have killed Duncan, Idaho. So it all,
It was that was my one regret of the trial was that you were not on for that one moment to gloat magnanimously.
Oh, listen, my exultations would have been heard in Dallas.
Stephanie Warren with a huge chat says, na 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 na, hey, goodbye.
Do it as our favorite lawyer.
Na 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 na, hey, goodbye.
My visit is complete.
Ramon Smith, toast to all in the panel. Cheers, Ramon. Thank you. Trilek says you'll never get a single cent out of me. Thank you, Trilek. I'm glad you sent multiple cents in that one. Tara Rayner says Johnny Depp statement is making me emotional. Lord of Malice says Shyster lawyers greater than shill media. Another very large super chat from Tankrat says, on my birthday, not only do I share it with Marilyn Monroe, now add it as the day that Johnny Depp was vindicated. And how excited is everybody for Ana de Armas as Marilyn Monroe in a movie? I want to see that very much, especially since I found out it was rated NC-17. Yeah, Duncan. For research purposes. Look, it's 2022. I'm going to see whoever is playing John Kennedy's penis. That's going to be the NC-17 part.
I went to the Wax Museum in New York City, and they had, you were allowed to, touch the wax figures and stuff. And they had a life-size reproduction of Marilyn Monroe, and no, she wasn't fat.
This revisionism of like
no.
She was 16 or some bullshit is insane. She is a tiny petite woman.
Yeah, I mean, and curvy too, in an agreeable way. If you
if you know what I mean, and I think you do.
An acquaintance of mine owns the bed she died on, the front gate of her house, and her name change certificate from Norma McCorvey to Marilyn Monroe.
This is straight man.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a very famous sculptor, and he's a huge Marilyn Monroe fan. The gate to her house, I've actually got a short on my YouTube channel of me standing in front of dead Marilyn Monroe's gate in his bar. It's in his personal bar, which is pretty cool. But yeah, he's a pretty interesting guy. But yeah, he's a huge Marilyn Monroe fan, owns a whole bunch of her stuff. And her bed creeps me out every time. I lay down on it, but I don't have a black light. Let me call Nick Fuentes. Gethralkin says, do Amber Heard's new Twitter posts or any future posts claiming Depp is an abuser, despite what the verdict was, count as new defamation that she can be tried again over? How about media defaming Depp? Can he reasonably sue them? So the one critical element of defamation that you must bear in mind is damages. So any new statements, no matter how defamatory they may be, you have to be able to prove damages. Now, you could make a per se defamation argument. I think a court is going to look at this and say, show me how this matters to you. Like if you've got this verdict, if he's getting jobs and he's not losing those jobs, they're going to say, why are you here? And Johnny's going to say, why would I bring this if I'm not losing jobs? Right. But if, someone canceled him tomorrow, theoretically over a new post, then sure, he could show damages and sue. Absolutely. But it's unlikely that will happen. It is likely a bunch of presumptively defamatory articles and statements will be written. It is unlikely he will suffer any damage from those specifically. Joe P. Amber Twitter has a statement. Danny says, just found your channel during this case. Love the panels and the commentary. Take a good break after this one, y'all. Oh, breaks on YouTube are cute. Cracklin says, what does this ruling say about the Me Too movement and believe all women? I mean, well, it says what it always said. Believe evidence, not people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me correct that. I think believing women and believing victims and believing men is very, very critically important in a therapeutic sense. If someone comes to you and says, hey, I've been hurt, I've been maligned, I've been whatever, and I really just need some support from you, great. Believe them, give them support, help them out. When they turn that into, now I need you to go after the person who did it, then you go, well, now's when I need you. Like if I'm going to go after somebody else and tear them down, I need you to show me a little bit of evidence. If it's supporting you, great. If it's infringing on someone else, I need more. And that's how it should be. That's great.
It should have been required to make the case that the presumption of innocence somehow doesn't apply in these kind of cases. Because, of course, if they had been required to do that, everybody would have said, oh, you people are crazy.
They did raise that in closing, that he was entitled to the presumption of innocence, which was a good moment. I think Ben Chu did it specifically. Mephitic miasma, mega pints for all.
They got pints.
Bavarian Viking says, broke open the Angels Envy finished rye you recommended to celebrate with a toast to the results of the verdict. Oh, I know you're enjoying that. That's such a good whiskey.
I'm drinking with you in spirit.
Tall Skinny Geek says, I missed it. What happened? Oh, you know what happened. Don't even lie. Verdigious Rookie, first super chat. Thank you. But have been watching since the Vic case. Cool. The verdict here feels like justice for those like my best friend. His life and livelihood have been almost entirely ruined by similar assertions, and he couldn't fight back. Yeah. And hopefully this changes the landscape a little bit.
The outpouring of support for him might indicate some kind of inflection point. Because
I do think if this case had been run in 2018, it's a different case.
Yeah.
It's an entirely different case. So I'm glad to see, this Me Too stuff losing its power. Google is silly, says no need to read this. Thank you for your time, brother. Well, I don't take advice from other people, but thank you. Nicholas LeChance, big thanks to all for this insane entertainment over the last few weeks. Big thanks also for the learning experience. Have you guys seen the Totally Not Biased Vice article? We mentioned it a little bit. Low Pro, what's the bigger story? Victory this week. Johnny Depp winning a well-earned defamation case against a woman who weaponized Me Too hysteria, or Top Gun Maverick not sucking and actually being rad as fuck 80s movie made in 2022.
It's an even call.
All right.
Oh,
I'm going Friday, seeing an IMAX.
I was back to being a kid watching Tom Cruise fly planes, and I could not have been happier from the moment before the movie started, when this is the only spoiler I'll give, and it's not a spoiler at all. Tom Cruise pops up sitting in a chair and he says, hey, thanks for coming to this movie. It's been decades in the making. We tried as hard as we could. We got real planes, real G's, real people, real effects, and we made this for you. And I was like, thank you for recognizing that at the end of the day, I'm the person buying the ticket. And it was like this beautiful harmony of sentiments that I've had over the past couple of years that came to be right there in that moment. And I was like, they realized that they made a movie completely for fans of Top Gun. And it was great. It's a great movie.
Nick, I got to run for a bit. I've got to
see ya.
As always, fun. If I don't see y'all again,
time.
Andrew, it's nice to meet you. And Bronca, as always.
Talk to you soon, buddy.
And there he goes.
Right in the
So
middle.
abrupt.
his thing's still in here, but okay, there it goes. I don't know how he closed out, but it was wrong. However, he did it. Paul Walker. Oh, what's that? Never mind. In this day and age of tech and social media, the use of free speech has a new town square. We can cry fire in the theater at any time online. How is this not recognized immediately in our legal branch of government? Because the law moves slow.
Yep.
That's the only reason. Twitter, Facebook, these are the new public square for all intents and purposes, but we don't have a common carrier type law for these places. It's overdue. Some sort of thing to protect them to protect the companies in the same way we would protect a Telegram company, but in exchange, a little bit of protection for the users as well. Michael Murphy, Johnny's lawyer should have worn the white pants. AZ Amy, Amber Turd will remember this day as the day she almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow. Thank you. Eric Dunbar, found you during Rittenhouse and I'm a subscriber, just passing along some cash. Say thanks for the entertainment and coverage. Well done. Hey, thank you. Tyler S. Looks like Johnny got his divorce money back. Low Ghost. Big win.
You got a pledge.
Unlike Amber, he has actually written the checks.
That's true. Logos, big win, not because justice was served, but because we have confirmation of what we knew. Witchcraft doesn't work. Lol. Get wrecked, Amber. Stop casting spells and start writing checks. Christ is king, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, her weird like blood magic coven that was going on in the rooms there was strange. A Steve Lombardius says eagerly awaiting Amber Heard's pledge of her $2 million award to charity. No, I don't think she's going to pledge any more money to charity. And the ACLU has to be pissed that they just lost $3.3 million, frankly. Too many clamps. The reading of the verdict was the only time Heard looked abused. Matt Allred, you are all great. Thanks for the coverage. Please stand strong and keep up the good fight. Love the pro Second Amendment talk. Oh, well, join a night show, especially when I have Brandon Herrera, the AK guy, on. We will Second Amendment you into the dirt. Bo Baldwin, congratulations to you, Nick, and your guests. Great coverage, entertaining, informative, and of course, unbreaded. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I am Veggie. Nick, you're right. The mainstream media, Karen's Amber Heard PR team will definitely go after you and other creators. We'll definitely support you, but I hope you also support yourselves. Unity is key. Thanks for all you and your guests do. Cheers. Well, you know me. I want literally I want people who hate me to succeed. I certainly want people who like me to succeed. So, this is the amazing thing about capitalism is there is a customer for every product. The question is there enough customers to sustain your product? That's up to you to figure out. But I want everybody to find every one of those customers every single time, because I realize that there isn't just one pie. There's a whole bunch of pies. We can make more pies when we need to. That's some capitalism for you. Dirty Dan, hey, Nick, I shared my project on your Discord DMs. Can you do a favor for me and share it for the hopefully generous people here? Thanks. It's hold on. What is it? It is American Imperialism on GoFundMe. He is restoring an old car. You can check it out. And if you like what he's doing, toss him a couple bucks. It would be great. John says, do either of y'all in South Korea practice law there? Yes, both Legal Mindset and Legal Vices are practicing attorneys in South Korea. Getting taken for
Nick, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to run.
Oh,
we have an electrician come to the house to look at some work for us. Andrea, great seeing you again. Great day for justice today. And I look forward to joining you all again soon. Have a safe weekend.
See you soon, brother.
Bye-bye.
Peace. Oh my. If you have to go at any point, by the way, feel free. I'm just reading through these chats as we go.
I'm going to pop
reveling
out
in-
as soon as my dogs let me know that it's time for them to eat.
Sounds good. Yes, but John, getting taken for a ride on fees because I'm a foreigner looking for a new lawyer for finishing visa and incoming business. I would reach out to Legal Vices, Legal Mindset, see what they do. I don't know that they practice in the way that you need. Or not. I'm not sure. It depends on some stuff, but reach out to them, send them an email, check out their channel. Tom Grawl, I guess Johnny has a new house in Joshua Tree, California. Justice is still alive. Boondoggle. Hey, Nick, been watching since Chicxulub asteroid versus Earth assault case. Consider this my contribution for one of my two favorite bottles, Balcones Texas Single Malt and Redbreast 12 cask strength. Cheers to you in the panel. The Balcones Single Malt might be available at my store. Redbreast, they have a variety, but I'll have to check and see if the 12 cask strength is there. I've been looking forward to trying it. Justin Wright says Uvalde police chief was just made a council member by mayor. There you go. Devil's advocate, unfounded juror tea leaf read. Jury compromised on the Heard defamation claim and were sent back because they didn't award her any money. Rather than more hours of deliberation, they just caved to the holdout for $2 million. I think that's perfectly reasonable to assume. Don't believe the hype, says Nick. Can we get a toast to Amber? But for her as she descends into the gates of hell, Pope Hap optional. To Amber Heard and her slow, hopefully for her, and painful descent into hell, may all those who lie for the purposes of ruining someone else or benefiting themselves reap what they sow in the end. Cheers to her.
Cheers to that.
Fire Sky. The amazing thing, like this concept and people defending it, just weird me out because, guys, in the chat, how many of you actively lie for one of two express purposes, to boost yourself at the expense of another, or just to harm another's like economic prospects? How many of you on a daily basis are you like, you know what, that guy Jerry over there, I'm gonna wreck his shit? Of course you don't do this. Of course, civilized people don't do this. And there's a bunch of people out there who are like, that's free speech. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? It's like saying that shooting someone in the kneecaps is free, range time with your gun. It's nonsense. Fire Sky 15 hashtag Amber Smollett. Let's get it trending. Norris and good GG America. Greetings from Europe. Hey, greetings back to Europe. Paul Sinclair, Nick, congrats on candor and humor. Writing from Paris, where I ran to cancel myself before being canceled after writing a book, The Biography of a Buffoon, about ultimate race grifter Al Sharpton. A shout out to my book. Sure, check out The Biography of a Buffoon about the race grifter Al Sharpton, my Paul Sinclair. Crusade, I assume you can buy it on Amazon or whatever. Crusadist viewing. Hail to the law pope, Nikki Rackets, and the cardinal of getting hard, Bronca himself. Thanks for the coverage and entertainment. Fantastic as always. Ev slurs to the panel and chat out of love. It's a jackal. Legitimate question. Does a verdict like this one allow male victims of domestic abuse and or defamation an easier time in court? No. Is it possible this might have an effect on Vic's case? No. Hashtag Johnny kicks back. I mean, there are tangential potential, like in the ether of society effects, maybe, but like legally and practically, no. Could you count on them? No. The idea that there might be 3 more jurors out there who go, you know what? I actually am willing to listen. Or a judge somewhere might go, well, these defamation things are kind of important. That might happen, but there's no tangible effect.
The importance of this case is the cultural moment, the cultural impact, the time that Me Too has finally been brought to account, that believe all women is and always has been horse shit from day one. It's about believe evidence. If you believe that women are equal moral beings to men, then you must accept that women occasionally lie and perpetrate hoaxes. That is part of being full humanity, and that's what today is shown.
Yep. Savvy says, just wanted to thank you for what you do so well. Mega pints all around. Cheers to all. Hashtag justice was served and justice for Johnny. Tails, where do you think Amber Heard's career goes from here? 1, TV infomercial salesperson for poop-proof bed sheets. 2, permanently typecast as a crazy ex-girlfriend. 3, spokeswoman for Pledge. 4 is what you left off, and that is to OnlyFans or some sort of individualized social media. And like, without a hint of irony, ignoring the OnlyFans part of this, Amber utilizing and monetizing her existing and remaining fan base is probably the single smartest thing she could do. And if I were Amber Heard's like business advisor or social media advisor or manager, I would immediately talk about ways to monetize the few people who supported her, because she's going to have to do some serious recovery on that.
She's going to need the whole $50 they have between them.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's the problem when you side with like the woke end of the argument, is that, well, none of those people have jobs. But legitimately, like, leveraging whatever support she has for whatever thing. I mean, if it's monetized directly or indirectly, she better do it. Whether she retreats into something like OnlyFans, I mean, that would only be hilarious, but I don't think it's going to happen. Jonathan Pezios, hey, just realized because Amber technically won a piece of her claim, can she get an anti-slap claim that would even all the wins? No, that's not, because of the actual malice finding. You're not getting an anti-slap.
Nope.
Carl Swift, thanks for the donation. I appreciate it. Sword and Scale. Oh, hey, Megan Fox, who's my new Twitter buddy, is on. Want to say great job to the whole panel for keeping me entertained for weeks now. I am a little behind. Sorry about that, Sword and Scale. I'll pass it on to her. Garrett Chance, love the show and how you cut through all the bull. And just want to say, if all your viewers send me $1, I could buy a house for my kids. Let's make it happen. $ Garrett C. Tacoma. Ballsy, I guess. Mike Quaglia, is there any viable legal basis for Amber to appeal? Not immediately apparent. I mean, you're guaranteed the right to an appeal in the United States. One appeal is guaranteed to you. So sure, she has a legal basis to appeal. Does she have a reasonable prospect on appeal? No, not readily apparent. There could be something at pretrial that we're not privy to that could change that, but really, and by the way, props to Judge Ascarati for not correcting the statement at closing argument, because her offering a correctional instruction days into jury deliberations might actually be grounds for an appeal that otherwise doesn't exist. Not that it'd be great, but it'd be one more thing. Carl Swift, do you think Depp will sue for the crazy claims Amber has made, like rape and attempted murder? Quote, this is the guy who tried to kill me. No. She has litigation privilege to say that stuff in court. And also, she's found to be a liar. So, I don't think he's going to get hurt by those statements. Liz Bird, thank you for the donation. Creationeer Gaming, if Amber is found to have perjured herself in court multiple times, as we know she did, who would prosecute the perjury case? A district attorney in Fairfax County? Would it be a DA in Virginia or some other prosecutor? The district attorney of Fairfax County. And they will not, to be clear. Because even if they thought she might have, it's Fairfax County. This is Washington, D.C. They're not interested in getting into the potential political implications of this, because it would cut against their political predisposition. I hate to say. But you mentioned earlier, Andrea, prosecutors are political beings. They have voters. I'm guessing the DA of Fairfax County is heavily Democrat, and even if several Democrats may support the judgment that Amber Heard or that Johnny Depp just won, going after her after that might seem a little harsh to that sort of crowd. Death Strike Gaming just in. Am I crazy, or did she just post the same thing as she was found guilty of just rewording on Twitter? No, she did. RX Joe, Amber's only role after this will be a remake of Two Girls, One Cup. Watching, wouldn't Amber Heard have an umbrella policy? Yes, probably. But the umbrella policy, unless that's a joke about Tug, I don't think so. But the umbrella policy, that's what's going to get her the 2 million, 3 million, maybe in potential coverage for a defamation case. And I just don't think it's that likely that she's getting paid out by an insurance company. None of the indications are there that they're involved. David TBK, I tried to get Rekieta Law sign out in front of the cameras just now, but holy hell, it's impossible. Can you hear me shouting? Rekieta says Camille for partner. No, I didn't hear that. Oh, dang it. That would have been funny. I'll have to go back and listen. Wordy Locks. This case has shed light on how the media and ACLU has politicized even who can be a victim. It's disturbing to see it played out. Elizabeth, thanks, Nick. Love your coverage. Great to see truth and justice prevail. Lone Wolf, I heard the turd. It opened my eyes. I heard the turd. No one's going to drag you up to get into the light where you belong. But where does turd belong? Ace of Base 1992, the turd. Terry Clark, considering she just lost, shouldn't she stop claiming he abused her? Oh, that's not how this works. You have to understand that in today's day, the only answer is to double down on your claims. Courtney Cox. Hey, what's up, Courtney Cox? How are you doing? I liked you in all the Scream movies. I appreciate your coverage. My husband is away with the Marine Corps, and I've been making vlogs for him. After watching this panel so much, both today and during Rittenhouse, I caught myself referring to you all as my lawyers. There you go. Kyle Mitchell. As someone who turned in C-quality work late and incomplete all the time, I empathize with this jury. Cylindrical Bobcat. My guess is they left the punitive section for Amber blank instead of bothering to write 0. Billy the Kid Lawrence. The amount of disingenuous people claiming the case proved he abused her and that all it did was make her unable to talk about it now is disturbing. Yeah, welcome to Twitter. Frederick Little, I enjoyed your coverage of the trial, Nick, like always. Clearly, Amber was out of her depth on this one. Ron White, Nick, please, a toast to you, your law crew, Johnny Depp and his family. Thank you all for your awesome coverage. I'm gonna switch back to Propel, but thank you, sir. James Hunzinger, does Johnny have to pay the $2 million, or is it just that he receives $2 million less than what's been awarded to him? Thanks again for all your coverage. Love the channel. Love the guests. Cheers. We don't know. Look, they'll have to domesticate the judgments in California, which is a filing process, and then they'll have to pursue them. I don't know if California has an automatic offset. Ty was talking about this, an automatic offset. Well, you got 10 million award, and then here you got 2 million award. Why don't we just call it an 8 million even? That's fair. But the practical nature of it is, if she were to pursue her $2 million award, then he would just merely recover it immediately as part of his reward.
He can garnish his judgment to her, his payment to her. It just has no practical effect.
Yeah. So the reality is, she would be dumb to try and recover $2 million from him. He would be silly to try and recover 10 million from her. So the practical effect, 8,350,000, he can just pursue. Kevin W., I believe the jurors gave 15 million in punitive to Johnny and left compensatory blank, and went back to give 10 in compensatory and 5 in punitive. You never know. Sean says, Nick, I love your channel. So funny. Been watching since before Rittenhouse. Bronca's awesome. Glad when he is on. Bronca Burns, please check out my channel. Wise to the words. Funny word origins. I always hear my kids just trying to murder each other. I never know what's happening. Snazzy Trinkets Jewelry. Can Johnny Depp go after her for her statement today, claiming she won in the UK when she was not the one being sued there? Seems some people never learn. The statement, in my opinion, was defamation against him yet again. one, winning in the UK could just be an opinion about how that played out, not an actual factual statement. But two, you got to show damages to go after someone on defamation. You got to show damages. Fazimoto, hey Nick, thanks for all your wonderful coverage. I just got married. Felt like I need to get on the grifting. Hit me on my, I guess it's a Cash App, $MVFAZ87. That's M, V is in Victor, F is in Frank, A is in Apple, Z is in Zebra, 87. There you go. Horror Amarada says, Signor raised $15,000 for a Tampa Bay crisis center by selling t-shirts through No System. No Sis Knows is the website for freedom-loving capitalist punks who want amazing clothing and pins. Very cool. Romo Drummer says, I love your profile pic, Ty. Okay. Renegade Shuriken, what a gift to see this on my birthday. Can a certain voice actor use this as precedence on appeal? No. Different, you're talking different jurisdictions, different circuit courts, and his appeal's already been submitted to the court. Goldcoin, I've been watching you since the trial started religiously every morning. Shout out to Goldcoin Gaming. As the name implies, I play games. John Quinn, will he pay her the $2 million in good faith due to any trace of residual empathy for her? Fuck no. If Johnny Depp writes a check to Amber Heard for $2 million that doesn't have some serious meme-worthy implications, like the check is a giant publisher's clearinghouse and it says publisher's whoring house on it or something, like, unless that'd be the only case. No, he would not.
Fish market stall rental.
Yeah, there you go. No, I don't foresee him paying a single cent to her. Remember, I mean, this is someone who tried to ruin his name and everything he's built his entire life. She tried to just take it away because of lies. Like, no, I don't think he pays her a penny. Paul Williams, thanks for all you've done to bring knowledge and levity to such an important event in our modern cultural history. Trust but verify, innocent until proven guilty. These are true liberal values that must be preserved. Franz the Cock, greetings from South Africa. Found your channel and I am hooked. Really enjoyed the commentary from yourself, the nose, free book, Legal Mindset and Legal Vices, and the magnificent Andrea. To end, Amber made her bed and now she has to shit in it. Soho checkmate. Thanks for the last top-notch coverage. What the fuck will I do now? Well, look, first of all, join me for a night stream. I do night streams every weeknight, 11 p.m. Central. I shouldn't say almost every weeknight, 11 p.m. Central. You can also watch them in the morning if you can't catch them live. I also do some daytime streams as well when trial's not on, but we got another trial coming. Nicholas Cruz, sounds like June 13th, the Parkland shooter. We get to see if Florida will kill him or not. Very interesting stuff. How would you defend Nicholas Cruz from the death penalty?
I mean, you have to go on the mitigation case. You know, I don't know what's there, but I think that's really the only real prospect you have in that one is just try to gin up some type of sympathy for what humanity there is in Nicholas Cruz, and just try to get the jury to see that.
Mental health issues. I mean, you're not winning an insanity defense, but yeah. You know, there were cries for help that were ignored by public officials, all sorts of stuff. They should have been the ones to spot this and prevent it. You know, that's going to be a tough case. I'm really anxious to see what his lawyers try and do, and I imagine they're public defenders. I mean, I can't imagine he has private counsel on that.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
And by the way, to the chat, I know you know this, Andrea, but to the chat, when I mention public defenders in criminal defense cases, the overwhelming majority of criminal defense or public defenders have more trial experience and know-how than any other lawyer you will find in your entire life.
100%.
So I do not mean it as a criticism. The only criticism I will ever have of a public defender in general is not on the defender themselves, but on the system that burdens them with a truly horrific caseload that no private attorney would ever even contemplate taking on. And that's an indictment of the resources we put towards your right to an attorney under the Sixth Amendment more than it is of any public defender. And when I advise people to get private criminal attorneys, it's because there's a quirk of their case that might require a little more time than your average public defender might have to give to the case. It's never. I have nothing but respect for the public defenders I've encountered in my life. So
look, it's a mixed bag, just like anything else. And there are a lot of true believers in the public defense system, but there's also a lot of folks who, are there because that's the job that they can get at this point in time. So somebody's career path it tells you just basically what their experience might be, but as I think you said, the fact that somebody is a lawyer doesn't mean they're intelligent. The fact that they're a public defender doesn't mean they're a good lawyer.
Yeah, it's true. The fact that they're a lawyer doesn't mean they're intelligent. Proof positive, you guys are watching my show. So no, I mean, honestly, if you want criminal procedure questions answered, you should never go to any private attorney if you have the option to talk to a public defender, because they've almost guaranteed to see it within 6 months of employment. I mean, they deal with all the issues, and they have great training from people who have dealt with all the issues going into it. So, Kara, but like anything, you can always have a bad one. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, Kara Hightower, truly appreciate all your effort. And those are your panelists. Although I am fortunate to not be a victim of domestic violence, I was raised by a single father, which is extremely rare. Please advocate for men's rights and paternal rights. I mean, I advocate for rights, just in general. I'm happy to advocate for men's rights, but I'm not going to be exclusive to that.
People's rights in general are great. I love people's rights.
Yeah, I want women to have a bunch of guns too. I think everybody having their Second Amendment rights and not having them infringed by the government is good. Slip, thanks. The Third Amendment, though, that's got to go. Slip says, thanks for the great coverage, Nick. Epic win for Johnny and men everywhere today. If you want an entertaining victory anthem, look up Mega Pint by Party in Backyard on YouTube. Side note, Andrea is the best guest. Angron, the Red Angel. Well, if you like her here, make sure you check out her channel, of course. It's in the description. You click on her name. It'll take you right there. In a world of public defense, there is one voice rising up from the rest. Andrea Burkhardt. Angron, the Red Angel, just a heads up. Tug is already getting word about hit pieces coming about him and LawTube. Oh, yeah.
I'm sure.
No mistake. So expect the media to try and make YouTube do something about you all. Obviously, they'll comply with the media requests. We'll see. LawTube just made YouTube a whole bunch of money. So it's, we have some leverage here. But if YouTube complies, there are other platforms that may be very interested in bringing hundreds of thousands of eyes to their platforms. So we'll see what happens. Delicious Cheats, OnlyFans, the new career path for Amber Heard. AW, everything is someone else's fault. First Amendment only applies to her narrative. She has a bright future as a Democratic congressional candidate. Derek Bambenek, today is a good day for domestic assault victims in general. Hopefully the funny crews start hearing boss music too. Oh, that would be, if tomorrow the Vic decision comes down, I would laugh so hard. Halo Millennium says, got to get on the grift train. I've been trying to grow my channel for a decade and I could use the boost. I stream and vibe to a variety of games on my YouTube. Much love to you. Johnny deserved this win. #justice for Johnny Depp. Mr. Slendy, touchdown on paper, unbreaded. Nope. Hold up. Touchdown on paper, unbreaded. The grift is finally over. Gaylord, are you going to buy a Ferrari? Why will it be hot pink? Also, the license plate needs to be THXALH. Thanks, Amber Heard. No, I'm look.
That's what I'll name my boat.
Look, it's no secret out there that these trials, especially these really big ones, are highly profitable for certain members of the streaming community. What I will be hopefully doing, and I don't know how long this is going to take, but I'm looking to build a studio onto my house that is a more appropriate studio than what I'm in. So that's my personal expense that's coming as a result of this trial. I have now that the trial's over, phone calls with architects are happening very soon. Hyperion, what the hell were you doing in my town buying Ubers and passing out on concrete at 4 a.m.? I'm going to need you to come back so I can have a drink with you. Knox Vegas for the win. I was there for Bubba Fest, which was fun and sadly is dead because the creator and owner of Bubba Fest got indicted for COVID, for the PPP loan fraud.
Oh, COVID fraud.
R.I.P. to that guy. But no, me and Yellow Flash, first we were drinking with Tug. Yellow Flash and I were just getting hammered with Tug. He went to bed, and then we're like, well, the bar here is closed. Let's go find one. And there's one bar that's open till like 3 a.m. in Knoxville. And so we found it, and it sold pizza. You can hear my story about how I had to placate an angry fat lady with pizza when she got mad at Yellow Flash. I offered her a piece of pizza, Andrea. She took 2. I was like,
oh, that bitch.
This is my 3 a.m. pizza. But then when they finally closed the bar down, we ended up outside in this giant square, and there's a bunch of homeless guys, and Flash and I are so hammered drinking these Washington apples, which are like candy. Don't drink them, especially women. Please don't. We're sitting there talking to homeless people, hearing their life stories. And yeah, this guy's like, yeah, I'm like, why are you down here? He's like, oh, can't afford to get back home. I'm like, where do you live, buddy? So I bought him an Uber, and I realized later that he probably murdered whatever family lived in the house that I sent him to. So I don't know, but it was a lot of fun. There's Tug in the chat. He says Flash and Nick killed my liver. The next day was
I think that was suicide if you were trying to go on that ride, Tug.
That was the next day was so I took one bite of an omelet and I went back to my hotel room and just vomited. It was awful. Javier Miedo, hey, Big Nose, what's the likelihood of Johnny Depp making and enforcing Amber Heard's divorce settlement donation? He can't enforce that. He can't do anything about that. And this settlement, well, I think you mean this judgment. There's a possibility on the judgment. In fact, he knows that she hasn't paid $7 million to these places, so she might have some dosh left over. I think there's a high likelihood that he'll try and enforce it at least for a little while. How well she's able to avoid it's a different question. Also, pray for my province's election tomorrow. #Ford. Jackie K. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate you being real and calling it as it is. Osage County Guns. Our staff has been watching you throughout the trial. I hope Amber's sister doesn't become her punching bag. No, that'll be Eve. But it'll be more like a rolled up carpet, right? Like the boxers will get a roll of carpet and punch. That's a thing I've seen in movies.
I haven't heard this one.
You haven't seen them? Like,
I have not seen the rolled up bag of carpet.
You
no,
don't
I'm
have.
sorry.
If you don't have a punching bag, you roll up carpet and stand that up against a wall, or you hang it because you can punch it without breaking your hands.
Good luck with that.
It may also be a lesbian joke. It might.
I suspect there might be some hidden meaning there.
She will have to take out that fat aggression on someone after the L. Amber Heard is on our do not sell list. Liz Bird says Amber Heard just commented in this chat, I'm still rich, you haters. Without splashing out by giving you a super chat. Her statement has got lost in the chat in seconds. It's worth it to rat her out. She's watching. I'm guessing that's probably not her. I'm guessing, but you know, if it is, what up, Amber? How you doing? Don't beat Eve Barlow. Gino, This verdict, she's been loyal. Leave her alone. I know you're mad. Gino, the verdict proves that Amber Heard put a grumpy in the bed. What a disgusting thing to do. I mean, if you're not into that, for people who might be into that, where could one purchase an Amber Heard grumpy to pay for her legal fees? Oh, come on now.
There you go.
Mom Bear, victory for truth. Also a colossal fail for the media and the narrative spinning activists who appropriate public opinion as something that's not theirs to claim. But for them, this case would have never existed. Yeah. KJ, we the people got the shaft in Michael Sussman case. Should have been broadcasted for the world to see. Yeah, that needs to change in federal trials, frankly. But federal judges, they're not going to change shit. They don't want to be reviewed by the public. They don't even like people. Federal judges, you have to understand, when you get a lifetime appointment to anything and you're immune from just about everything, you don't care what anybody thinks about you.
You are the least accountable person on the planet.
Yeah, it's really a sweet gig in that way. Ace of Spades with Pope hat as Italian choir boy before his special time with Father. No. I'm not getting it back out. Dorme interimo adapare dorme amino latir. If you don't get it, look up the song. As Kermit, and the Lord said, get bent, turd. Amen and a women. There you go. Okay. Ryu Kirito, as a man whose father's rights have been effectively caught, I haven't seen my daughters in 6 years because of a California family court over false allegations. My ex is a pretend man. Does anyone know a good California family law attorney? Well, shoot, I don't, but I hope you find one. Joshua Anderson, excuse me if this has been asked, but do you think this will change the way people view domestic violence against men? I hope so. I can't say for sure if it will. I think it, frankly, I think it has. But what that effect will be is remains to be seen. But I really do hope people start to. I hope. Let me clarify what I hope. I hope men get their view on domestic violence against themselves changed, because I think men have these perpetuated stereotypes against themselves and their need to endure what's going on and with the mental and physical abuse that they suffer. And there's a stigma about coming out, and you got to realize, no, it's not that time anymore. It's not 1956. Yeah. If you're getting beat, get the hell out, man or woman, get away from that relationship, please. Mobius Fun, thank you for the donations. If they're beating you now, they might be killing you tomorrow. Please don't stay in abuse.
You do not want to have the Phil Hartman end to your story. Okay. These things are real. They happen. You have permission to draw a boundary and enforce it. Get out.
And that boundary is literally you being beat. It's an okay boundary to draw. Everybody's fine with it.
The bar is not up here, guys.
Yeah. Carol Clark says, big thank you for this and Rittenhouse work. Wow. Every day since then, love your channel more and more. You are on fire. Hey, thank you, Carol. I've seen your name several times. Glad that you continue to enjoy it. A.R. Larson, I have jury duty in Georgetown, Texas on Monday. Wish me luck. And I'm Southwest Minnesota, born and raised. Farm girls rule. Hey, very cool. A.R. Larson. How's Southwest? I went to college in Marshall, don't you? What a disaster of a town that is. No trees, nothing but wind and ethanol stink. But
you're speaking my language. It's like my hometown. Except we don't have ethanol stink. We just have nuclear waste. That's released into the air.
I would take the subtle radiation overtones to the ethanol stink, I think.
Well, I'm here to tell you, my grandfather lived in this area since 1945, and he has the record as being the oldest man to ever climb Mount Rainier, which he did for the last time at 83 years old. So I, for one, am convinced that the radiation exposure my grandfather got was more of that X-Man type.
Man, so I went to Seattle not too long ago. I'd never been up there I think I had a layover there one time, but I went up there to visit someone, and seeing Mount Rainier is something just it's like the fog is there, and then all of a sudden there's this massive mountain. My mom, it's like one of my mom's favorite places is Mount Rainier, and she's like, get a picture for me. And I'm like, I don't see this stupid. I'm on the boat going across the bay, and I'm like, I don't see this stupid mountain. I see some mountains. Maybe it's over there. I'll take a picture of the tallest point. I take a picture, and I'm like, here, Mom. And she's like, oh, that looks different than I remember. And then I turn around, and this massive freaking mountain. I was like, oh, wait, here you go. I found it. Jerk off Juggernaut says, so if Depp has to pay $2 million to Turd and Turd has to pay him anyways, isn't it basically null? Yes. It will be his money that eventually is pledged back to him. She clearly doesn't have enough to pay it off. Damn, that storm Megan was talking about hit my way much faster than I expected, being she is approximately 3 hours west of me. Yeah, I mean, the question on the offset is it automatically done by the court, or is there a stupid process? And without looking into it, you just never know what a state court has done and how they pursue it. I mean, we're assuming they pursue this judgment in California, but if Amber Heard happens to have a second place in a different state where she spends significant time or has assets of some sort that we don't know about, that Johnny does, it might be more beneficial to pursue it in some other state. We won't know. Tara Rayner. Trudeau must have counseled on her new ambassadorship and sent her a new makeup kit and a banana. Bruise kit can be retired to push the new narrative. Wonder if the ACLU had this one ready to send to press. D-Walk, would the jury know about the maximum amount for punitive damages? No. Is that on their instructions, or should that be covered by Johnny Depp's team? Neither. Thanks again for your coverage. They're not really allowed to talk about it.
Yeah.
Kimberly Hensley, love you all, and a special shout out to Ty Beard, watching you every day from Tyler, Texas. Oh, cool. There you go. Warmaker 777. Depp wins. Cue the CGI shots of the galaxy celebrating the death of the Emperor and the return of the Jedi. I don't know why anyone would want to have the Jedi back. I don't like them very much at all. I don't trust the Jedi with the younglings. I'm just saying. Alana Hill, thank you for the donation. Sacred Wolf, how much to get Johnny back into the courtroom? Look Amber straight in the face, dressed as Jack Sparrow, and say, today is the day you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow, and swing out of the courtroom on a rope. Habeas corpses. Is it month of June? I'm jealous she got a posterior region crack delivered necklace. What? Ass crack delivered necklace. I don't know what that means. Very confused by that. Low Pro says, I'm from the future. Get ready for Amber Heard to make a living as a con slut until she gets bitten by an SJW comic book writer's dog and contracts West Nile, so she hires a drunk driving lawyer to represent her in perpetrating a fraud. This case was made for you, Nikki. Look, if Kevin Landau wants to take up Amber Heard's case, I will be here for all of the lulls. Oh my gosh, we're almost done with the large chats. Just a couple left. Gina G, thank you for the donation. It's very much appreciated. Next, we've got Yunin Southfoot. Johnny should pay homage to her past and future career and pay in $1 bills. It will weigh just over 4,409 pounds. Because he'd have to buy her a G-string and stuff all the bills in there, right? Is that how that would go? Darla Shannon, come back to Knoxville. We'd all love to buy you and anyone else who comes with you a drink. Cheers. Hey, look, if there's an opportunity for me to get back to Knoxville, I had a ton of fun in that town. And there's a biscuit restaurant that had really good, everything was on a biscuit. It was
I spent less than 24 hours in Knoxville a couple of years ago, but I just have to give the shout out to Eppolito Boxing Gym that welcomed me in as a walk-in, gave me some good work. Thanks, guys. You killed it.
So you just go around the country boxing in random gyms? Is that what happens here? That's pretty cool. SR Vaughn 1003. If Amber Heard ever wants another major role in Hollywood, she should look to either be a Bond villain or, worse case, Austin Powers villain. And I even have her character name, Madame Numero Du Poo Poo. There you go. Ali Yusuf, with judgments being awarded to both parties, does that mean neither would be able to seek recovering attorney's fees? Well, attorney's fees weren't awarded in this case. It's merely compensatory damages and then punitive damages. So attorney's fees are contemplated in I mean, not specifically, but in their decision, let me reword that. In their decision to craft a statute that awards compensatory damages, they contemplated the reality of awarding attorney's fees and decided not to do it as a matter of statute. So outside of a specific other reason, they're not going to get them. The presumptive reason would be you're suing to get back what you lost, not to punish the other person by paying for your attorney. So there you go. That is all of the large chats. Now I'm going to read Odyssey chats and Rumble chats, and then I'm probably going to end the show. There will be a show tonight. It's just going to be, this is victory lap show time tonight. I don't know. I'll be inviting people on if they want to come on to just wallow in the victory of Johnny Depp and talk about various things, but it should be neat. I mean, the next thing to watch with Johnny Depp, of course, is the New York dispute over fees with the ACLU. I think the ACLU needs a better PR manager. I think Runkle said that very well. I also don't think that they're entitled to a full recovery of fees. They are entitled to some recovery of fees, but yeah, we'll see if people want to pop on tonight, and we'll just be having a good time. Mademoiselle Buell, bonsoir. So happy for Johnny Depp, and it helped. It helped XD and like me, great to do my artwork. Oh, helped people like me, I guess. Great to do my artwork while with your coverage, laughing at your jokes, raging when my pen lead crushed each time. Amber Heard lied. I should name my drawing histrionic experience. Peace. Thank you, Mademoiselle Buell. I'll have to work on my French, Mademoiselle Buell. It's been a while. The last time I used it was almost 8 years ago in Tahiti. So it's been a bit. Wait, what? I didn't hear what you said. Something in French. Oh yes. Je parle français un petit peu. It's been a minute. We'll say that. It's amazing though, like when I was in Tahiti, how quickly I was able to pick it up and speak it to people. But man, removed from the immersion, it goes away very quickly.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. But 2024, I already told Lady Rackets, we're going to Paris. That's when Notre Dame reopens. And she's never been. I've been twice, and we're going back. I'm stoked. I'm stoked for it. Okay, a couple Odyssey chats. Salty Norse Berserker. Mussolini tries to fearmonger docile Canadians about gun control, while the American swamp is Burns hand rubbing, thinking they'll kill the Second Amendment. Canada, act like your military and be brutal with your reply to Mussolini. Honk honk, motherfuckers. DRK221 says Pog. Malik Fox and a lot of people who don't play instruments don't know how therapeutic it is. It's just like making stuff for men. You're making music. I agree. No, I agree. It allows you to focus on something and shut out stress causers while making something your ears like and other people's ears like. It's funny to watch. Dude, I am so jealous of people who can play any instrument at all, even like a harmonica or a theremin. I wish I had the time to devote to it. Jelly Miss, out of curiosity, have you ever had Dr. Randomer Cam on as a guest / interviewee? No. Might be a fun conversation. I bet it would be. Could talk about alcohol, Depp case in relation to men's rights, the importance of language use, and where legal strategy meets semantics / semiotics, or any number of topics. I'd watch that. No, I used to watch Dr. Randomer Cam. He's a good chap, interesting fella, and I'm not opposed to talking to him. I just haven't had opportunity to have him on. All Out of Bubblegum says Camille on when? Oh, imagine the email is going out. I'm going to invite Camille Vasquez and Ben Chu on the show for sure. They will politely decline, I am sure, but they will definitely be invited. Elgonza 1000 says, I really don't get how the jury could rule in favor of the counterclaim. Elgonza says, Nick, no bamboozle, I promise. Video evidence of Depp committing sexual assault. Oh, I'm sure there's no bamboozling involved in this. Ricky Gervais and Johnny Depp interview outtake. Okay, gotcha. I got it. Thank you. Elgonzo says, Times versus Sullivan is one of the few decisions that approaches the garbage that Roe versus Wade is/was. I mean, again, Times versus Sullivan was made for a specific time, and technology has obviated most of the reasons behind it. Malik says, dude, the folks at work that got to see the trial couldn't contain themselves. Everyone's popping off, and it's amazing considering how woke a good portion of my colleagues are. Proof of how bad Amber's testimony was. A beautiful moment. Johnny Depp is the perfect plaintiff for this case, though, because he crosses political bounds. He doesn't have the excuse of being a pro-Trump right-winger for a lot of people to dismiss. And I mean, that's just a reality of these type of things. People on the right can forgive Johnny Depp's indiscretions and his statements about Trump and dismiss his political opinions as dumb Hollywood actor. People on the left can just agree with Johnny Depp's political positions. He was a perfect plaintiff to bring this type of case. And unfortunately for him, it's kind of great that it was him that it happened to. Jelly Miss, can we call you a men's rights advocate? I mean, you can call me whatever the hell you want. I don't care. I'm going to make fun of the Eddie Kim guy because he's dumb, but you know, you guys call me whatever you want. DJ sent money. Thank you. Jelly Mist. I like Dr. Randomer Cam's justification of the MRA moniker. People get angry about it. It's like saying you have a left arm and people getting upset. Of course you have a right arm too, but it needs to be examined why it upsets people to call yourself a left arm haver. Jelly Mist. Good advice to male victims of domestic violence from you and Andrea. And it needs to be given more often and earlier. However, I also think the reception to men who do speak out needs a bit of an adjustment, not to hashtag listen and believe by any means, but a bit less of the ridicule would be an improvement. Yeah. I mean, that goes with it, of course. Manlets. That was a joke, chat. Live free or die 1776. With all due respect, I couldn't disagree more about the known guilt of the Parkland shooter. Based on all the initial interviews with the children in the school that day, there's a lot more to the story. Maybe. I would be very interested to see what evidence they put out that Nicholas Cruz is not the shooter. I don't think that will be even on the table in this trial, frankly. I think this trial strategy will be entirely about trying to keep him not dead.
Yeah. Mental state and litigation defenses.
Yeah. Sensei Earn, can you promote my live Twitch and Rumble feeds? Twitch.tv/Sensei. Sensei Aaron Miller. Sensei Earn Miller. ERN Miller. And Rumble. There's a Rumble feed as well, I guess. My cast is to go through the Bible in a year. I do not want any donations. So here's the Rumble feed. I mentioned the Twitch feed, which was Sensei RN Miller. There you go. Good luck. Good luck, man. Bible in a year is an ambitious project. Go do it. Lieutenant Hobbit says, help back Magnificent Bastards. #1, The Walrus by Broken Compass Comics on Indiegogo. # makes comics great again. Spatula says, remove actual malice except for public servants who enjoy any kind of official immunity that preserves the public reprimand as the final recourse against corruption. And finally, Super Colin, can you plug my dog's TikTok at Ham the Pitbull? We're trying to raise money for the ASPCA and other dog charities. So you guys, if you're a TikTok user, first, may God have mercy on your soul, because the Chinese government won't. But if you are, check out at Ham the Pitbull on TikTok. And that is that. With that, guys, I think I'm going to end the stream. Andrea, do you have any final thoughts? Thank you so much for joining me for so many hours of this trial, by the way.
Well, it's been my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I know a lot of folks have been waiting for this day for a long time. It's a vindication for so many of us who refuse to be gaslighted by the media and from one fucking numbskull judge in the United Kingdom. So it feels really good. And I'm really glad to share it with all of you.
Yeah, and it's been so great to get to know you. I hope to talk to you about some other stuff as we go into the future. Of course, there's I normally am covering criminal trials, so I'd be happy to have any of your insight and wisdom on those as well. With your vast experience, it'll be really cool, and I'm glad we were able to make the connection during this trial. So
God love it. Thank you so much.
there we go. Turd Hergeson. Yeah, where was your super chat? I saw it pop up. Hold on, I gotta find. It's like it was a massive super chat. I saw it pop up, and then hold on. Did I read it? I might have read it. There's so many turds. Hold on. Wait, I know how to find this. Hold on, I gotta find it here. Just a moment. Just a moment. I feel like I definitely read it, but oh wait, no, there it is. Why didn't this show up for me earlier? I am so sorry, man. I saw that thing pop through, and it's much appreciated. He says, well, it's finally official. Defamation and defecation against one's husband is illegal in the state of Virginia. Thank you, Turd Herdison. Yeah, I kept looking for it on the list as I was going through. I don't know how the heck it got missed. I apologize for that, buddy. But yeah, I will be back on tonight at 11 p.m. again to we're going to do a fun victory lap, drinking and jokes and all that stuff. If you want to join me here for that, that would be great. Winning Reality last super chat says, hey all, just a reminder to stop by and check out the great new Unbreaded metal song Tom needs. There you go. Andrea, thank you so much for joining me. And to the chat, I'll see you later. Cheers. Peace. Peace. When I can figure out where my thing is. There's the outro. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet. There's no one who explains the thought better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed.